Jiangshang University, beneath a teaching building, a crowd had gathered, fixated on a young man amidst them. He possessed a tall and slender physique, standing at around 6 feet, with a well-proportioned build and an impressive posture. His strikingly handsome face, chiseled with sharp features, bore a gentle smile that never departed. His brows were like swords, and his eyes sparkled with an indescribable confidence, deep and alluring like the cosmos itself, drawing anyone who dared to gaze into them into their profound depths. His flawless visage endeared him to all the young women present. Above, dark clouds loomed in the sky, accompanied by distant rumbles, hinting at an impending storm. It was the first day of school for the new students, and they were about to witness a spectacle that suit you confessing on the very first day of school. Wow, how enthusiastic! Last semester, it was a daily affair, and now he's at it again. You don't understand, this is what they call devotion. Suyu stood calmly at the center of the crowd, hands in his pockets, awaiting someone's arrival. After approximately 20 minutes, four girls descended the staircase, and at the forefront was a stunningly beautiful girl, her exquisite features contrasting with her calm demeanor. She donned a white dress and a baseball cap, clutching a book in her hands. Upon spotting Suyu, she lowered her cap slightly, attempting to shield her face. However, it was of little use. Notably, Suyu made no attempt to obstruct her path. "Why you wait?" Suyu called out, his voice smooth and warm, enveloping the onlookers in a refreshing sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze. The girl, named Huayu, halted but did not respond, merely gazing at him with an expression that remained placid. Witnessing this, the onlookers, mostly upperclassmen, began to exhibit a curious anticipation as they wondered if Suyu was about to commence his performance once more. After 2 months of absence, they found themselves feeling nostalgic. New students were inquiring about the unfolding scene. "Senior, what's happening here? I heard he started confessing last semester." The senior chuckled softly, explaining, "Suyu has confessed dozens of times. What do you expect? He confesses daily. Wherever Huayu is, there's Suyu." The girl gasped in astonishment. "Wow, how romantic and devoted. But is such a handsome man a player? Why doesn't this senior accept his feelings?" The senior smiled mysteriously. "On the contrary, Suyu has never been in a relationship. His first confession was quite awkward. You'll see, this is a recurring situation." The upperclassmen felt a mix of emotions, initially entertained, then mocking Suyu's audacity, followed by a sense of numbness, and now, a tinge of nostalgia. As the crowd thickened, Suyu beamed, gently uttering, "Huayu, it's been a while." In response to his greeting, the girl remained silent, her expression unchanged. This did not deter Suyu. He simply withdrew his hand from his pockets, placing them behind his back, and continued to gaze at her. His eyes shimmered like stars, imbued with a hint of affection and reluctance. "You know what I mean? This is my 99th confession to you. Unlike before, I don't wish to sing or recite poetry today, nor do I want to play the guitar. Will you allow me to finish?" Suyu's voice was genuinely tender. Coupled with his perfect appearance, it stirred the hearts of countless female students, even those in their second and third years. Yet, Huayu seemed disinterested in his confession, attempting to walk away, only to be gently restrained by a round-faced friend, who subtly urged her to listen. Reluctantly, Huayu paused and coldly remarked, "Just speak." Upon hearing this, Suyu smiled faintly, closed his eyes momentarily, and began to speak softly. "Huayu, this marks my 99th confession to you. But, this time, I have something to say." Taking a deep breath, he continued with calm and gentle words. "The moment I first saw you, I was captivated by your smile. Initially, I believed in the notion of love at first sight, but I soon realized I could not forget your visage. Subsequently, I found myself drawn to your beauty and kindness, and I discovered my feelings for you transcended mere attraction. They blossomed into love. I began my pursuit of you, braving wind and rain, arriving at your location daily to confess my feelings. I've done many foolish things for you, written poems and composed songs. I've attempted every romantic gesture I could conceive. In my eyes, you are like water, and I am but a fish. How could a fish live without water?" He paused, contemplating his next words, his eyes now reflecting warmth and longing, a captivating smile gracing his lips. "Do you know, you are the first girl to make my heart race. You inspire me to cater to your preferences, to follow your every move, and to love you without reservation. His heartfelt confession left the onlookers breathless, savoring the moment. Yet, Huayu remained unmoved, her expression still as indifferent as ever, seemingly untouched by his words. Suyu, undeterred by her demeanor, maintained a sincere expression, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. For the 99th time, I shall repeat my words, asking once more, will you be my girlfriend? Chapter 2. Yet, simultaneously, it was the last time. Farewell. As the words fell, Suyu turned his gaze towards Huayu. He observed the girl to whom he had professed his feelings a staggering 99 times, curious to see her reaction. Not only Suyu, but also the onlookers, including those on the balcony of the teaching building, were filled with anticipation. They all yearned to witness how Huayu would respond to Suyu's declaration. Do you think Huayu will accept Suyu's confession? Do you guess whether I guess? I can tell just by guessing that she definitely will not. Is that so? This senior has confessed so many times. Does the senior sister feel no stirrings of her heart at all? Indeed, I believe she will agree. After all, if it were me, I could not withstand such unwavering devotion. If a boy were to profess his love to me 99 times, I would surely falter after just 10. You young folks do not understand. The spectators began to speculate. To the older students, it seemed evident that Huayu would not agree. Having already rejected him 98 times, what difference would one more make? Conversely, the freshmen believed she ought to accept, for who could resist such a romantic soul? To personally plant roses for her, how blissful. However, Huayu exhibited no reaction, her expression remaining as indifferent as ever. While there was no sign of disdain, there was also no indication of fondness. Under the gaze of the crowd, Huayu merely uttered, "Are you finished?" Suyu nodded, "Yes." Habit is a formidable thing, undoubtedly. Huayu nonchalantly responded with an "oh," then turned to leave, saying, "If there is nothing else, I will be on my way." Following this declaration, Huayu departed with her friends, leaving the crowd in stunned silence, showing no intention of pausing, let alone accepting Suyu's 99th confession. As Huayu walked away, Suyu turned and called out, "Huayu, would you be willing to be my girlfriend? I am here today awaiting your answer. If you are unwilling, just say so." Yet, his cry received no reply, until her figure gradually faded from view, disappearing from the sight of the crowd. All present witnessed this scene with a mix of surprise and indifference. I told you, regardless of how many times, Huayu consistently chooses neither to reject nor accept. This leaves me utterly speechless. I truly do not comprehend whether Huayu feels anything for Suyu. Why does she not even utter a word of refusal? If she truly disdained him, she could simply say no. Suyu's persistence stems from the absence of either rejection or acceptance from Huayu, does it not? The crowd dispersed, murmuring, "All right, everyone, remember to come back at this time tomorrow." After a brief discussion, the spectators gradually departed. Boom! As the crowd scattered, a sudden rumble echoed through the darkened sky. Looking up, the long-suppressed clouds began to churn. Lightning flickered intermittently, as if brewing a tempest, creating a scene that was both oppressive and suffocating. Rustling sounds emerged as the tall trees swayed violently in the gusty wind, their leaves whispering in the chaos. Suyu stood still, the wind tousling his hair. The hands, which had unconsciously clenched behind him, gradually relaxed. He closed his eyes slightly, remaining in that tumultuous atmosphere for what felt like an eternity. After a seemingly endless passage of time, the wind intensified, and even the maple tree, long rooted in place, began to bend beneath its force. Early September, the maple leaves transitioned into hues of red and yellow. Under the relentless wind, the yellow leaves were swept away, swirling down to Suyu's feet. Eventually, the wind ceased. Suyu opened his eyes, a radiant smile illuminating his face. A blend of relief and excitement. He had waited a long while without seeing her appear, so he slowly turned away. In the sky above, the tempest that had been brewing for so long could no longer be contained. The once low rumble transformed into a cacophony of thunder. In the blink of an eye, a lightning bolt illuminated the darkened sky. Moments later, a drop of rain fell, soon followed by a torrential downpour. The rain cascaded down, splashing against the ground, creating a mist that obscured Suyu's retreating figure. The sudden downpour caught everyone off guard. Within Jiangxing University, students scurried about, seeking shelter from the rain. Some older students bent over their books to shield themselves, while freshers held their backpacks aloft to stave off the deluge. A myriad of individuals passed by Suyu. Yet, he strolled leisurely through the rain, appearing unfazed beneath the relentless downpour, walking with a serene demeanor. Each passerby instinctively paused to glance at him. However, Suyu remained utterly indifferent. The torrential rain seemed to mirror his current emotions, perhaps even expressing sympathy for him. Inside the library, Huayu's exquisite visage broke into a smile upon witnessing the rain pour down outside the window. Did she perhaps feel a tinge of happiness? Observing her smile, the round-faced girl with twin ponytails beside her expressed concern. Sister Huayu, are you certain you do not want to check on Suyu? Huayu snapped back to reality, about to speak, when the two girls across from her whispered, what is there to see? Suyu has endured the rain before. Huayu could not bring herself to check on him. She intended to test his resolve, ensuring that he would not view her as easily won over. This reasoning sounded compelling. Yet, Huayu seemed somewhat conflicted, tempted to urge Suyu not to stand there foolishly. But wouldn't he that compromise the aloof image she had maintained for so long? The round-faced girl, however, held a different view. Sister Huayu, Suyu has done more than enough. He has professed his love 99 times, each time uniquely. Do you truly feel nothing for him? Even though she is Huayu's close friend, she could no longer bear to watch. Suyu's efforts were remarkable, something that 99 of boys could never achieve. Upon hearing this, a smile of pure happiness graced Huayu's delicate face. Who says I do not like him? Tomorrow, when he confesses again, I will agree. The round-faced girl's expression shifted to one of concern. Are you sure? Don't end up silent again, testing his sincerity once more. Can true feelings withstand so many trials? Meanwhile, on the playground of Jiangxing University, Suyu continued to wander in the rain, savoring this rare moment of tranquility and ease. The rain intensified, and the mist began to rise. Suyu's silhouette became increasingly hazy in the downpour. In truth, this marks my 99th confession to you. As the words left his lips, the rain suddenly softened, transforming into a gentle drizzle. In the eastern sky, it appeared as though a rift had been torn open, revealing a clear blue expanse. A beautiful rainbow gradually materialized. As the final drop of rain fell, it coincided with Suyu's words, imbued with a sense of lightness, relief, and joy. Yet simultaneously, it was the last time. Farewell. Ding. The system is activating. Chapter 3. The self-delusion of a love-struck fool. Goodness. The rain is truly heavy, yet it ceases as abruptly as it begins. What a ridiculous phenomenon. Indeed. Enough chatter. Let us shower first and venture out later. A few young men entered the dormitory, dropping their backpacks and suitcases while incessantly grumbling. Hugo, where are you? The tallest and most robust of the four bellowed. I'm showering. Quit your whining, came Suyu's voice from the bathroom, accompanied by the sound of cascading water. Upon hearing this, the others smiled in agreement. As expected, Hugo too had been drenched. After a few moments of idle conversation, Suyu emerged, towel in hand, drying his damp hair. Observing the four, he chuckled. Oh, you all have arrived quite late. Laodu, what brings you here as well? The burly fellow, who had spoken earlier, stood and replied with a grin. I ran into Laodu at the school gate welcoming the new students, and we ended up chatting for a while. Then, lo and behold, the rain started pouring. Laodu was their advisor, a youthful man of nearly 25 years. Given their similar ages and cheerful dispositions, they interacted as if they were brothers, though they still addressed him respectfully, as advisors do in public. Laodu chuckled heartily. These three insisted I join them, claiming they had delightful things to share. Suyu merely smiled in silence. He set down his towel and approached his desk, retrieving a shoebox from beneath. Seeing his actions, the four exchanged knowing glances and teased, Hey, Hugo, are you off to confess your feelings again? As Suyu's roommates, they knew him all too well. Yet, after their laughter subsided, Laodu sighed and advised gently, you, although I've mentioned this many times, I must reiterate, Huayu is unlikely to reciprocate your affections. After so many failed confessions, it may be time to let go. The path of unrequited love is often fraught with regret. Suyu's actions were now deemed a self-indulgent folly, a mere act of self-consolation. Haha, well said. He replied with a subtle smile, appearing nonchalant, though to his friends, it was evident he was only seeking solace. The towering figure, Zhao Ting, hailing from the prosperous city of Yao in Guangdong province, was a quintessential rich second generation, boasting a family estate in a luxurious neighborhood. He stepped forward and remarked, Hugo, I must say, with your looks and talent, you could pursue anyone you desire. Why remain fixated on a single tree when the entire forest awaits? Indeed, the forest is enticing. Suyu responded, but instead of engaging further, he opened the shoebox, revealing an array of envelopes, his love letters to Huayu. Though this method had become antiquated, Suyu persisted in writing a letter each day, only to have them returned. Glancing at the overflowing contents, he chuckled lightly. The forest is good. Yet, these are all in the past. Moreover, they serve no purpose now. Observing his bravado, the others were at a loss. After a brief exchange of glances, a fashionably dressed young man seated next to Lao Du rose and declared, "All right, let us drop this topic." His meticulously styled hair, drenched from the rain, resembled that of a pop star. "Come on, monkey, hurry up and reveal the treasures you've brought," Zhao Ting urged. The stylish young man shot him an annoyed glare, responding, "Please address me by my name, okay? All right, all right." Zhao Ting laughed heartily, throwing an arm around his shoulder. "Scoundrel, show us the goodies. Get lost. I have a name. Call me Wukong, will you? Monkey." Su Yu chuckled at the lively banter among his roommates. Soon enough, Zhao Ting and the scoundrel Wukong began to unveil their prized possessions from home, while another quiet, scholarly fellow named Zhu Wen rummaged through his suitcase, producing several vacuum-sealed packages. As for Su Yu, he was not to be outdone. "Here, I present to you my family's roasted goose, along with a large jar of sour plum sauce." Zhao Ting proudly displayed his delicacies from Guangdong. Wukong, with a mischievous grin, produced a bottle and declared, "This is a 30-year-old Mao Tai that my father has kept hidden for ages. I secretly retrieved it from the wine cellar." Wukong's family was also affluent, hailing from a wealthy province. The others were taken aback. "Goodness, monkey, are you not afraid your father will disown you?" Zhao Ting exclaimed. Wukong shrugged nonchalantly. "What is there to fear? I'm his only son. How audacious!" They murmured, impressed by his audacity, exclaiming 666. In admiration, Zhu Wen, ever the gentleman, interjected, "My family doesn't have many specialties, but we raise plenty of yaks. This is some yak jerky I made myself during the summer." Zhao Ting regarded him thoughtfully. "Old Zhu, is this the same yak you mentioned that helped fund your tuition?" "Indeed." Zhu Wen nodded earnestly. "We have over 10,000 yaks at home, but my father sold 2 to support my education." Goodness. Su Yu had become accustomed to these displays of ostentation long ago. His roommates had silently boasted of their wealth for quite some time, while he merely watched, choosing not to expose their pretenses. Chuckling softly, Su Yu discreetly slid his jar of fermented tofu back into his belongings. Zhao Ting, puzzled, asked, "Yugo, what are you doing? Share some with us." With a cold smile and an impassive expression, Su Yu replied, "Apologies, but you are not worthy of such delicacies." As laughter erupted around the table, Lao Du, feeling slightly embarrassed, rubbed his hands together and said, "I feel rather guilty showing up empty-handed." Zhao Ting shot him a curious glance and muttered, "Lao Du, are you actually feeling guilty? Keep the act up." With that, the group began to indulge in a feast, surrounding the small table laden with roasted goose, yak jerky, and Wukong's prized Mao Tai, reveling in the jovial atmosphere. Chapter 4. What if Su Yu doesn't show up? The next day, Su Yu and his 3 friends, along with their counselor, Lao Du, indulged in a lavish feast in their dormitory, starting from 5 in the afternoon until 2 in the morning. After finishing the local delicacies, they ordered copious amounts of barbecue and beer, mixing white spirits with beer. They managed to consume 2 bottles of 30-year-old Mao Tai brought by Wukong, along with 3 cases of beer. The bravado among them escalated with each round. Ultimately, the conversation circled back to advising Su Yu to abandon his pursuit. However, in the end, all 4 were reduced to a state of drunkenness, with Su Yu alone marveling at the solitude of invincibility. By 11 the following morning, Lao Du was startled awake, having shared a bed with the robust Zhao Ting. Upon seeing Su Yu engrossed in a game of League of Legends at the computer, he exclaimed, "Yu, what time is it?" Glancing at his phone nonchalantly, Su Yu replied, "It's 11:23. "What? It's already 11. Lao Du shouted in horror, waking the still slumbering Zhao Ting, Wukong, and Zhu Wen. "Why are you making such a racket so early?" One of them grumbled, while another added, "Seriously, have some consideration." "Shut up." Lao Du snapped, his urgency palpable as he hastily leapt from his bed, exclaiming, "Oh no, we're in trouble." Without another word, he dashed out. Su Yu offered no response to Lao Du's frantic exit. Once his roommates were awake, he pointed to the takeout on the table, casually suggesting, "Let us eat." After washing up, they nodded obediently and sat down for breakfast. Following their meal, Zhao Ting and Wukong engaged in a gaming session, while Su Yu quietly focused on his thesis, occasionally frowning in concentration only to later appear momentarily bewildered. The other 3, however, were a different breed entirely. Their gaming sessions were filled with expletives directed at their teammates, questioning their familial well-being. It was utterly disgraceful. Suyu felt ashamed to be associated with such behavior and continued his solitary work on the thesis. As the afternoon wore on, in a classroom within the finance department, Huayu and her friends gathered together. One girl with twin ponytails asked curiously, "Huayu, do you think Suyu will confess to you today?" Dressed in a white printed t-shirt, denim shorts, and a cap, Huayu gazed out the window, contemplating, before breaking into a smile. He definitely will. She believed with conviction that Suyu would return. But what if Suyu doesn't come? The girl with ponytails inquired again. Not come? Huayu was momentarily taken aback. Could Suyu actually choose not to show up? He had been unwavering in his daily visits. The two girls sitting next to her chimed in. It's impossible for him not to come. Huayu, you're just testing him. If he fails to appear, well, that would indicate he is not worth your time. Exactly. If he can't even persist after a few tries, he clearly lacks patience. Sweetie, you shouldn't say such things. The girl named Tian pouted, unwilling to engage further with her roommates. Though they were all friends, she felt their values were somewhat skewed. Time trickled by, and soon it was the anticipated hour for confessions. Outside the finance department, a crowd of both new and returning students began to gather. It was once again time for Suyu's declaration of affection. Why are you all so sure that Suyu will show up to profess his love again? Young one, that's a silly question. Suyu has been persistent for nearly 100 days. Do you really think he would suddenly give up? Has he really been at it for that long? A few newcomers mingled among the older students, asking, Senior, does that guy come here every day to confess? The senior nodded, indeed. Since last semester, Suyu has been making his daily declarations. Note, it's every day. The newcomers were astonished. Every single day? That is quite impressive. To continue confessing even when he receives no response? The senior smiled. Yes, regardless of the circumstances, as long as there aren't any special events. Suyu will undoubtedly appear at 4 o'clock. This has become a unique spectacle at Jiangxing University. Inside the classroom, the two girls who found Suyu's persistence to be a given resumed their light-hearted banter with Huayu. Do you think Suyu will use a different method to confess today? I don't know, given his usual routine. Yesterday, he shared sweet words about how he fell for Huayu. Today, I suspect he might sing a love song. Well, will we get to hear another one of Suyu's love songs? That would be wonderful. His voice is mesmerizing, especially when he sings. It's utterly captivating. Though Huayu maintained a serene expression, the slight lift of her lips betrayed her emotions. Indeed, it was impossible to resist such an ardent approach. He seemed truly devoted. And perhaps, she ought to reciprocate his feelings. Just as she pondered how to respond to Suyu today, her friend's voice broke through. Huayu, you've overdone your lipstick. Startled, Huayu glanced into her mirror to find her lips a vivid hue, nearly purple, with smudges of lipstick. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It's my first time applying makeup. The two friends exchanged amused glances, bursting into laughter. Haha, Huayu, it looks like you're quite eager today. Nonsense, I am not. In stark contrast to their merriment, Tian, the girl with the round face and ponytails, wore a worried expression. But, given yesterday's events, would Suyu truly return? She genuinely wished to bring Suyu and Huayu together. Unlike her indifferent friends, she harbored a lingering doubt that Suyu might not come. The classroom buzzed with excitement, mirroring the throng of students gathered below, all eagerly anticipating the day's events. However, for many newcomers, the novelty was beginning to wear thin. Perhaps they merely sought to witness the various ways Suyu professed his love. After all, he had demonstrated a plethora of creative approaches, some of which had genuinely touched the hearts of the girls involved. This was certainly worth emulating. In the realm of university life, who doesn't yearn for a taste of sweet and romantic love? Chapter 5 The Novice Task Completion Gift Pack has been placed in the warehouse. As time swiftly passed, it soon approached 3:59 p.m. Why hasn't Suyu arrived yet? Could it be that he has prepared a romantic confession ceremony today? As the clock inched closer to 4 p.m., the veteran students grew increasingly curious. However, when the time finally struck 4 p.m. and Suyu still had not appeared, many began to fidget restlessly. What could be the reason? It was already 4:03 p.m., yet Suyu was still absent. Everyone craned their necks, gazing in one direction. Yet, even as 10 minutes slipped by, then 15, that familiar figure did not materialize. What was happening? Was Suyu contemplating giving up? While everyone was engulfed in confusion, a feeble voice suddenly erupted from the crowd. Following this, the commotion below the teaching building erupted like the ignition of a bomb. Could it be true? After 99 attempts, was he truly ready to surrender? Such a pity. I was eager to witness more. It was rare to encounter someone so resolute. Only to have it end abruptly? To give up after just 99 attempts. What a lack of patience. TSK, could you persist like he did? If it were me. I would endure up to 520 attempts. With your demeanor? Spare me. One attempt, and he would be nauseated at the sight of your pockmarked face. Gradually, the crowd began to disperse amidst the clamor. Although it was regrettable, ultimately, this was his freedom. Perseverance must be accompanied by hope. With someone like Huayu, who neither outright rejected nor accepted him, there was simply no glimmer of hope. Many had previously advised Suyu to abandon his pursuit, yet he refused to heed their counsel. Now, with all the newcomers gathered, and the audience expanded, Suyu chose to forego his appearance altogether. Meanwhile, in Suyu's dormitory, Zhao Ting was engaged in a game of League of Legends, wreaking havoc as Lee Sin, while calling out, "Hey, Su Scholar, what time is it?" Suyu glanced at the clock and casually replied, "For 15 p.m. Why? For 15 p.m. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ting and his companions exclaimed in unison. They abandoned their game, staring at him in astonishment, exclaiming, "Brother Yu, have you forgotten something important?" "Wait, what?" "Today, Brother Yu is not going to confess." Suyu found this puzzling and retorted, "What have I forgotten? I'm busy writing my thesis. Don't you know how occupied I am?" Wu Kong, bewildered, asked, "Brother Yu, you're not going to confess at this hour and are instead writing a thesis in your dormitory? Is this really the Brother Yu we know?" The three of them chorused, "Brother Yu, have you fallen gravely ill?" Shocked, JPEG, they stared at Suyu, their eyes wide in disbelief. "Wait, is the sun rising in the west today? What did Brother Yu just say?" Zhao Ting, clutching his messy hair, wore an expression of utter disbelief. "Brother Yu, what did you just say?" The gentlemanly Zhu Wen adjusted his glasses and, in astonishment, remarked, "Brother Yu, it's nearly 4 o'clock. Aren't you going to confess to Huayu? This is an important daily affair for you, even when faced with more pressing matters." Suyu had always made time to confess to Huayu. Now, did Brother Yu just say he wouldn't confess? Wu Kong, in a daze, added, "Brother Yu, Huayu. She is your goddess. You've confessed 99 times, can't you hold on a bit longer?" So you cast a sidelong glance, exasperatedly saying, Huayu, I might as well be talking about bird language." Zhao Ting, now shirtless, climbed onto Suyu's bed, pressing his hand against Suyu's forehead before placing it on his own, murmuring, "This is strange. He doesn't seem to have a fever. Why is he speaking nonsense?" Pushing his hand away with an uncomfortable shiver, Suyu said, Get off. You, a hulking figure clad only in boxers. Climbing onto my bed gives me no sense of security. What else with all this surprise? It's just a matter of not confessing." The gentlemanly one removed his glasses again, polishing them as he speculated, "Perhaps Brother Yu has come to a realization?" This made sense to the other two, who paused in contemplation. Come to a realization? What does that mean? So you would come to a realization? In the past, no matter how fierce the wind or torrential the rain, even when they tried to restrain him, he insisted on standing at Huayu's spot at 4 p.m. to confess. If the wind was too strong, he would carry a speaker to sing. If it rained too heavily, he would recite love letters right there. It was as if he were possessed. Suyu scoffed at his roommate's reactions. What do you know? Reflecting on the time 6 months ago when he first acquired the system, he pondered. Who said I had to confess? Speaking of which, the system had been activated. Yet there had been no sign of activity thus far. At 4:25 p.m. in the classroom, the spacious room was occupied only by Huayu and her 3 friends. Time had elapsed significantly, yet they still hadn't heard the familiar clamor from below the teaching building, leaving them somewhat despondent. It wasn't until 4:30 p.m. that 2 of her friends, noticing the unease on Huayu's face, timidly spoke up. "Why hasn't Suyu come to wait downstairs today? He wouldn't have given up, would he?" Upon hearing this, Huayu's expression changed instantly. Lu Tian, sitting nearby, volunteered, "Sister Huayu, I'll go take a look." With that, she jogged out of the classroom. As Lu Tian stepped outside, eager to peek down at the teaching building, she overheard a conversation in the corridor. "Do you think Suyu has given up?" "I'm certain he has. After persisting for so long without a response from Huayu, would you not feel disheartened?" "Indeed. I heard that Suyu stood in the downpour for quite a while yesterday. That must be disheartening. Honestly, Huayu should just reject him if she isn't interested instead of keeping him hanging. I believe she enjoys this feeling of being pursued." "Nonsense. She is treating his pursuit like a dog, relishing the queenly treatment." Hearing this dialogue, Lu Tian's round face paled in shock. Could it be? Suyu? He truly didn't come today? Did he give up? Racing back to the classroom, she exclaimed, "This is bad. So you didn't come today. Instantly, the other two girls stood up. Tian, are you serious? No way. So you couldn't even hold on for a single time? Huh, I misjudged him. I didn't expect he wouldn't last until the very end, especially after we encouraged Huayu to accept him. The two girls chattered angrily about Su Yu's absence. However, they failed to notice Huayu's face turning pale upon hearing that Su Yu hadn't come. No, it can't be. He would just not show up. Tian, how do you know this? Huayu asked, her voice trembling. Lu Tian cautiously replied. I overheard people in the corridor discussing it. After Lu Tian recounted the conversation verbatim, everyone was rendered speechless. Indeed, Su Yu had persevered for an extended duration, surpassing the tenacity of any other suitor. Furthermore, his declarations of affection were remarkably inventive and eagerly anticipated. However, Huayu had never expressed a definitive response, neither explicitly declining nor affirming, nor even uttering a single word on the matter. Given these circumstances, could Su Yu genuinely be deemed excessive in his persistence? Assuredly not. The other two young women reluctantly conceded, but how can one ascertain the sincerity of love without testing it? Indeed, our Huayu is so exquisite. What harm is there in a little testing? Nevertheless, despite their reluctance, they could not alter the reality of Su Yu's absence. Consequently, the meticulously prepared acceptance would remain unuttered. Initially, Huayu had intended to maintain a degree of coyness, contemplating whether to accept Su Yu's proposal at a later juncture. However, that opportunity had now been forfeited. Su Yu's absence this time was deemed excessive. Did he not realize that with just a little more persistence, Huayu would have acquiesced? Yes. To simply not appear without warning, what kind of person does that? The two women grew increasingly critical, even suggesting that Su Yu's absence was a transgression, his fault, in the root of all the problems. However, Lu Tian harbored a different sentiment. She glanced at the silent Huayu, whose countenance had undergone a subtle transformation, and softly inquired, Huayu, what shall we do now? Lu Tian was arguably the most grounded individual present. The other two, to varying degrees, seemed to believe that Su Yu's declarations of love were his due, as if only through such actions could he prove himself worthy of her. But was this truly the case? Huayu bit her lip and declared, I wish to seek him out. I must ascertain the truth. The more she pondered, the more awkward she felt, as if she were the one who had suffered a loss. After all, he had persisted for 99 attempts. Could he not have endured just one more? But who could have known that this would be the final one? Observing Huayu's sudden shift in emotions, Lu Tian abruptly felt disinclined to speak. Has Huayu become ensnared by delusion? Did she also believe that Su Yu's declarations of love were his rightful obligation? At this thought, a hint of disappointment flickered in Lu Tian's eyes. As she watched Huayu abruptly rise, poised to storm out of the classroom in search of Su Yu to confront him, Lu Tian interjected, Huayu. They also uttered one more phrase. Huayu halted in her tracks and turned to inquire, what phrase? They said, that throughout these 99 attempts, you have never provided Su Yu with a definitive response, neither rejecting nor accepting, nor even opposing his declarations of affection. It is as if you are relishing his pursuit. They even suggested that you have been treating Su Yu as your devoted admirer, enjoying his pursuit as a matter of course. Having uttered these words, Lu Tian remained silent, for no further elaboration was necessary. Upon hearing these words, Huayu stood transfixed in her spot. Indeed, why had she acted in this manner? She had never offered a reply. Not even a single indication of her stance. Was she truly relishing his pursuit? Could he genuinely believe that she was treating him as a devoted admirer? He must have been in considerable distress when he departed after his declaration yesterday, mustn't he? Just moments ago. She had been incensed by Su Yu's absence today. However, after Lu Tian's reminder, she abruptly awakened to the truth. Indeed, why did she harbor such anger? It was she who had failed to provide him with an answer. He had persisted for 99 attempts, yet she had not once appeared. The sole instance of her presence was when she uttered the words, "It is thundering," and then nothing more. But, was that truly sufficient? It was not. She was well aware of Su Yu's kindness towards her. To ensure that she perceived his sincerity, he never overstepped, never causing her even a hint of impatience. It was a comforting sensation. If she were to speak candidly, had she not taken his kindness for granted? Had she truly treated him as a devoted admirer? Yet, she had consistently feigned coyness, discarding his goodwill as if it were mere refuse. Was this truly appropriate? Was she not, in reality, regarding his kindness as her due? Was she not trampling upon his heart with impunity? Was she not treating him as a mere plaything? As she reflected on her failure to provide him with a response yesterday, even coldly listening as he completed his declaration before turning and departing. How expectant must Suyu have been when he uttered those words? How fervently he must have wished for her to appear and utter the words, "I am willing." Yet, she had not given his declaration even a modicum of consideration. Everyone else perceived his excellence, yet why did she feel the need to tarry? When he departed yesterday, Suyu, he must have felt a pang of heartache, Huayu mused inwardly. The more she pondered, the more she felt that she had been excessively cruel. A bitter sensation gradually welled up within her, and even her phoenix eyes began to moisten of their own accord. Meanwhile, within the classroom, apart from the silent Lu Tian, the other two companions continued to relentlessly disparage Suyu. Suyu has truly gone too far. We even spoke in his defense. Indeed, if he had appeared just one more time today, Huayu would have accepted him. But instead, he simply did not come. What kind of person is that? Truly. Hearing her two companions, whom she had always regarded as close confidants, utter such criticisms, Huayu felt a rising sense of irritation for reasons she could not fathom. Initially, when Suyu was in the midst of his 53rd declaration of love, she had been unable to resist accepting him. However, each time, these two individuals had intervened, advising her that young women should maintain a degree of coyness and test the young men to a greater extent. Otherwise, he would believe that he could obtain her too easily. The more easily a girl is pursued, the less the young man learns to cherish her. But would Suyu truly fail to cherish her if she accepted his pursuit? Saying these things was already too late. Lu Tian seemed to perceive her indecision and could not help but remark, "Huayu, do you still intend to seek out Suyu to demand an explanation?" Huayu faltered. Did she still intend to go? With what demeanor would she approach him? In a haughty manner? And then rush over to loudly demand why he had not come to declare his love today? Would she not appear utterly foolish in that case? Before Huayu could speak, the other two companions immediately interjected, stating as a matter of course, she must go. Our Huayu was on the verge of accepting him, yet he, of all people, simply did not appear without warning. Precisely, she must demand a thorough explanation. Hearing her companion's words, Huayu once again fell into a state of indecision. However, the twin-tailed, round-faced Lu Tian uttered a question that left all three speechless. Then, Huayu, do you possess Suyu's contact information? This was the most crucial point. Even though Suyu had declared his love 99 times, even though Suyu had done so much, she did not seem to possess even a single means of contacting Suyu. A sense of desolation and a hint of regret were etched upon Huayu's exquisite face. A hint. Observing this scene, a look of disappointment flickered in Lu Tian's eyes, and she shook her head without uttering a word. In the interim, silence permeated the vacant classroom. Should I inquire with Suyu about today's events on behalf of Huayu? I'll go myself. Unbeknownst to Suyu, Huayu and her companions were engaged in discussions about him. At this moment, he had just completed his thesis and was relaxing on his bed after shutting down his computer. Suddenly, Zhao Ting exclaimed, "You, quickly take a shower. We're heading out soon." Resting his head on the pillow, Suyu turned to Zhao Ting's bunk and inquired, "What's the occasion?" "I was planning to practice for my learner's permit test." He had intended to learn to drive during the summer break, but circumstances had caused delays. As he rose, Zhao Ting retrieved his attire, stating, "Our counselor, Mr. Du, is treating us to a lavish dinner at Jiangcheng Hotel." Upon hearing this, Suyu's curiosity piqued, and he remarked, "Has Mr. Du received a promotion? Wasn't he lamenting his misfortune this morning? Moreover, is the old miser actually willing to treat us? He used to be hesitant to even buy us barbecue. Yet now he's generously offering us a meal at Jiangcheng Hotel. Dining there would easily cost over 1,000 yuan. Zhao Ting hastily descended from his bed, casually replying, "Who knows? Hurry up. Let's wait for Monkey and the scholar to finish showering." Suyu's curiosity intensified. It seemed like a miracle that the notoriously stingy Mr. Du was splurging. Nevertheless, Suyu was not one to decline a free meal. As he rummaged for a change of clothes, a system notification reverberated in his mind. Ding. System activated successfully. The newbie task completion package has been deposited into the inventory. Fantastic. Suyu exclaimed, momentarily stunned. His golden opportunity had arrived. Drawing upon his vast knowledge of novels, he instinctively commanded, "Open the system panel." In an instant, a blue light flashed through Suyu's mind, followed by the appearance of a virtual panel. System, rejection of sugar daddy system. Host, Suyu, system lottery, system store, system inventory, simp points, 100 physical attributes, strength, 105, speed, 100, constitution, 110, charisma, 150, perfect. Note, the average adult possesses an attribute score of 100. Skills, Upon examining the system, Su was pleased by its simplicity. The physical attributes provided him with a comprehensive understanding of his capabilities, confirming that he was merely an ordinary individual. Of course, who is an ordinary? Those who expect preferential treatment are delusional. The skills section, however, presented Su with a pleasant surprise. Over the past 6 months, the system had cultivated numerous skills within him. Even the love songs he sang during confessions were provided by the system, along with other abilities. This realization filled Su with joy, as it confirmed that his efforts over the past half-year had not been in vain. After briefly exploring the system's features, Su promptly commanded, "System, open the newbie task package." Opening successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Chapter 6 Su. You must provide Huayu with an explanation today. Gift package opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving rewards. Cash 500. 000 safely transferred to the host's bank account. Skill reward. Master Driver Skills Max. Title reward. Emotional Master. PowerPoints 5. Theoretical reward. The correct approach to living off others upon seeing the novice gift package rewards presented by the system. So you couldn't help but be puzzled, his mind filled with a series of question marks. What on earth is this? While the other rewards seemed relatively normal, the title of Emotional Master was perplexing. Did it truly pertain to him? Su wasn't merely making a sarcastic remark. He genuinely felt that the system was toying with him. Emotional Master? This was clearly a formula for becoming a sycophant. Did his unreciprocated affections really warrant such a title? In truth, even before acquiring the system, Su was just an ordinary man, devoid of any romantic finesse. Even after obtaining the system, his attempts to confess to the designated individual, Huayu, were fraught with discomfort. The first time he attempted to profess his feelings, he was painfully aware of the eyes upon him. If given the chance, he would have wished to dig a hole and hide in it. The embarrassment was simply overwhelming. However, the system seemed insistent on orchestrating a grandiose confession. Otherwise, it would deem his efforts as subpar, with the initial awkwardness giving way to subsequent misadventures. Second, third, and then the 99th, he grew indifferent. After all, while he was unlikely to reciprocate, he would simply confess at 4 p.m. each day and depart thereafter. As for the previous day's anticipation, it stemmed solely from the joy of fulfilling a system task. If he were to succeed in his confession and Huayu accepted him, the system might just declare his task a failure, which would surely devastate him. Nevertheless, he found himself curious and asked, "System, what is the utility of this Emotional Master title?" Emotional Master title. Upon acquisition, the host will become a master-level emotional expert when utilizing emotional skills. Whether it be confessing, breaking up, or interfering in relationships, all will be resolved flawlessly. Su? At that moment, a sense of novelty washed over him. Goodness, if I possess this skill. His mind raced with possibilities. If he were to establish an emotional consultancy, assisting others in amicable breakups or even facilitating confessions, he could undoubtedly ascend to the status of a consummate master. But wait, Su shook his head, casting aside such treacherous thoughts. After all, he was a blossoming talent of the nation. How could he stray from the right path? Having grasped the implications of the Emotional Master title, he shifted his gaze to another reward. And what is this theoretical reward? The correct approach to living off others? Goodness, as a straight man, you're advising me to live off others? Yet, the system's full title was the rejection of living off others system. It seemed improbable that his interpretation was accurate. Returning to the host, the correct approach to living off others theory is a compilation of the essence from the foremost masters of living off others across multiple parallel universes. By possessing it, you will become the ultimate master of such arts. So you gasped in astonishment. This theory reward is genuinely instructing me on how to live off others. But glancing at the skills he possessed, he mused, as a high-quality man. Do I truly need to resort to such tactics? It seems unnecessary. Just as he pondered, Zhao Ting's voice pulled him back to reality. You good. What are you daydreaming about? Emerging from the system's space, Su looked at Zhao Ting and inquired, "What's up?" Zhao Ting regarded him with a strange expression and remarked, "Hanga, what were you mumbling about? Something about opening the system?" Su was taken aback. Wasn't I communicating in my mind? Have you perhaps given up on pursuing Huayu and are now feeling despondent? Zhao Ting, concerned for his friend, urged, "We can't let this matter linger. If all else fails, you should continue confessing." Su responded with exasperation. Why? Zhao Ting, resolute, declared, "Perhaps your perseverance will touch Huayu's heart. That would give you a chance, wouldn't it? Besides, she's still single. Don't worry, we won't mock you." Not just Zhao Ting, but even Zhu Wan and Wu Kong, having just emerged from their showers, nodded in agreement. We're all good brothers. You go ahead. We'll simply watch in silence. So you shot them a glare, retorting, get lost. Whoever wants to confess can do so. I'm no sycophant. Look at me standing here before you three. Do I resemble my former self? If it weren't for the system, do you think I would stoop to such behavior? Yet, he pondered, couldn't he put on an act? Each time he immersed himself in the role, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for his own audacity. In terms of confession, is there an actor who can be as shameless as I am? None. As Su Yu's demeanor shifted dramatically, the three exchanged glances, astonished. Wow, this feels eerily familiar. It's like half a year ago when Su was just a straight man, spending his days in class or gaming with us. It seemed that around 6 months ago, Su had suddenly begun to learn the art of confession, leading him to unexpectedly confess to his classmate, Huayu. You go. Are you truly all right? Zhao Ting asked cautiously. Su narrowed his eyes and replied, isn't that obvious? Do you think I, Su, lack female admirers? Hurry and shower. We need to treat old Du to a feast tonight. That's right. I've long been displeased with old Du for taking advantage of us. With that, they all prepared to leave. Once Su had showered, donned a stylish outfit, and styled his hair, the four of them finally set out. Each time they beheld Su Yu's striking looks, Zhao Ting, Zhu Wan, and Wukong couldn't help but marvel. How can someone this handsome still be overlooked? Upon arriving at the school entrance, they immediately spotted their counselor, Old Du, chatting amiably with the security guard. Old Du, are we ready to go? Zhao Ting waved his hand in greeting. Old Du noticed them and waved back, grinning widely. Haha, you. I truly owe you my gratitude this time. Su Yu, puzzled, responded. What do you mean? Well, Old Du began, but was abruptly interrupted by a girl's voice. Su, you must provide Huayu with an explanation today. Why didn't you confess? Chapter 7. Thank you for not agreeing. As three girls approached briskly, Su Yu and his companions halted in their tracks. Upon their arrival, Su Yu casually glanced at them and inquired, is there something you need? The initially slightly aggrieved Huayu found herself at a loss for words. Her throat tightening as she confronted Su Yu's indifferent demeanor. Why had she even sought him out? Zhao Ting, Zhuwen, Wukong, and their counselor, Old Du, exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting a flicker of astonishment. What was happening? Why was Su Yu so aloof? Wasn't Huayu the goddess he had pursued almost 100 times? You go, Huayu. Are you sure you don't want to say anything? After a moment's pause, Zhao Ting, standing beside Su Han, nudged Su Yu with his elbow and whispered. Su Yu tilted his gaze and smiled. What should I say? What could I possibly say? Essentially, having completed the task of confessing 99 times, there was no longer a need for further interaction between him and Huayu. He had grown weary of this relentless cycle of declarations. Huayu, witnessing his nonchalant response, felt an inexplicable pang in her soft heart. Why was he so indifferent? Her exquisite features were etched with confusion. Initially, his gentle, sunny smile had radiated warmth as he pursued her, no matter how many times she met him with coldness. That tender smile had never waned. Yet now, when she sought him out, he appeared so detached. Just yesterday, he had been professing his feelings for her. Su Yu, The grievances that Huayu had harbored dissipated in an instant as she spoke softly. This grievance was, in essence, unfounded. Yet, it seemed Huayu had grown accustomed to Su Yu's kindness, and now, in the face of his disinterest, she felt he was in the wrong. Su Yu blinked and smiled. Huayu, do you have something to say? Huayu. The formality in his address deepened the ache within her. Her enchanting phoenix eyes began to dart away. Before she could speak, her two friends chimed in angrily. Su Yu, what do you mean by this? We came personally with Huayu to find you, and this is your attitude? We thought you were better than this. Especially after we encouraged Huayu to agree to be with you. Zhao Ting and Old Du, upon hearing this, were taken aback. What was this attitude? Were they confronting Su Yu? The four exchanged glances, noting the silence of Huayu and the chatter of her friends. In an instant, Old Du and Su Yu's roommates felt a twinge of disdain towards Huayu and her companions. It seemed they took Su Yu's heartfelt confessions for granted. If Huayu came from a well-off family, one might argue that Su Yu was merely seeking a comfortable life by pursuing her. However, Huayu's family was merely middle class, with assets around 3 to 5 million. This was decent but hardly extraordinary. Was Su Yu truly so inadequate? As her closest friends and his roommates, they had a fair understanding of Su Yu's circumstances, which were not as dismal as they implied. In response to her friend's accusations, Su Yu maintained a blank expression, merely smiling as he asked, so, according to you, what should I do? Should I apologize to you? At this, Old Du and Zhao Ting furrowed their brows. Was Su Yu truly going to bow down and admit fault? You've done nothing wrong. Why should you apologize? The two girls laughed at Suyu's words, squinting their eyes as they said, "You're wise to realize. Apologize to Huayu now, and we'll forgive you for not showing up today." Hearing this, Suyu couldn't help but chuckle. "You crack me up." As he laughed, bending at the waist, the two girls grew visibly displeased. "What are you laughing at? Don't forget, you missed today, and Huayu was prepared to accept your confession." Before they could finish, Suyu interrupted with a cold laugh. "Then I owe you my gratitude. Thank you for not agreeing." From the very beginning, Suyu had harbored a strong aversion to these two girls. When he first acquired the system, they were the ones suggesting what Huayu liked, urging him to prepare. To avoid defying his task, he complied. If he had successfully confessed to Huayu, it wouldn't have mattered. However, she placed too much trust in these so-called friends, believing everything they said. He was well aware that whenever he offered gifts, it was these two who accepted them if Huayu declined. In short, to them, he was merely a gullible fool. "I confessed to Huayu 99 times. Have I ever expressed dissatisfaction? Through wind and rain, under the scorching sun, have I ever been absent? She has never even glanced my way. I have no complaints. After all, if one person is uninterested in another, their confessions are merely self-soothing. Since I declared my feelings 99 times, and none of you acknowledged me, why should I persist?" Suyu's gaze deepened as it bore into Huayu, a trace of self-mockery flickering in his eyes. 99 times seemed easy to say, but who could truly achieve it? "Unfortunately, I accomplished what no one else could." Huayu stood silently, absorbing Suyu's grievances. The more he spoke, the more her heart ached. "I never intended to hurt you so deeply. I merely wanted to test your resolve." Huayu stepped forward slightly, her voice low. Yet, as she moved closer, Suyu stepped back, raising his hands. "Huayu, we must maintain boundaries between genders, and I do not require your tests. If you're here to question my absence today, I ask you to leave." Seeing the unmasked indifference and detachment in Suyu's eyes, Huayu felt a bittersweet taste linger at the corners of her mouth. Was this her own doing? Chapter 8. After all this, you have never once looked me in the eye. "No, I came to find you." As Huayu saw Suyu turn to leave, she hurriedly called out. However, Suyu still showed no intention of turning back. He calmly interrupted her. "Huayu, rest assured, from today onward, I shall no longer disturb you, nor will I have any further connections with you." Suyu smiled bitterly. "I am not worthy. A confession? What a foolish notion. Whoever wishes to confess to her may go ahead. It is no longer my concern." As the campus bell, Huayu certainly did not lack suitors. Wealthy heirs or handsome trendsetters, all have pursued her. Yet, with Suyu's persistent attempts at confession, he left all those who admired Huayu in awe, causing them to abandon their pursuits. Although Huayu was the campus belle, she was also exceedingly aloof. Even someone as handsome as Suyu had yet to earn her favor. Witnessing this, the wealthy heirs quickly relinquished their hopes. There were plenty of other beauties in the school. Why hang on to one tree when there were many trees in the forest? How foolish. As Suyu walked further away, Huayu's thoughts became increasingly disordered, prompting her to suddenly shout, "Suyu, wait." Her voice was so loud that it drew the attention of the surrounding students. "Oh, isn't that Huayu and Suyu? Indeed, what are they doing here together?" Could it be that Huayu has secretly accepted Suyu's confession? Uncertain, they decided to approach and take a closer look. As more people gathered around, Huayu's face turned slightly red, feeling shy. Was this what it felt like to be watched? Suyu had endured such scrutiny during his 99 confessions. Now, with only a handful of spectators, Huayu felt overwhelmed by embarrassment. She suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Suyu. How much pressure had he endured to muster the courage to confess? And how long had he persisted? Especially after his confession. When she had offered no response, what had he felt then? It must have been excruciating. Surely, they were mocking Suyu now. At that moment, Huayu seemed to grasp the immense pressure Suyu had borne. But what about herself? She had rejected him 99 times. The earlier rejections were tolerable. But what about the 35 times he serenaded her, or the 55 times he read her love letters? And all those romantic gestures? A test, perhaps? Huayu was unsure if she had truly been testing Suyu, especially tonight, when she had stormed over in anger to confront him. What did that even mean? Her heart felt as though it were drenched in a mix of bittersweet flavors. Resisting the urge to cry, she called out to Suyu, "Suyu, I have something to say to you. Please, wait a moment. Just once, let me speak." It seemed her words reached him, as Suyu halted his steps, turned around, and quietly said, "If you have something to say, then speak." Noticing his sudden change in demeanor, Huayu's heart skipped a beat. She had thought that the scenario from the first day of the semester would replay indefinitely, and she even contemplated rejecting him once more. Yet, Who knew this would be the final opportunity? Suppressing her discomfort and forcing herself to focus, Huayu earnestly said, Suyu, could you confess to me one last time? I promise I will agree this time. She was serious. Truly. However, while she believed she was offering Suyu an opportunity, the very next moment the atmosphere around them seemed to freeze. Someone in the crowd suddenly burst into laughter. Huh, I thought Huayu had accepted. But it turns out she came to say this. Another chimed in, I know, right? It's so amusing that today Suyu didn't confess. And the aloof campus belle is saying something so ridiculous. My goodness, is she really the aloof campus belle? How did she muster the courage to say such a thing? Did she truly take Suyu's confession for granted? The students surrounding them stared in shock for about 3 seconds before bursting into laughter. They found it utterly amusing. Both boys and girls were entertained and incredulous at Huayu's words. Upon hearing the chatter and mockery around her, Huayu immediately regretted her statement. What had I just said? Shouldn't I have been confessing to Suyu instead? Why did I still sound like I was questioning him? On Suyu's side, his companions were equally taken aback, gasping in disbelief. Wow, I had envisioned every scenario, but never thought this would happen. Wukong, the scoundrel, was utterly shocked. They began to understand why Suyu had refrained from confessing. Apparently, this campus belle genuinely took his confessions for granted, even if she intended to agree. She approached it in such a dismissive tone. It was simply unbelievable. Suyu was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that the object of his 99 confessions would come to regard his declarations as a matter of course, and then ask him to confess again for her acceptance. He had thought her a champion, but it turned out she was merely a novice. After the initial shock, a mocking smile began to form on Suyu's perfect face. He gazed at Huayu, his eyes steady and unsettling. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Huayu trembled slightly, her voice faltering. I can. Before she could finish, Suyu chuckled. Huayu, do you truly consider my confessions to be mere formalities? No, I don't, Huayu quickly denied. Yet, Suyu paid her no heed. In truth, I never imagined you would utter such words. Surely, you cannot genuinely believe that I, Suyu, am without admirers? I once devoted myself entirely to you, harboring no distractions, simply cherishing you. Have you forgotten all that I have done for you? I heard you liked singing, so I learned the guitar, wrote lyrics, composed music, and sang for you downstairs. Yet you remained indifferent, and I ceased practicing thereafter. You enjoyed playing the piano, so I clumsily learned it to play for you. Yet you also abandoned the piano. You have avoided me at every turn, while I persistently pursued you without concern. Yet, you have never once looked me in the eye. Huayu's emotions were a tumultuous mix as she bit her lip, murmuring, then, if you've given up now, what does that make of your previous confessions? Are they insignificant to you? Are you truly unafraid of the possibility that there may be no outcome at all? Upon hearing this, Suyu laughed, though disappointment colored his expression. No outcome? After 99 confessions, did you ever respond even once? Your attitude throughout those 99 attempts has already conveyed the message that it was all for naught. Chapter 9. Thank you for not accepting Suyu's confession. It was only because of the system that Suyu chose to confess to Huayu. Yet after so many attempts, he, even if he were a stubborn man, would inevitably harbor a flicker of hope that Huayu might respond favorably. However, that anticipation was gradually extinguished. By the 12th confession, he began to feel a glimmer of expectation. Yet thereafter, he presented the meticulously prepared Sichuan cuisine and the long-simmered chicken soup before Huayu, only for her to not even glance at it. On one occasion, she turned and carelessly discarded the meal he had prepared into the trash. In that moment, Suyu experienced disappointment for the first time. It was then he came to the sobering realization that there would be no future for him and Huayu. Gradually, he began to alter his demeanor. He treated it all as a mere task, confessing daily solely to fulfill this obligation, even if a part of him still held on to hope. But that hope was buried deep within. Yesterday, after the final confession, he waited for a long time. Huayu still did not turn around. In that instant, all fantasies and expectations evaporated. He was simply himself. Huayu, let us remain as ordinary classmates, with no intersections, until graduation, when we would gradually lose contact and become strangers. Yet now, Huayu approached him, asking him to confess once more, promising to accept. Suyu chuckled at himself. My confessions, even if influenced by the system, were genuine expressions of my affection for you. You have never regarded me with a second glance, nor uttered a single extra word. You remain as aloof as an iceberg, rendering me unable to ascend. The end was nowhere in sight. Now, simply because I have yet to confess for the 100th time, you come to interrogate me about my silence. Suppressing his emotions, Siyu cast aside the last remnants of his hopes. His gaze gradually shifted to a tranquil state, devoid of any sentiment. As he spoke softly, "Let it be. Words are futile. Since you deem my previous 99 confessions meaningless, how could I ascertain the significance of this 100th attempt? You discarded the lunch I prepared with care, and I bore no grievances. You trampled the roses I lovingly planted for you, and I remained silent. You have never acknowledged my confessions, and that is fine. It is your choice, and I cannot intervene. However, if your reason for seeking me now is merely this, then I apologize. I cannot act as a sycophant. You have your bottom lines, and I have mine." With that, Siyu turned away, decisively and cleanly. Each word he spoke sent ripples through the onlooker's nerves. My goodness. I have always focused on Suyu's confessions, never paying attention to these details. I had no idea he had done so much. Among the crowd, a girl nodded in agreement. Indeed, I was only concerned with Suyu's confessions, never realizing he had done so much. How devoted he is. If I had such a suitor, I would undoubtedly accept without hesitation. How romantic. The students surrounding them could not help but voice their admiration. They had all, to some extent, privately ridiculed Suyu as a sycophant at the beginning. Yet, when he had done so much, could he truly be labeled as such? Had he not done enough? He had navigated the delicate balance of advancement and retreat perfectly. For this 100th confession, he chose to conclude at the 99th. He too possessed a sense of dignity. Rather than chase the uncertainty of a 100th attempt, it was better to embrace himself as he concluded on the 99th. As he walked further away, this time, Huayu remained silent, or perhaps, she was unsure of how to plead for him to stay. This scene prompted discussions among those around her. I say, Huayu is truly stubborn. She clearly harbors feelings for Suyu, yet insists on being proud and unresponsive, maintaining her indifference. Isn't it so? Look at how Suyu has chosen to move on. She is suddenly restless, rushing over to confront him. Ah. Does she not take Suyu's kindness for granted? As the crowd dispersed, Huayu's two friends began to vent their frustrations. What kind of person is he? Huayu. You are the school belle. Shouldn't you maintain a bit of modesty? Exactly. If you easily accepted Suyu, wouldn't that make you seem cheap? Have you seen online? The bride price is often in the millions, with houses written in the woman's name. Can what he has done compare to that? Her friends were indignant on her behalf. Yet, the more Huayu listened, the more irritated she became. They always whispered in her ears, "Wait a little longer. Let Suyu confess once more. Only by making him aware of the challenges and pursuing you will he cherish and care for you when you finally accept him." It was this kind of voice that led Huayu astray. But now, the precious wait had not yielded its fruit. Instead, it drove Suyu to leave. Had she placed too much trust in her friends? Just as Huayu was feeling dejected, preparing to return to her dormitory, a voice suddenly pierced through her thoughts. I heard that Suyu has given up on Huayu. Does that mean we have a chance now? The voice was gentle and soothing, akin to a soft breeze causing wind chimes to resonate, melodious and delightful. Huayu turned her head to see a girl approaching. She wore a white printed t-shirt paired with black jeans and white sneakers, her long black hair tied in a ponytail, her face radiating a pure smile. Even in profile, she was stunning. Standing around 164 meters tall, her legs boasted a perfect golden ratio. The key was her smile, which was irresistibly charming to men. With a flawless oval face, her lips were perfectly proportioned, her complexion devoid of any makeup. Her voice was soft and tender. Upon seeing her, Huayu felt a tightening in her chest. The girl seemed to sense her gaze, turning to meet Huayu's eyes. Thank you, Huayu. The girl beamed, her smile bright and genuine. Thank you. Huayu felt a bit bewildered. Why are you thanking me? It struck her as odd. The girl narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, revealing a pair of adorable canine teeth, and cheerfully added, Thank you for not accepting Suyu's confession. Thanks. I'll treat you to a meal another day. The girl waved goodbye and skipped out of the school gate. Watching her retreating figure, Huayu remained silent for a long time, even without words. The bitterness on her face became increasingly evident. So, Suyu truly is remarkable. The girl's beauty was not inferior to hers, perhaps even surpassing it. Yet, this girl, because of her rejection of Suyu, expressed her gratitude to Huayu. Was this mockery? The two friends beside Huayu, witnessing the girl's appearance, also fell silent, not uttering a word until she was far away, then cautiously called out, Huayu, are you okay? Chapter 010. I'm sorry. I'm not interested. Is it painful? Huayu stood there, dazed, and in that moment, her once proud heart shattered into fragments. The very asset she had always cherished was now rendered trivial. The girl she had just seen was none other than a fellow beauty at Jiangxing University, a girl whose family background surpassed her own, and whose qualities were even more admirable. Yet, it was astonishing that such a remarkable girl would harbor feelings for Suyu. This realization was almost unbearable for her. Suddenly, she felt a wave of disdain for her best friend. "I'm uncomfortable. I'm heading back," Huayu declared curtly before hastily departing. No one noticed the mist that had begun to cloud her enchanting phoenix eyes. Outside the school, Suyu sat in Lao Du's Geely Xingrue car with 3 of his roommates, engaged in lively discussion. "You were incredibly impressive just now," one exclaimed. "Indeed. Your rejection was so resolute. You have completely reshaped my understanding of infatuation," another chimed in. "Bah, what infatuation? That's called devotion, albeit of little worth," they bantered, their laughter echoing in the air. Of course, this light-hearted exchange was a departure from their usual restraint. They had witnessed Suyu's decisiveness firsthand. Even Lao Du, who was driving, couldn't refrain from commenting, "Suyu, your choice was undoubtedly wise," referring to his refusal to confess for the 100th time. Had he confessed and received a favorable response from Huayu, Suyu would have been no different from a lovesick fool, destined to be at her beck and call. To this, Suyu merely smiled and shook his head. "In truth, I had already moved on. I merely wished to see if there would be any effect after these 99 attempts. The outcome is quite evident." He did not linger on the topic. Instead, turning to Lao Du, "By the way, Lao Du, how did you muster the generosity to treat us to a meal at Jiacheng restaurant? You used to be notoriously frugal." Suyu teased. Their encounters at school had them addressing him as counselor, but in private. They preferred the more familiar Lao Du. At merely 25 years of age, Lao Du was quite youthful and amusing. When this topic arose, Zhao Ting and the others leaned in with curiosity, watching Lao Du intently. "In our dialect, Lao Du, your rare generosity suggests you must have some ulterior motive. Come on. What are you scheming?" Lao Du's face flushed with embarrassment at their remarks. Clearing his throat, he stammered, "Actually, what? I used Suyu's confession strategy and successfully confessed to Teacher Liu. I now have a girlfriend." The 4 of them inhaled sharply in astonishment. "Whoa, that's bold." However, after their initial shock, Suyu's expression soured. "You used my confession strategy and you succeeded? What's the big deal?" "It's a huge deal. I tried 99 different methods." "And you managed to succeed on your first attempt? And with Counselor Liu, no less." That fierce woman. After the initial gasps, Zhao Ting quickly regained his composure. "Haha. You go. You really are pitiable. Seeing Lao Du succeed with your strategy makes me want to give it a shot too. I've developed some feelings for Lu Tian as well." "Huh? Are you talking about that Lu Tian who hangs out with Huayu?" Wu Kong asked in surprise, observing Zhao Ting's eager expression. "You like her?" Zhao Ting nodded vigorously. "Absolutely. She's a bit chubby, not short at all, and has an adorable face, so endearing." Wukong and Zhu Wen fell into contemplation. It did seem quite appealing. Just then, Lao Du interrupted their conversation. "About Lu Tian. Lao Du, do you know something?" Counselor Du chuckled awkwardly. "Actually, Lu Tian is Teacher Lu's sister. I used her as an insider to win over Teacher Lu." Zhao Ting. The atmosphere fell silent. "So, Lao Du, should I start calling you brother-in-law?" Suyu, Zhu Wen, Wukong, Lao Du. After a boisterous meal at Jiangxing restaurant, Suyu and his companions took full advantage of Lao Du's generosity, not sparing Zhao Ting either. Although he had no connection with Lu Tian, they found a reason to indulge. The total cost of the meal amounted to 3,000 yuan, with Suyu claiming a hefty 1,500 under the pretense that Lao Du had borrowed his confession strategy. The following day, the group began their classes in earnest. Upon entering the classroom, they discovered it packed with students, all gazing at them with astonished expressions. The 4 of them were accustomed to such reactions, especially since they had a friend who had confessed a staggering 99 times. As financial engineering students, the classroom boasted a higher female-to-male ratio. This time, however, many of the female gazes were fervent, almost as if they wished to devour Suyu whole. The group calmly took their seats. No sooner had they settled than Zhao Ting nudged Suyu, leaning in to whisper, "You go, it looks like they want to eat you alive." Suyu glanced up briefly before confidently stating, "It's only natural. I am quite charming." While Zhao Ting longed to punch him for his arrogance, he couldn't deny the truth in Suyu's words. Before long, a commotion erupted in the corridor. Hearing the noise, the 4 friends paused their game of PUBG and looked up. Huayu, clad in a pleated skirt, entered the classroom alongside her best friend. Unlike before, they headed straight for the podium. Seeing them take the stage left the class momentarily bewildered. Zhao Ting's gaze lingered on Lu Tian before he quietly asked, "You good?" What does Hua Yu intend to do? Siyu shot a glance before returning to his game, casually replying, why concern yourself with her intentions? She can do as she pleases. On the podium, Hua Yu looked particularly captivating today as she stood facing Suyu, her silver teeth biting her lip in anticipation. Suddenly, her expression hardened, as if she had made a resolute decision. Suyu, I have something to tell you. Hua Yu's voice drew everyone's attention back to her. Their eyes filled with curiosity. Slowly lifting his head to assess the situation, Suyu asked, what is it? Feeling a pang of grievance at his reaction, Hua Yu struggled to suppress her emotions. Actually, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? Her unexpected confession left everyone stunned. What on earth? Isn't she supposed to dislike Suyu? Why the sudden declaration? Yet, in response to Hua Yu's heartfelt admission, Suyu merely replied with nonchalance. Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. The crowd? Are you really Suyu? Chapter 11. Suyu, I am now announcing that I will pursue you. Suyu simply raised his head, cast a placid glance at Hua Yu, and then rejected her without hesitation. This lacks originality. Furthermore, I harbor no affection for you, Suyu stated with placidness. Yet, his words reverberated like a thunderclap in the ears of everyone present. Had he truly said that he did not fancy Hua Yu? Was this genuine? All eyes converged on Suyu's face, yet no shift in expression could be discerned. Good heavens, what ails Suyu? And what is transpiring? Previously, it was Suyu who professed his admiration for Hua Yu, only for her to remain unresponsive. Why has the dynamic abruptly reversed? Could it be that I have transmigrated? Indeed, the astonishment of the crowd was not without justification. Suyu's devotion to Hua Yu was renowned throughout Jiacheng University. He had maintained a daily ritual of confession, undeterred by weather conditions. And yet, after his 99th declaration, he had relinquished his pursuit. Subsequently, Hua Yu sought him out to confess her feelings. Such an abrupt reversal left everyone caught off guard, leading some to question whether they were ensnared in a dream. Hua Yu, too, took note of Suyu's composure. Today, as he faced her, the tenderness that once shone in his eyes was absent. In its stead was a profound sense of indifference and detachment. On the podium, Hua Yu's emotions were a tumultuous mix. With a complex gaze, she softly spoke, Suyu, do not hold a grudge. It was I who was excessively capricious in the past. I offer my apology. Can you find it within yourself to forgive me? Hua Yu once again uttered words that astounded everyone, leaving them speechless. The aloof campus belle was humbling herself, witnessing this uncharacteristic scene. A male student in the corner of the classroom turned to his companion and exclaimed, Quick, deliver a slap to my face. I must be dreaming. A sharp smack echoed through the air. Yet, the dream remained unbroken. It was indeed reality. Heavens, the aloof campus belle, who previously could not be bothered to utter a word, was now offering an apology. In truth, I am more curious as to what has transpired. As am I. Everyone wore a bewildered expression. They had envisioned numerous outcomes, but never had they anticipated that the campus belle would apologize to Suyu and confess her feelings for him. And most crucially, Suyu had rejected her, which was the most astonishing aspect of all. A man who had persevered through 99 confessions had chosen to spurn the goddess's avowal. What transgression have you committed that warrants an apology? Suyu inquired, casting a curious glance at Hua Yu. Last night, I believe I made myself abundantly clear. There are no exceptions. My conclusion is final. In the realm of men, the concept of testing holds no sway. Moreover, what manner of testing extends for such a protracted duration? Even if Suyu had harbored genuine affection for Hua Yu, after enduring so many rejections, he would have inevitably relinquished all illusions. 99 times. Each instance of ardor and sincerity was trampled upon with a stoic countenance. Suyu had persevered through 99 attempts, driven by the hope that the system would activate. Perhaps a transactional relationship existed. Yet, the fact remained that he had once held genuine affection for Hua Yu. However, Hua Yu's words at the school gate the previous night had irrevocably disillusioned Suyu. The person he had admired possessed an unexpected disposition. Reflecting on these thoughts, Suyu spoke once more, his voice measured. You engage in your tests. While I cannot endure such trials, 99 attempts mark the final endeavor. There shall be no 100th. You proclaim that if I confessed once more, you would reciprocate my feelings. But who could ascertain the veracity of your claim? I chose not to pursue that 100th attempt, not only out of respect for myself, but also to liberate myself. The day before yesterday, after I spoke downstairs, I waited for what felt like an eternity, yet you remained unmoved, without turning back or uttering a single word to me. Departing with utter composure, I stood in the rain while you were inside the library, enjoying the air conditioning with laughter and merriment. My fervor shall never be squandered on a futile pursuit. It is akin to testing love, yet whose love can withstand such scrutiny? Suyu's cadence was deliberate, imbued with complex emotions, yet devoid of regret or lingering attachment. However, these placid words plunged Hua Yu into deep contemplation, marked by complexity and remorse. Perhaps, yet, all of this was no longer Suyu's concern. When a man declares an end, it is indeed the end, with no exceptions or turning back. Hua Yu pondered each word Suyu had uttered. The more she ruminated, the more profound her distress became, and the more pronounced the bitterness in her expression. Had she been excessively affected? Hua Yu, still reluctant, voiced, however, I do harbor affection for you. I merely sought to gauge the duration of your persistence. Gauge the duration of my persistence? Suyu chuckled. Pray tell, have we ever shared any connection before? You have never exchanged more than a few words with me. Yet I pursued you relentlessly, willing to do anything for you. But what of you, Hua Yu? Have you ever cast a sincere glance in my direction? Have you ever afforded me a favorable expression? Pray tell, have you ever offered me a glimmer of hope? Nay, you have not. Pausing. Suyu continued without granting her an opportunity to interject, even knowing that there was no hope. I persisted. Yet, what of you? In my most desperate hour, I chose to relinquish, to liberate myself. Yet, you suddenly appear, declaring that if I confess once more, you will reciprocate my feelings? Now you proclaim that you harbor affection for me? Do you not find this comical? Comical? Upon hearing the exchange between the two, the classroom fell into a profound silence. Why would one not despair in such a situation? Anyone would have succumbed to despair long ago. Throughout his pursuit of Hua Yu, Suyu had showcased his manifold talents. He had composed a love song, writing both the lyrics and the music. He had learned to play the piano and to prepare dishes of various flavors for her. He had offered unwavering care. Upon hearing of her illness, he had rushed to procure a plethora of items to present to her. He had personally prepared chicken soup for Hua Yu. The sheer breadth of his talents was awe-inspiring, causing the initial ridicule directed at him as a sycophant to gradually transform into admiration for his devotion. For his excellence left others in the dust. Seeing Hua Yu's silence, Suyu offered her a radiant smile, murmuring softly, if that is the case, why not choose to remain strangers? Thud. These nonchalant words struck Hua Yu's heart with tremendous force. Her complexion turned ashen, and her resolute steps involuntarily recoiled. The next moment, Hua Yu's expression suddenly hardened. If you are capable of such feats, I shall not be outdone. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, Hua Yu declared with conviction, Suyu, I now announce that I shall pursue you. Chapter 012. Do you guess, or do you not? After a brief pause of 14 seconds, a colossal red exclamation mark materialized in the minds of everyone in the classroom. Did I just hear that correctly? Hua Yu is planning to pursue Suyu? It's astonishing. Had I not heard it with my own ears, I would have dismissed it as mere rumor. Even now, I remain skeptical, questioning whether I am imagining things. The aloof school beauty pursuing a boy? The entire class was taken aback. The once distant and untouchable Hua Yu had unexpectedly declared her intention to chase after Suyu, initially thought to be a jest. The resolute expression on Hua Yu's pale face, coupled with the fire in her eyes, left everyone in stunned silence. It seemed she was serious. Beside Hua Yu, her two close friends were equally astounded, tugging at her sleeve and whispering, Hua Yu, are you out of your mind? How could you say something like that in front of the whole class? The hallway is filled with onlookers as well. Yet, despite their shock, Hua Yu stood firm. If he could achieve something, why couldn't she? The notion of pursuing someone was foreign to her, yet she had deeply contemplated Suyu's efforts on her behalf. She felt an ache in her heart, mixed with gratitude. The more she understood Suyu, the more she realized that her previous troubles were of her own making. At the front of the classroom, Suyu gazed at Hua Yu in disbelief, responding helplessly, Hua Yu, you really don't have to. Truly, it was unnecessary. He had never anticipated that Hua Yu would openly declare her intentions in front of everyone. The once aloof school beauty was shedding her inhibitions. With unwavering resolve, Hua Yu raised her chin and declared, I do not need your approval. I trust my own decisions. When I, Hua Yu, speak, my words are not to be retracted. Haven't you confessed to me 99 times? I can do it too. Humph. It's just 99 confessions, right? If you, Suyu, can endure it, why can't I? Seeing her determination, Suyu could only shrug nonchalantly. Well, do as you wish. Just see whether I agree or not. After expressing his thoughts, Hua Yu descended from the podium, telling him, just wait, I will not give up. As she passed by Suyu, she looked at him earnestly. Suyu returned her gaze with a polite yet awkward smile. Ding. Long-term task. Refuse soft meal behaviors has been activated. Do you accept? The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. leaving Siyu momentarily stunned as he instinctively replied, "Accept. Task activated. Long-term task. Please reject all forms of soft meal behaviors. Each rejection will grant a reward opportunity, with specific rewards based on the intensity of the soft meal behavior. Congratulations to the host for successfully rejecting Huayu's soft meal behavior. Reward, 50,000 cash, 1 lottery chance." Huh? After hearing the latter notification, Siyu was taken aback and couldn't help but glance back at Huayu. What on earth? When did I ever refuse Huayu's soft meal? Meanwhile, Huayu returned to her seat, and shortly thereafter, she retrieved a bank card from her small bag. Gazing at the savings card, she became momentarily lost in thought. The money she had saved over the years was intended for him. Coming from a middle-class family, she had managed to save around 400,000 to 500,000 yuan, accumulated since childhood along with some bonuses. She was indeed a little wealthy. Sighing, Huayu tucked the card away, only to feel a sudden urge to look up at Suyu. Their eyes met, both expressions filled with confusion. Huh? Did you not refuse me? Why are you still stealing glances at me? Could it be that you are the type of man who says one thing and means another? That brief exchange of glances sparked a flurry of thoughts in Huayu's mind, and her heavy heart lightened. With that, a smile crept onto her lips. Humph. Suyu, on the other hand, withdrew his gaze, bewildered. What the heck? Is this woman really planning to have me live off her? Realizing she was holding a bank card, he understood why the system indicated he had rejected Huayu's soft meal. If he had agreed, would she have offered him money? How audacious. However, he was oblivious to the subtle smile that Huayu had displayed, which fortified her resolve. Life is truly challenging, Suyu sighed in resignation. Hearing his sigh, Wukong, seated beside him, leaned closer and whispered, "Bro, can I ask you something?" Suyu scratched his head, puzzled. "Go ahead, you scoundrel." Wukong, whose surname is Wu and given name is Kong, claimed his name was inspired by the classic tale of Journey to the West. However, unlike the straightforward Monkey King, this fellow was a bona fide scoundrel. Yet, he was not entirely irredeemable. He merely wished to provide every girl with a home. Nevertheless, the girls he pursued were all from the back alleys. Rumor had it that during one of their outings, Wukong had embraced a scantily clad girl and began discussing life. After a flurry of sweet words and flirtation, he would always conclude with, "I will definitely come back to find you next time." Thus, his brand of scoundrel was distinct from others, purely a lover of the back alleys. Suyu, having heard enough, joined in calling him a scoundrel. Wukong, upon hearing Siyu label him a scoundrel, immediately protested, "Bro, I don't appreciate that. Who have I scoundreled?" Yet Siyu paid him no mind, merely giving him a look that suggested he ought to reflect on his actions. Coughing, Wukong cleared his throat. "Bro, tell me, if Huayu truly pursues you, would you accept?" Gossip. Here we go again. Siyu regarded Wukong with a bemused expression, replying, "Guess for yourself. Do you guess? Or do you not? Do you guess? Or do you not guess? Do you guess? Or do you not guess? I ask you." The two exchanged glances, engaged in a battle of wits. "I bet you would accept." Wukong finally conceded. Why? Because when a man pursues a woman, it's a mountain apart. When a woman pursues a man, it's merely a veil. Especially if the school beauty is chasing you and has money, any man would succumb. Suyu? If I wouldn't succumb, then are you implying that I am not a man? Chapter 13. What happened to life without attachment? After hearing Wukong's words, Suyu quietly gazed at him. A minute passed, and Suyu remained fixated, not even blinking, making Wukong feel increasingly uneasy. Wukong chuckled awkwardly. "Yuga, you don't have to look at me like that. I know I'm handsome, but I truly don't fancy men." What they feared was precisely this kind of gaze from Suyu, and, well, some things are better left unspoken. Suyu looked at Wukong and sighed. "Wukong, you know, your face resembles a QR code. Sometimes, I wouldn't even realize what you are without scanning you." Wukong retorted, "What? A QR code? Yuga, that is a bit much, don't you think? Where do I look ugly?" In truth, Wukong wasn't unattractive. Standing at 1.76 meters, he was above average height. Although his looks weren't top tier, he could certainly charm some young ladies. Hearing someone indirectly describe him as ugly, he, being a scoundrel, could hardly tolerate it. So you gave him a peculiar look and replied, "When did I say you were ugly? I merely meant your features are somewhat intricate." Looking at your face is akin to scanning a QR code. Wukong reacted with disbelief. "Hey, haha." His temper flared up, and he crossed his arms, silently fuming. However, he thought this would deter Suyu, only to be surprised when Siyu suddenly inquired, "Wukong, do you know the origin of the phrase hee hee?" "What do you mean?" Siyu explained earnestly, "Hee hee originates from sows. Literature suggests that after the first piglet is born, the sow exhibits strong maternal instincts, immediately rising and making a hee-hee sound to her piglets. So, you understand my meaning, right? Wukong was left speechless. I get your point. This explanation rendered Wukong utterly exasperated. Yet, this was merely Su Yu's typical banter. Of course, this occurred before Su Yu confessed to Hua Yu, and unexpectedly. Half a year later, he found himself enduring Su Yu's mockery once again. How tragic. Ding dong. As everyone quietly read, Zhao Ting's phone suddenly vibrated, emitting the familiar penguin message notification. Zhao Ting casually set down his comic book and picked up his phone to take a glance. In the next moment, his expression shifted to one of excitement. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Zhao Ting couldn't help but shout, startling Su Yu, who responded, What are you doing? Can you let me have a moment of peace? He was contemplating his life plans. Rejecting the soft life, this task seemed daunting. Despite his top-notch looks, he had already established himself as a devoted suitor to Hua Yu through his numerous confessions. Who would pursue him now? How could he refuse? It was quite distressing. Su Yu felt the system was utterly useless. After all those dramatic gestures, how could other girls dare approach him for handouts? Was this system, in fact, a veiled Sugar Mama exclusive system? To compel him to frequent high-end clubs? Su Yu's thoughts wandered, leading him to consider various possibilities. Many individuals' true natures starkly contrasted with their outward appearances. For instance, everyone perceived Su Yu as a devoted man, willing to profess his love 99 times, day after day, unwaveringly. But who knew that his previous character was that of a rather carefree straight man? Zhu Wen, the gentleman sitting beside Zhao Ting, adjusted his glasses and scrutinized Zhao Ting's phone for a while before exclaiming meaningfully, Oh, I see. Huh. Su Yu and Wukong turned their eyes towards Zhu Wen, asking, Wen, what did you see? Zhu Wen pushed up his glasses and replied nonchalantly, His online dating partner is nearby Jiangxing University and wants to meet him tonight. Su Yu was taken aback. When did you start an online relationship, my friend? As Zhao Ting's close buddy. Su Yu was astonished to discover that Zhao Ting had been dating someone online without his knowledge. Wukong, visibly agitated, remarked, How could you? We agreed to stay single together, yet you secretly pursue an online romance. Zhao Ting scratched his head and chuckled. Yuga, it all started while playing King of Glory. I met someone nearby, and after adding her, we hit it off and decided to meet. Su Yu's expression froze. What? You all can find girlfriends. Yet I've confessed 99 times to no avail. Hearing this, Su Yu's mood plummeted. In this world, those who are affectionate are often the most sought after, while the loyal are left wearing green hats. How cold and harsh the world is. Enough, let me be. Su Yu waved his hand weakly and slumped over the table, his handsome face etched with despair. Seeing him like this, Zhao Ting felt sympathetic and suggested, How about you join me tonight? We can have a nice meal. She said she would bring 3 friends along. All right, whereas the dinner reserved for tonight. Upon hearing Zhao Ting's words, Su Yu immediately perked up and replied earnestly, If it's not booked yet, I know a place renowned for its authentic homestyle cuisine that is worth trying. Also, may I inquire if her friends are wealthy? The rapid change in his demeanor left those around him gasping. What happened to his earlier despondence? Meanwhile, Hua Yu, observing from behind, listened intently. Upon hearing their conversation, she felt a pang of grievance and a hint of anger. Why was it that she had revealed her true feelings to him, yet he responded this way? Was he doing this on purpose? Hua Yu felt hurt. However, what right did she have to question Su Yu? Humph, Su Yu, just wait. I will make you mine eventually. Chapter 014. Truly a wealthy lowly. Until the evening, around 7 o'clock, Su Yu and his 3 companions returned to their dormitory, took a shower, and then offered Zhao Ting some strategic advice. They delayed their departure until nearly 8 o'clock. In reality, the so-called advice merely consisted of encouraging him to converse earnestly with his online romantic interest. Meanwhile, the others would be off exploring their own pursuits. If a connection blossomed, that would be splendid. If not, they would each entertain themselves, perhaps using the excuse of forgetting to turn off the gas in the dormitory. Upon exiting the school gates and walking along the street, Su Yu curiously inquired, Brave one, what does your online partner look like? Do you have a photo to share? Upon hearing this, Wukong and Wenren also leaned in, equally intrigued. Zhao Ting, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head, seemingly reluctant, but eventually shyly produced his phone. He opened his album, selected a photo, and handed it to Su Yu. As Su Yu took the phone and examined the image, he couldn't help but exclaim, Good heavens! The other 2 friends echoed his astonishment upon seeing the picture. Su Yu, taken aback, glanced back at Zhao Ting. After a brief moment of contemplation, he asked, Brave one, Do you not find the two of you somewhat mismatched? What do you mean by mismatched? Zhao Ting appeared perplexed. Isn't it perfectly normal to engage in an online romance in this day and age? So you remain silent? Continuing to scrutinize the phone before shifting his gaze back to Zhao Ting. The girl in the photograph was clad in a JK uniform, possessing fair skin and beauty. Her smile delightful, with large eyes. She had a classic oval face paired with a petite frame. In contrast, Zhao Ting stood as a towering figure at 1.9 meters. Robust and muscular. Though undeniably handsome, the disparity was stark. The girl in the picture appeared to be a mere 1.5 meters tall. A full 40 centimeters shorter, so petite that she wouldn't even reach his lips on her tiptoes. Upon seeing the photo, Wenren Zhu lamented, "Curse you, Zhao? You know I have a penchant for this type, yet it is you, the brute, who has found such a treasure." Zhu felt it was quite unfair. He had always favored delicate and gentle girls, yet they seemed to overlook him. Zhao Ting, with a humble gesture, replied, "Relax, believe in yourself, one. You too can find someone." Despite his outward humility, the subtle pride in his eyes was unmistakable, causing Zhu to grit his teeth in frustration. Wukong had grown weary of the conversation. Once, they had all agreed to explore the alleys together, yet here they were, the plight of men. "By the way, brave one, what are your plans for tonight?" So you suddenly posed the question. Observing the background of the photo, it appeared the seemingly lowly girl was seated in a Porsche 718, indicating she hailed from a wealthy family. Although Zhao Ting was not financially challenged, one couldn't help but wonder how he had encountered a wealthy lady in the gaming realm. Was it merely because he was AV10 in the game? After pondering for a moment, Zhao Ting replied earnestly, "Tonight, I will not be returning to sleep. Just leave the door open for me." Su Yu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Why are you speaking so seriously about merely booking a room?" Though envious and slightly resentful, he kept his thoughts to himself, contemplating how to take advantage of this fortunate circumstance. Zhao Ting's family owned multiple properties and businesses, reportedly earning over 10 million a year. As their only son, Zhao Ting enjoyed a monthly allowance of 100,000. How could he not capitalize on this opportunity? As for the other two, Su Yu felt no inclination to exploit them. One was merely an alley wanderer, while the other was a timid online flirt, so meek in reality, even if they came from well-off families. Su Yu could not bring himself to take advantage of them. Their plight was too pitiful. Zhao Ting, on the other hand, was a towering figure, seemingly bred on a diet of strength, robust as a bull ready for market. He was sharp-witted. If not him, then whom? Lost in thought about his own circumstances, Su Yu could not help but shed a tear for his own misfortunes. The four of them boarded a bus and arrived at a commercial street not far from Jiangxing University, surrounded by young women in skirts and stylish shorts. Wukong couldn't help but drool, though it remained just that, drooling. Su Yu glanced at the time and urged, "Brave one, why not send a message to your online partner? We're on a tight schedule. Ideally, you might encounter a wealthy lady. If that failed," he thought, he could always return to the dormitory to contemplate his future. If the system granted him enough, he might even begrudgingly consider working as a lead performer in a nightclub. Given his previous success with the correct way to flourish on soft rice, Su Yu felt confident in attracting the attention of affluent women. He could sell his talents without compromising his dignity. Wasn't that a splendid way to fulfill the task of rejecting soft rice? With that thought in mind, Su Yu couldn't help but admire his own cleverness. "Just a moment, I'll send her my location." Zhao Ting nodded in agreement. He pulled out his phone, opened the familiar messaging app, and selected the contact labeled Little Sweetheart. He sent a location pin along with a voice message. "Darling, I'm nearby. Will you come to find me, or shall I come to you?" Upon hearing that overly saccharine tone, Su Yu, Wukong, and Wenren couldn't help but shudder in discomfort. Why is this hulking brute speaking in such a high-pitched voice? And darling, ugh, they grimaced, nearly feeling nauseous. Wukong placed a hand on Su Yu's shoulder, teasing, "Brother Yu, I suddenly understand why our brave friend can attract Lolas. It seems he has learned the art of sweet talk." Su Yu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this 1.9-meter frame is wasted." Wukong added, "Even when you were a simp, Brother Yu, you never sounded quite so syrupy." Su Yu responded with a baffled expression. "What?" He elbowed Wukong playfully. Ding dong. Zhao Ting's phone chimed again, and upon checking, he found another voice message. Excitedly, he clicked to play it. "Darling, I'm coming to find you. Just wait a moment, okay? Mua. Oh, and my three best friends are here too." Once again, the three friends felt a wave of discomfort wash over them. The voice was melodious, yet the playful tone was simply too much. No wonder Zhao Ting had chosen to engage in an online romance. It seemed they were all of a kind. Zhao Ting put away his phone, a smug expression on his face as he regarded his friends, seemingly unfazed by their reactions. Just wait, my darling will be here shortly. We got it, we got it. She is your darling, no one is competing with you. The three chimed in unison, waving their hands dismissively. After waiting on the street for a while, two Porsche 718s wrapped in pink car covers approached simultaneously. Upon seeing the license plates, Zhao Ting exclaimed, "That is definitely my darling's car." Hearing this, Su Yu and the others perked up. Could it be that she was indeed a wealthy loli? Chapter 015. What the hell? Where's my treasure? Am I fortunate enough to meet a legendary affluent Lolita? They had only seen affluent Lolitas in online short videos, never expecting to encounter them in reality. This realization intensified the envy felt by Su Yu and his companions. Wukong, his tone dripping with jealousy, lamented, "Brother Yu, how did Zhuangshi, that simpleton, get so lucky as to find an affluent Lolita, and online, no less?" It was impossible not to be envious. It was truly enviable. Here you are, exhausting yourself with 99 confessions to a campus belle, only to be treated like a lapdog. Meanwhile, Zhao Ting quietly snags an affluent Lolita whose beauty rivals Hua Yu's in the photos. It's infuriating. However, Su Yu was even more irritated. Wukong seemed intent on endlessly comparing him to Zhao Ting. Su Yu retorted with a sneer, "I'm unaware of Zhuangshi's good fortune, but I do know one thing." "What?" Su Yu cast a sidelong glance at him and sneered, "You can disregard the respect others show you, but you mustn't disregard your own dignity." This guy was simply asking to be put in his place. Wukong, when did I ever disregard my dignity? Did you consider your conscience when you said that, brother Yu? He was indignant. Su Yu scoffed, "When have you ever valued your dignity? This guy. Sooner or later, I'll have to teach you a lesson. You think my bag of tricks is for show?" Zhu Wan, adjusting his glasses, exclaimed with a hint of excitement. "Brother Yu, monkey, stop bickering. Hurry, how are we going to divide her three companions?" The affluent Lolita's companions couldn't be too shabby, right? Taking advantage of their parking. Zhu Wan nudged an excited Zhao Ting with his elbow and whispered, "Zhuangshi, do you have photos of your treasure's three companions?" Upon hearing this, Su Yu also approached out of curiosity. Indeed, I forgot to ask earlier. Although he possessed a system, cultivating connections with women who were not gold diggers was crucial for completing his missions. He had to carefully assess them. No, he should appear mature, as young ladies tend to prefer mature men. With this in mind, Su Yu mentally commanded, "System, activate the emotional maestro title." Title successfully activated. According to the system's previous explanation, using the title would transform him into an emotional maestro. Combined with the proper way to embrace being a kept man, the effect would undoubtedly be remarkable. At this point, Zhao Ting naturally didn't hold back, opening his treasures moments and scrolling to a post featuring a group photo of four girls enjoying hot pot. Su Yu and his companions scrutinized the photo, acknowledging that they were indeed attractive. This was commendable. However, the uniformity among the three companions was striking. They all possessed large eyes and oval faces, their smiles appearing somewhat artificial. Yet, the focus remained on their figures. One was curvaceous, another possessed delicate features, and the last appeared to have a C-cup. Wukong and Zhu Wan were already smitten. Zhu Wan declared emphatically, "The one with the delicate features is mine. I'm captivated by her adorable smile. Excuse me, I need a girl who can give me a warm embrace, so I'll take the C, ahem." The generously endowed one. Wukong coughed twice, his choice equally decisive. As for Su Yu, he was indifferent. They were all likely affluent, so there wouldn't be much difference. Of course, he was merely observing. Su Yu shrugged. "Whatever makes you happy. I'm just here for a free meal. As for anything else, I'll pass." Zhao Ting approached Su Yu, put his arm around his shoulder, and whispered in his ear, "Don't worry, brother Yu. I'll let you in on a secret. My treasure has another companion who's amazing. I'm saving her for you. I'll introduce you later. I heard her family owns a real estate company. They're loaded." Su Yu, good brother. You truly are a good brother. That's the kind of wealthy woman I'm aiming for. While Su Yu and his friends were engrossed in their conversation, they failed to notice Hua Yu sitting by the window in a nearby CAF, her gaze fixed on Su Yu. Hua Yu delicately stirred the latte in her cup with a slender finger. Seeing the excited expressions on their faces, she felt a pang of unease. What is this? He confessed to me just the other day, and now he's already moved on? Hua Yu felt aggrieved. The thought she had harbored that day vanished once more. Of course, she had followed them not only to observe their activities but also to find an opportunity to confess her feelings. She resolved to rush out and confess when they met. She couldn't allow Su Yu to fall for someone else. Is Su Yu pretending, or does he genuinely dislike me? Hua Yu lowered her head, gazing at the coffee in her cup. lost in thought. She genuinely regretted her actions. However, Suyu no longer reciprocated her feelings. Was this reaping what she had sown? He can't just stop liking me. No way. I'm determined to win you over. Suyu. Huayu, dressed in blue jeans and a white top, exuded an undeniable charm. Her mere presence drew numerous men who approached her for her contact information. While Huayu was lost in her thoughts, Suyu and his companions, still excitedly discussing how to woo the girls, received a message from Zhao Ting's treasure. Treasure, we're here in the parking lot. Come quickly. Her voice was as soft and endearing as ever, stirring Zhao Ting's heart. He was clearly infatuated. Okay, treasure. Where are you? Under the disapproving gazes of Suyu and his friends, Peach Blossom Ting replied to his treasure in a saccharine tone. Ding dong. Baby. We're in the first row of parking spaces. You know our car, right? Hearing this, Peach Blossom Ting pocketed his phone, puffed out his chest, adjusted his hairstyle, and confidently raised his head, proclaiming, Brothers, let's go. I must make a good impression when meeting my treasure. He had been in an online relationship for quite some time. Although they had never video chatted, the photos she posted on Moments couldn't be fake. Moreover, they had arrived in a Porsche 718. What did that signify? Her status as an affluent Lolita was undeniable. Wukong and Zhu Wen followed closely behind, eagerly keeping pace. Only Suyu seemed to have transformed, leisurely trailing behind with a newfound aura of maturity and depth. Observing the excitement of his roommates, who behaved as if they had never seen the world, Suyu couldn't help but shake his head and smile. A gentleman is the ultimate weapon. Suyu, with his hands in his pockets, followed a short distance behind the others. Arriving at the parking lot, Zhao Ting scanned the area, identified the direction, and led Wukong and Zhu Wen forward. Treasure. I'm here, here. In the next moment, Zhao Ting, Wukong, and Zhu Wen were struck by a collective sense of horror. What the hell? Where's my treasure? Chapter 016. Brave one, where is your sweetheart? A hint of trepidation flickered in the eyes of the three men as they beheld the two Porsche 718s parked before them, where four young women were posing for photographs. However, the focal point of their concern lay elsewhere. Where's my darling? Zhao Ting murmured incessantly. Why are there people taking pictures beside her car? Such occurrences were not entirely uncommon, as many young women now enjoyed capturing moments in front of others' vehicles. Yet, the girls in question appeared somewhat robust. Moreover, they were clad in JK uniforms. Zhu Wen and Wukong, initially exhilarated, gradually subdued their excitement. Wukong nudged Zhao Ting and whispered, Why not send a message to your sweetheart and see if she's inside the car? Indeed, it was prudent to ascertain the truth first. Zhu Wen removed his glasses and dabbed at them with a tissue, revealing that his hands trembled slightly. Zhao Ting nodded fervently. I'll do it. He promptly retrieved his phone, opened the messaging app, and sent a voice message to his cherished one. Darling, where are you? I've arrived, but I can't see you. After dispatching the message, Zhao Ting set his phone down and gazed silently ahead. The air grew eerily quiet, devoid of the initial impulse and thrill. The trio stood there, rubbing their hands together, the atmosphere thick with the sensation of time dragging on interminably. Ding! The notification sound broke the silence, prompting Zhao Ting to hastily pull out his phone and play the voice message. Darling, I'm right here by the car. Hearing the message, Zhao Ting felt a rush of confusion, yet he could not resist sending another voice message. But I can't see you. Could it be that my sweetheart hadn't exited the vehicle? At this point, the playful tone of his thoughts dissipated, replaced by the voice of a burly man. Wukong, still clinging to a sliver of hope, suggested, Perhaps your sweetheart hasn't gotten out yet. This was the only explanation that could provide him some comfort. Zhao Ting and Zhu Wen nodded in agreement. Exactly. Those must be mere bystanders taking photos. It cannot possibly be my darling. In an effort to reassure himself, Zhao Ting scrolled through his photo album, pulling up a picture of his beloved. He inhaled deeply. This is my sweetheart. Sweet, adorable, and delicate. How could she possibly resemble them? For once, Wukong and Zhu Wen remained silent, both having set their sights on Zhao Ting's sweetheart's friends that could hardly concede defeat so easily. After several seconds, Zhao Ting's phone chimed again. Darling, where are you? I'll come find you. You see, you can't even locate your own car. The same soft, endearing voice stirred Zhao Ting's emotions. This time, his gaze remained fixed ahead, oblivious to the three girls who had taken out their phones to respond to him. His fragile heart felt a touch of reassurance. Otherwise, he would have been on the brink of collapse. I'm at the right entrance of the parking lot, baby. Please come over. With that, Zhao Ting felt a wave of relief wash over him. Wukong noticed this change and allowed a small smile to grace his lips. See, I told you those girls were just here to take pictures. The mood lightened, and anticipation filled the air. The photos Zhao Ting had shared earlier were indeed quite appealing. If this worked out, there would be no regrets in college. Moreover, who needed a bicycle when one could have such a wonderful girlfriend? Zhu Wen adjusted his glasses. His tone now relaxed. Indeed, your sweetheart and her friends are still in the car. There is no need to rush. However, the girls ahead did not quite meet their standards. They appeared to be around 1.6 meters tall and were undeniably robust, far beyond what their slender frames could endure. Only delicate ladies could be embraced by them. Although the girls had pleasant facial features, if they were to slim down, they could certainly be considered beauties. Yet, their weight, over 130 pounds, was a deterrent. The notion of investing in potential stocks was something they, despite studying finance, felt ill-equipped to discuss. Zhao Ting nodded in agreement. You're all correct. I won't dispute your insights. I'll begrudgingly concede to your viewpoints this time. Otherwise, I fear I may not convince myself. Just then, a voice called out from behind them. What are you all doing standing around? They turned to see Suyu, a man of striking presence, exuding calm confidence as he approached with his hands in his pockets. Well, the trio gasped in unison. Who is this? They marveled at his exceptional charisma and composure. A man who bore the weight of experience. They were reluctant to admit it, but Suyu's entrance had somewhat disrupted their plans. No woman could resist such a man. His depth was irresistible, inviting one to delve deeper into his essence. In that face, without it, even a striking demeanor would pose little threat. Brother Yu, what has transformed you into such a model of sophistication? Wukong inquired, scanning him from head to toe. Suyu scoffed. You lot? A bunch of kids. Can't you be a bit more mature like me? Do you even know who I am? A man with a system. And I am well versed in the art of the correct way to enjoy soft rice. I have mastered the art of charisma. The trio remained speechless. Brother Yu, look down. You dropped something. Zhu Wen suddenly pointed at Suyu's feet in alarm. Suyu immediately broke character, looking down in confusion. What did I drop? Your dignity. Didn't you see? It shattered all over the ground. Suyu? Dignity? I was aware I had any. Without further ado, Suyu curiously surveyed the surroundings. Brave one, where is your sweetheart? Didn't you mention 4 friends? Zhao Ting replied casually. My darling said she is on her way. Suyu nodded. Then his demeanor returned to its previous calm, his gaze penetrating and expression serene, prompting the trio to silently commend his acting prowess. After a brief wait, suddenly, the door of the Porsche 718 swung open, drawing their attention. Here she comes, as Zhao Ting and his friends watched eagerly. A pair of legs clad in black stockings emerged from the passenger seat. Here is the refined version of the text, Chapter 017. Darling, we finally meet. A pair of long legs encased in black silk stockings are invariably captivating. Even women find them irresistible, so how could men possibly resist? Gee, good, stammered Wukong, his eyes gleaming with undisguised lust. However, as the black silk-clad figure straightened, a woman of somewhat unconventional proportions emerged from the passenger seat. The scene was mirrored in the adjacent vehicle. Standard black silk. Yet, there was something unsettling about those legs. Do they seem a bit stout? Zhu Wen observed, his vision aided by his spectacles. As the occupants gradually appeared, everyone froze. Zhao Ting was utterly dumbfounded, his gaze fixated on his darling's Porsche 718. From the driver's seat of the gaudy pink sports car emerged a petite woman, barely 5 feet tall. However, the sight of her thick legs clad in a JK uniform and black stockings sent Zhao Ting into a state of utter shock. Hefty. Her legs were not only sturdy but also fleshy. Moreover, her face bore no resemblance to the photos his darling had sent. Gone was the slender face, the doe-like eyes, and the alluring red lips. Instead, there was a round, fleshy countenance. Zhao Ting felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his mind reeling. How could this be? How could this be? He muttered in disbelief. While her features were discernible, her eyes appeared to be perpetually half-closed. Zhu Wen and Wukong, having witnessed the occupants of the 2 Porsches, swallowed hard. Their legs involuntarily recoiled. What the heck? Their eyes widened with shock and horror. This can't be. The photos? In their eyes, the women emerging from the Porsches were either overweight, afflicted with pockmarks, or possessed minuscule eyes. There was no trace of fair skin, captivating beauty, or long legs. They were entirely different from their photographs. Impossible. There must be some mistake. Am I still dreaming? Zhao Ting muttered, snapping himself out of his stupor with a resounding slap to the face. He fumbled for his phone and hastily composed a message. Darling, you. Speechless, Zhao Ting struggled to find the appropriate words. As soon as he sent the message, He saw the stout girl raise her phone to listen to the voice note, then respond. Darling, I see you. Why are you hitting yourself? Is it because I'm too beautiful? Her tone remained sweet and gentle. However, that face. Upon hearing the reply, Zhao Ting was utterly devastated. His face ashen. Someone, please, just kill me. Wukong and Zhu Wen, standing beside Zhao Ting, were equally numb, questioning the very fabric of reality. Despair permeated their expressions. We actually fell for this charade. Wukong exclaimed, his voice devoid of emotion. You misled us. Where is the fair skin, the captivating beauty, the long legs? Photos are nothing but lies. Zhao Ting swallowed hard, his voice trembling. I don't know. Why are you asking me? I'm just as clueless as you are. Of all those present, Zhao Ting was undoubtedly the most distraught. His girlfriend, who was supposed to be gentle, adorable, and skilled at coaxing, had turned out to be. Zhu Wen, on the verge of tears, pleaded, please, don't ever do this again. I'm terrified. If he could turn back time, Zhu Wen would retract his previous envy of Zhao Ting. Envy? No, all I want to do now is leave. Why won't my legs obey me? Zhao Ting, unable to speak, could only stammer, can someone help me? Please, take me away from here. He just wanted to escape, to pretend that none of this had ever happened. Wukong chuckled mirthlessly. Sorry, my legs are about to buckle. I want to leave too. Help you? Look at my condition. Zhu Wen was about to speak when one of the approaching flowers winked at him, causing him to nearly faint. Please, can I just pass out now? Zhu Wen was on the verge of tears. Initially, they had been intimidated by the three photographers, but now, the photographers seemed far more appealing. At least they were just tall and muscular, and their faces were still pleasant to look at. But these women, Andes, may I ask your ages? The three men were no longer excited or impulsive, but rather on the verge of retreating. They had envisioned beauty, fair skin, long legs, and slender waists. Slender waists? Where? They couldn't discern a waistline anywhere. The three men stood trembling, Zhao Ting's towering height of 6 feet 3 inches making him particularly conspicuous. He continued to clutch his phone, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Are you the pretty girl in the middle wearing the JK uniform, black stockings, and pigtails? He could only hope for a miracle. However, a loud, girlish voice suddenly shattered the silence, startling the three men. The stout girl in the middle, the only one wearing a JK uniform, black stockings, and pigtails, squinted her eyes and waved her chubby hand excitedly. Darling, we're so close, no need for voice messages. It was the same voice. But how could such a voice come from such a physique? Zhao Ting, who is your darling? The girl's loud exclamation drew the attention of everyone in the parking lot. They watched in astonishment as a stout girl, seemingly weighing over 150 pounds, ran towards a towering figure. Darling, we finally meet. Thud. Chapter 018. Handsome. Shall we indulge in some grilled kidneys together? Upon uttering this phrase, the plump girl immediately dashed towards Zhao Ting with an exuberance that surpassed even his own initial excitement. The onlookers couldn't help but murmur in astonishment. What a hearty appetite this fellow has. One commented. No, wait. His approach seems rather opportunistic, another chimed in. Zhao Ting. Upon witnessing the girl, who was shorter yet considerably heavier than himself, charging towards him, felt his face drain of color. Please don't come any closer. Propriety dictates that men and women maintain a respectful distance. He protested, shaking his head fervently as if to express a vocal objection. However, his efforts were in vain. The plump girl, undeterred, pouted playfully as she lunged into his embrace. Oh, darling, don't be so shy. I certainly don't mind. Her voice was sweet and endearing. Yet at that moment, Zhao Ting wished for nothing more than to vanish from existence. With a thud, his legs weakened, and he was unable to evade her advance. They both fell heavily to the ground. Although the crowd was not vast, a number of female students from Jiancheng University had gathered to witness the spectacle, and gasps of envy erupted among them. Ah, the bittersweet pangs of love. Stop, please. Zhao Ting exerted all his strength to resist, but against the petite arms of the girl, he found himself utterly powerless. In an instant, he surrendered to her embrace. Oh, how I've missed you. Finally, I get to see you in person, and you are indeed quite handsome. The girl gazed down at him, her charming eyes sparkling with delight. Zhao Ting could even hear the sound of her swallowing, which sent a chill down his spine. Next to Zhao Ting, Zhu Wen and Wukong had already managed to evade the chaos with a swift maneuver, narrowly avoiding the situation. Goodness, why was it never mentioned that our sturdy friend had such peculiar tastes? Wukong's eyes were wide with fright, his heart racing with trepidation. Zhu Wen nodded vigorously. Indeed. I now view Zhao in a new light. While others may be fierce, Zhao seems to possess an even more intricate character. Just as they began to catch their breath, two more figures approached and stood beside them, softly inquiring, "Are you Zhao Ting's roommates?" At the sound of that voice, Wukong and Zhu Wen felt a shiver run down their spines. They turned slowly, only to find two older women smiling warmly at them. Wukong's throat felt dry. About that. I'm not quite sure how to respond. To deny it would be awkward, especially with Zhao, who had fallen. Casting a hopeful glance in his direction, one of the women, standing next to Zhu Wen, casually draped her arm over his shoulder, offering him warmth. "Hey there, handsome. Are you free tonight? I'd love to treat you to some barbecue." Zhu Wen's body stiffened instantly. He was more rigid than a corpse. He could barely muster the courage to reply, his voice trembling. No thanks. That won't be necessary. Barbecue. Whoever enjoys that can indulge. I certainly do not. The older woman gently patted Zhu Wen's shoulder, chuckling. "Oh, why so formal? I own 5 properties in Jiangcheng." While most would find such a proposition enticing, Zhu Wen had no interest. His family was reasonably well off, owning a factory. They certainly didn't need to indulge in such trivialities. "I really can't. I'm allergic to barbecue," he insisted earnestly, pushing the woman's hand away. Meanwhile, Zhao Ting, still on the ground, was pulled upright, only to find the plump girl clinging to him. Refusing to let go, she squinted her eyes and smiled. "Oh, we're all friends here. I reserved a private dining room at a nearby restaurant. Let's all dine together." As a wealthy individual, she was not concerned about money. "May I ask how old you all are?" Zhao Ting summoned his courage to inquire. He could hardly believe that his darling was. Where was the frail girl from the photos? Wasn't this supposed to be a sweet romance? Who had added a hint of poison to his online love affair? Unfazed, the plump girl cheerfully responded, "Oh, I'm just 26. The perfect age to meet someone as wonderful as you." Zhao Ting nearly retched at her words. "But you claimed you were 18. How could he, a blossoming 19-year-old, have been so deceived? Did you not say you were 18? He exclaimed in disbelief. In response, the plump girl playfully blushed, squeezing his waist with her chubby hands, and cooed, "Oh, in an online romance, one must always embellish a little." Wukong interjected, "What about your friends?" The plump girl replied casually, "My friends are just a tad older than I. They're all 31. Zhao Ting, Wukong, Zhu Wen, see you. Scratching his head, this revelation left everyone utterly bewildered. See you, intrigued, surveyed his roommates. "Well, it seems my roommates have quite an appetite for robust offerings. I certainly wouldn't fare as well." The plump girl, still playfully caressing Zhao Ting, inquired, "Darling, did you not mention you had 3 roommates? Where's the 4th? At this, Zhao Ting, Wukong, and Zhu Wen simultaneously directed their hopeful, pleading gazes towards Suyu. Under the weight of their complex expressions, Suyu felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Following their gaze, the plump girl and her companions noticed Suyu's presence, and their eyes lit up in unison. "What a handsome man," exclaimed one of the unaccompanied aunties, swallowing hard. "Shall we go for some grilled kidneys together?" Chapter 19. This wind must not blow. Toxic in an instant, all eyes turned to Suyu, brimming with curiosity. Whether it was the onlookers or his roommates, who were forcibly embraced by the 3 ants, everyone was eager to discover whether Suyu would choose camaraderie or something else. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Suyu scratched his head. The alluring charm that had previously surrounded him had vanished without a trace. With a cheerful smile, he declared, "I am merely a bystander." As he spoke, he casually produced a bag of sunflower seeds from somewhere and began to crack them open, unfazed by their astonished expressions. "You need not look at me. I am not acquainted with them. Goodness, they wish to drag me into their troubles." Suyu cast a fleeting glance at the curvaceous figure standing nearby. Indeed, she matched the earlier description perfectly, but her appearance was far from Suyu's aesthetic preference. Even if she met his standards, he had no desire to engage. The age gap was simply too vast for a 19-year-old like him to contemplate. After all, this beauty was 31. How could he possibly entertain such an idea? He could easily identify the reject button, even with his eyes closed. While munching on seeds, Suyu declared, "Do not look at me. I am merely here for the show." Having uttered those words, he turned to leave. It was absurd to expect him to share in their misfortunes. Yet he could indulge in shared prosperity, but not in such dire straits. The 3 ants were no mere nuisances. They were a menace. Zhao Ting, Zhu Wen, and Wukong, who found themselves at the mercy of the ants, were utterly dumbfounded. "What happened to your previous bravado? Why this sudden retreat?" Zhao Ting shouted in desperation. "Brother, dear brother, you cannot just leave like this. What am I to do? I cannot resist." So you glanced at him and sighed, "My friend, though we are quite familiar, my mother did not bear you. She traveled a great distance to see you. Are you certain you do not wish to catch up? Truly. She was a wealthy woman, and how could one relinquish such an opportunity? What happened to your earlier enthusiasm? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ting's little sweetheart couldn't help but chuckle. What this handsome gentleman says is quite right. So, shouldn't we go out for a meal together? We cannot let such a charming young man slip away. The four women were clearly intent on befriending the young man, hinting at a feast of roasted delicacies. Siyu waved his hands in refusal. Ladies, no need. I must go eat. Farewell. After uttering this final remark, he fled without a second thought. But then, a voice called after him. Handsome, why are you running so fast? Let me take you for a spin. It was the curvaceous ant who had spoken. With a swift sidestep, Siyu evaded her advance. Seeing her miss, the ant remained undeterred, still smiling. Come on, sister. I have something delightful for you. A shiver ran down Suyu's spine. Though these women were affluent, they were simply not to his taste. Surely, the system that rejected easy living wouldn't permit him to stoop so low? He resolutely replied, Sister, you misunderstand me. While I too desire a life of ease, I truly cannot partake in your hard dishes. The doctor has advised me to consume soft meals and avoid anything too tough. Your offerings are simply too hard. The curvaceous ant stood momentarily stunned, but before she could react, Suyu had already made his escape. As he dashed out of the parking lot, he called back, Gentlemen, refined ones, and cads, I shall leave no door open for you tonight. Enjoy yourselves. His voice grew fainter as he disappeared from view, leaving no opportunity for a response. Zhao Ting and the others were left in shock. Brother you. He just left like that. How utterly untrustworthy. They wanted to voice their grievances, but the current situation did not allow for it. As the handsome young man slipped away, Zhao Ting's little sweetheart felt a twinge of regret, but quickly moved on. Darling, let us go eat and later catch a movie, she said, her voice still sweetly innocent. Yet, every time Zhao Ting glanced at her face, he felt a sense of horror. He forced a chuckle and asked, why do you look so different from your photos? This was an entirely different person. If it weren't for the prominent mole on her neck, he would have never believed this was the same little sweetheart from the pictures. Ugh. The thought of having called her darling so many times filled Zhao Ting with despair. The little sweetheart playfully poked him in the stomach and giggled. Oh, girls always like to edit their photos a little. Do not mind it. Though there may be some differences, it isn't too much, right? Zhao Ting felt sullied and his thoughts became a tangled mess. How could she claim it was merely a minor edit? It was a monumental alteration. Indeed, said the little sweetheart, noticing that both of her friends had companions. Let us go. It's late, and I'm starving. We must eat. With that, the plump girl tugged Zhao Ting toward the parking lot, accompanied by Wukong and the slender Zhuan. In stark contrast to their excitement, Zhao Ting and his friends wore expressions of utter despair. After a lengthy debate, they were finally released, but only after assurances that they would not escape. Gathered together, they found themselves ensnared by the four women, who clearly had no intention of letting them slip away. Wukong leaned closer to Zhao Ting and whispered, What should we do? We are trapped between a rock and a hard place. Zhao Ting, feeling numb, replied, What else is there to do but enjoy a free meal? After we're full, we'll find a way to escape. Through this ordeal, he had learned a valuable lesson. Online romances can be perilous. You never truly know what your beloved looks like beyond the screen. Zhu Wen, in a moment of realization, removed his glasses and refused to put them back on. He was terrified of what he might see. I suddenly understand how blissful it is to be unable to see clearly. With glasses, I can discern everything from 100 meters away. Without them, 10 meters, and I cannot distinguish between genders. 20 meters, and I cannot differentiate between humans and animals. When I wear my glasses, I can see their smiles, an indescribable horror. Especially when he caught a whiff of their overpowering perfume, he nearly fainted. Old Zhao, I can no longer associate with you. You have deceived me. What are you all talking about? Hurry up and eat. Then we'll take you for a spin. At that, the trio was utterly terrified. This wind must not blow. It is toxic. Chapter 20. I treat you, you add me. Isn't this a fair trade? Unlike Zhao Ting and the other two, Siyu cleverly positioned himself at the back from the very beginning. Thus, when he sensed that events were taking an unfavorable turn, he promptly made his escape. What does it matter about one's demeanor or living off others? Surely, one's own physical and mental well-being takes precedence. Unfortunately, the three of them were whisked away by four ladies for a meal, significantly diminishing the chances of their return this evening. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most critical aspect was that they had originally planned to enjoy a sumptuous feast at Zhao Ting's expense. And now this unexpected twist left Suyu feeling quite regretful. Alas, these three gluttons had appetites that sought only the finest of dishes. As Suyu strolled along the bustling street, he shook his head, reflecting on the absurdity of it all. Regardless of the perspective one took, he appeared to revel in their misfortune, not a hint of change in his demeanor. Yet, it was indeed a fact, upon encountering the four ladies. The trio could hardly bear to leave. What a remarkable bunch. Sighing, he acknowledged his solitude. With hands clasped behind his head, he gazed skyward, lamenting. Although the modern sky obscured the stars, this habit of reflection endured. First, he ought to find a place to satiate his hunger. After a brief walk, hunger struck. He had barely eaten at noon, saving space for a feast. What was the outcome? Ambling through this commercial street, he stumbled upon a less frequented beef noodle shop. Planning to indulge in a bowl of beef noodles. Upon entering the noodle shop, as he perused the menu, Huayu unexpectedly emerged from behind him. Seeing Suyu enter, she hesitated, contemplating whether to follow. Since their encounter in the parking lot, she had been somewhat tailing him, initially believing they would meet a beautiful young lady. She had even rehearsed how to confront Suyu. However, the reality surpassed her expectations, proving to be quite the spectacle. Especially after overhearing Suyu's conversation with one of the ladies, she still chuckled at the recollection. Look at you rejecting me. Now realizing that beautiful women are not easily found, are you? This incident boosted Huayu's confidence immensely. She felt certain that if she acted unexpectedly, she would succeed in confessing her feelings. Should she venture inside and feign an accidental encounter? Standing in place, she pondered. Although she acknowledged her feelings for Suyu, she was reluctant to transition from being proactive to reactive so swiftly. She had heard that proactive women are often taken for granted, hence her hesitation. Yet, if she remained passive, she and Suyu would remain strangers. This was the most distressing aspect, especially after last night, when she had encountered another campus beauty at the school gate who had expressed her gratitude. This had intensified her sense of urgency. The other girl was no less than herself. In terms of beauty, physique, and family background, she undoubtedly excelled. Perhaps I should just go? Huayu bit her lip. Just as she resolved to enter the noodle shop, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure stepping in ahead of her. Bai, what is she doing here? Huayu gasped. Bai was the very girl who had thanked her that evening. Suyu entered the beef noodle shop, glanced at the menu overhead, and called out, "Boss, one bowl of beef noodles, with extra beef and plenty of cilantro. Cilantro is the essence." "All right, handsome. Please take a seat," the boss replied. Suyu nodded, casually selecting a table, pulling out his phone to open the WeChat mini program for playing landlord. Just logging in to collect my welfare. Watching a few ads daily, I could earn a few thousand beans. If luck is on my side, I might play 3 or 5 rounds, but usually it's a wipeout. Commonly known as a welfare specialist. Landlord. King Bomb. After 1 round. So you once again faced a wipeout, subsequently watching ads to claim 500 beans in welfare. Boss, 1 bowl of beef noodles with extra cilantro. While Suyu was engrossed in watching ads, a melodious voice reminiscent of a lark rang out, captivating. However, Suyu was solely focused on his welfare and paid no heed. Just as he finished claiming his beans, a figure stood before him, her voice bright and clear. "Hello. May I sit here?" Suyu looked up, surprise flickering in his eyes. Before him sat a girl clad in a light blue printed t-shirt and a white pleated skirt, revealing perfectly straight and long legs. Her exquisite oval face, framed by elegantly arched brows and bright almond-shaped eyes, complemented her moderately full, soft red lips, evoking an irresistible desire to kiss. Her light brown, slightly wavy hair was tied into a bun with a scrunchie, cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Youthful vitality. Beautiful. This was his sole thought. Yet, it remained just a fleeting notion. He harbored no further intentions. Women can be as tumultuous as a flood. They merely distract one's focus while playing landlord. Everything else was of little consequence. Casually glancing at her, Suyu quickly returned his gaze to his phone. Lost in thought, the girl, upon sitting down, also remained silent, engrossed in her phone. After playing several rounds of landlord, the boss arrived with their bowls of beef noodles. "Here you go, your beef noodles." Suyu and the girl simultaneously looked up and thanked the boss, their synchronicity amusing. After exchanging a smile, they quietly began to enjoy their beef noodles, creating an illusion of intimacy. Initially, a few young patrons in the shop contemplated approaching the girl for her WeChat or phone number, but upon witnessing the two sitting quietly together in their synchronized responses, they thought better of it. "Never mind, we're not worthy." While eating, Suyu's peripheral vision caught sight of the girl across from him, delicately savoring her noodles. Beautiful. Suyu silently praised her. Indeed, she was lovely. Moreover, she exuded tranquility. Unlike Hua-Yu's aloofness, this girl radiated grace and gentleness, embodying the demeanor of a refined lady. Her aura was palpable. It took approximately 15 minutes to finish a bowl of noodles. As Suyu wiped his mouth, he picked up his phone to inquire about the bill. Boss, how much is it? Just as he called out, the girl across from him interjected, let me treat you. Huh? Before Suyu could fully comprehend, the girl had already extended her phone toward him, displaying a QR code. Staring at her in astonishment, he noticed her playful wink as she gently said, I'll treat you. You add me. This trade is quite advantageous. Wouldn't you agree? It took Suyu a moment to process her words, before he smiled and nodded. Indeed, it's advantageous. Ding. Friend added successfully. What's your name? I'm Bai. Chapter 21. What a coincidence. All coincidences are man-made by Ing? What a pleasant name. Suyu chuckled. My name is Suyu. Although he did not indulge in a lavish feast today, savoring a bowl of beef noodles enriched with tender beef seemed a fair consolation. With a playful wink, Bai Ying replied, I know. If I didn't know you, why would I approach you to ask for your WeChat? Wait, you're also from Jiangxing University? Suyu paused, momentarily taken aback before realizing the connection. Bai Ying nodded. Yes, I'm a sophomore majoring in finance. Suyu was in the financial engineering program. Though both fields pertained to finance, they diverged significantly. Financial engineering required advanced mathematics, mathematical modeling, and computational techniques to analyze financial issues and create models and financial instruments to solve problems. In contrast, finance students gained a broader understanding of the financial sector, including investment banking and insurance, while financial engineering students developed superior programming skills. Suyu, though surprised, was not overly astonished. After all, few would ask a stranger for contact information if they were unfamiliar. After a brief conversation, Bai Ying paid for both bowls of beef noodles, totaling 42 yuan, a relatively high expense for an ordinary meal. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it. Rather, 42 yuan could suffice for an entire day's groceries. As they exited the noodle shop, they continued to converse. Suddenly, Bai Ying inquired, By the way, are you free next Friday? Why? What is up? Suyu, though somewhat nonchalant and a touch oblivious, had been somewhat influenced by the correct way to eat soft rice, and was less prone to typical male behavior. Additionally, he bore the title of an emotional master, setting him apart from the average man. Bai Ying, with her hands clasped behind her back and her chin slightly raised, remarked, Next Friday marks the end of the freshman military training. The school mentioned hosting a welcome party for the new students. Oh, I see, Suyu recalled. The military training commenced on the second day of the semester and lasted for 9 days, concluding next Friday. However, he had little interest in such matters as they did not pertain to him. Why do you need me? They paused in front of an ice cream shop, and Suyu bought 2 cones, 1 vanilla and 1 strawberry. Bai Ying took the strawberry cone, tasted it, and found it a tad cold, letting out a small puff of breath. Observing her, Suyu couldn't help but smile. Bai Ying casually remarked, My teacher wants me to sing a song at the welcome party. I think your piano, guitar skills, and your songs are wonderful. So I thought to ask if you'd like to be my partner. Of course, if you're not interested, that's perfectly fine. As they strolled, consuming their ice creams and engaging in light-hearted banter, they became an attraction on the street. Drawing glances from passers-by, men admiring Bai Ying's beauty and women charmed by Suyu's smile. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu bit into his cone, mumbling, Sure. Why not? It's not a big deal. Mainly, I can showcase my personal charm. This was paramount to him, with the system in place. His goal was to attract affluent women who would indulge him, only for him to decline. Yet, at Jiangxing University, he remained a licking dog. Having confessed his feelings 99 times without success, where else could he find affluent women besides working as a prince at a nightclub? In the finance department alone, he knew of at least 10 students hailing from wealthy families. For instance, the girl he had turned down earlier, Hua-Yu, was not an exception. However, the mere act of rejecting her confession had already netted him 50,000 yuan. The temptation was indeed substantial. It seemed he still had an unused lottery chance. Bai Ying, surprised yet pleased by Suyu's swift agreement, asked, You're willing to be my partner? Weren't you always reluctant to participate in activities? Shrugging indifferently, Suyu replied, You treated me to beef noodles. It would be unreasonable not to oblige your request. But you only bought me ice cream, Bai Ying countered, lifting her half-eaten cone. Suyu, feigning seriousness, declared that as 2 separate concepts, the important part is that I'm treating you. Please refrain from questioning my generosity. I simply wish to participate. Bai Ying chuckled, her laughter ringing light and pleasant. All right, I understand. By the way, would you like some braised pig's trotters? They're delicious. No, thanks. I'd gain weight, he replied, their playful exchange echoing in the air. Meanwhile, Hua-yu, who had been trailing behind, felt a pang of discomfort upon witnessing Su-yu's agreement with Bai Ying. It was as though an invisible hand had squeezed her heart, causing it to ache. This should have been her treatment, she mused. How could he agree to someone else? Yet, she acknowledged that she had brought this upon herself and had no grounds to intervene. I want to give up, Hua-yu muttered resolutely as she stepped forward, clutching 2 cups of milk tea, heading towards Su-yu. In the meantime, Su-yu and Bai Ying ambled down the street towards the bus station. Here, I'll treat you to this soda, Bai Ying said, her face clouded with frustration as she held a container of braised pig's trotters, a bottle of cola, and a can of Yuanchi Forest. Su-yu glanced at her and said, I want the other bottle. Bai Ying retorted, it's generous enough to offer you this soda. Stop being picky. She forcefully shoved the drink into Su-yu's hands. Fine, he conceded, feeling resigned. Just as they approached the bus stop, Hua-yu's voice rang out from behind them. Su-yu, what a coincidence. What brings you here? Turning around, Su-yu spotted Hua-yu standing behind him, casting a fleeting glance. Indeed, what a coincidence, he replied, though inwardly he thought, what a load of nonsense. All coincidences are contrived by humans. Chapter 022, Young Man. What exactly do you mean? Su-yu's aloof demeanor caused the smile that Hua-yu had mustered to falter. I greeted you with such enthusiasm. Yet you respond with such indifference? Couldn't you be a little more cordial? Couldn't you spare even a fraction of the warmth you showed Bai Ying? Hua-yu was somewhat disheartened. But what could she do? Oh, right. I was just buying bubble tea. The shop has a buy one get one free deal. How about I share one with you? Hua-yu, casting aside her wounded feelings, extended a bubble tea towards Su-yu. Her eyes were filled with anticipation, hoping he would accept. However, Su-yu raised his hand, saying, I'm sorry, I can't possibly hold any more. In his hand was the fat water that Bai Ying had given him. He didn't intentionally want to embarrass Hua-yu, but he genuinely had no desire. During the initial stages of his pursuit, Su-yu was genuinely captivated by her. The words he spoke during his 99th confession were indeed what he had been thinking all along. Perhaps he was being a bit excessive in order to fulfill the system's activation requirements, but he had genuinely liked her. It couldn't be said that he was entirely using Hua-yu. However, his affection, everything he had done, had all been trampled upon by Hua-yu. Those things she casually discarded were, in the past, carefully prepared for her. But after dozens of attempts, Hua-yu's attitude grew colder each day, and he became increasingly disillusioned. Even so, on the day of his 99th confession, he was still waiting for Hua-yu to accept him. If she had come out that day, even if Su-yu had been truly heartbroken, if she had chosen to accept, he would have been willing to abandon the system activation and choose Hua-yu. But she didn't. He waited for a very long time, and still didn't receive her response. Anyone would have lost all hope in that situation, right? That day was not only the death of hope, but also the moment he let go of the past. The instant he turned to leave, a torrential downpour began to fall from the dark and gloomy sky. It wasn't just the weather, but also his mood. Now that he had let go, Hua-yu was saying that she liked him? Didn't she know that when a man lets go, he truly lets go of everything? You could say that someone lacks patience, but you couldn't deny the sincerity of Su-yu's 99 confessions. The reason he was so resolute was because he had been hurt enough. Not proceeding with the 100th confession was his final act of self-respect, and also to leave that hope at the 99th. He wasn't a simp, nor was he someone without principles or self-respect. The air was momentarily silent. The hand that Hua-yu had raised was awkwardly suspended, unsure whether to lower it or not. Su-yu's attitude was clear and indifferent. There was no excitement, nor surprise at seeing her. Bai Ying noticed this and said with a smile, Su-yu, I'll be going now. Aren't you heading back to school? Su-yu asked in confusion. We've already walked all the way here. Bai Ying shook her head and declined, saying softly, I drove here. Su-yu? Why does everyone have a car except me? All right then. Despite his frustration, Su-yu nodded in agreement. I'm not worthy, am I? Sigh. Bai Ying waved at him, winked, and let out a melodious laugh. Then it's settled. Next Friday. All right, Su-yu said irritably. Did you think I would go back on my word? Obviously, I wouldn't. After all, I'm counting on this to turn the tables and live off a sugar mama. No. I mean to turn the tables and have a rich woman give me the soft treatment, and then I refuse. And then I go and live off the system. That's the perfect logic. Watching Bai Ying leave, Su-yu then turned his gaze back to the crestfallen Hua-yu. The bus is here. Aren't you leaving? After speaking, without waiting for Huayu to react, Siyu boarded the bus. He took out his phone, and with a beep, completed the payment. It's not like before. Now, all you need is a phone. Oh. Huayu was stunned for a moment, then followed him onto the bus. The two remained silent throughout the journey. Perhaps it was because the bus was quite crowded, and when Huayu sat next to him, Siyu saw an old woman come up and look for a seat, so he didn't hesitate to stand up and call out, "Auntie, please sit here." For a moment, everyone on the bus looked at him, but Suyu's expression remained calm. There was no embarrassment at all. The old woman was taken aback by this sudden enthusiasm and quickly said, "Young man, no need, no need." Siyu righteously helped the old woman to sit down and said with conviction, "Auntie, you don't have to be polite with me. We young people have plenty of strength. We can stand. And respecting the elderly and caring for the young is our dragon country's fine tradition." This speech moved the old woman. "No need, no need. The old woman quickly tried to get up, but Siyu pressed her back down. Siyu said sternly, "Auntie, just sit. I'm young. It's nothing to stand for a while. As a flower bud growing well in the motherland, I'm upholding the fine traditions of the dragon country. Giving up a seat? Isn't that what we should do?" Seeing Siyu's actions, Huayu was also stunned. "What was Siyu doing? I'm just sitting next to you. Did you have to get so worked up?" On the bus, many elderly and young people looked at him with shock and admiration. Goodness, there are still people who are so kind. If no one around was recording a video, they would have thought it was a performance. The old woman was very touched that there were still such considerate young people, but she still wanted to get up and said with emotion, "Young man, it's good that you haven't forgotten the traditional virtues. You young people also work hard. I don't have to do any work. You don't have to be so polite." Every time the old woman tried to get up and speak, she was interrupted by Siyu. "Auntie, you're old. You should enjoy life. We young people can endure hardship. It's nothing to stand for a while. Just sit. I'll stand. You don't need to give me your seat. I'm just someone who likes to help others and has the habit of respecting the elderly and caring for the young." Siyu spoke with great righteousness. The people around him were almost moved to tears. The young people were also very ashamed. "I'm ashamed. I didn't expect to be taught a lesson like this. This young man has a bright future. He deserves praise. However, what you're doing is a bit much." The old woman was increasingly confused. Although the old woman was very touched, she was still speechless and said, "Young man, what exactly do you mean? There are 7 or 8 empty seats on this bus. What do you mean by suddenly giving up your seat to me? I'm thinking it's only a meter or 2 to the back row, although I'm old. I'm not so weak that I can't even walk that distance, right?" Looking around, the back row of the bus was completely empty. However, Siyu said nonchalantly, "Auntie, I'm just respecting the elderly and caring for the young." Everyone? Huayu, on the bus. Siyu and the elderly woman maintained eye contact throughout the entire ride, leaving the other passengers bewildered. They questioned whether the handsome young man was mentally sound or afflicted with some ailment. Even Huayu, embarrassed by Suyu's staring contest with the old woman, hid her face in shame, wondering if this was truly the same dignified Siyu from before or if he had been replaced by an imposter. Upon reaching Jiangcheng University, Huayu quickly disembarked, followed at a leisurely pace by Siyu. As they exited the bus, the driver sped off. Fearing Siyu might resume his staring game with the old woman, Huayu, observing Siyu walking behind her with his hands clasped behind his head, playfully chided. "Siyu, what's gotten into you? Competing with an old woman for a seat? Really?" Siyu nonchalantly retorted, "What's wrong with offering a seat? Can't you be more mature? What was that all about?" Huayu questioned, exasperated. Siyu, now holding a braised pig trotter, donned a disposable glove and began to devour it. "I simply didn't want to sit with you," he declared. "Besides, who are you to dictate my actions? Are you satisfied now?" With that, Siyu quickened his pace, leaving Huayu behind as he entered the campus. Huayu stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at Suyu's retreating figure. "Didn't want to sit with me?" she murmured. "Indeed. Who am I to him? Why did I question him?" A pang of heartache struck her. She deeply regretted her actions. "I'm sorry," she thought. "I haven't fully transitioned from my previous role. I promise I won't act like that again. I'm the one who should be pursuing you, not speaking to you in such a manner." Huayu pondered for a long time, ultimately arriving at this conclusion. Little did she know, Siyu's cold demeanor stemmed from her and her friend's accusatory interrogation the day before, simply because he hadn't confessed his feelings. Huayu's tone implied that Siyu was in the wrong, as if he had wronged her, leaving him deeply disappointed. It seemed she had taken his previous kindness for granted. Such a person, he reasoned, was not worthy of his pursuit. Siyu, munching on his braised pig trotter, headed straight for his dormitory. After a refreshing shower, clad only in boxer shorts, he settled in front of his computer to play League of Legends. He had reached the rank of challenger. He felt at ease because he had locked the door, assuming his roommates wouldn't be back anytime soon. There was no need to leave the door open for them. His phone vibrated, signaling a message from Baiying. Siyu casually glanced at it, deciding to finish his game first. He could reply later. Destroying the Nexus was his priority. After another 20 minutes, Siyu, playing Lee Sin, demolished the enemy Nexus. His strategy with this champion was simple: build 2 items and then go all in. Turning off his computer, Siyu remembered the message and picked up his phone to respond. Baiying, are you planning to sing or play an instrument for accompaniment? It was about the event next Friday. Siyu was nonchalant about it, as he just needed to make an appearance and support Baiying. Of course, if there was a chance for some flirtation, wouldn't that further prove he had moved on? With that thought, Siyu typed, "What are your thoughts? Tell me, and I'll see." Shortly after, Baiying replied, "I was thinking you could play the piano or guitar, and I'll sing. I like the song Accident that you sang before. What do you think?" Accident. Upon seeing the title, Siyu recalled that during his 61st confession, the accompaniment and lyrics of the song had suddenly appeared in his mind. He had written it down, and it had unexpectedly become popular. Many entertainment companies had contacted him, wanting to buy the rights, with one offer reaching 2 million. However, Siyu had declined and instead gifted the rights to a singer he admired, Wu Gao, while retaining the right to use it himself. Wu Gao was known for having his songs frequently plagiarized. After a moment of contemplation, Siyu found the idea agreeable and replied, "Sounds good." Just as he sent the message, a system notification popped up in his mind. Ding. System mission issued. Accept. Siyu chose without hesitation. Next Friday, collaborate with Baiying in a duet. Please sing the song Just Met You with Baiying. Rewards will be distributed based on the popularity on that day. Huh? Siyu was taken aback by the mission conditions. Sing Just Met You? I've never heard of that song. Is it a song provided by the system? But isn't there something wrong with this mission? Rewards based on popularity? The entire Jiacheng University only has around 70,000 people. That's not enough popularity. Before Siyu could complain, Baiying sent another message. But Accident has been popular for a while. Even if you're the original singer, it might not generate much buzz now, right? Huh? Another mention of popularity? Siyu was puzzled. Why is popularity so important? Baiying quickly replied, "Don't you know? The school plans to live stream the freshman gala this time to increase Jiangcheng University's visibility." Upon seeing this message, Siyu's spirits lifted. It was like a pillow arriving just as he was falling asleep. What a coincidence. But I suspect the system knew about this, which is why it issued this mission. If that's the case, then we won't sing Accident, Siyu replied decisively, overturning their previous decision. After a while, Baiying responded, "Then what song do you want to sing? Another one of yours? Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Eating melon emoji. "No, it's a newly written song," Siyu said. If it was a song that didn't exist in this world, then it was one that the system had plagiarized from another parallel universe. Or rather, stolen. A parallel universe thieving system? Baiying's interest was piqued. What new song? What's the title? Just Met You. Chapter 024. Always exposing my secrets. Do I lack dignity? Just happened to meet you? In the girls' dormitory of Jiacheng University, within the adjacent building to Huayu's dormitory, in room 401, Baiying donned a pink bunny onesie. Her youthful face adorned with a facial mask costing over 20 yuan. Upon glancing at her tablet, she was somewhat taken aback by the song title sent by Siyu. Has he composed a new song again? After a brief wait, Baiying received the lyrics from Siyu. As she scrutinized the words, she found them rather delightful. Even humming a few lines involuntarily, remarkably catchy. Unable to contain her excitement, she promptly inquired, "When will you send me the accompaniment?" She felt an urge to sing. On the other end, Siyu replied with an awkward emoji. "I haven't even written the accompaniment yet." Goodness! Baiying exclaimed upon reading his message. "You barely had any time, and you're already writing a new song? How am I supposed to learn it?" She couldn't help but chuckle at Suyu's response. Indeed, what a character. However, the issue was not particularly grave. Baiying possessed a natural talent for singing. Due to family circumstances, her major had to align with finance. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly pursued music. Her interaction with Siyu stemmed from her genuine admiration for his songwriting. After a brief exchange, she felt satisfied when Siyu reluctantly promised to provide her with the accompaniment and rhythm by the next day. Following their conversation, laughter erupted in the dormitory. "Aang, why are you laughing so joyfully?" A girl from the upper bunk peered down, curiously observing Baiying. Are you chatting with Suyu? Another head popped out, grinning. You guessed it. Aang really asked for Suyu's WeChat. Really? The girl clad in a dinosaur onesie expressed her astonishment. Did you really ask him, Aang? The camaraderie in their dormitory was quite harmonious, devoid of any awkwardness, truly a normal living arrangement. Aang, without hesitation, nodded gently. Yes. I asked him tonight while I was out. She hadn't specifically stalked Suyu. She merely happened to see him entering a noodle restaurant while out shopping. So she decisively followed suit. Liking someone is simply liking them. Why conceal it? Ying's personality was straightforward. Once she had made up her mind, she would not beat around the bush, but rather get straight to the point, in stark contrast to Yu, who often hesitated and tested the waters based on the opinions of those around her. After being captivated by Suyu's songs, Ying sought to understand him better. She was aware that he had given up on confessing to Yu, so she kept her distance from him. It wasn't until Suyu ceased his attempts at confession and laid everything bare at the school gate that she began to consider approaching him. Upon hearing her words, the girl in the dinosaur onesie, named Xiaoyu, sat upright in bed, exclaiming, Aang, you really asked for Suyu's WeChat? He actually gave it to you? Ying regarded her calmly. Isn't that quite normal? Liking someone is just that. If he has no feelings for me, he'll simply let me know. And I'll walk away without a second thought. Do you think adding him would hinder our conversation? Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Absolutely. Now you can listen to Suyu sing for you in person. You've been looping those recorded short videos for an entire semester. I'm almost tired of them. Ying's face flushed, and her assertiveness waned. I merely appreciate his voice. Is it really necessary to voice it out loud? Always exposing my secrets. Do I lack dignity? Xiaoyu, recovering from her laughter, waved her hands dismissively. Oh, I know. You only admire his singing and not his figure, right? Xiaoyu, stop saying that. Aang isn't just captivated by his voice. She's clearly enamored with him entirely. Came the playful retorts from the other girls, filling the dormitory with cheerful laughter. Ying's cheeks turned crimson, akin to someone who had just been kissed. Although she yearned to retort, she decided against it. Let us just leave it be. As the trio bantered, Xiaoyu inquired curiously, Aang, have you invited Suyu? You're supposed to sing at the new student gala next Friday, right? Have you decided on your partner? Upon hearing this question, the other two girls looked on with eager anticipation for Ying's response. She nodded. Yes, I invited him. And Suyu agreed. Ooh. The dormitory was once again filled with a teasing atmosphere. Ying felt flustered, despite being a strong girl. She became bashful when it came to Suyu. Xiaoyu, brimming with excitement, asked, Are you planning to duet Unexpected, or his other song Extraterrestrial? I wish to hear both. Ying looked at Xiaoyu in disbelief. Didn't you say you were tired of Unexpected last semester? Why the sudden desire to hear it again? Xiaoyu puffed out her chest defiantly. I'm not tired of the live version of Unexpected, especially when it's a duet with you and Suyu. You're so double standard. Exactly. Xiaoyu, you're quite shameless. Don't you want to hear it? We do. As her roommates continued to tease her, Ying's exquisite face radiated a bright smile. Well, you might be disappointed. So you want to sing Unexpected or Extraterrestrial. What? Is that true? Upon hearing this news, Xiaoyu and the others immediately deflated. No songs. What is the point of the new student gala then? Xiaoyu, with a forlorn expression, lamented. I was planning to make a light board with Ying loves Suyu in glowing letters. Ying. Goodness. Are you trying to ruin my reputation? Despite Suyu not singing those two songs, she added. But what? The three of them leaned in, brimming with curiosity. But he will sing a new song. Wow. The atmosphere in Ying's dormitory was starkly different from that of Yu's. The individuals surrounding Yu, aside from Lu Tian being somewhat normal, were rather eccentric. Chapter 25. What sweetheart? Where on earth did I get a sweetheart? At 1 o'clock in the morning, Suyu finally finished transcribing the accompaniment for the song Just Happened to Meet You, which the system had provided him. Although he was proficient in several musical instruments, he still needed to find someone to synthesize the accompaniment. Fortunately, he knew a friend involved in music who could assist him. Thus, Suyu photographed the score and sent it to his musically inclined friend, requesting him to work on it according to his specifications. It would take approximately 2 days for the adjustments to be completed. Once he completed all these tasks, Suyu stretched lazily, feeling quite comfortable. He had to admit that he enjoyed this lifestyle, waking up each day to play around a bit before attending classes. Aside from the unresolved issue of rejecting a certain kind of soft rice, everything else was quite satisfactory. Suddenly, he recalled that he still had one lottery opportunity left. After rejecting the soft rice, the system not only rewarded him with 50,000 yuan but also granted him a lottery chance. Opening the system panel in his mind, Siyu mused. Opening. System. Reject soft rice system. Host. Siyu. System lottery. System mall. System backpack. Soft rice points. 100. Physical attributes. Strength. 105. Speed. 100. Constitution. 110. Charisma. 150. Perfect. Note. Normal adult attributes are 100. Skills. The system interface remained as simple as ever, which indirectly indicated his rather unimpressive status. The soft rice points amounted to a mere 100. What difference did that make compared to having just 100 yuan? None at all. Siyu felt a tear welling up, only to realize he was so impoverished that even his tears had run dry. Shaking his head, he called out, System. Use the lottery chance. I hope to draw something good. Images flashed in his mind, leading him to the lottery interface. A spinning wheel appeared before him, filled with various rewards. Among them were a Lamborghini, a Ferrari, and even a luxurious villa. He even spotted a grand prize, a super aerospace mothership. Remarkable. The soft rice system was indeed quite enticing. The pointer in the center of the wheel began to spin, finally landing on a gray square. Congratulations, host. Your luck has exploded, successfully drawing 10 high-end apartments in the center of Jiangqing. What? Siyu was momentarily stunned and then utterly speechless. 10 apartments. Dawning Garden? Upon hearing this announcement, Siyu was left in a daze. Although he wasn't particularly short on money and his family's circumstances were decent, the average price for a unit in Daunting Garden was around 50,000. That meant a total worth of 6 to 7 million. Well, I'm rolling in wealth. Siyu muttered to himself, and after a moment, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. Property deeds and keys have been stored in the system backpack and can be retrieved at any time. Upon hearing this prompt, Siyu felt little shock, simply realizing how delightful the Reject Soft Rice system truly was. He then browsed through the system mall of the Reject Soft Rice system, noting that the items were somewhat pricey. For example, he saw an item listed as follows: Lamborghini Veneno Limited Edition, price 1,000 soft rice points. Advanced Soft Rice Master Training Manual, price 2,000 soft rice points. Compared to these extravagant items, Siyu favored the Lamborghini a bit more. Moreover, it seemed he ought to obtain a driver's license soon. Otherwise, it would be somewhat inconvenient. Fortunately, acquiring a driver's license was now a simple task, as the novice package rewarded by the system included the driving skills of an experienced driver. Obtaining a license would be as easy as pie. At this moment, Siyu felt a surge of confidence. With a fortune in hand and 10 apartments under his name, his personal worth easily surpassed several million. How delightful. Exiting the system space, he noticed it was already 2 in the morning. After glancing at the time, he realized there were no messages from his 3 roommates on either QQ or WeChat, nor outside the dormitory. Feeling relieved, he locked the dormitory door and climbed into bed for a peaceful slumber. At precisely 7 in the morning, Siyu awoke on time. Opening his eyes, he took a moment to shake off the remnants of sleep. After about 10 minutes, he rubbed his eyes and got out of bed. After washing up and dressing, it was now 7:20. He opened the dormitory door, intending to head to the cafeteria for breakfast. Suddenly, boom. As soon as the door swung open, 3 figures abruptly tumbled in. Fortunately, Siyu had practiced a few evasive maneuvers, allowing him to dodge this unexpected ambush. Once he recognized the figures, he was astonished to find it was Zhao Ting and the others. What on earth are you 3 doing? Siyu inquired, noticing their lethargic demeanor. The weariness in their eyes suggested they had returned quite early, or perhaps hadn't slept at all. Zhao Ting, Wukong, and Zhu Wen struggled to sit up, silently plopping onto their respective stools. Brother I'm feeling unclean, Zhu Wen exclaimed as he seized a bottle of milk from the table, tearing it open and guzzling it down before launching into a lament. Siyu felt a pang of sympathy at the sight. However, upon noticing the lipstick marks on Zhu Wen's neck, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Yet, trained in self-discipline, he stifled his amusement. With a serious expression, Siyu asked, Zhu Wen, what do you mean by feeling unclean? What on earth happened? Did those 4 wealthy ladies torment you? Wait, you 3 didn't? A chill ran down his spine at the thought of that fatal question. Good heavens. Wukong, looking utterly drained, muttered, we never want to chat online again. The mere recollection of last night's events jolted him back to life. Observing their despondent expressions, Siyu turned his curious gaze towards Zhao Ting, who appeared completely dazed, staring blankly at the ceiling. His neck bore numerous lipstick marks. So, Zhao Ting, how did it go with your little sweetheart last night? Was it enjoyable? Little sweetheart. Upon hearing this term, Zhao Ting leaped up, shouting, what little sweetheart? Where on earth did I get a little sweetheart? I don't have a little sweetheart. I'm not even Zhao. Su Yu felt an overwhelming urge to applaud their reactions, but he burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Chapter 026 Indeed. You resemble your cousin at Jinling University, who is equally captivated by money. Although Su Yu was unaware of the events that transpired among the three of them last night at the hands of those four ladies, merely witnessing their dazed expressions allowed him to imagine the intensity of the experience. Last night must have been quite enthralling. Even Wukong, who frequently frequented the alleys, bore an expression of utter vacancy. Surely, something must have occurred. After all, he had heard from Zhuangshi that Wukong once spent an entire night conversing with a lady who appeared to be around 40. Such a feat certainly indicated that Wukong possessed a significantly higher tolerance than most. Yet, the aftermath of last night left him in this state. Su Yu felt a twinge of sympathy for him. He presented each of them with a bottle of goji berry and red date milk before taking a seat. Fixing his gaze on the utterly terrified Zhao Ting, and inquired, Zhuangshi, what exactly happened last night? Yugu, please, do not ask. I wish to forget. Zhao Ting exclaimed, gulping down an entire bottle of milk in one go. He then slumped back, staring at the ceiling in a bid to alleviate his discomfort. Goodness. You three weren't subjected to their torment, were you? Su Yu gasped, utterly astonished. How could you be so reckless as to not flee? He admired their audacity. Indeed. True men acted without hesitation or explanation. Upon hearing this, Zhuan sprang to his feet, declaring vehemently, No, that was Timmy. However, the multitude of lipstick marks adorning his neck told a different tale. Moreover, his spectacles bore unexpected cracks. What a fierce battle it must have been. Su Yu sighed. I understand. I won't pry further. No need for explanations. I left the door open for you, yet you failed to respond, and you dare claim otherwise. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ting gritted his teeth and replied, Yesterday, after we forcefully consumed a large platter of grilled kidneys and spicy pigtails, they dragged us off to the cinema. Only upon arrival did we realize we were watching a horror film. Su Yu was taken aback. You three accompanied the ladies to a horror movie? What happened next? He couldn't help but ask, eager to uncover the subsequent events, for this was essential knowledge. Then, Zhu Wan, his expression filled with despair, managed a grim smile and recounted, after that, when the horror music started, those four practically burrowed into our arms. I, a mere 110-pound lanky figure, endured the weight of 160 pounds of torment, each one stronger than the last, nearly fracturing my ribs. Su Yu nodded, understanding their plight. After all, it was quite common for women to react to horror films, which was why many suitors enjoyed taking their dates to such screenings, to elicit that instinctual protective response. It was merely a matter of basic social dynamics. But what of the lipstick on your neck? Su Yu posed another critical question to Zhu Wan. Zhu Wan's expression shifted dramatically, akin to a masterful face-changing performance in Peking opera. After enduring the film, the three intended to leave, only to find themselves restrained by the ladies. Wukong lamented, I was held captive by one who appeared to be AC but was actually AD. After a struggle, it was only by delivering a swift kick that he managed to escape. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's mind conjured a vivid image. A dark and tempestuous night, 3 men and 4 women enjoying skewers while partaking in a bit of alcohol. Despite the skewers, they were largely indulging in revitalizing delicacies. Following their meal, they proceeded to a midnight screening, where the ladies sought refuge in the men's embrace, seemingly attempting to provoke their protective instincts. Ultimately, when the film concluded, they attempted to flee, refusing to submit. Su Yu calculated the time and questioned, Are you certain? I waited until 2 in the morning for your return before locking the door. Why didn't you knock? Are you certain you didn't just return? The 3 fell silent, simply stating, You slept like a log. No amount of calling could rouse you. Seeing their unwillingness to elaborate, Su Yu decided not to press further, having had his fill of this tale. So, will you be sleeping or heading to class? He glanced at the course schedule in their group chat and noted today. There is Professor Zhou's class. Professor Zhou is a notable figure in their financial engineering department, having received numerous accolades. Though a university professor, his standing in the field of financial engineering grants him considerable esteem, with tales of him effortlessly earning millions in dividends. Zhao Ting and the others paid him no mind, rising to head to the bathroom, stating, We're not going. We wish to sleep. Yugu, please excuse us. Professor Zhou will surely grant you this favor. Return early if there are no afternoon classes, and remember to bring us food. If possible, 3 dozen oysters for me. Their lack of interest was palpable, even devoid of any energy to rouse themselves. Observing their disinterest, Suyu stepped outside. As a well-known figure on campus, his departure garnered numerous greetings. Good morning, Suyu. Morning. Indeed, this morning, Suyu's intention was to attend class. As Professor Zhou's favorite student, he was accustomed to being invited to stay after lectures. This occasion was no exception. You, wait. Professor Zhou called out to Suyu, who was on his way to the cafeteria. Suyu halted, smiling. Professor? What can I do for you? Professor Zhou approached with a textbook in hand, smiling as he said, after next week's freshman gala, come to my lab on Saturday. I have a project in need of your assistance. Suyu remained silent, raising an eyebrow and returning the professor's knowing smile. Rest assured, the usual terms apply. This project will require your attention for just a few days, and I can offer you 10,000 yuan. Deal? Professor Zhou chuckled, fully aware of Suyu's capabilities. Upon hearing the amount, Suyu's face lit up with a radiant smile. Professor, you jest. The money is secondary. I simply relish the opportunity to work alongside you. Goodness. Professor Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. You are indeed just like your cousin at Jinling University. In the classroom, after a brief exchange with Professor Zhou, Suyu headed to the cafeteria for a meal. Besides discussing next week's project with the professor, he also needed to prepare for teaching Bai Ying the song. Bai Ying's musical talent should be quite promising, requiring only a general guidance. Suyu had inquired about Bai Ying, one of the university's top 10 campus belles. He found it peculiar that the university would rank so many beauties. Was Jiangcheng University so idle? Suyu couldn't quite grasp it. Arriving at the cafeteria, Suyu leaned in, offering the cafeteria and a smile, and softly said, Auntie Li, could I have a bit more rice today? Certainly. Ayu, your appetite has improved. Auntie Li responded with a smile, her hand steady as she ladled a generous portion of rice and a heap of braised beef brisket with potatoes. With hardly any potatoes in sight. And it was quite affordable. Thank you, Auntie Li, Suyu said politely. A student behind him, inspired by Suyu's gesture, leaned in and said to the auntie in a gentle voice, Auntie, I'd also like more rice. If possible, I'd like only the beef brisket. His smile was radiant and sincere. However, Auntie Li simply sneered, her rice spoon trembling violently, causing the white rice to cascade down. In the end, she somehow managed to shake off all the beef brisket. 8 yuan and 70 cents. So you couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle at the scene. Trying to imitate me? Little rascal. Doesn't he know Auntie Li wants to introduce her daughter to me as a girlfriend? You're not handsome enough to freeload. Suyu ate heartily. The food at Jiangxing University's cafeteria was quite delicious. As he scrolled through his social media feed, a video call came in. Seeing it was from his mother, Suyu paused before answering without hesitation. The video connected, showing a middle-aged couple dressed casually, their faces bearing the marks of time. Upon seeing Suyu, a genuine smile appeared on their weathered faces. Son, are you having dinner? Yes, Mom, Dad, are you eating too? Suyu nodded. Seeing his parents together in the video, with a worn-out living room as the backdrop, Suyu felt a pang of sadness. As far as he could remember, his family's circumstances had never been great. Although a cousin of his had done well, his parents were ordinary, hard-working laborers. It had been a struggle to scrape together the tuition for his university education. Suyu was sensible and capable of earning money, so he had never asked his family for money. In the video, the middle-aged man, looking somewhat stern but with a deep weariness in his eyes, was Suyu's father. Suya. Noticing Suyu's simple meal, he feigned a serious tone and said, Son, even though we don't have much, you can't eat too poorly. You need a balanced diet. Suyu's mother, Yiro, had delicate features and must have been a great beauty in her youth. But the crow's feet and signs of aging had diminished her youthful beauty. Yiro looked at Suyu's meal with concern and said, Son, although your parents aren't capable, we won't let you go hungry. Remember to add some dishes next time. I'm fine, Mom and Dad. How have you been lately? Suyu's eyes welled up. But he forced a smile. Seeing that his parents' lunch consisted of only 2 simple vegetable dishes and chili sauce, Suyu felt a sense of heaviness. Yiro smiled and said, We're doing fine, your dad and I. The factory gave me a raise recently, so I'm making 4,000 or 5,000 a month now. Your dad is doing a bit worse, only making around 5,000, but it's enough to support you. Beside Yiro, Suya, still looking weary, was displeased to hear this. What do you mean I'm not as good as you? However, Yiro nudged Suyu to keep him from speaking. Yiro continued. Son, don't worry. Your mom and dad won't let you go hungry, even if we work ourselves to the bone. Don't worry about us. Eat whatever you want. And if you don't have enough money, just tell us. As long as you're doing well. She seemed magnanimous, but Suyu couldn't help but retort inwardly. Mom, that's not what you mean at all. What you really mean is, Your mother and I are working very hard, so you need to be sensible, don't be so mischievous. Study hard, and repay us in the future. Suyu nodded earnestly. Yes, Mom, I understand. He was obedient and sensible. Yi-ro and Suya nodded in satisfaction. That's all for now. We need to get back to work after lunch. The call ended. Suyu put away his phone and exhaled slowly. He then opened his banking app and looked at his current balance. 130, 591. 98 yuan. Suyu abandoned his melancholy and a smile slowly crept onto his face. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I'll surprise you soon. I'll transfer 1 million or so for you to buy abalone and bird's nest to rinse your mouths. So you'll know how capable I am. If you make a lot of money and don't show off to your family, what's the point? Suyu hummed to himself and quickly finished his meal. The thought of his parents' shocked faces when they saw so much money in their account made his appetite even better. On the outskirts of Jiangcheng, in a large villa, in a dilapidated room, Yi-ro and Suya, dressed plainly and looking aged, left the small room after ending the call. Outside, there was a vast estate and a large Suzhou-style villa with rock gardens and flowing water. An elderly man in a formal suit approached them. Master, madam, have you finished your video call with the young master? The old man's kind face was full of smiles. Yi-ro no longer looked weary or aged, but rather like a domineering female CEO. Yes, butler, prepare lunch. Yi-ro nodded slightly. The butler bowed slightly and replied, yes. Madam. Yi-ro and Suya walked side by side into the villa. Suya yawned, looking truly exhausted. Suya sighed, playing mahjong all night is really tiring. When should we reveal the truth? We've been pretending to be poor in front of Suyu for almost 20 years. When should we tell him that his parents are actually billionaires? Yi-ro rolled her eyes at him and retorted, you don't understand anything. We need to cultivate our son's values. When he's been beaten up by society and needs money, we'll stingily give him 100,000 yuan. And then when he wants to buy a house, we'll grit our teeth and give him 1 million. Finally, when he's hurt in love because of money, we'll reveal the truth and tell him that he's actually the heir to $1 trillion family. Yi-ro's eyes were filled with excitement. She looked nothing like the woman in the video with Suyu. Suya nodded. That's right. That's what we should do. We can't ruin this 20-year-long scheme of pretending and showing off so easily. Otherwise, what fun will we have? Just know that. Let's go eat. As the two conversed, they arrived at the villa's dining hall, where a grand table was lavishly adorned with an array of exquisite dishes that left one utterly astonished. Once again, these uninspired offerings, I have grown weary of them. Be grateful. What did you eat while accompanying you for 2 months? Just 1 meat dish a day for 3 meals, and now you find these tiresome? What a peculiar family. Suyu concealed the truth of his $1 million fortune, while his parents were even more outrageous. For 20 years, they have orchestrated a FAAD, hiding the reality of their status as billionaires. Chapter 28. Yet. I am certain you will be struck. After finishing dinner, Suyu meandered aimlessly around the campus, as he had no classes in the afternoon. Nevertheless, he adhered to his promise and ordered 3 servings of fried rice for takeout. Only after retrieving the food did he return to his dormitory. It was a little past 3 in the afternoon. Zhao Ting, Wukong, and Zhu Wen were already awake, seemingly unwilling to sleep any longer. Their spirits were considerably better than in the morning, yet they still appeared somewhat haggard. Observing the 3 of them devouring the fried rice ravenously, Suyu couldn't help but inquire, aren't you 3 going to sleep a bit longer? Zhao Ting, with his mouth full, mumbled, no more sleep. Damn it, if I sleep, I'll just have nightmares. We might as well go watch the freshmen during their military training. Exactly. Wukong chimed in, raising his spoon to support Zhao Ting's decision. I'll never believe in those photos on the internet again. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Zhao Ting. With a look of disdain, you, of all people, didn't he even bother to scrutinize the pictures? Caught off guard, Zhao Ting choked momentarily. Although he yearned to retort, he realized he had no justification. At that moment, Suyu chuckled and remarked, all right, you should consider yourselves fortunate. At least you now know what a wealthy woman looks like. No, it's a wealthy loli from the internet. Suyu burst into laughter, unable to contain himself at the thought of Zhao Ting being infatuated with a tank. The hilarity was simply overwhelming. Zhu Wen nodded vigorously in agreement. I shall never believe in the existence of wealthy lolis again. Such a concept exists only in fantasy. Ding. Just then, Zhao Ting's phone, which lay on the folding table, suddenly rang. The screen illuminated, revealing a message from a contact labeled Little Sweetheart. Darling, why did you all run off so quickly yesterday? Upon reading the message, both Wukong and Zhu Wen felt a chill run down their spines. their eyes widening in shock as they gazed at Zhao Ting. Old Zhao, you still can't bring yourself to delete her? Could it be? Terrifying indeed. Zhao Ting, upon seeing the message, was rendered speechless. He hastily unlocked his phone and, in a bid to clear his name, began to shout at the screen, "My dear, you're the one who's deluded. You four tanks. I don't know what photo editing software you use to make one person look like two. Get lost." Having declared this with great fervor, Zhao Ting wasted no time in blocking her. Calls. Blocked. Everything was blocked. After completing these actions, Zhao Ting panted heavily, his eyes wide with disbelief. Huff. Seeing your anxious demeanor, Wukong reached out to comfort him, patting his shoulder and saying, "Old Zhao, I understand. You simply prefer the F key to enter-tank driving mode. Yesterday, we were the ones who interrupted. Get lost." Zhao Ting, incensed, felt on the verge of tears. This is utterly incomprehensible. What tanks? What driving? Am I really that kind of person? By the time they finished their meal and took a refreshing shower, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At this hour, the military training sessions were nearly dismissed. Brother you? Do you think I could pursue that freshman? Wukong suddenly spotted a girl with twin ponytails, his eyes lighting up as he pointed in her direction. Dressed in trendy attire, he looked quite dashing. Indeed, he had some charm about him, which was why the wayward girls in the alley were drawn to him. So you shot him a glance and replied nonchalantly, "I cannot ascertain your chances, but I can assure you that you will be struck." Why would I be struck? Wukong asked, puzzled. So you halted his steps and directed his gaze towards the girl Wukong had pointed at, calmly stating, "Take a look for yourself." The three of them came to a stop, and they witnessed the girl, just as the instructor shouted dismissed. Bouncing over to him, from her lip movements, it appeared she was saying, "Brother, take me out for sour fish tonight." The young instructor nodded with a smile. Then suddenly his gaze sharpened as it landed on Su Yu and his friends. Upon witnessing this scene, Wukong shivered. Forget it. I'm not worthy. Let us go. Let us stroll some more." Wukong tugged at Su Yu, eager to depart. Given the instructor's physique, Wukong knew he would stand no chance in a confrontation. It wouldn't be wise to point at his sister right in front of him. He was aware of the consequences. After wandering around the school, they realized there were not many appealing freshmen to be found. Instead, they spotted Lu Tian alone, collecting a package. Upon seeing her, Zhao Ting was the first to get excited and rushed over, calling out, "Lu Tian, wait a moment." Huh. Lu Tian was startled by the loud voice, turning around to see Zhao Ting, CU's roommate. She shyly inquired, "Is there something you need?" Zhao Ting was now elated. Previously, due to his infatuation with a tank, no, a photo editing monster, he merely thought about Lu Tian, as she was a taken woman. However, after the collapse of his online romance last night, he realized Lu Tian was indeed appealing. Moreover, he noticed that today she was particularly captivating, sporting denim shorts and a short-sleeved top, complemented by a pair of unbranded athletic shoes. With her distinctive baby-faced charm, Zhao Ting found her increasingly attractive. Suppressing his excitement, he approached Lu Tian, attempting to appear as earnest as possible despite his towering stature. Zhao Ting remained silent for a long moment, causing Lu Tian to feel rather bashful. "If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way," Lu Tian said. Avoiding his gaze, Zhao Ting quickly replied, No, I just wanted to ask if you're free this weekend. I'd like to treat you to a meal." Huh. Lu Tian was taken aback. We haven't really talked much, have we? You're suddenly asking me out for dinner? It's hard not to suspect you have ulterior motives." No, I'm not free." Lu Tian panicked, fearing she had encountered an overly eager classmate, and quickly declared her unavailability before attempting to flee. Watching Lu Tian hurriedly leave, Zhao Ting was left dumbfounded. What just happened? Only Su Yu approached, patting his shoulder and shaking his head with a sigh. "Young man, you've been a bit too forward. Do you think this is some kind of Japanese train series?" Chapter 29. Lifting bricks for exercise. In response to Zhao's foolish behavior, Su Yu expressed his disdain vehemently. Good heavens. Who approaches someone with a question about dinner right off the bat? The contempt in Su Yu's gaze was unmistakable. Honestly, are you even more foolish than the island's perverts? Do you possess Lu Tian's prestige? You don't even have her contact information, yet you boldly inquire if she would dine with you? Pray tell, do you consider yourself that charming? Zhao, you are indeed a fool. Each word from Su Yu was like a sharp dagger, making Zhao Ting wish to transform into a fly and dive into Su Yu's meal, compelling him to experience the discomfort of having ingested a fly. After reprimanding Zhao Ting, the group, feeling rather bored, decided to venture out for a drink. As they walked, Zhao Ting, having learned from Su Yu's admonition, recognized his folly. The four of them strolled side by side on the athletic field, surrounded by first-year students clad in military training uniforms. Yugo, I heard you have a rather renowned cousin. Suddenly, Zhu inquired. Suyu casually cradled his head with both hands and replied with a nonchalant, Zhu interest piqued. He pressed further. Is his name Suhan? Suhan. Upon hearing this name, both Zhao Ting and Wukong turned their gazes towards Siyu's face. How do you know? Siyu nodded slightly. The three of them gasped in unison, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Goodness, so Yugo is Suhan's cousin? After confirming this, Zhuan was momentarily stunned before he excitedly exclaimed, Yugo, that's incredible. Your cousin, Suhan, is renowned as a genius. Haven't you seen the recent news? Our nation is launching the Southern Heavenly Gate project, aiming to deploy a kilometer-scale true aerospace carrier in outer space. Not to mention the Xian NV aerospace fighter. Every single one of these innovations relies on your cousin Suhan's groundbreaking nuclear fusion devices and various technologies. As he concluded, Zhu gazed at Suyu with a look of worship. Yugo, you must get me an autographed photo of your cousin. He is so dashing. Although Zhao Ting and Wukong did not share Zhuan's enthusiasm for technological advancements, they had certainly heard about the much-discussed Southern Heavenly Gate project. It had appeared rather abruptly, and the idea of a kilometer-scale aerospace carrier was staggering, not to mention the materials required for its construction. The true challenge lay in the power needed to sustain such a colossal vessel in low Earth orbit, capable of carrying people, aircraft, and other cargo. Just imagining the weight it would bear was daunting. Zhao Ting, equally excited, soon sighed with disappointment. What a pity. Siyu cast a sidelong glance at him and asked, What do you find regrettable? Zhao Ting replied earnestly, Yugo, your cousin is such an extraordinary person. Yet you seem to be nothing in comparison. Not only that, but you also possess his propensity for confrontation. Last semester, I even heard Senior Wang Taizhu mention that your cousin used to challenge women openly. A true lone wolf, yet he has numerous admirers. And you? What are you? A mere sycophant? How lamentable. Suyu let out a cold laugh, then seriously inquired, Brave one, do you know what your relationship to me is? Brother? Zhao Ting replied. Momentarily taken aback, Suyu slowly shook his head. No. After a thoughtful pause, Zhao Ting uncertainly ventured, Could it be family? No, you overestimate yourself. Do you think you are merely an ordinary friend to me? Zhao Ting's eyes widened in shock. If that were the case, it would truly sadden me, Yugo. That's not the case. Guess again. After deep contemplation, Zhao Ting's expression shifted as an improbable thought quietly emerged. Excluding all impossibilities, the final answer, no matter how inconceivable, must be the truth. He lowered his head, stroking his chin, murmuring, Could it be that you have been coveting my physique all along? Goodness. Observing Zhao Ting's gestures of modesty, Siyu felt a surge of irritation and promptly kicked him. Get lost and think carefully. Given my character, what do you believe I would consider you? Rubbing his sore backside, Zhao Ting scratched his head and replied foolishly, I don't know. Siyu sighed. At that moment, Zhu interjected, Old Zhao, let me tell you something. You are, in fact, the two letters on Han Ji's keyboard nestled between the letters A and D and V and N. In other words, you are a fool. Zhao Ting? Siyu nodded approvingly, a teachable youth. How astute you are in understanding my sentiments. After deriding Zhao Ting, Siyu expressed his own frustration. To be honest, even when you speak of my cousin, I do not know much about him. Our families have little interaction. My parents deem them unreliable. The specific reasons escape me, but it seems my father harbors some resentment towards my uncle's family. My mother, however, often praises them, insisting that they are quite good. It's just that my father has a tendency to lose his temper and avoids contact with them. I have hardly seen my cousin throughout my life. Suyu felt a sense of pride in having such a cousin, as they shared a grandfather. However, he had not seen him since he could remember. It seemed that his cousin had mysteriously vanished for over 3 years, reportedly engrossed in some research. Siyu found himself puzzled. He had once hoped to learn more about this cousin. The three listened intently. Although they were unaware of the full context, they were intrigued by the insider information. After hearing Siyu's words, Zhuan encouraged, Yuge, don't be disheartened. Why don't we visit your uncle's family this weekend? They reside in Jiacheng, do they not? Suyu hesitated for a moment before whispering, Is that truly feasible? If my father finds out I went, he will surely make me haul bricks for an entire night to vent his anger. In the past, whenever Siyu expressed a desire to visit his uncle's family, Suyu would silently storm out, only to return the next morning, covered in dust and fatigue, claiming he had spent the night moving bricks to cool off. Whether that was true or not, Suyu couldn't ascertain, but he knew the all-nighter had indeed occurred. The three exchanged glances, then simultaneously remarked, "Ah, lifting bricks is good exercise. It will help Uncle Su stay fit and prevent osteoporosis in his old age." That actually makes sense. Chapter 030. Indeed. This is what lies within your heart. Suyu felt that, given his father's current state, it seemed imperative for him to engage in some exercise. His father often lamented about his hardships. Yet, each time Suyu returned home, he found himself assisting with chores while his father sat leisurely, sipping tea. Contemplating this, Suyu decided it would be prudent to delve into the circumstances surrounding the estrangement between his father and his uncle. Thus, the four of them chatted as they left the school grounds. They first stopped by an internet CAF where they indulged in some gaming, playing a few rounds of League of Legends before old Du finished his tasks. Only then did they find a place to sit down. And they continued their revelry late into the night. With Du having entered a romantic relationship, Lu Tion's sister came to retrieve him. Casting a disapproving glance at the group as she left. "Friends like these," she scoffed. "Always drinking." The four friends paid no mind. Love often changed people. The next day, Friday, was devoid of obligations. With no classes to attend, they lingered in their dormitory. "Yugo, are you awake?" Zhuan called out, still half asleep. Suyu, clad in his boxers and cocooned in his blanket, groggily replied, "Let's go visit your uncle today." "All right," he muttered before the dorm fell silent again, save for the sounds of snoring. Meanwhile, in the piano club, Huayu, dressed in a white dress, sat before a piano, her delicate fingers dancing across the keys. The melody resonating through the air was imprints of the rain. The music was enchanting, compelling listeners to close their eyes and immerse themselves in its beauty. However, as she approached the conclusion, the rhythm abruptly faltered. A short-haired girl standing nearby opened her eyes and laughed. "Huayu, what's wrong? You never make such novice mistakes." Suyu had initially learned the piano to impress Huayu, but after his visit, she had ceased attending. In truth, Huayu would sneak into practice, managing to express her own flair, albeit not as adeptly as others. Despite her numerous rehearsals of imprints of the rain, she had never faltered until now. She withdrew her hands from the keys, feeling a tumult of emotions. Leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, the short-haired girl teased, "Is it because of Suyu? I warned you to accept his feelings initially, but you insisted on listening to those two roommates of yours, insisting on perseverance and trials. What purpose do they serve? Who undergoes such prolonged tests?" Huayu lowered her gaze, her voice barely a whisper. "But isn't it right to test things?" The girl scoffed. "Testing is fine, but there must be limits. What you're doing is taking Suyu's kindness for granted, treating him like your lapdog. If I didn't know you well, I might think so too." Huayu's head drooped further, her eyes shimmering with regret and remorse. "Sweetie had approached me before, asking me to talk some sense into you. But I didn't press you much because you placed too much trust in your best friend. You let others sway your decisions too easily." The girl shook her head. "But, Xiaya, I truly regret it now." Huayu's voice was faint. Yet, Wei Xiaya laughed harshly. "What good is regret? If you truly regretted it, you'd have pursued him with the same courage you had that day." As the president of the piano club, Wei Xiaya's words were direct and unyielding. Huayu remained silent, her fingers gliding over the piano's black and white keys. Observing her, Wei Xiaya sighed, approaching her and gently patting her shoulder. "Don't blame me for not warning you. If you can't let go of this mindset, then you might as well give up on Suyu. From what I gather, Lin Xianxian and her friends appear to have an interest in him." "They are not alone," Huayu gasped, her surprise evident. "Why would they? With their backgrounds, how could they be with Suyu? Their families would never allow it. Suyu is just an ordinary person. He could never." At this point, Huayu faltered, her expression turning to one of astonishment. "Why do I think this way?" Wei Xiaya's eyes narrowed thoughtfully, a knowing glance exchanged before she turned to leave. "So, this is what you truly think. No wonder you treat Suyu this way. It stems from your prejudice against his background." With that, she departed, leaving Huayu alone at the piano, lost in contemplation. "Is this truly how I feel?" Wei Xiaya disregarded Huayu, stepping out of the club and retrieving a pack of cigarettes from her pocket. Lighting one, she took a deep drag, her demeanor suggesting she was no novice to such habits. "Huayu?" She chuckled softly. Reflecting on Huayu's earlier words, she shook her head, thinking, "I once believed she was an innocent schoolbelle. Turns out, she is preoccupied with other social standings." Just as she pondered, a familiar voice broke her reverie. Wei Xiaya turned to see Suyu and his three friends at the school gate. He waved to her, and she smiled in return, responding with a spirited, "What a coincidence. Where are you headed?" "Today, I have no classes. I'm off to see my uncle," Suyu replied. Despite her tattoos and smoking habits, Wei Xiaoya was genuinely a good-hearted girl, having been jaded by a previous relationship. Though not as conventionally beautiful as the school beauties, she possessed her own charm. Suyu regarded her as an older sister. Wei Xiaoya was an accomplished pianist, having participated in competitions and earned accolades. "Oh, okay. By the way, Suyu, I have a question," she said, nodding. "Sure, Xiaoya," he replied. Wei Xiaoya observed the more cheerful version of Suyu before asking, "What is happening between you and Huayu? Aren't you pursuing her anymore?" Upon hearing this, Suyu maintained his calm demeanor, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "Why should I pursue her? Whoever wants to chase can do so." With that, he waved goodbye and strolled out of the school with his friends. "Sure, yeah, I'm off. We'll talk later." "All right." Watching Suyu's departing figure, Wei Xiaoya inhaled deeply, her lips curling into a knowing smile. What a gem of a boy. If I weren't his older sister, I might just pursue him myself. Chapter 31. Terrifyingly potent. Could it truly be a kidney supplement? As they exited the school gate, Wukong exclaimed, "Xiaoya, the senior, has a truly remarkable figure. What a pity." His lamentations seemed endless. Annoyed, Suyu delivered a swift kick, retorting, "Xiaoya has nothing to do with you. Cease your idle gossip." Wukong nearly toppled from the force, rubbing his backside in indignation. "My apologies, I spoke thoughtlessly." He clearly recognized his blunder, as they all shared a modicum of understanding. "Brother Yu, shall we purchase some gifts?" Zhao Ting interjected, attempting to shift the topic. "Gifts?" Suyu nodded affirmatively. "Of course. Let us procure 2 bottles of Mao Tai. I believe all men appreciate a good drink." With their gift selection settled, the group made their way to a nearby large shopping mall, spending a few thousand on 2 bottles of Mao Tai. They then eagerly hailed a taxi to Su Long's residence. 30 minutes later, at the entrance of Yujin Community, Suyu and his companions alighted from the vehicle. After registering their entry, Suyu inquired of the security guard, "Excuse me, which building is Su Long's residence in?" The guard adjusted his glasses and replied, Su Long resides in Building A, Unit 2201. Grateful for the information, Suyu and Zhao Ting headed towards Building A. Upon reaching, Zhu Wen could hardly contain his excitement in the elevator, rubbing his hands together. "I'm thrilled. We'll soon meet my idol." Suyu, puzzled, remarked, "Haven't I mentioned? My cousin has been working on projects for years and hasn't he returned home." Zhu Wen chuckled, "Brother Yu, you don't understand. As a tech enthusiast, I admire such great minds. I wish to bask in the aura of this academic genius." Suyu scoffed at his enthusiasm. "A genius? Am I not one myself? I simply prefer to remain low-key." Ding. The elevator doors opened, and upon reaching the designated apartment, Suyu pressed the doorbell. After a brief pause, a voice called from within, "Coming." The doors swung open to reveal a stern-looking middle-aged man. Upon seeing him, Suyu beamed and greeted, "Hello, uncle. I am Suyu." Su Long momentarily appeared taken aback, then remembered his nephew's name. He welcomed them inside, his demeanor brightening, especially upon noticing the 2 bottles of Mao Tai in Suyu's hands. "Oh, you needn't have brought gifts. Come in, come in." Though he said this, his hands were quick to snatch the Mao Tai from Suyu, stowing it away in the shoe cabinet. He then called out, "Darling, come out. Our nephew is here." Upon hearing this, Suyu, Zhao Ting, Wukong, and Zhu Wen exchanged puzzled glances. This was not quite what they had envisioned. Shortly, a gentle-looking middle-aged woman appeared, surveying the living room before her gaze settled on Suyu. You are." Zhou Qing seemed uncertain. Stepping forward, Suyu smiled, "Andy. I am Suyu." Upon hearing his name, Zhou Qing's expression shifted to one of surprise, and she grasped Suyu's hand with delight. "My goodness, you've grown so much in the 10 years since we last met. You resemble Su Han more and more. What a pity, though, that you seem so delicate and mild-mannered, quite unlike him. Since it's been so long, why don't you and your friends stay for dinner before heading back?" Zhou Qing suggested, ushering Suyu to the sofa. Noticing the adults were engrossed in conversation, Zhao Ting and the others inquired, "Auntie, may we see Su Han's room?" Zhou Qing smiled and nodded, "Certainly. His room is the first one on the left upstairs." With that, the 3 dashed up the stairs, treating the place as if it were their own. After they left, Suyu turned to Zhou Qing, curiosity piqued. "Auntie, may I ask why my father is so opposed to contact with uncle?" At this, Zhou Qing exchanged a glance with Su Long, both chuckling softly. "I'll tell you." Meanwhile, in Su Han's room, the atmosphere was heavy with nostalgia. Since Su Han's departure, Suyu's mother had refrained from cleaning, fearing the sight of his photographs might bring forth tears. As the trio entered Su-han's room with reverent anticipation, their excitement quickly dissipated upon seeing the dust-laden surroundings. My goodness, it's so dusty. Zhao Ting coughed, waving his hand to disperse the floating particles. This is the room of a genius? It feels more like a storage closet. I concur. Zhuan nodded. Despite their disappointment, their curiosity remained piqued as they searched for remnants of Su-han's scholarly achievements. However, their search yielded nothing of interest. The three found themselves crowded in the bathroom, splashing water on their faces. Zhuan, a bit disheartened, gazed into the mirror and muttered, "This is nothing like what I imagined. What a letdown." The room was cluttered with gaming figurines and mundane books, ordinary to the extreme, resembling that of a typical homebody. Just then, as Zhao Ting prepared to relieve himself, he noticed a dust-covered bucket beneath the sink, its lid obscured by grime. A note lay atop it, reading, "Dad, if your back feels sore, take a sip of this. Su-han." Zhao Ting picked up the note, reading it aloud slowly. Upon finishing, the trio exchanged incredulous glances. Wait, is this a kidney supplement? After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhao Ting cautiously lifted the lid. To their astonishment, the bucket brimmed with a vibrant green liquid. Whoa! Wukong leaned down to sniff it. In an instant, he realized that the discomfort he had felt earlier that morning had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming desire for the liquid. Could it really be a kidney supplement? He gasped in shock. Can I take a sip? The three fell into a moral quandary, tempted yet aware it was intended for Su-han's father. After a moment's deliberation, Zhao Ting suggested, "Let us just have a taste and inform Uncle later. It's mainly for kidney health." With heavy hearts, they filled a test tube with the green elixir and drank it down. Unbeknownst to them, perched upon the toilet seat, a plush Pikachu watched their every move with its beady eyes. Chapter 32. A confession interrupted downstairs. Huayu was about to declare her affections for Suyu. Suyu and his uncle, Su Long, had engaged in a lengthy conversation, gradually unraveling the reasons behind his father's disapproval. As evening descended, around 7 p.m., the Su Long household gathered for dinner. The meal was particularly abundant, yet Suyu and his revitalized roommates from upstairs managed to devour it all, their appetites insatiable. The food was simply too delectable to resist. Around 9 p.m., the group prepared to depart. Su Long escorted them to the entrance. Bidding farewell to Suyu with a smile, "Ayu, remember to extend my regards to your father." Suyu nodded. "Of course, uncle. We'll be on our way then." Just as they were about to leave, Zhao Ting stepped forward, addressing Su Long with slight embarrassment. "Uncle, there's something I need to tell you." Su Long paused, inquiring, "What is it?" Zhao Ting, with utmost sincerity, revealed, "We discovered a tonic in Su-han's bathroom, labeled as a kidney supplement." Huh. The revelation painted a peculiar expression on Su Long's face. Kidney tonic? Left by that rascal? Wait. A realization dawned upon him. And he eyed the trio with amusement. "You didn't happen to consume it, did you?" Zhao Ting sheepishly scratched his head. "Just a little bit. Is that all right?" Su Long sighed, extracting a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it, and exhaling a plume of smoke. "It's fine. It's safe to drink. You can have it all if you want." Zhao Ting waved his hands dismissively. No. We only had a little, and we already feel invigorated." "Uncle, we'll be off then. We'll bring some local delicacies next time we visit." Su Long nodded in agreement. "Very well. Safe travels." "Goodbye, uncle." As the elevator doors closed, Su Long lingered at the entrance, finishing his cigarette before chuckling and shutting the door behind him. "Good heavens!" Su Long exclaimed as he entered. "Those three actually dared to drink it. Anything found in the bathroom." The thought of the tub being Su-han's foot-soaking basin sent him into fits of laughter. He was well aware of the kidney tonic in the water, but after Su-han's departure, Pikachu had confessed that Su-han had used the tonic to soak his feet, intending for him to drink it. Those three, they actually dared. Su Long mused, unable to contain his mirth. In the living room, Su-han's mother, witnessing her husband's jovial antics, playfully chided, "What are you laughing about, you old codger?" Su Long suppressed his laughter, explaining, "It's nothing. Ayu's roommates drank that rascal's foot-soaking water." "What?" Su-han's mother was taken aback. "That tub of tonic?" "Indeed." Suddenly, a flurry of yellow fur descended from upstairs as Pikachu nestled into Su-han's mother's embrace. "Grandma, you wouldn't believe it. When you told me to hide, I went to my dad's bathroom, sat on the toilet, and watched those three idiots drink the foot water. I almost burst out laughing. I think their IQ is as thin as the air on Mount Everest. They dared to drink something found in the bathroom. The joyous atmosphere within the Suhan household stood in stark contrast to the oblivious trio who had just departed. On their journey, Zhao Ting and his companions began to boast to Suyu. You missed out. We discovered a treasure left by your cousin upstairs. Indeed, a kidney tonic. Wukong exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. He felt an invigorating surge of power in his loins, surpassing the effects of dozens of grilled kidneys. He was tempted to seek out his old flame in the back alleys for a night of passion. Oh? So you glanced at them. So, you feel exceptionally virile? Zhao Ting and Wukong puffed out their chests, declaring, absolutely. So you smirked, retorting, in that case, why don't you invite your sweethearts for a rendezvous? My goodness. You're no longer our comrade. Zhao Ting lamented. You didn't even think to bring some out for us. Even though I, a lifelong bachelor, have no need for it. It's still a kidney tonic. It could fetch a hefty price, perhaps 10 or 20,000, considering the number of wealthy young men with depleted kidneys. Upon hearing the mention of sweethearts, Zhao Ting and Wukong immediately deflated, their virility vanishing. You, please don't bring up the tank. Zhao Ting lamented. Tank. Is that the only thing you ever talk about? The group waited at the bus stop before boarding a bus bound for Jiacheng University. As he sat on the bus, Suyu fell into contemplation. So, the reason for the estrangement between his father and uncle was that his father had wanted to provide financial assistance to his impoverished brother, who refused to accept it. His father, in a fit of pique, interpreted this as Su Long looking down on him and severed all ties. The thought of his father's petty behavior caused Suyu's lips to twitch. You're arguing over such trivial matters. Dad, you're being utterly ridiculous. Half an hour later, near Jiacheng University, Suyu and his companions disembarked from the bus. It was 10 p.m., and the area surrounding the university was bustling with activity. Perhaps due to it being a Friday, many students had chosen to unwind. As they strolled through the campus, engaging in lively conversation, they suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Their dormitory building was swarming with people. Hurry. Hua Yu is confessing her love. What? Hua Yu is confessing. To Suyu. Wow, that's explosive. Wasn't she always aloof when Suyu was pursuing her? Why is she suddenly pursuing him now that he's stopped? Who knows what she's up to? Let's go. Let's go see. The surrounding crowd seemed electrified. Zhao Ting and his companions were stunned, turning their gaze towards Suyu. Bro, are you finally having a stroke of good luck in love? Suyu, equally bewildered, replied, how would I know? Let's go see. After a moment of deliberation, Suyu decided to investigate. Pushing through the throng, Suyu managed to reach the outer perimeter. He spotted Hua Yu standing within a heart-shaped enclosure of blue roses and candles. Clutching a bouquet of 99 blue roses, gazing up at his dormitory. Following her gaze, Suyu realized that they had left the dormitory lights on when they departed. Suyu, I love you, Hua Yu exclaimed, her voice filled with courage. However, Suyu, standing behind her in the crowd, was utterly dumbfounded. I'm right here. Chapter 033. Ahem. What do you want me to say? This is purely an urban story. There will be no further cultivation, dear readers, rest assured. It is harmless. Suyu found himself utterly bewildered. Is it not customary to inquire whether I am present in the dormitory before making such a bold declaration? Why stand outside and shout so directly? As he gazed at the girl before him, cradling a blue rose, confusion etched across his face. Who might you be? Am I not Suyu? Could it be that she is confessing to another Suyu? Standing amidst a heart-shaped floral arrangement, Hua Yu, after finishing her declaration, slightly pursed her lips. Following her conversation with Wei Xiaoya earlier today, she had come to a realization. It was not that she disliked Suyu. Rather, she was concerned about his social standing. He was merely an ordinary individual, while she was the only child of a middle-class family, burdened by parental expectations. This, indeed, was of utmost significance. However, she had also contemplated that since her feelings were genuine, why should she let such concerns weigh her down? Thus, she had come forth, determined to confess her love just as Suyu had done. Did not Xiaoyu say that other campus beauties were also vying for Suyu's affection? This indicated he was truly exceptional and deserving of her. With her heart steeled in resolve, she summoned her courage and called out loudly towards the upper floor. Suyu, I like you. In fact, I have liked you since last semester. The reason I continually rejected you, I have explained before. So now I ask you, would you be willing to be my boyfriend? Below, a throng of onlookers, both men and women, buzzed with excitement. After all, it was their first time witnessing such an intriguing spectacle. Previously, they had observed Suyu confessing 99 times, with Hua Yu coldly rebuffing him. Now it was her turn to confess. You would see you decline? The crowd's discussions grew unabashed. Here it comes. Place your bets quickly. 1-to-1 odds that Suyu will accept. 1-to-100 that he will not. Is it really that grand? Of course. Do not underestimate Suyu. Although he has confessed 99 times, that does not guarantee he will accept Huayu's confession, so I choose to support Suyu's acceptance. A chorus of murmurs arose from the crowd. How noble they sounded, yet they were merely betting on whether Suyu would agree. How shameless. The pursuit of a woman often feels like navigating a vast mountain range, while a woman pursuing a man merely requires breaking through a thin membrane. Like a balloon that bursts with a single poke. How could Suyu possibly refuse, considering she was the goddess he had pursued for so long? Indeed. That description is quite apt. The voices of the crowd seeped into Suyu's ears, and his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Beside him, Zhao Ting, with a smile, whispered, "Brother Yu, why not hurry outside? Huayu has just confessed to you. What are you waiting for? A campus beauty pursuing him is something unimaginable." Suyu's face darkened. "Get lost. Why are you making a fuss? I am just a bystander here." The crowd continued to speculate whether Suyu would agree, yet, as minutes slipped by, there was still no sign of movement from the dormitory. What is happening? Has Suyu not emerged yet? Could it be that he wishes to emulate Huayu's prior aloofness? It is quite possible. After all, after such a long pursuit. She had never given him a kind word. Now that she is pursuing him, it is only natural he might hesitate to respond quickly. Huayu stood in place. Her candle nearly burnt down. Anxiety gnawed at her insides. Yet, still, Suyu did not appear. "Suyu, I know you are up there. Could you please come out and say something?" Huayu called out loudly. However, the dormitory remained silent, save for the spectators. There was no movement from Suyu's lodging. "I know I was too willful in the past. I am sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I truly like you. My previous actions were merely..." Huayu was nearly shouting in desperation, but the thought of so many eyes upon her made her hesitate. If she spoke her truth, would that not confirm her own folly? Thus, she stifled her words, though the urgency and worry in her eyes remained undiminished. Meanwhile, beneath a maple tree, Bai Ying stood quietly, observing Huayu's confession. No matter how others had questioned her before, she had always maintained her pride. Why the sudden change now? Bai Ying shook her head, feeling a tinge of disappointment at Huayu's display. She had come to understand. Aside from Bai Ying, elsewhere, other striking figures were also watching. Wei Xiaoyu was not far off, accompanied by a girl with shoulder-length, slightly curled hair, equally beautiful. Though even Huayu could not quite match her in terms of looks. "Qian, what do you think?" Wei Xiaoya, cigarette in hand, wore a somewhat playful expression. Huayu has actually lowered herself to confess to Suyu. Does she feel any pressure? Lin Qian's gaze remained serene. Her delicate oval face was as flawless as jade, her gentle demeanor complemented by bright, expressive eyes. Her lips curved softly as she replied in a gentle tone, "Pressure? I merely find Huayu to be quite foolish. She had opportunities that we did not, yet only after driving Suyu away does she realize she cannot lose him." Lin Qian tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and softly added, "She is quite foolish. Foolish enough to confess her feelings in public." With that, she turned to leave, seemingly certain that Suyu would not acquiesce. Watching her depart, Wei Xiaoya chuckled and redirected her gaze from Huayu, following suit. "Lin Qian speaks the truth. You rush to confess without even knowing what Suyu truly desires. You are indeed foolish. You could have possessed Suyu entirely, yet you chose to push him away, only to regret your decision later. However, a truly remarkable man who claims to have given up has genuinely let go. Oh no, it is. Every man who refuses to be a sycophant will ultimately choose to relinquish." Time trickled by. Huayu remained resolute in her stance, her resilient phoenix eyes filled with determination, as if she would not leave until Suyu emerged. "Suyu, could you please come out and say something?" Huayu called out, unwilling to yield. "I know you're in the dorm." Everyone watching sensed her near tears, leaving them momentarily stunned. Would Suyu choose to step out? Of course. "Suyu, come out." Huayu shut her eyes and shouted. At that moment, having observed the spectacle for quite some time, Suyu was suddenly pushed out by Zhao Ting. "Ahem. What do you want me to say?" Suyu coughed, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. An atmosphere of awkwardness permeated the air, palpable enough to make one uncomfortable. Chapter 034. Repeating the same words holds no meaning. Oh my. Upon hearing that familiar voice from behind, Huayu was momentarily taken aback. Instantly, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over her. Suyu, how could he possibly be standing right behind her? This guy? Was he watching her from the very beginning? The mere thought of this possibility coupled with her earlier fervent declarations about him being upstairs, made Huayu's face pale in an instant. How embarrassing. If this feeling were tangible, she could undoubtedly carve out a modest apartment for herself with her toes. The level of awkwardness was unbearable. At the sound of that voice, even the onlookers were left dumbfounded. What? Suyu is right here? They exclaimed. My goodness, how toxic. Huayu has been calling for him for so long, and he didn't even show up? Hey, do you smell something? What kind of smell? The smell of embarrassment. Ha ha ha, this is indeed quite awkward. Laughter erupted among the crowd, growing louder with each passing moment. Those unaware might have thought they were witnessing some sort of performance. In a dimly lit corner behind Huayu, Suyu shot a glare at Zhao Ting. Playing tricks. Are we? Why did you push me out when I was enjoying the show? However, it was not the time for such grievances. Clearing his throat, Suyu asked. What did you want me to come out to say? With utmost seriousness, Huayu turned around, her body stiff with tension. Indeed. He had been behind her all along. The atmosphere of sheer awkwardness escalated, nearly causing Huayu to faint on the spot. She felt like crying. Had Suyu merely poked his head out from upstairs, it would have been better. After all, she had been so adamant in her proclamations. If he had emerged from above, she could have maintained her composure. But now, Huayu averted her gaze, stammering, Huayu, have you been here the whole time? Please don't say yes. Please don't say yes. To her dismay, under Huayu's pleading yet hopeful gaze, Suyu slowly nodded, then shook his head, saying, No. I only arrived 20 minutes ago. Indeed, he had not been there all along. 20 minutes. Huayu exclaimed, her heart sinking. That was precisely when she had begun calling out to him. Oh my, why didn't you come out sooner? Why didn't you speak up while you were here? Huayu felt herself unraveling. Suyu looked at her with feigned innocence and replied, I was merely a bystander. I saw you standing here and thought you were about to confess to someone, so I stopped to watch. Huayu was speechless. What the heck? Ha ha ha, it was hilarious. Had Suyu really begun to treat her like a stranger? It had only been 3 days. Yet he had managed to shift his perception of her so rapidly. However, her heart ached for Huayu, who had stood downstairs for 20 minutes, only to find him watching silently from the side. How unfair. Yet, it was also amusing. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, others began to struggle to suppress their laughter. They too found it difficult to contain themselves. Observing Huayu's stunned expression, Suyu could only maintain his innocent facade. Yet he still inquired, What did you want me to say? This question snapped Huayu back to reality. All the pent-up grievances and her desire to confront Suyu dissipated in an instant. Stammering, she finally managed to say, I just wanted to ask if you would be my boyfriend. I apologize for my previous actions. It was my fault. Though she expressed her intentions, they lacked the fervor she had hoped for. Upon hearing her words, the onlookers turned their curious gazes to Suyu. Would he accept her proposal or decline? Suyu slowly shook his head. I'm sorry, but I cannot. He continued, I have stated this several times. You rejected me. I waited long enough that day. You didn't answer me, did you? I let everything go, yet you suddenly appear now and ask me to be your boyfriend? I simply cannot comply. Seeing Suyu shake his head, Huayu grew anxious and quickly responded, I was just. Before she could finish, Suyu interjected, Is this a test of my resolve? Meeting his indifferent gaze, Huayu finally calmed down, nodding gently, yes. I'm sorry, In response to her apology, Suyu remained unmoved. You need not apologize, we all have choices. He glanced at the crowd, smiling as he declared, Since there are so many witnesses here, let me clarify things. Pursuing you for 99 times holds significance precisely because it is 99. Your refusal on the 99th time indicates that you do not care about this. You ask why I didn't confess 100 times, saying I would succeed if I did. But even knowing you would agree, I still wouldn't go. The 99th time was both an endpoint and my last glimmer of hope, yet you trampled it that day. I stood in the rain on the playground, contemplating endlessly. I should not have clung to you. Perhaps you cherish freedom more than me. Perhaps you enjoy my daily declarations rather than my genuine feelings. Let this be it. Repeating the same words holds no meaning. Suyu's tone was resolute. I disagree. You have trampled upon my dignity and hopes. Since that day, I have harbored no feelings for you. A stranger. You treated me as a stranger 99 times, so let us remain strangers from now on. Perhaps my persistence for those 99 times stemmed from the system's influence. Yet, one thing is undeniable. I truly liked you, and deeply so. However, on the 99th time, my final hope received no acknowledgement from you. I knew then that we were truly incompatible. Do not speak of testing me. I do not wish to know. I only know you rejected me 99 times. That is the crux of the matter. I will not change my mind for you. nor will I ever like you again." Upon hearing these words, Huayu fell silent. Although Suyu had spoken of this numerous times before, she could not help but respond, I will not give up." After uttering this declaration, Huayu dropped the bouquet and hurried away, seemingly in tears. Yet, facing this scene, Suyu remained unmoved. The past should remain in the past. There was no need to look back. It was not worth it. If he chose to turn back now, it would only prove one thing. He was nothing more than a fool. Chapter 35. A Cad is a Cad. Yet warmth abounds. Once the main characters had departed, the onlookers began to disperse. Nonetheless, this juicy gossip spread like wildfire. After all, this news was truly remarkable. Have you heard? Huayu publicly declared her intention to pursue Suyu. Is that for real? I thought Huayu had no interest in him. Who knows what got into her? Honestly, you missed out on a spectacle tonight. It was utterly captivating. How so? You wouldn't believe it. Huayu was shouting beneath the boys' dormitory. And guess what? Suyu was right there, watching her for quite a while, laughing his head off. I could almost feel the awkwardness from here. Pfft. Is Suyu really that cruel? How can that be considered cruel? He's merely a spectator like the rest of us. True enough. The narrative of Suyu becoming a hapless suitor, subsequently abandoning his pursuit of Huayu, only for her to turn the tables, has indeed become a significant twist. However, for some, the notion of Huayu chasing after Suyu is nothing short of a joke. If Suyu genuinely had feelings for her, he should have accepted her confession tonight. In the boys' dormitory, Zhao Ting and his companion scrutinized Suyu, their gazes laden with scrutiny. Even as Suyu attempted to immerse himself in Mao Xian, he felt increasingly uneasy under their watchful stares. He set aside his book and, with a hint of exasperation, queried, "What on earth do you want? Why do you keep staring at me? Have you all become emboldened after drinking some kidney tonic?" Zhao Ting pulled out a chair and sat down, crossing his legs with a contemplative demeanor akin to Wang Lufei's. "To be frank, you go. Your abrupt rejection of Huayu has me questioning whether you've been possessed." Zhao Ting's observation held merit. The scholarly Zhu joined Zhao Ting and Wukong, creating an atmosphere of interrogation around Suyu. Wukong, mimicking Qing Ji, muttered to himself, "This does seem like possession." He then asked, "Tell me, Yugo, what gift did I bring you when we first met?" "Suyu? Huh?" Upon hearing this question, Suyu could no longer contain himself, his expression darkening as he retorted, "What gift? You brought a bunch of worthless seeds. Just because they were coated, you think that counts? And to top it off, they were old. How disgusting. And you call that a gift?" Just mentioning this irked him. When he first arrived at university, Zhao Ting and Zhu Wen's gifts were at least somewhat normal, but Wukong's offering was nothing short of absurd. While others brought local delicacies, he brought adult films. Hearing this response, Wukong seemed relieved. "Phew, at least I haven't been possessed. You remember my gift." Zhao Ting. Zhu Wen. "Suyu? What kind of ridiculous question is that? Shouldn't I be asking you about your little secret?" Suyu scoffed, adding, "Are you asking me to divulge the truth about that senior you chased after who was actually a man in disguise?" Upon hearing the mention of a cross-dressing senior, Wukong's face turned pale. "Whoa, you didn't have to bring that up. I was merely confirming whether or not you had been possessed. Do you have to expose my past? And besides, how was I to know that stunning appearance belonged to a man? If it weren't for that slightly prominent Adam's apple, I might have made a move." Suyu chuckled coldly but then shook his head. "Enough already. If I don't like her, I don't like her. What is so surprising about that? Do you really think I'm a lovesick fool? If Huayu had agreed when I confessed, that would have been one thing. But she didn't. Men have their dignity, you know? Just because someone is attractive doesn't mean I'm infatuated. If I were to fall for someone, wouldn't Bayang, whom I already know, be more appealing? She's not only beautiful, but also considerate, and she even treats me to noodles. And Huayu? She's nothing special." Zhao Ting and the others realized that Suyu had firmly resolved to let go of his feelings for Huayu, and they no longer wished to press the matter. They simply inquired, "You go, Huayu is determined to pursue you tonight." Suyu cast him a sidelong glance. "So what? Does it matter?" Zhao Ting persistently probed. "Are you certain you can resist the advances of the school beauty? Let her pursue. I can't restrict someone else's freedom, can I?" Suyu scoffed. "If she pursues me once, I'll reject her once. We can repeat this dozens of times and see if she gives up." Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Huayu sat before her computer, searching for confession strategies online. At that moment, her two friends approached her, asking, "Huayu, are you really going to chase after Suyu?" Without turning her head, Huayu replied nonchalantly, "Yes." She was aware that her friends had a tendency to possess a certain social bravado, or rather, they were somewhat ordinary yet self-assured. They believe that women should be adored, indulged, and endlessly pampered. Men should cater to their every whim. Such individuals have clearly been brainwashed by some toxic motivational videos. It was futile to reason with them. Xian Lan, you don't need to say anything. I know what you want to express. Hua Yu shot them a glance and declared, I will make my own decisions. Zhang Xian Lan, the more robust of the two, had an average appearance. While she didn't deserve to be judged for her looks, her comments were undeniably uncomfortable. Zhang Xian Lan spoke earnestly, Hua Yu, you really don't need to do this. Look at the suitors who are after you. They're tall, rich, and handsome ones. Why not choose from among them instead of going for someone like Su Yu, who is just an average guy? Indeed. Ever since Su Yu declined to confess to Hua Yu and rejected her advances, she had labeled him as merely an average male. The other girl nodded in agreement. Exactly. Look at Hu Tian from the neighboring class. He's so handsome. Pei Ling, enough already. Do you not know how much of a cat Hu Tian is? Upon hearing that name, Hua Yu could no longer contain herself. Hu Tian from the neighboring class was indeed handsome and wealthy, but he was a notorious womanizer. He had played with the hearts of numerous female students in the finance department. Did such a person even deserve to be in a relationship? It was beyond consideration. The girl named Pei Ling had some freckles but remained steadfast in her viewpoint, continuing, a cad is still a cad, but he is warm-hearted. Besides, being the school beauty. You can surely reform him. Hiss. Hearing such remarks made Hua Yu gasp. Indeed. Only when one is lucid does one realize the sheer foolishness of those around them, just like her two friends, whom she previously regarded as close confidants. Now it seemed, their foolishness was far more profound than she had imagined. Chapter 036. What does it mean to be a worker? Is poverty not worth mentioning? The following day, Saturday, Siyu rose early, having engaged in a late-night gaming session of League of Legends with his friends, including the less skilled Lao Du. Until the early hours. Despite Lao Du's claims of having commitments the next day, his actions betrayed his words as he logged on to play. It was not until 1 o'clock that they finally retreated to sleep. Whether they managed to rest or not was uncertain. What was clear was that Siyu fell asleep after the gaming marathon. As for whether the others were hiding under their blankets with tissues for unsavory purposes, well, that remained a mystery to him. The floor bore witness to numerous crumpled tissue balls, and the air was tinged with an unmistakable scent. Siyu, holding his nose, ventured into the bathroom to wash up and brush his teeth. Dressed in fresh attire, he exited the dormitory. With Saturday offering little in the way of obligations, he decided to inspect the 10 properties he had won in the system lottery at Daunting Garden. After all, they represented his wealth. Moreover, pictures of the apartments had just been posted online the previous night, and already inquiries about renting had begun to flood in. Motivated by the prospect of earning more, he awoke with purpose. After enjoying breakfast at the school cafeteria, Siyu received a call from a potential tenant who had expressed interest in the properties. Hello. Do you have time to meet this morning to discuss the rental? The voice on the line was pleasant, undoubtedly belonging to a woman. Siyu felt a surge of confidence. Regardless of her appearance, she could very well be a dinosaur girl, a term he used lightly to describe someone unassuming yet intriguing. Sure. I can come over now. I should arrive around 10 o'clock, he replied, noting the time was just after 8:30. Great. I'll be waiting for you at a CAF near Daunting Garden, she answered. After a brief exchange, Siyu hung up, full of anticipation. Once outside the school, he boarded a bus heading to the city center, exhilarated by the prospect of collecting rent for the first time. Arriving near Daunting Garden at around 9:40, the first order of business was to call the alluring tenant. I've arrived. Where are you? He inquired. I'm at the CAF near the West Gate. Wearing a black office lady outfit, sitting alone with a MacBook on the table. You'll see me when you arrive, she clarified, with precise directions in mind. Siyu activated his navigation app and proceeded on foot. Upon entering the CAF, he scanned the room and soon spotted a woman in the corner by the window, dressed just as described. When she looked up, Siyu was taken aback by her stunning beauty. She exuded a mature allure, clad in a black professional outfit. Her long legs adorned in sheer stockings, and her hair cascading in soft waves, framing a face that embodied sophistication and grace. Hello. You must be Miss Han. Siyu approached her with a gentle smile. Han Jingru met his gaze, momentarily surprised by the youthful presence before her, but quickly regained composure, offering a smile that could enchant any man. Yes, that's me. Hello, little brother. The seductive timbre of her voice sent shivers down Siyu's spine. Yet, he maintained his composure, sitting down without hesitation. Let's get straight to the point, she said, bypassing any small talk. We discussed the rental terms last night. If everything looks good, How about we settle on 7,500 a month? Absolutely, Su Yu nodded, appreciating the straightforwardness. Efficiency in rental agreements was something he welcomed. Then let us go view the apartment, she said with a smile. With that, they rose and made their way to Dongting Garden. After crossing the street, they walked directly to the complex. Upon entering, the security guard requested proof of ownership, which Su Yu lacked. However, without hesitation, he produced the property deeds and keys for all 10 apartments, prompting the guard to grant them access. Han Jingru observed in astonishment. This youthful man, seemingly in his 20s, possessed 10 properties in Dongting Garden. He must be from a wealthy family, though his attire suggested otherwise. Yet, recalling online videos of landlords in the Guangdong province, she found it less surprising. As they strolled through the complex, Han Jingru remarked with a playful tone, "I didn't realize you were from a wealthy background." Showcasing 10 properties like that. So you shyly responded, "Oh, not at all. My family is quite ordinary. My father often complains about the hardships of manual labor, and my mother is always lamenting her late nights at the factory." Han Jingru chuckled softly, such modesty. 10 apartments, and you call that ordinary? What does that make me? A mere worker? Is poverty not worthy of mention? Not wishing to dwell on the topic, Su Yu shifted the conversation. Sister Han, would you mind if I called you that? Not at all, she replied, her voice dripping with allure, making it hard for him to suppress a shiver. Sister Han, which apartment are you interested in? He asked earnestly. I have both high and low floor options. What is your preference? After a moment of contemplation, she said, I'd like a unit on the 22nd floor, please. It's perfect, neither too high nor too low, providing the best view with minimal noise. So he rummaged through his belongings and nodded. I just happened to have one available on that floor. Watching him search, Han Jingru felt a twinge of envy. He seemed so prosperous. Wait, perhaps he was simply too busy to keep track of his own properties. When would she have the luxury of living such a life? They continued their light banter until they reached the 22nd floor of Building A. So he retrieved the keys and unlocked the door. Upon entering and surveying the DCOR and surroundings, Han Jingru nodded in satisfaction. This will do. I'll rent it for 2 years, paying for 1 year in advance, with utilities separate. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's face lit up with joy. Let us sign the contract right away. That's a full year's payment of 90,000 yuan at 7,500 a month. His heart soared at the prospect of such a profitable day. Chapter 037. The Reluctant Reality. The bold strike of old Du Su Yu produced a pre-printed rental agreement, and, after signing it with Han Jingru, the mature woman promptly transferred 90,000 yuan to him. Upon receiving the funds, Su Yu's eyes narrowed in delight. He was utterly satisfied. After the transaction, Han Jingru looked up at Su Yu, a smile playing on her lips. Little brother, have you never seen money before? You're grinning like that, she teased. Su Yu nodded vigorously. Indeed, I've never seen so much, aside from what the system provided. He had previously earned money through tutoring and selling some copyrights, so 90,000 yuan felt like a substantial sum. Even with over 900,000 yuan in his bank account, the sight of 90,000 still brought him immense joy. Who could ever have too much money? All right, since the contract is signed, I'll go fetch my belongings, Han Jingru said with a smile, picking up her limited edition Chanel bag as she prepared to leave. It was evident she was quite affluent. Through their conversation, Su Yu learned that Han Jingru was only 25, 6 years his senior. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. Being 6 years older, could he not embrace 2 such golden bricks? Of course, such musings were merely fanciful. Su Yu had no intention of relying on her financially. She exuded an air of sophistication, suggesting that she either hailed from wealth or excelled in her career, certainly a high-caliber professional. After all, who else would rent a property at 7,500 yuan per month without hesitation? Once Han Jingru departed, just as Su Yu was about to leave, he received another inquiry about a rental. Although he longed for a leisurely lunch as a reward for his hard work, he ultimately prioritized his work and met with the prospective tenant, a man seeking accommodation because his daughter was enrolled in a nearby kindergarten. As is well known, some schools in the vicinity of Dongting Garden are prestigious, and even the kindergarten is affiliated with such institutions, greatly benefiting children's future educational opportunities. Many parents choose to buy or rent properties in this area to provide their offspring with a favorable educational environment. Consequently, property prices in Dongting Garden consistently remain high. By the end of the day, Su Yu successfully rented out 2 properties, earning a total of 360,000 yuan, as the man paid 3 years' rent up front with remarkable generosity. It had been a delightful day. After toiling until 2 p.m., Suyu wrapped up at Dongting Garden and returned to school, only to find it was already 4 p.m. As he approached the school gate, he spotted his counselor, Old Du. Hey, dear, don't walk so fast. Old Du trailed behind an attractive woman, looking somewhat flustered and subservient. Observing this, Suyu couldn't help but reflect on how even the notoriously frugal Old Du had found himself a girlfriend. The woman in question was none other than Lu Tian's sister, also a counselor at the school. However, Lu, the counselor, was known for her fiery temperament. Old Du, who was assertive online but timid in real life, would find it challenging to navigate the assertive demeanor of such a formidable woman. Suyu had once witnessed Lu punch a stainless steel dormitory door with such force that it left everyone trembling. Though attractive, her personality was not something most could endure. Lu Yusin marched ahead with an imposing presence, and upon hearing her boyfriend's voice behind her, she erupted, "Can't you show a little ambition? My friends are here, and you have to create such a scene." With disappointment etched on her face, she glared at Old Du, who scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. "But you didn't let me finish my explanation. Is there anything left to say?" Lu shot him an incredulous look. "I told you I have a lunch gathering today. I wanted you to meet my friends, yet you slept until 1 p.m. and then asked if lunch was ready? Is this how a person behaves?" Hearing this, Suyu couldn't help but inhale sharply. So, there was indeed a lunch gathering today? Old Du had the audacity to dare sleep in and risk his relationship? Had he known, he would not have invited him to play games late into the night. What a fool. Now it seemed Old Du's budding romance was on the verge of collapse. However, it also meant Suyu could return to the ranks of the single. Old Du stood before Lu Yusin, wearing a broad smile, seemingly unfazed. "I was held up by some matters, and I thought I'd surprise you when I arrived." Lu Yusin glared at him, her frustration boiling over. "A surprise? What kind of surprise could you possibly have? Don't tell me it's about EDG winning." Old Du hurried forward, grinning. "Of course not. I just wanted to tell you. I was late because I want to buy you a diamond ring." Lu Yusin? Suyu? Was this truly happening? He couldn't help but wonder if Old Du had overslept after playing games with Zhao Ting and the others until dawn. Lu Yusin stared at him, bewildered. You said you bought what for me? A diamond ring? This miser actually spent." Old Du nodded earnestly. "Of course." He then produced a box containing the ring from his pocket. "I wanted to tell you that I genuinely like you." Suyu couldn't help but admire Old Du's emotional intelligence. The ring was likely purchased long ago. He merely seized this opportunity to present it after oversleeping. Old Du looked serious as he continued, "Though I borrowed Suyu's method to confess, I truly like you. Unlike that single dog, who only knows how to impress himself." At this, Suyu's expression darkened in an instant. "Goodness, Old Du." Unable to contain himself, he shouted, "Old Du." Startled, both Lu Yusin, who had been moved by Old Du's sudden gesture, and Old Du, who was caught up in his own excitement, turned to see Suyu approaching with a broad grin, waving at them. "Old Du, what a coincidence. How was your experience playing games last night? I heard you and the guys played until 4 a.m. Did you rank up? How about the seeds Wukong sent you? I hear they're in Ultra HD without a watermark." Old Du? Lu Yusin. In that instant, all sentiment vanished, replaced solely by Lu Yusin's murderous glare and Old Du's profuse sweat. "Oh no." She is furious. "Am I going to be finished?" Chapter 038. I love you. Don't be so unappreciative at this moment. Lao Du was utterly bewildered. When on earth did this fellow return? Gazing at his irate girlfriend, whose eyes were gradually filled with hostility, he quickly realized he had stepped into a pitfall. "Darling, please listen to me. I am truly not that kind of person." Lao Du retreated repeatedly, attempting to defend himself. Yet, this did little to alter Lu Yusin's demeanor. "You talked about buying a diamond ring. Yet you were playing games until 4 in the morning last night." Lu Yusin's tone was frigid, her gaze laced with fury. "And to top it off, you were watching uncensored videos? What? Am I not attractive enough for you?" Upon hearing this, Lao Du felt a shiver run down his spine. No, darling. I was merely learning their techniques." His only recourse was to argue. Lao Du shouted at Suyu, "You scoundrel. Are you slandering me? Do you believe I want to find trouble for you every day? Good grief. After I finally managed to appease her, you come along and ruin everything? Just because I said one thing to you? As brothers, you couldn't even shield me from this. That's outrageous." Suyu seemed oblivious to Lao Du's frantic gestures, continuing to smile as he said, "Teacher Lu, you've misunderstood." Misunderstood what? Lu Yusin arched an eyebrow, seeing that Suyu had grasped his hint. Lao Du sighed in relief. "Please help me explain. I'll treat you to dinner, and if that doesn't work, I'll even throw in a cigarette." Lao Du hurriedly added, "That's right, darling, You've misunderstood. I truly am not that kind of person. He was just speaking casually. Lu Yusin scoffed. Didn't you just say you were learning their techniques? So now you're not that kind of person anymore? This man has not spoken a single truth. He cannot be trusted. Lao Du's expression stiffened, his cunning little eyes darting around. Before he grinned, what I meant was, learning their techniques for playing LOL. They're all masters. I'm just a little diamond player. Don't I need to learn? So you nodded earnestly, precisely. Lao Du didn't actually enjoy watching uncensored videos. He had later asked Wukong for the censored ones, claiming they were more comfortable to watch and provided more useful techniques. Damn, Lao Du cursed Suyu 100 times in his heart. Good grief. You just had to deliver that fatal blow. Before he could explain himself, Suyu pulled out his phone, slowly walked over, and showed Lu Yusin the screen, saying, Teacher Lu, look, I have video evidence. Lu Yusin, intrigued, turned her gaze to the phone. The video clearly showed Suyu lounging on a bed, while Lao Du, Wukong, and Zhao Ting huddled together, peering at a laptop. Although the content was indistinguishable, she could distinctly hear the excited chatter of the three men. Hey, this content is quite good. I think her skills are impressive. Look, it only took 5 minutes before he couldn't handle it anymore. Learn nothing. As the conversation progressed, Lu Yusin could increasingly discern the enthusiasm in their voices. Her lovely face turned ashen. So you tucked his phone away, earnestly stating, see? Isn't it about learning techniques? It is. Very much so. Lu Yusin snorted coldly, casting a glance at Lao Du, and smiled. Since you wish to learn so much, then learn a bit more. Lao Du had become completely rigid, akin to a lifeless statue. However, Suyu was evidently not the type to enjoy breaking up couples. He merely continued to explain cheerfully, Teacher Lu, you've misunderstood Lao Du again. He truly loves you. Watching videos is something every man does. Even you. Teacher Lu, haven't you watched? Suyu's eyes twinkled with mischief. Upon hearing Suyu's playful smile, Lu Yusin's cheeks flushed. I have watched. Then that S settled, Suyu continued, glancing at Lao Du with a grin. Let me tell you a little secret. Last time Lao Du slept in our dormitory, he drunkenly hugged Zhao Ting and kept shouting in the middle of the night, I love you. Lu Yusin, I love you. Don't be so unappreciative. If you dare not love me, I'll make Zhao Ting die for you. Just look, for you, he would dare to take such drastic measures. Lao Du. As Lao Du listened, his confusion deepened. When did I ever hug Zhao Ting and mumble in my sleep? He knew Suyu was doing this on purpose, but he couldn't refute it. Otherwise, the treasure he had painstakingly pursued would slip away. Indeed, upon hearing Suyu's words, Lu Yusin's expression softened slightly. Although still frosty, her heart secretly rejoiced. Who could resist a man who professes his love for them, even in dreams? Certainly not her. This fellow could declare his affection even in slumber, clearly indicating his sincerity. However, to maintain her dignity, Lu Yusin coolly remarked, I'll let you off this time, if you dare stand me up again. Prepare to face my wrath. Lu Yusin chose to believe Suyu's words. After all, she hadn't interacted much with Suyu. Her only understanding came from her sister and conversations with students and teachers. He excelled academically, would do anything for the one he loved, and had persistently confessed his feelings 99 times. Just these 3 qualities were enough to elevate Suyu's standing in the hearts of all girls to the maximum. Without a doubt, with Suyu's assistance, Lu Yusin decided to forgive him. Upon hearing that his beloved had pardoned him, Lao Du was overjoyed, quickly exclaiming, Darling, come. Let me put this diamond ring on your finger. Rest assured, when the time comes for the wedding, the ring will be even larger. Good grief. He was directly aiming for marriage. Suyu thought to himself, clearly Lao Du was quite devoted, taking their conversation in that direction. Lu Yusin felt a surge of happiness, but still playfully retorted, Get lost, who said I wanted to marry you? Though she said this, her hand instinctively reached out. Lao Du wore an understanding look, sweetly assuring her, No worries, as long as you remain my girlfriend, I will treat you well every single day. He was determined to treat her right. Otherwise, with her background in Taekwondo, he might find himself unexpectedly floored one day. After placing the ring on her finger, Lao Du wrapped his arms around Lu Yusin as they walked, saying, Come on, I'll take you to eat your favorite food, and then shopping. I may not have much else, but I have plenty of energy to accompany you shopping. Before departing, Lao Du couldn't resist giving Suyu a thumbs up. Good buddy. Although you put me in a tight spot for a while, I'll remember those words you said later. When I return, I'll bring you back some treats. Chapter 39. Old Zhao. What happened to that beautiful senior? After the little couple, Lao Du and his partner, parted ways, Suyu returned to the dormitory. Inside, The three indolent roommates exhibited no ambition whatsoever, spending their days either gaming or drinking. As soon as he entered the room, Siyu was greeted by their incessant bickering. Come on, come on. Damn it, Siwin, why the hell are you holding a barrel of liquor instead of blowing it up? Lao Zhao roared. Do you even know how to handle a nuclear bomb of a liquor barrel? Siwin, clearly agitated by the tirade, retorted. You're playing echo like garbage. Hurry up and find a job already. Having grown accustomed to their colorful language, Siyu merely shrugged it off. Apart from Wukong, who possessed a bit more skill, Lao Zhao was just a slacker who had been carried along. Whenever they engaged in team battles, Lao Zhao was the most vocal. Yet his gameplay left much to be desired. Seated at his desk, Siyu fiddled with his phone, waiting for them to finish before joining in. They teamed up with a stranger and played until after 7 in the evening. After finishing their game, the previously bickering Lao Zhao and Siwin immediately embraced and rushed to the bathroom. Next time, remember to cover for me, Lao Zhao called out. Forget it. You should just play support, Siwin replied. After exiting the game, Siyu opened a document, his fingers flying over the keyboard. He balanced gaming with his assignments. And this particular document had been sent by Professor Zhou the day before regarding a project due next week. Eager to earn some money, Siyu was diligent in his work, relishing the feeling of accumulating wealth. As he neared completion, Lao Zhao suddenly clapped him on the shoulder. You go. Have you finished writing? What's up? Siyu inquired, turning around. Fresh out of the shower, Lao Zhao stood behind him with a comb and a mirror, sporting a mysterious grin. Tonight, we're hitting the bar. Are you coming? The bar? Upon hearing this, Siyu instantly lost interest. No way. If I keep hanging out with you guys, I'll end up a complete mess. He detested the atmosphere of bars. It was too noisy. He had gone to one before, but fled within 10 minutes, overwhelmed by the bass that thudded against his chest. Such indulgence, he felt, was akin to moral decay. Are you really not going? Lao Zhao asked, perplexed. Not going. Siyu replied resolutely. Lao Zhao nodded, a hint of regret on his face. What a pity. A beautiful senior invited us to the bar tonight with 4 or 5 of her friends. Since you're not going, we'll just head out ourselves. Just as Lao Zhao turned to leave, Siyu suddenly cleared his throat. Lao Zhao looked back, squinting. What's up, you go? With a serious expression. Siyu said, I suppose I should go. After all, the bar scene can be quite treacherous. If I don't go, I fear you might fall victim to some foul play. It would be prudent for me to supervise you. He added earnestly, I'm genuinely concerned for my adorable roommates. It's certainly not about the pretty seniors. Lao Zhao scoffed. Oh please, just admit you want to see the pretty senior. Stop pretending. Hurry up and shower. The seniors are waiting for us at the school gate. Ah, so the seniors are indeed waiting, Siyu thought, realizing why these 3 rushed to shower and don their best outfits. Apart from Wukong, who had a flair for fashion, the other 2 rarely styled their hair. Yet today, they had even borrowed Wukong's hair gel and cologne. Siyu saved his document and shut down his computer, grabbing a couple of clothes to shower. He considered himself somewhat of a man who enjoys the finer things in life yet is reluctant to fully embrace it. Thus, he would not pass up the chance to meet the beautiful seniors. Perhaps something unexpected could unfold. After showering, Siyu styled his hair, and the 4 of them sprayed on Wukong's cologne before stepping outside. However, he felt a slight headache over the prospect of relying on others. The idea of being financially supported by someone was entirely daunting, but he had only turned down one such offer mysteriously. Perhaps he would encounter a wealthy woman drowning her sorrows at the bar. Upon reaching the school gate, they found it bustling with couples, all heading out together. It was Saturday night, and most likely, few would return to the dorms until the next day. As Siyu scanned the area, he asked, Old Zhao, where's that beautiful senior you mentioned? Aren't they supposed to be waiting for us here? After looking around and finding no sign of any senior, Lao Zhao pulled out his phone. Wait a moment, I'll message her. As Siyu observed the numerous contacts on Lao Zhao's WeChat, all featuring female avatars, a wave of envy washed over him. When would he experience such a life? He lamented over his own meager selection of female contacts. After a brief wait, Lao Zhao tucked his phone away. Let us go. He led the group to a BMW Z4 parked nearby. Alongside it were a Mercedes and a Porsche Panamera. Siyu was taken aback when had Lao Zhao befriended such affluent seniors. While he knew there were many wealthy individuals in the finance department, he had never encountered them. They all seemed to play in the same circles. Why had Lao Zhao managed to connect with so many wealthy seniors without him knowing? Lao Zhao tapped on the car window, and it slowly rolled down, revealing a girl with an attractive face rated at least a 7. Hey, you're here? Choose a car. This one can only fit 1 person. Upon glancing at the four luxurious cars, Siyu noticed that all the drivers were women. And they were all quite attractive, which felt a bit excessive. Ultimately, under the subtle pressure of his companions, Siyu climbed into the Panamera. As he settled into the seat, he greeted the girl in the driver's seat. "Hello, senior." "Wait, you're Siyu, right?" Chapter 040. "I consider you a good senior. Yet you wish to stealthily intoxicate me." The girl turned her head, her expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Siyu gently nodded. "MHM." The girl covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "Hello, my name is Louis." Siyu scrutinized her closely, realizing with unexpected delight that the girl was strikingly beautiful and aligned with his aesthetic preferences. She possessed a face unique to Eastern beauty, with a subtle tear mole beneath her eye. Her attire, a black one-shoulder dress paired with softly curled flaxen hair, was complemented by understated bangs that perfectly framed her face. Upon entering the vehicle, a distinctive fragrance wafted through the air, prompting Siyu to rate Louis a solid 9. Louis curiously glanced at Siyu and remarked, "Siyu, I have heard your name quite a few times." Siyu smiled. "It's quite normal to have heard of you, just as I have heard of many names of Senior E." Louis, a senior in the finance department, was indeed a campus belle. The number of admirers vying for her attention could easily fill a large classroom. Even Zhao Ting and others frequently mention her in Suyu's presence. With a soft smile, Louis inquired, "Do you enjoy visiting bars?" "Not really. My roommates dragged me out, insisting I should observe them," Siyu replied nonchalantly, showing no sign of embarrassment over his fib. "All right," Louis nodded, accepting his explanation. After all, the notion of infatuation had been attributed to Siyu. After conversing for a while, the car ahead began to move, and Louis followed suit in her Panamera, trailing behind them. Angel Bar, the largest and most vibrant establishment in Jiang City, could accommodate nearly 2,000 patrons. Once they parked, they made their way inside. Siyu trailed behind the group, engaging in casual conversation with Louis. She explained that they had come to see a highly popular DJ performing that night. Siyu feigned indifference, merely acknowledging the presence of a beautiful girl beside him, and mused, "When will I be able to experience a life like yours?" Louis chuckled at his comment. "Don't worry, we don't come here often. We just enjoy relaxing here occasionally. I only drink a little and watch them have fun." She was wise enough to know which drinks to indulge in and which to avoid, unlike her friends who often drank to excess, ending up at a nearby hotel to recover, returning home the next day. She, however, preferred to sip lightly and observe, ensuring that the predatory men lurking about did not take advantage of them. Siyu nodded in agreement, smiling. "Then I might need you to keep an eye on me tonight." "That's not guaranteed," Louis teased. "If you get drunk." "Are you not worried I might take you to the hotel next door?" Suyu's lips curled into a knowing smile as he replied, "We shall see who ends up intoxicated first." He had never feared anyone when it came to drinking. Each time he went out with Zhao Ting and others, he effortlessly mixed drinks, leaving them sprawled on the streets while he remained sober. It was as if alcohol had no effect on him, no matter how much he consumed. As they chatted, the group entered the bar, where the pulsating beats of the DJ filled the air, creating an exhilarating atmosphere. Although it was not yet too late, and the crowd was manageable, the peak hours arrived around midnight. This time, it was not Zhao Ting footing the bill, but rather the senior girls with luxury cars who treated them. They ordered an array of snacks and drinks, ensuring Siyu and Louis were catered to. Yet the tab still reached nearly 8,000 yuan, as they only ordered the finest. Coming from affluent backgrounds, they frequented such places 2 or 3 times a month, each time racking up similar expenses. In light of this, Siyu could only reflect on the advantages of having a wealthy father. Though he had some financial means, he was reluctant to spend extravagantly. With that sum, he could purchase an entire set of skins for his games. Seated beside Louis, Siyu observed Zhao Ting, Wu Kong, and Zhu Wen as they mingled with 3 other girls, engaging in drinking games with dice and cards. However, Siyu and Louis were the exceptions, as they opted for light drinking and decided to play a game on their phones instead. "You play support, and I'll take the jungle role. Let us coordinate our attacks," Siyu suggested as he prepared to select his champion. "All right," Louis agreed, and after a few rounds, their interest waned due to the loud revelry around them. In just an hour, the table was cluttered with over 20 empty bottles, a testament to the intensity of their drinking, particularly the potent Budweiser. As the atmosphere grew more spirited, Zhao Ting approached Siyu and whispered, "What are you waiting for? Get Louis to join you in drinking. If neither of you gets drunk, how will you ever have a chance?" Siyu was taken aback. "So, Your intention in bringing me here was to get me intoxicated and deliver me to Louis? He glanced at Louis, noticing the senior girl who drove a BMW Z4 leaning in to whisper something to her. So you observed as Louis's expression shifted, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes, despite the glaring lights. She ultimately nodded in agreement. Louis then leaned closer to Suyu and softly suggested, Suyu, why don't we share a drink? At that moment, Suyu comprehended the underlying motive. So this was the plan, to intoxicate him. He had regarded her as a good senior, yet she intended to stealthily intoxicate him with ulterior motives. Chapter 41. Now I'm in the mood. And you're telling me not to join at this moment, so you found himself in a quandary. On one hand, there was the urging of his friends, on the other, the enchanting invitation from a captivating senior from the East. He was indeed torn. If he were to indulge in drink, how would he manage himself? After all, he was known to be a lightweight. If he proceeded with this, it would feel rather unjust to himself. After a brief internal struggle, Suyu resolved to partake in the revelry, for he had just made new acquaintances, and it would be impolite to decline. In the next moment, Suyu joined them, seizing the dice cup and preparing for a game of chance. 16 twos, let us go, he exclaimed, the dice cup crashing onto the table with fervor. Witnessing Suyu's formidable presence, the others instinctively recoiled, having initially perceived him as a mild-mannered fellow. As Suyu's roommates, Zhao Ting and the others were well aware of his true nature and could only follow suit. One for me, Zhuan declared. Next was a senior clad in black stockings and a short skirt, her appearance quite pleasant, who steeled herself to glance at her dice cup. Although it contained only one vibrant red die, she chose to assert, I'll raise one as well. 18 twos. This immediately placed her neighbor, Lu Yi, in a predicament. Faced with everyone else raising the stakes, Lu Yi looked into her own cup, revealing 2 red ones. I'll raise as well. Before she could finish, Suyu decisively interrupted, split. He had called for a split across several players. Should he lose, it meant drinking 5 cups. The group was taken aback. Louis was left utterly flabbergasted. Wait, you're splitting across 4 people? How fierce. In the next instant, Suyu unveiled his dice cup. It was filled with nothing but radiant 4s. Louis gasped in disbelief. When the others revealed their cups, even if one had 4 ones, they totaled only 14, still shy of Suyu's declared 16 twos. With a smile, Suyu looked at Louis and asked, Senior, will you be drinking beer or soda? That's 5 cups, you know. Though the cups were small, 5 still amounted to a full bottle. Louis's face twitched slightly, realizing he was clearly targeting her. Fine. I'll drink, she declared, downing 5 cups of Budweiser with admirable gusto. The next round commenced, with Louis now calling the shots. Drawing from her previous experience, she saw her 5 dice showing 1, 3, 6, 6, and 2, and boldly called, 14 4s, let us go. As soon as Suyu called, she immediately split. This was her chance for revenge. Yet before she could complete her thought, Suyu's voice rang out again. Split. With a clang. He revealed 5 6s, no 1s or 4s in sight. The others followed suit, and at the end of the round, only the senior in black stockings supported her claim, managing to produce a single 4. However, even that paled in comparison, as Louis's declaration had been completely invalidated. Once again, she found herself facing 5 more cups. Having consumed 10 cups in total, Louis was now indignant. 9 ones. Split. Yet again, Suyu split echoed. This time, however, Louis wore a confident smile. Junior, you're overreaching. I have 5 ones, plus 2 for the color. That is 7. She couldn't believe that, among so many players, no one else could muster at least a couple of ones. In the next heartbeat, everyone revealed their dice cups, and the atmosphere grew tense. All blank. Suyu chuckled at the dazed Louis as he unveiled his own cup. Sorry, senior, I support you with 1, but everyone else is blank. So you've lost once more. At this spectacle, Louis spiraled into despair. What the heck? Why am I so unlucky? Why? Her frustration boiled over as she glared at Suyu. He feigned innocence. What can I do if I don't have any? You can't blame me. I'm just following my instincts. Every time you declare something, my rolls don't match. Why would I split for you? Besides, I'm just putting on a show. Otherwise, they might think I'm going easy on you. Louis turned her head away, sulking, and the next round began. 1 for me. Split. After 5 rounds, each time she had been unable to emerge victorious, all the while Suyu monopolized the splits. Without fail, he rolled nothing. Louis, exasperated, ended up nursing 2 cans of beer. I can't drink anymore, she lamented, visibly distressed. Even Zhao Ting could no longer bear to watch, quietly urging Su Yu. Captain, stop the boat. While we wanted to give you and Senior Lu a chance, it doesn't mean you should keep targeting her. What do you mean I'm steering the ship? I only initiated the first round. Su Yu retorted, standing his ground. Zhao Ting was left speechless. In the subsequent rounds, Su Yu, showing some consideration, allowed Lu Yi to escape the relentless targeting, ensuring everyone partook equally, with each person consuming 5 cups before they finally ceased. However, Su Yu had yet to drink a single cup. You all are so considerate, I don't know how to respond. You're not letting me drink at all. And my throat is parched, he remarked, taking a sip from a drink. The feeling of invincibility was indeed lonely, faced with his sudden air of dominance. The 7 others contemplated retaliating, yet felt helpless. Su Yu's luck was truly unmatched. Whenever he called for a split, no one could evade it. They all ended up drinking. This was rather excessive. Ultimately, Lu Yi ended up with 4 bottles to nurse, while the others each had varying debts of alcohol. Zhao Ting exchanged glances with the senior in a BMW Z4, and they both nodded in agreement. Brother Yu, why don't you and Senior Lu go play a game over there? Just stop playing here, Zhao Ting earnestly requested. Su Yu, puzzled, replied, why? We were just getting into it. You wanted me to join, now you tell me not to? Zhao Ting, exasperated, exclaimed, what do you mean not play? Are you not aware of your own luck? Let Senior Lu sober up. Su Yu glanced at Lu Yi and noticed her cheeks had flushed a deep red. Is she really that tipsy? She has only had 4 or 5 bottles. Nevertheless, out of consideration, he nodded. All right, I'll come back later. The others collectively sighed. Please, don't come back. Just go play your game. We were supposed to enjoy together, yet it turned into you having all the fun while we drowned in drink. After rejecting Su Yu from their game, they shifted to cards, unable to handle the dice anymore. Meanwhile, Su Yu settled onto a nearby sofa beside Lu Yi. Senior, can you still drink? Lu Yi, her face flushed, replied with a hiccup, I'm fine. She quickly covered her mouth, as if a wave of nausea was about to escape. Observing this, Su Yu couldn't help but remark, oh dear. Senior Yi truly embodies the saying, a poor player who loves to indulge. Chapter 42. Well, if you're not shy then, why don't you kiss me? Su Yu felt a wave of concern wash over him. How could someone with such poor drinking capacity come to a bar? No wonder it was said they were there to keep an eye on her. It seemed that everything was predestined. If she couldn't drink, what else could she do? At that moment, Su Yu wished he could light a cigarette for himself, but he felt unworthy of it. Lu Yi had only consumed a few bottles of alcohol and had been playing for just over half an hour, yet she was already intoxicated. The effects were setting in rather swiftly. Su Yu sighed and asked, Senior, are you unable to handle alcohol? No, Lu Yi retorted defiantly. I just happen to be in a bad state today. If it were any other time, I wouldn't fear even 10 of you. Drinking was one thing. But she refused to lose her bravado. Lu Yi stubbornly declared, next time, I promise I'll drink you under the table. Yes, Su Yu nodded in agreement. You're right when you're drunk, whatever you say goes. However, as a sober warrior, he genuinely had no idea what being inebriated felt like. Seeing her sway unsteadily, on the verge of retching, Su Yu asked a waiter to bring her a glass of honey water. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not allow her to succumb to drunkenness. If she did, judging by her current demeanor, it seemed that Zhao and the others might have some stories to share with other seniors tonight. He certainly didn't want to be left alone to make mistakes. Although Lu Yi was indeed to his liking, an enchanting classical beauty, Su Yu still wanted to maintain his dignity. Life goes on, and so does the pursuit of benefits. After Lu Yi sipped some honey water, she seemed to feel a bit better, though she was still somewhat uncomfortable. A few minutes later, she felt her stomach churning and said, Junior, could you accompany me to the restroom? Su Yu nodded, helping her toward the bathroom. Once there, he let her go inside alone, as there were distinctions between men and women. Outside, he heard sounds from within and couldn't help but shake his head. He had picked the wrong person. She clearly couldn't handle her drink. After a few minutes of waiting, Lu Yi emerged looking considerably more composed, with traces of water on her face, indicating she had sobered up somewhat. Apologetically, she said, Sorry, Junior. It's fine. Let us head back. Su Yu waved his hand dismissively. He had seen enough of this to be unfazed. After all, he had witnessed others in similar situations, like Lao Du, Zhao Ting, Zhu Wan, and Wu Kong, who were notorious for their frequent bouts of vomiting. Upon returning to their booth, Su Yu settled down and struck up a conversation with Lu Yi. Zhao Ting and the others were still joyously drinking. Su Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy toward them. Not everyone could drink as effortlessly as they did. Alas, Discussing it only brought tears. Despite having just thrown up, Liu Yi remained somewhat tipsy. Sitting beside Su Yu, she inhaled his distinct masculine scent, which stirred a subtle feeling within her. Junior, have you ever been in a relationship? She suddenly inquired after a few moments of silence. Turning to look at her, Su Yu slowly shook his head. No. Didn't you date anyone before pursuing Yu? Liu Yi asked curiously. She had always assumed Su Yu had experienced romance before. Those who witnessed his confession ceremonies knew he possessed a certain charm, with a plethora of creative displays, singing, presenting flowers, reciting poetry, and even combining music and song. As the saying goes, a boy who can sing earns extra points in a girl's heart. Su Yu was that kind of boy. His singing voice surpassed that of many professional singers, which was undeniable. His two original songs, Extraterrestrial and Unexpected, had left many in awe of his talent, Liu Yi included. Yet, for such a remarkable young man to be so focused on Yu seemed puzzling. Given his performance, once he set aside Yu, he could easily win over any girl he desired. So you nodded. Yes, it was my first time confessing to a girl when I pursued her. I've never truly been in a relationship. Cleansing his image, preparing for a soft landing, Liu Yi grew even more intrigued, inching closer to Su Yu, nearly leaning against him. You're so handsome, yet you've never been in a relationship. Su Yu's lips twitched slightly. Who says that handsome people must have dated before? While I am indeed handsome, don't be surprised that I haven't been in a relationship. Seeing Su Yu's somewhat awkward expression, Liu Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, you actually seem shy. I am not shy. Su Yu protested, his tone defensive. Liu Yi raised an eyebrow and teased in a playful tone. You are. You were just shy a moment ago. You think I can't tell? Now that I'm leaning against you, your body has stiffened, yet you claim you're not shy. Faced with such a flirtatious classical beauty. Su Yu found himself both troubled and enchanted. Although Liu Yi's actions were not overly bold, they certainly hinted at a growing intimacy. Leaning against him, Su Yu found it enjoyable, but it was also his first experience of this nature. Senior, please maintain some decorum. We should keep a respectful distance, he said earnestly. Shifting slightly away. Seeing this, the tipsy Liu Yi laughed. You still feel shy? However, the more she gazed at Su Yu's face, the more evident her internal stirrings became. Her eyes, like gentle waters, shimmered with an unusual light. It seemed that with the alcohol, her courage had increased significantly. Noticing Su Yu's attempt to distance himself, Liu Yi boldly leaned closer, wrapping her arms around his. She lifted her chin to meet his gaze. Junior, why are you sitting so far away? Are you afraid I might eat you? Su Yu bristled at her words. What do you mean, afraid you'll eat me? I'm more concerned you might be left with nothing but bones if I were to devour you. Who said that? Su Yu took the initiative, wrapping his arm around Liu Yi's slender waist. The moment he touched her, an electric jolt coursed through him, leaving him momentarily stiff. Sensing his awkwardness, Liu Yi became bolder, not only failing to resist but also responding to his embrace. Junior, you're holding me wrong. Your hand should be placed here, she said, guiding his hand to a more appropriate position. Now that's the proper way to embrace. Though she herself had never been in a relationship, it didn't hinder her from being an expert in the art of affection. Su Yu watched her, and Liu Yi met his gaze defiantly. Are you feeling shy? A mischievous smile danced across Liu Yi's delicate features. Su Yu adopted a serious demeanor, insisting, I am not shy. But your eyes are darting away. No, I'm not. As he turned his head away, Liu Yi reached out to turn it back towards her. If you're not shy then, why don't you kiss me? Su Yu. Chapter 43. Senior, what did you just say? I didn't hear you. Wow. Must you be so direct? Su Yu was taken aback, gazing at her as if she were an extraterrestrial being. So, this is how bold you become when inebriated? No wonder you don't drink too much. If you were truly drunk, would you not simply embrace a man and leave? Su Yu swallowed hard, awkwardly chuckling. Well, that's really unnecessary. Senior, it's just our first meeting. It wouldn't be appropriate. This was the first time Su Yu had been so teased by a girl, and it felt utterly unreal. Liu Yi rolled her eyes and playfully pouted. Oh, come on, you're single, and so am I. What's inappropriate about it? If it comes down to it, I could just be your girlfriend. Gasp. Su Yu inhaled sharply, his expression one of shock. You're quite bold, but I'm not a brave man, and pursuing you in such a bewildering manner makes me feel like there's something wrong with me. He withdrew his hand from her waist, seriously pushing her away. Senior, you're drunk. You should rest for a while. Su Yu was utterly confused, feeling that this script wasn't unfolding as it should. In novels, those like him, who had pursued someone 100 times without a response, were often ridiculed. Especially given his humble attire, Shouldn't she look down on him? His emotions were tumultuous, as if his innocent heart had been deceived. Wasn't this supposed to be an act of bravado? Yet, one by one, they all seemed to want to seduce him. What was happening? Louis clung to him persistently, this time wrapping her arms around him. Her small head rested against Su Yu's chest as she looked up at him with intense eyes. Are you going to kiss me or not? With her cheek pressed against his chest and her gaze dreamy, she sighed softly. I really like you. I don't mind at all. If it's too much, I could support you. Although I rely on my family, my father supports me. While I may not inherit billions, my family has at least a couple of 100 million. It wouldn't be a burden for you. Su Yu, if you agree to be my boyfriend, I swear I'd take care of you. Louis made a fierce face, resembling a fierce goddess. Upon hearing this, Su Yu felt even more troubled. Why was this woman so insane when drunk, claiming she would support him? Wait, did she just say she would support him? Did her family truly have assets of hundreds of millions? A light bulb went off in Su Yu's mind as he pulled her from his embrace, steadied her by her shoulders, and said earnestly, I'm not that kind of man. Although my family isn't wealthy, I've never considered relying on a woman for support. I am serious. Louis, equally serious in her drunken state, brushed off Su Yu's hands and nestled closer to him, teasing, What do you mean support? I'm just saying, if you nod right now, I'll provide for you. Don't all you boys love being pampered? Though somewhat tipsy, she was reveling in her boldness. Her affection for Su Yu was genuine. It was just that she often found it difficult to express, compounded by the fact that this was their first encounter and she had consumed a bit of alcohol. Was it love at first sight? Not quite. It was more about her growing interest in him after getting to know him better, if Su Yu were to agree. Even if she sobered up, she would likely still nod in affirmation. No, senior, I'm really not that kind of person. Su Yu pondered for a moment before slowly responding. I'm not the person you think I am. Although my family isn't wealthy, I believe I can create my own fortune. So there is no need to mention supporting me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully rejecting Louis's offer of support. Receiving the following rewards. Congratulations, host. Perfect combat skill max. Congratulations, host. Cash reward of 300,000 has been safely transferred to the host's account. Congratulations. Host. 1 lottery draw opportunity. Congratulations, host. Hidden task completed. Rejecting a 1,000,000 level support. Additional reward. One-handed Ferrari driving skill. Irresistible suit charm. 5 system prompts echoed in his mind. Su Yu felt ecstatic. So Louis's family was quite affluent, and rejecting her granted him 300,000. Was this random or calculated? Su Yu was curious. At that moment, his mind was solely focused on the rewards, completely oblivious to Louis's words. He inwardly questioned the system. What are the functions of these skills? Details of perfect combat skill. Upon acquiring this skill, the host will elevate their overall combat proficiency to the pinnacle level, becoming a master in both survival and combat. Details of one-handed Ferrari driving skill. The host can drive a Ferrari with one hand, increasing charm by 50. Once surpassing a critical threshold, it automatically transforms into an aura. Irresistible suit charm. Wearing a suit enhances your charm by 50, maximizing allure, although lacking practical combat abilities. It's your best ally in attracting wealthy women. After hearing the system's descriptions, Su Yu exclaimed in delight. All were things he cherished. Of course. Except for that one-handed Ferrari driving. What a ridiculous idea. If he had a Ferrari, would he still worry about charm? This skill seemed utterly useless. Su Yu felt like scoffing at such trivial rewards, wishing he had been given an extra 100 yuan instead. If he could actually drive a Ferrari. Even if he were an ordinary fellow, his charm would be max. Ugh, how absurd. Furthermore, the cash reward for rejecting the support is based on the net worth of the person being rejected. For instance, if the rejected person has a net worth of 100 yuan, the host receives 10 of that as a reward. Excellent. This further solidified his resolve to pursue a life of luxury. Su Yu felt that the system was pushing him into a pit of no return. How much are the girls at school worth? Outside, wealthy women often have net worths in the millions, with some even reaching billions or hundreds of billions. Rejecting them would be the real prize. Su Yu couldn't help but sigh. System, you're making it impossible for me to resist this path towards becoming a prince. What should I do? I'm practically itching to apply at a high-end club right now. That is not off the table, Su Yu? What? It even has a chat function? How did I not notice this before? Su Yu, did you hear what I was saying? At that moment, Su Yu felt himself being shaken awake from the system space. Upon exiting, he saw Louis puffing her cheeks, glaring at him in frustration. Seeing her resemble a squirrel with cheeks stuffed with nuts, Siyu couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to pinch her cheek. Senior, what did you just say? I didn't hear you, Lu Yi replied. I've been talking earnestly for ages, and you tell me you didn't hear a word? Chapter 044. I have confirmed one thing. You truly have never been in love, Lu Yi exclaimed in frustration. So it's just me talking while you're lost in a daze. You're even more intoxicated than I am. How dare you accuse me of being drunk? What about your own face? Suyu, taken aback by her words, felt unjustly accused. Me drunk? I've only had 2 drinks. What about you? You polished off 5 or 6 bottles and still owe 5 more for your Shark Tank. He coughed lightly, conceding. All right. I'm the one who's drunk. So, what was it you just said? Seeing him admit defeat, Lu Yi's expression softened slightly. Yet she still clung to Suyu and softly murmured, I said, I like you. Would you consider being my boyfriend? Suyu was utterly bewildered. Are you serious? You can't be finished with this already, can you? Lu Yi took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of his cologne, and cheerfully insisted, just give me a kiss. Suyu sighed, Senior, please don't do this to me. I am quite conflicted. While I refuse to be a kept man, I have not outright rejected the idea of romance. It's just I really am not ready for a relationship yet. Lu Yi's excitement surged at his words. What do you mean, don't do this? I'm being very proactive here. Are you really not going to kiss me? A kiss doesn't mean you have to take responsibility for my entire life. It's just a kiss. Do you understand? Humph. Am I really that unattractive that you resist so much? At that moment, Lu Yi felt a wave of grievance. This man was dreadfully uninteresting. Yet, why was she still so drawn to him? Inside the bar, with the neon lights flashing and the deafening DJ music playing, Lu Yi could still see Suyu's chiseled features. So captivating. Gazing at him, she became entranced. Suyu, I'll ask you again. Will you kiss me or not? Suyu responded earnestly, Senior, I truly am not interested in dating right now, and besides, we've only known each other for less than 3 hours. This is, Before he could finish, he felt her soft lips pressing against his. Though there was a hint of flavor, Lu Yi had just chewed gum and sipped honey water mixed with various drinks. The taste was indescribable, somewhat intoxicating. As he gazed at her enchanting visage, with her slightly fluttering eyelashes and the pained furrow of her brow from their clumsy collision of teeth, Suyu was left in a daze. Wait, did this woman just initiate a forceful kiss? Lu Yi paid no mind to his confusion, lost in her own exploration. Her inexperienced movements aimed at conquering him. Gradually, she pressed closer. Perhaps it was due to their proximity, but Suyu noticed her breath becoming slightly heavier. The warmth of her presence urged him to reciprocate her advances. Suddenly, he felt a soft appendage attempting to pry open his lips, seeking entry. After 2 minutes, Lu Yi pulled away, observing the dazed look on Suyu's face. She pursed her lips slightly, a smirk gracing her features. Was she reveling in her triumph? Humph. Since you want to kiss me, I'll take matters into my own hands. With a touch of pride, Lu Yi lifted her chin. Suyu, still savoring the lingering taste in his mouth, thought to himself, quite overwhelming. But considering she just regurgitated, I desperately want to rinse my mouth and gulp down some water. Seizing a drink from the table, he took a sip, swishing it around in his mouth, then discreetly spat it out while Lu Yi was distracted. Ugh, the taste is nothing but alcohol, a mishmash of flavors. His expression soured instantly. Goodness, I've seen some bold moves, but this takes the cake. A drunken, forceful kiss? This reminds me of that time Lao Du got wasted at the food stall after the semester ended and publicly kissed Zhao Ting. That incident was quite private. Besides me and Uncle Yang, the stall owner, not many were aware. Most of my roommates were too drunk to remember, even if they teased them after. Only Lao Du and Zhao Ting could recall it clearly. Yet, they never spoke of it. This secret shall remain untold until death. Suyu sighed, Senior. This isn't how you play the game. I never agreed to be your boyfriend. A kiss from you doesn't mean anything. I must clarify this beforehand. Otherwise, if you deny it later, I'll be left in a perplexing position. I plan to redeem my reputation at the freshman party next Friday. Lu Yi shot him a glance, pouting. Did I say that kissing you makes you my boyfriend? I meant, you kiss me, and I become your girlfriend. If you don't kiss me, I will kiss you just to test you. With a playful grin, she added. But I've definitely confirmed one thing. You've never been in love. You couldn't even kiss properly, and now my teeth are still aching. Siyu was left speechless. Is it shameful to have never experienced love? Furthermore, you speak as if you have extensive experience, yet you fumbled and hurt my lips. What audacity! Such sarcastic thoughts remained unspoken, for voicing them could lead to dire consequences. No, I need to survive until next Friday's freshman party. Indeed. Everything you say is correct. So you could only nod in feigned agreement, eager to avoid provoking this intoxicated woman further. Louis leaned back on the sofa, musing, so. This is what kissing feels like. It's rather pleasant. You smell delightful. Sue was at a loss for words. Is that really the point? The real issue is. I've lost my first kiss. That's the crux of the matter. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. See, I told you they would kiss. Who bet against it? You should be drinking now. So you turned to find Wukong and the others had paused their game, watching the scene unfold. What are you all staring at? He grumbled. Wukong chuckled. We're just watching you two kiss. No offense, you good. But your kissing skills leave much to be desired. Get lost. I never kissed her. That was a forced kiss. So you shot him a glare. I understand. I understand a forceful kiss, Wukong teased. Faced with their teasing smiles, so you could only respond with a sound akin to a protective mother pig guarding her young. Damn it. Now I'm even more frustrated. Ignoring their jeers, Suyu glanced at Lu Yi, who had collapsed onto the sofa, before heading to the restroom. Once he returned, his gaze fixated on the group, and he shouted, Are you all trying to get yourselves killed? Chapter 045. Please indulge within 10 minutes. Suyu's gaze suddenly turned sharp, filled with an intimidating aura. He looked coldly at the two men before him and barked. Get away from me. Beside Louis, two timid men eyed her with ill intentions, contemplating dragging her away. However, they were abruptly confronted by the imposing figure of Suyu. Startled, they turned to see him glaring fiercely at them. Despite having consumed some alcohol, their fear was diminished. One of the trendily dressed men stepped forward, sneering, What is it to you? Get lost. She is my girlfriend. Though their voices were loud. The heavy bass from the renowned DJ invited by Angel drowned them out, leaving those nearby oblivious to the confrontation. Yet, Zhao Ting and his companions caught wind of the tension. Upon witnessing Siyu standing against the two men beside Louis, they sprang to their feet simultaneously. Brother you. What's wrong? Despite having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, Zhao Ting and his friends retained their composure. Siyu, with a grim expression, replied. I've encountered a couple of worthless fools. Indeed, in Suyu's eyes, these individuals, akin to the grave robbers often seen in news reports, were utterly contemptible. He had seen online discussions filled with such individuals boasting about their exploits, showcasing their finds in videos, even posting them on illicit websites for profit. His disdain for them was palpable. The unexpected encounter today was unwelcome. Hearing Suyu's words, Zhao Ting, Wukong, and Zhu Wen's expressions grew increasingly hostile. Though Wukong and Zhu Wen were lean, the sudden situation would not deter any man. You two are looking for trouble, are you? Right under our noses? Faced with the fierce group of four. The two men visibly shrank back, but still attempted to maintain their bravado, shouting, What is it to you? Get lost. Even in a lawful society, there is no shortage of fools. However, Suyu had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. He swiftly grasped an empty cocktail bottle from the table, shattering it in his hand. If you don't leave, let us see if I dare to stab you, he declared, his eyes brimming with contempt. Taking a step forward, the two men faltered and retreated, leaving behind a parting threat. You've got guts, just wait and see. With that, they hurried away. Once they departed, Ziyi returned to the sofa, glancing at Zhao Ting and the others, as well as the three senior sisters. Do you wish to continue? If not, we can leave. Faced with such an incident, the mood to continue was understandably dampened. Just as Zhao Ting was about to nod, a senior sister in black stockings interjected. There isn't much left to drink. Let us finish what we have before leaving. Noticing several bottles of beer remaining, Suyu agreed, very well. The group resumed their revelry, while Suyu chose to remain vigilant beside the now sleeping Louis. Having briefly stepped away, he had nearly allowed those two worthless individuals to approach her. He could not afford to be careless. One could never know if those grave robbers had accomplices lurking nearby. As he sat on the sofa, Suyu began scrolling through his social media. Shortly thereafter, a commotion erupted from Zhao Ting's direction. Hey ladies. It seems the drinks aren't quite sufficient. How about we pitch in together? At this, Suyu lifted his gaze. He noticed four men had appeared near Zhao Ting. One of whom, clad in a suit, appeared quite mature and purposefully displayed a Patek Philippe 5146 on his wrist, a timepiece valued at over 300,000 yuan. Even secondhand, it would be worth around 200,000. The three senior sisters were no ordinary women. Upon seeing his attire, they recognized him as a likely wealthy heir seeking a night of indulgence at the bar. Apologies, but we're not interested in joining you, replied the suited man, undeterred. as he took a seat not far from Suyu. How about I order a package worth 888 yuan for everyone to enjoy? Being a regular at this venue, he had developed a penchant for approaching tables filled with women, offering to pay for a lavish package, drinking freely, and eventually taking them to nearby hotels. This was his usual routine. However, today, he had clearly miscalculated his target. Zhao Ting replied coolly, "Sorry, but we have no interest in your several thousand yuan." "Several thousand? You must be joking," the suited man chuckled, unfazed. "If that's the case, I could always order a smaller package." Noticing that they were all students, he thought to himself that students rarely had substantial funds. Girls who frequent bars often have a taste for men like me, with such stunning women. If we each pitch in around 10,000 tonight, we could have a splendid time and perhaps exchange WeChat for future encounters. Zhao Ting scoffed. "A smaller package? Spare me the nonsense. We already said we're not interested." The suited man adjusted his watch and glanced at Zhao Ting. "Ladies, what do you think?" The senior sister in a BMW Z4 appeared to be the leader among them, shaking her head slowly. "Not interested." Upon hearing this, the suited man stood to leave, casting one last glance at them with a slight smile before heading to a nearby table filled with women. Once he departed, Zhao Ting and the others lost their enthusiasm for drinking and decided to leave. "Brother Yu, let us go," Zhao Ting called out to Suyu. Suyu nodded in agreement. As they stood to leave, they overheard the suited man boasting loudly about ordering a smaller package, taunting. Some bumpkins will never be able to afford such a package in their lifetime. This provoked Zhao Ting and his friends, who were not financially constrained. After all, each of them came from families with considerable means, who would flaunt a 40,000 yuan package here. Even Suyu, who had previously ignored him, found these words intolerable. At that moment, a notification chimed in Suyu's mind. Ding. In the face of provocation, will the host choose to respond with arrogance or remain silent? Hearing this, Suyu furrowed his brow, but without hesitation, he opted to respond with arrogance. Consumption rebate activated. Within 10 minutes, the amount spent by the host will be randomly multiplied, with a minimum of 5 times and a maximum of 88 times. Caught off guard by the notification, Suyu was momentarily stunned. "You're encouraging me to spend?" he thought. "But how can I afford to reveal myself?" Yet, he realized that this was clearly an opportunity. Chapter 046, The Moment of Glory. The mastermind Suyu at the adjacent table, a rather pretentious man in a suit, after ordering a small bottle of dragon set, began to flaunt himself. Accompanying him were the two men who had previously been driven away by Suyu and his companions. At this moment, the DJ at the bar paused, creating a notably quieter atmosphere. The group gathered together, seemingly casual, yet engaged in a conversation loud enough to be heard. Some financially constrained students, unable to afford more, frequented the bar just to meet the minimum spending requirement, bringing along girls. What a farce. I would feel embarrassed if I were in their place. Indeed, the girls at that table, upon realizing the situation, began to mock them, engaging in low-consumption antics at a bar without shame. These impoverished students would likely never afford to indulge in a single dragon set in their lifetime. And yet, they had the audacity to refuse. "Who shall? Let us ignore them and enjoy our drinks," they said, their voices resonating loudly. The surrounding patrons began to take notice of the unfolding drama, casting curious glances towards Suyu's table, their expressions tinged with amusement. This was a clear mockery. However, some individuals present at the bar harbored a sense of competition. Observing this scene, even the three senior sisters felt somewhat uncomfortable. It was utterly vexing. Zhao Ting was exceedingly irritated, turning to Suyu and saying, "Brother Yu, let us leave. There is no need to stoop to their level." After expressing his frustration, Zhao Ting couldn't help but add, "This is just infuriating." Indeed, it was frustrating, being looked down upon for the first time due to such trivial matters. Yet, Suyu showed no intention of departing. Instead, he addressed Zhao Ting, saying, "Order the drinks. Bring me 10 sets of the dragon set at 888 each. 10 sets. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ting hurriedly pulled Suyu aside, whispering, "Brother Yu, have you lost your mind? You know my situation. I can't even afford half of that with my monthly allowance. 10 sets? That is 888,000. Even if one had money, it wouldn't be spent so recklessly." Suyu chuckled. "Don't worry. Use my card. Feel free to swipe it. The password is 990823. I'll cover the bill." It was a rare occasion to benefit from a rebate. Such an opportunity couldn't be squandered. Zhao Ting was taken aback for a moment, then asked, "Where did you get this money?" Confusion filled his eyes. You and old Du are usually penny-pinching. We all know your family's circumstances. With a narrowed gaze, Suyu replied with a smile. Actually, my family possesses a fortune of billions. Just kidding. I'm simply a handsome guy with a system at my disposal, and I happened to stumble upon a promotional event. Without elaborating further, Suyu retrieved his wallet, pulled out a bank card, and handed it to Zhao Ting, urging him to use it. Though it was only 5 million, it would suffice for the 10 sets. Why should one prioritize face over spirit? That man in the suit was indeed pretentious, and with those two lecherous men around, Suyu felt compelled to be anything but low-key. Primarily, the rebate was a significant factor. Otherwise, it would be absurd to spend hundreds of thousands solely for the sake of pride. Zhao Ting was astonished. While he harbored doubts about the authenticity of Suyu's claims, he chose to trust him. All right. Just as he was about to place the order, Suyu pulled Zhao Ting back once more, whispering, "Don't mention it's my card. Say it's your own money. I'm used to being discreet." This left Zhao Ting feeling quite vexed. Every day, aside from encountering idiots, why had he now found Brother Yu transformed into a rich second-generation heir? Wasn't it supposed to be just him who was poor? Soon, Zhao Ting approached the manager to order the drinks. Before long, he returned with the card. His expression a mix of shock and disbelief. The transaction had indeed gone through. After returning the card to Suyu, Zhao Ting couldn't help but inquire, "Brother Yu, are you really a rich second-generation heir? Why are you so low-key?" Suyu nodded, squinting his eyes. "All right, just remember not to expose my identity." Casting a glance at the ostentatious man in the suit nearby, Suyu's eyes gleamed with mischief. "Now, old Zhao, it's your turn to show off." And thus, the 10 sets of dragon set made their grand entrance. The spectacle was immense. Almost all the available waitstaff rushed over, carrying bottles of liquor. Various light displays illuminated the scene. Wherever they went, eyes were drawn, all attention shifting towards the dragon set. Whoa, dragon set. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whoa. 10 sets of dragon set? Who on earth ordered this? Impressive. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, and cameras flashed. Even the DJ at the bar, for reasons unknown, halted the music, leading to an abrupt silence throughout the venue. Meanwhile, the man in the suit was nursing his drink, boasting to his companions. He had hesitated for quite some time over ordering a small dragon set. Just as he was getting into the groove, he heard a sudden uproar and looked up to see the waitstaff approaching. Who else had ordered the dragon set? The man in the suit was taken aback. Then, in his bewildered gaze, the waitstaff bypassed his table and approached Suyu's. The lead server respectfully announced, "Mr. Zhao Ting, here are the 10 sets of dragon set you ordered." Gasping, the man in the suit inhaled sharply. Did they order it? Soon, amidst his shock, Zhao Ting maintained an air of nonchalance. With all eyes in the bar now focused on him, "Have you prepared everything I requested?" he asked the waitstaff. They nodded in affirmation. Then, a large barrel was brought forth. Witnessing this, Wukong and Zhu Wen exchanged dumbfounded looks with Zhao Ting. "Old Zhao, you ordered this?" With a narrowed gaze, Zhao Ting chuckled, "Yes. Stop gawking, senior sisters. Join us for the dragon set. Let us wash our hands and show that table of pretentious individuals that we truly cannot afford their drinks for. All this liquor is merely for washing hands." His words left everyone bewildered. Wait, wash hands? 10 sets of dragon set for washing hands. Boom. Amidst the astonishment, the bar sound system suddenly reverberated twice. In the next moment, the voice of the top social media influencer DJ echoed throughout the bar. "Special thanks to Mr. Zhao for ordering 10 sets of dragon set at our Angel Bar." The announcement reverberated through the entire venue, leaving everyone stunned. 10 sets of dragon set. Except for the Black Ace Black Gold Edition, the remaining 5 bottles sold for 78,888 each. 10 sets totaling 780,000. Whoa, is this for real? Spending several $100,000 at once. I want to be friends with him. Then, the DJ continued. "Here, I convey a message from Mr. Zhao. To the gentleman in the suit wearing a Patek Philippe 5146 watch, you were right. We truly cannot afford your small dragon set. 4. I merely bought the real dragon set to wash my hands." The pointed ridicule was unmistakable. As the DJ's words faded, all eyes in the bar turned towards the man in the suit, for he was the only one who fit that description. Under the collective gaze, the man in the suit felt his face flush with embarrassment, his head drooping as if something captivating on the floor demanded his attention. Chapter 47. A comprehensive manual for rejecting dependency systems in the aftermath. Zhao Ting, accompanied by the dazed Wukong, Zhu Wen, and 3 senior female students, took center stage. Under the gaze of all present, and with the assistance of a waiter holding a smartphone connected to a live broadcast on a large screen. He uncorked all 50 bottles of wine, leaving not a single drop to waste. This audacious act left the crowd utterly flabbergasted, prompting exclamations of admiration for the extravagant young Master Zhao. Simultaneously, the suit-clad man who had previously ridiculed them and was now publicly reprimanded made a hasty exit, clearly disinterested in reclaiming his dignity or plotting revenge. After all, it was a rare individual who could so boldly wash his hands with 10 sets of dragon-themed attire in one breath. Such financial prowess could hardly stem from humble beginnings. Should there be any collaboration between the parties involved, the implications were too daunting to contemplate, making a swift retreat the wisest course of action. Upon leaving the bar, Wukong and his companions remained bewildered, watching Zhao Ting stride ahead, radiant with confidence. They could scarcely fathom that this individual could exude such grandeur. Meanwhile, the senior student driving a BMW Z4 was equally perplexed. The one in black stockings leaned in closer and whispered, "Hua Hua. How did you come to know someone like him? He's extraordinarily wealthy." With a similarly incredulous expression, Tong Hua replied, "I met him in the basketball club. He plays quite well, and since he is Su Yu's roommate, we arranged to drink tonight. I had no idea he was this affluent." As Su Yu carried the peacefully slumbering Lu Yi, he approached Tong Hua and her companions, chuckling, "Old Zhao is just like that. He may be quiet, but when he acts, it's astonishing. Does his family possess a great fortune?" Tong Hua inquired with curiosity. Although she was indifferent to wealth, believing her own family's finances sufficient, she had never encountered such ostentation before. Su Yu shrugged and replied, "A whole building in the capital city. What do you think? Wow, a second-generation landlord." The three seniors were undoubtedly left in a state of shock that night. Having indulged in spirits, the group decided against staying at a hotel and opted for 2 cars back to campus, planning to retrieve their vehicles the following day. Zhao Ting had already informed the manager. After all, he was the evening's top spender, and such courtesy was well-deserved. Upon reaching the vicinity of the school, Su Yu entrusted the sleeping Lu Yi to Tong Hua and her friends. As he laid her down, she began to drool slightly, occasionally chuckling in her dreams. "Junior, we'll treat you to a meal next time. For now, this is where we part." The group exchanged pleasantries before taking turns carrying Lu Yi away. To express their gratitude for Zhao Ting's extravagant spending, Wukong and Zhu Wen insisted on treating everyone to a late-night snack before they would return home, resulting in another expenditure of over 400 for a feast at a roadside stall. As for Su Yu, he simply followed behind, content to watch them enjoy themselves. His roommates never looked down on him for his financial situation. When he first arrived at university, upon learning of his family's circumstances, Zhao Ting, Wukong, and Zhu Wen had taken it upon themselves to invite Su Yu out to eat, hoping to ease his financial burden. At that time, he indeed had little money. His family provided him with 1,500 yuan a month, and he gradually began to earn some through odd jobs, eventually becoming self-sufficient and able to send money home. After binding to the system, he embarked on a journey of confession, honing his skills in singing and other pursuits, which also allowed him to earn quite a bit. Back in the dormitory, Zhu Wen and Wukong headed for the shower first, leaving Zhao Ting to observe Su Yu. "Why are you staring at me?" Su Yu chuckled. Zhao Ting scrutinized him and asked earnestly, "Brother Yu, is your family truly wealthy?" "Not at all. It's all my earnings." Su Yu replied with a smile. "I do have over 100,000 though." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ting's expression darkened as he exclaimed, "Then why did you claim to be very wealthy tonight? You spent 800,000. Are you not pleased?" "It pains my heart." He felt genuine sympathy for Su Yu's predicament. Su Yu shot him a knowing glance, smiling meaningfully. "But you, did you not enjoy playing the role of young Master Zhao tonight?" Zhao Ting's expression froze momentarily before he scratched his head sheepishly, admitting it was indeed quite enjoyable. Su Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's merely a small sum. No need to feel sorry for me. I can afford it. Just remember to keep it confidential." Observing Su Yu's demeanor, Zhao Ting hesitated, contemplating what to say. If you're this wealthy, then when you pursue Hua Yu, won't she regret it once she learns about your background and earning potential? He found himself puzzled. Was Brother Yu genuinely affluent? Or was there more to the story than met the eye? Shaking his head, Zhao Ting resolved to let it be. If Su Yu wished to keep it a secret, he would safeguard it. Su Yu's decision to indulge in spending that night was motivated not merely by the system's rewards. He had deliberated for quite some time. The more he rejected dependency, the greater his benefits would be, making it impossible to conceal from others in the future. Thus, he would use Zhao Ting, a second-generation landlord, as a cover. In due course, He could make purchases without drawing attention. As for Liu Yi that night, Siyu found himself lost in thought in front of his computer, unconsciously biting his lip. It felt rather pleasant. After finishing his shower, the clock read past 4 in the morning. Siyu lay on his bed, his consciousness drifting into the system's space within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. This time, you successfully spent 888 yuan, triggering an 8-fold lucky rebate. This rebate has been credited. 311, 104 yuan, safely transferred to the host's account. Upon receiving this notification, Siyu felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Spending hundreds of thousands and returning with 6 million felt splendid. If such occurrences were to happen more frequently, he would soon be on the path to wealth. However, while the life of a prodigious spender was appealing, Siyu's aspirations extended beyond mere financial gain. He understood that such windfalls must come with consequences. System, having this much money is of no use to me. Beyond rejecting dependency rewards, do you have no other modes of operation? Siyu inquired. Replying to the host, real-world currency can be utilized within the system's marketplace, enhancing personal attributes while also triggering goodwill tasks intermittently. Funds can be used for soft dependency consumption, as well as for acquiring various technological gadgets. Upon hearing this, Siyu realized that he had yet to fully comprehend the system's capabilities. Intrigued by its functions, he resolved to study the system thoroughly. Please provide a comprehensive introduction to your features and purposes. I desire a detailed plan and objectives. Siyu asserted with determination. Living like a slacker is not my ambition. My goal is to lie back and thrive. Therefore, understanding the system was essential. Compiling information. Information compilation complete. Detailed manual for rejecting dependency systems. Chapter 048. Heading to the recording studio, Function 1. Rejecting soft power grants strength. Rewards increase with the firmness of the opposing soft power, with monetary rewards amounting to 10 of the opposing soft power. Function 2. Random task mode. The host can trigger hidden tasks through special scenarios, with rewards being random. Function 3. System lottery. The ability to draw various luxurious rewards or special prizes from the lottery interface. Function 4. System shop. Items can be rented from the shop to the real world, and upon completing certain rental tasks, permanent usage rights to the item will be obtained. Function 5. Soft power points. When the host rejects a certain amount of soft power, they can receive soft power point rewards, which can be exchanged for items. Function 6. System upgrade function. The host must accumulate 888 soft power points to proceed with the upgrade. In his mind, the functional directory appeared rather straightforward. Siyu pondered, feeling somewhat knowledgeable. Yet, after much contemplation, he remained perplexed about the utility of this system and what it could enable him to accomplish. Or was it merely designed to have him indulge in soft power? He mused that it would be better to state that he should consume the system's soft power instead. Siyu felt an urge to throw a dish in frustration, asserting that he was not a beggar, but it was indeed quite appealing. Although the system struck him as rather dull, it also bore a certain challenge. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding. This system aims to assist the host in becoming a top-tier perfect tycoon, achieving the freedom to recline and live leisurely. Upon hearing this, Siyu's lips twitched. What on earth? It would have been better to simply provide me with a tycoon system rather than this soft power system, which is utterly pointless. This was quite awkward. If the host rejects the system's support, they will be left with nothing and become a pauper. The host is advised to consider this carefully. Siyu replied. In truth, I find this system quite endearing. Every aspect of it captivates me. Siyu earnestly declared, isn't it simply a matter of rejecting soft power? Rest assured, I shall now go to the Black Horse Club to play the prince and seek out President Wang's wife. This system is simply too entertaining. So benevolent. Oh dear. How could I, Siyu, be the sort of man who is ungrateful? Of course, I shall tearfully comply with every word the system utters. Once the host is fully cultivated, the system will depart. Cherish the moment. Goodness. Upon hearing this, Siyu felt an even deeper sense of melancholy. The system would eventually leave him as well. He could not help but wonder who had invented it and who had bestowed it upon him. Naturally, such musings were not for him to dwell upon. Exiting the system space, Siyu indulged in a refreshing slumber. The next day, it was the weekend. They did not rise until noon, and the first order of business for Zhao Ting and the others was to order takeout and resume their gaming. Observing his roommate's lethargic lifestyle, Siyu felt an immense pang of heartache, coupled with disdain for their laid-back existence. Young people should possess aspirations, not spend their days lazing about playing games. Thus, Siyu sent a message to Bai Ying in the afternoon, inviting her to discuss the performance scheduled for Friday. Earlier that morning, he had received the arrangement he requested. Although it had cost a bit, it was worth it. After waiting at the school gate for a while, Siyu finally spotted Bai Ying walking towards him. The weather was splendid, with a scorching sun overhead. Dressed in a pair of shorts, a Pikachu t-shirt, and black flip-flops, Siyu felt quite cool. Bai Ying, too, caught the eye with her appearance. A floral sundress paired with high-heeled sandals, and a Chanel crossbody bag slung over her shoulder, topped off with a stylish hat. The sundress accentuated her collarbone, and her exquisite beauty was truly captivating. Even other girls couldn't help but glance back at her as they walked along. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Bai Ying said as she approached Siyu, tilting her head playfully and winking with her left eye. She was lively and mischievous, yet her aura was strikingly prominent. Perfect. Her voice flowed like a gentle stream, delightful to hear. Siyu smiled slightly. "Not at all. I just arrived a few minutes ago. By the way, did you invite me out to discuss singing?" Bai Ying inquired curiously. Siyu nodded. "Yes. Since the performance is just a few days away, we should familiarize ourselves to avoid any mishaps with lyrics." Bai Ying rolled her eyes at him. "You're the one who might forget the lyrics. I am known as the little diva of Jiancheng University. How could I forget my lines? You are blatantly underestimating me." Suddenly, Bai Ying's expression shifted as a thought struck her, her brows knitting in concern. "I've carefully reviewed your lyrics over the past few days. Do you really believe my voice is suited for this song? Our school's new student welcome party will be live-streamed. If we mess it up, we'll be in serious trouble." What had initially been a simple welcome event for new students had transformed when the school administration announced that it would be broadcast live on Douyin to enhance recognition of Jianqing University. Thus, the event gained a newfound prominence. Furthermore, Siyu had a system task to complete, which required him to generate a specific level of buzz on the day of the live stream. The rewards would be contingent upon the level of attention he garnered. Consequently, he opted not to sing another song and instead chose the one provided by the system. "Just happened to meet you. Given the rewards, so you surely would not pass it up." Moreover, this song was fresh and had yet to be performed by anyone. It was a new piece. The system's output was undoubtedly of high quality. In some parallel universe, "Just happened to meet you" was undoubtedly penned by a master and sung by a top-tier vocalist. Otherwise, the system would not have presented it to him. So you assured her nonchalantly, "Rest assured, I guarantee this song will generate buzz. Now, let us head to the recording studio for a practice session." Seeing that he was unfazed, Bai Ying chose to trust him. If it didn't work out, she could always have Siyu sing something else. Cleverly, she had prepared a backup plan. Siyu hailed a taxi, bringing Bai Ying to a music studio. With familiarity, he guided her inside. Upon entering, their presence immediately drew the attention of 2 males and 2 females present, who initially appeared startled before exclaiming in delight, "Junior, you managed to come over." Siyu smiled. "Senior Chow, I'm here to practice singing." One of the handsome young men with a stylish haircut suddenly realized, "Oh, those scores you sent me a few days ago, right? They're all set. However, you two will need to wait a moment. Xiaolu is currently singing and should finish soon." Siyu nodded. "Sure, we're not in a hurry." After a brief chat, Siyu casually found a seat for himself and Bai Ying, surveying their small studio. Bai Ying, curious, asked, "How do you know Senior Chow and the others?" Chapter 49. What? Has Siyu finally awakened? Senior Chow, a well-known figure on campus, recently graduated from his senior year. He and his 5 friends have gained significant fame, amassing nearly 10 million followers online. Their songs have become hits, and they reportedly earned 2 million during their first semester of senior year, a remarkable feat at that time. Siyu was merely a freshman, and given that one was a finance major and the other pursued music, it seemed improbable they would know each other. However, upon glancing at the studio, Bai Ying noticed how fond everyone was of Siyu. Their excitement upon his arrival was palpable. Siyu nodded, smiling as he explained, "I assisted the seniors with a composition last semester and tweaked some lyrics, so we're rather familiar with each other. After all, who would undertake such intricate arrangements and mixing work for someone they didn't know? Naturally, they were quite entertaining. Otherwise, Siyu wouldn't have sought them out." Bai Ying was taken aback. "You were able to help these professional seniors with song revisions and arrangements while still a freshman?" Her gaze towards Siyu was filled with curiosity, surprise, and a certain dazzling admiration. As they enjoyed tea in the studio for an hour, Senior Chow eventually approached them, calling out, "Junior, it's your turn. Come on in." Siyu and Bai Ying set their cups aside and followed him into the recording studio. Inside stood a girl with twin ponytails, exuding a cute charm. Her name was Tang Xiaolu, the most popular member of Senior Chow's team and a prominent figure. Upon spotting Suyu, Tang Xiaolu's face lit up with delight. Suyu, what a pleasant surprise. What brings you here? She approached him, her excitement evident as she gazed up at the boy who was noticeably taller than her. Senior, I'm here to try singing a song for this Friday's freshman gala. Suyu explained cheerfully. Tang Xiaolu nodded enthusiastically. Sure, feel free to use the studio. I promise no one will disturb you. She confidently patted her modest chest as she spoke. At the doorway, the other 3 seniors exchanged amused glances. Xiaolu, that's a bit unfair. We also want to sing a new song, one of them remarked. Tang Xiaolu shot them a disdainful look. You've been singing all morning. How dare you steal time from the junior? The 3 seniors chuckled, offering no objections. They were well aware of the studio's foundation stemming from Suyu, and they had no issues with him utilizing it. Their camaraderie remained unchanged, and Suyu felt pleased for them. Senior, we'll be quick. We just need to finalize the lyrics, he assured. It was then that Tang Xiaolu noticed another girl standing beside Suyu, her beauty rivaling her own. A flicker of caution crossed her mind, but she maintained her composure. Oh, I meant use the studio freely. No need to be polite. Just make sure to leave when you're satisfied, she stated before exiting the recording room, leaving Suyu and Baiying behind. Once outside, Tang Xiaolu immediately pulled a girl aside and whispered, Shiro, do you know who the girl beside the junior is? Shiro couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. So your generosity was just for show? Though she wanted to laugh, Shiro pondered seriously before replying, it seems the girl Suyu brought is Baiying. Our school's beauty from his year. Baiying. Tang Xiaolu's interest peaked, realizing she was a campus beauty. Before she could dwell on it, Shiro added, I've heard that Baiying comes from a wealthy family, the daughter of a tech company, and their assets are in the billions. Tang Xiaolu's mood soured at this revelation. So she was a rich little heiress. However, I'm not lacking either, though not a wealthy heiress. Tang Xiaolu had amassed a few million through her own efforts. While her cash flow was modest, she managed a few small businesses. Just because she's wealthy doesn't mean she's superior. I, Tang Xiaolu, am not far behind, she declared with a hint of pride. Besides, wealthy families have their own issues, constantly squabbling over inheritance, and they value social standing. They surely wouldn't approve of their daughter dating a junior. Shiro raised an eyebrow. Bemused. Please, Xiaolu, no one said they were in a relationship. What are you talking about? Are you imagining things? Curiosity piqued, Shiro scrutinized Tang Xiaolu, who felt a strange unease under her gaze. Shaking off the discomfort, Tang Xiaolu smirked slyly. I'm merely being cautious. Ensuring junior Suyu isn't ensnared by unreliable love. It's my duty as a senior. With newfound determination, she resolved to save Suyu from any precarious romantic entanglements. From now on, please refer to me as Tang, the invincible, sweet, caring senior here to assist her junior. Watching Tang Xiaolu's theatrical display, Shiro couldn't suppress a smile. Among their group, it was obvious to anyone that Tang Xiaolu harbored feelings for Suyu, though they refrained from stating it outright. Let them figure it out on their own. It seemed that Suyu bringing Baiying along had instilled a sense of urgency in the otherwise carefree yet observant Tang Xiaolu. Seated together, they kept their gaze fixed on Suyu. Tang Xiaolu picked up a bottle of milk and took a sip. Suyu is so naive, relentlessly pursuing that girl Huayu, who clearly views him as a fool while he remains undeterred, Tang Xiaolu muttered, her tone tinged with disappointment. Shiro stifled a laugh. Xiaolu, I have a secret to share. Tang Xiaolu didn't even glance at her, casually asking, what secret? I'll tell you. Suyu has given up on pursuing Huayu. After a pause, Tang Xiaolu exclaimed, what? In the next moment, she shouted, what? Has Suyu finally awakened? But what? Tang Xiaolu pressed eagerly. Shiro's lips curled with barely concealed amusement as she leaned closer to Tang Xiaolu, whispering, but I heard that Huayu has started pursuing Suyu instead. Tang Xiaolu's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Chapter 050. I want to confess to Suyu after buying a house. A loud exclamation escaped Tang Xiaolu's lips, reverberating throughout the studio, except for the recording room where it went unheard. Everyone turned in confusion to gaze at her, their expressions reflecting a mixture of curiosity and concern. Clearly, she had been startled by something. Senior Chow, busy with preparations, quickly turned around and inquired, Xiaolu, what's the matter? Despite her beauty, the male colleagues in the studio harbored no romantic intentions toward her. The studio comprised 2 men and 2 women, all in couples, leaving Tang Xiaolu as the solitary single among them, regarded more as a family member or younger sister, although they were of similar ages. She was indeed the youngest of the 5. Regaining her composure, Tang Xiaolu still bore a look of astonishment. And no, It's nothing. You carry on, she waved her hand dismissively. Since she claimed all was well, the others returned their focus to the recording room. Senior Xiao stifled a laugh, saying playfully, Xiaolu, why the excitement? It's just a case of chasing after him. You claim it's for Su Yu's sake, not because you like him. Yet, when you heard the news, you were clearly taken aback, denying your feelings. Such a classic case of a cute girl being conflicted. Tang Xiaolu hurriedly gulped down a mouthful of milk to calm her nerves, then bit her lip in frustration, exclaiming, what is this? She claims she doesn't tea like the junior, yet when he stops pursuing her, she pursues him instead. What a fraud. Senior Xiao reassured her, relax. If the junior has truly given up, then he has completely moved on. I heard the other juniors discussing in the group that he rejected Huayu's confession last time. What is there to worry about? Despite this, Tang Xiaolu still wore a worried expression, fretting. When a man pursues a woman, there are mountains to climb. When a woman pursues a man, it's like a sheet of paper that can be pierced through with a gentle poke. I fear the junior might relent and accept Huayu's confession. It's terrifying. So much has happened in such a short time at school. Observing her anxious demeanor, Senior Xiao tentatively asked, Xiaolu, do you perhaps have feelings for Su Yu? Although she already suspected the truth, she felt compelled to inquire. After all, one may lack wealth or beauty, but a curious spirit is essential. Without gossip, what joy is there in life? Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaolu's previously irritated expression turned crimson. And no, that is not true. I'm just worried the junior might get deceived. She shook her head vigorously, her twin ponytails bobbing as she attempted to assert her disinterest. Senior Shiro chuckled knowingly. Oh, is that so? Tang Xiaolu nodded fervently, insisting, yes, that's right. Don't overthink it. With a playful grin, Senior Shiro added, once Su Yu comes out, I'll tell him I support him in rejecting Huayu. Wait, Shiro. You're the best. Truly, my dear sister, I adore you. Yet just as Tang Xiaolu reveled in her joy, Senior Shiro continued, but I must say, I have high hopes for you and Bai Ying. You should pursue her instead. Tang Xiaolu erupted, no? Don't say that. She leapt to her feet, her voice rising in excitement. If you dare to speak of this, I'll tell Lao Chao that you secretly watch handsome guys' abs videos. Tang Xiaolu flashed her little tiger teeth in an adorable attempt at a threat. However, it held no weight. Senior Shiro waved her hand dismissively, her eyes narrowing slightly as she spoke in a ghostly tone that pierced Tang Xiaolu's heart. Go ahead and tell him. If Lao Chao believes you, I'll concede defeat. And if you do tell, I'll reveal to Su Yu that you don't actually like him and that you don't wish to see him. Before she could finish, Tang Xiaolu covered her mouth, stifling her words, leaving her to emit muffled sounds. Hey, I'll bite you. Tang Xiaolu playfully displayed her little tiger teeth, looking adorably fierce. How dare you slander me? Who claimed I don't like Su Yu? That's pure defamation. I'll sue you for libel. Tang Xiaolu was truly flustered, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Senior Xiao managed to free herself from Tang Xiaolu's grasp, smiling at her mischievously. That's the spirit. You've admitted your feelings for Su Yu, yet you still deny it. Tang Xiaolu, flustered, retorted, you just tickled my armpit, and now you're trying to silence me. Do you believe I would actually run out and say it? Though, it does smell quite nice. Did you use some perfume? Can you share a bit with me? Tang Xiaolu's expression soured as she sank into the sofa, resting her chin on her hands, lamenting, I want to buy a house before confessing to Su Yu. Why? Because she came from a single-parent family, her parents having divorced when she was young, leaving her to live with her mother. All these years, they had resided in rented accommodations. Thus, she yearned for a house of her own, where she could joyfully confess her feelings to Su Yu and live a simple, warm life together. This year, she had recently purchased a 100-square-meter home for her mother in their hometown, so she was currently saving to buy a place that truly belonged to her. The life of a young person striving to become a homeowner. Tang Xiaolu, with her cheerful and lively personality, was a girl who got along with everyone. Yet, she understood boundaries and instinctively kept her distance from the boys. However, with Su Yu, she felt an irresistible closeness. From the very beginning, she realized she had no aversion to him. In fact, she felt drawn to him. Every time she saw Su Yu, joy welled up within her. An experience unlike any other. Whether in the past or present, she would instinctively distance herself from any male approaching her, regardless of familiarity. But Su Yu was the exception. Even before he acquired the system and began pursuing Huayu, she had already developed feelings for him. It was a genuine affection that came from deep within her heart. Yet, she remained uncertain. Was this truly love? Observing her troubled expression, Senior Shiro felt her heart soften. With a sigh, she reached out to gently pat Tang Xiaolu's head. Speaking softly, Xiaolu, regardless of whether you buy a house or not, if you continue to hide your feelings, what will happen if one day Suyu ends up with someone else? Are you willing to let that happen? At these words, Tang Xiaolu's cherubic face suddenly froze, a flicker of fear igniting in her eyes. I can't be without Suyu. Chapter 51, As a Leader. This is not my concern. Observing Tang Xiaolu, whose eyes suddenly glimmered with fear and confusion, senior sister Xiao sighed. What a pitiable child. In her early years, she had witnessed her father's domestic violence against her mother and the turmoil during their divorce. At the tender age of 7, Tang Xiaolu had buried those memories deep within her heart. Aside from her close friends, whom she regarded as family, no one else was privy to the girl's struggles. Despite her mother's tumultuous past, including divorce and abuse, she never spoke ill of her husband. Instead, she consistently emphasized to Xiaolu, when you seek a partner, ensure he is gentle and kind to you. Wealth is inconsequential, for our family is not affluent. Love is built through mutual effort, and you must find a good man. Do not end up like me, with a worthless man who blames the world and resorts to violence. Such were her mother's words spoken in front of their friends. In that moment, senior sister Xiao realized how wise Tang Xiaolu's mother was, which explained Xiaolu's cheerful disposition, inherited from her mother's own brightness. Senior sister Xiao approached Tang Xiaolu, enveloping her gently in an embrace, stroking her hair as she softly said, Xiaolu, learn to actively pursue what you desire. Never mind the need for a house. True happiness is forged through shared struggles. The two girls held each other closely, without tears or superfluous words, for their bond ran deep and was understood between them. In the recording studio, Suyu donned his headphones, able to hear his voice and the accompaniment, enhanced by reverb. He smiled at Baiying, who was still perusing the lyrics, and said, in a moment, I will perform it for you. After recording, listen to it twice, and then you can start singing along. On Friday, you will take the lead while I support you. As for his role, naturally, he would harmonize with her on stage or join in during the chorus, for he too deserved a share of the spotlight. He could not simply remain offstage while Baiying introduced him as the songwriter of a new piece. Baiying nodded gently, putting on her headphones. Okay. Seeing her readiness, Suyu called out, Senior Chao, we can begin. Please play the accompaniment. He had already listened to the accompaniment earlier and had made adjustments, ensuring it was now perfect. With a chime, the music began, and Senior Chao outside diligently fine-tuned the audio levels. At the 12-second mark, Suyu closed his eyes, slowly opening his mouth to sing softly, infused with profound emotion. We have cried. We have laughed. We gaze up at the sky, where a few stars still shimmer. As soon as he began, Baiying was momentarily taken aback. She was not alone. Others outside the recording studio were drawn to the captivating sound and hurried over, astonished at the sight of Suyu singing with such heartfelt expression. How beautiful! Tang Xiaolu approached as well, captivated by the enchanting voice emanating from within. What song is this? She murmured, before she could inquire further. The sound system amplified Suyu's voice as the chorus arrived. Because I happened to meet you, leaving beautiful footprints. The wind blows, flowers fall, tears like rain. Because I do not wish to part. Tang Xiaolu gazed at Suyu, whose eyes had suddenly opened, and found herself mesmerized. Is this the song's title? She whispered to herself, a smile brightening her face. Inside the recording studio, everyone was entranced by Suyu's melodic voice. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the school's leadership, the officials of Jiangxing University sat, their demeanor somewhat somber. The principal spoke up. Does anyone have any special arrangements for the new student welcome performance? Principal, you suddenly want us to meticulously plan the welcome gala for the new students, complete with a live broadcast? That is quite a tall order. Teacher Chun, in charge of the arts department, replied, visibly frustrated. With such short notice, it's challenging to organize anything worthwhile. The principal, seated at the head of the table, took a sip from his teacup, fixing his gaze on Teacher Chun with sincerity. Teacher Chun, this event is crucial for the reputation of Jiangxing University. You must not falter. Upon hearing this, Teacher Chun's expression shifted. Wait, is this a threat? The principal continued. That said, I truly find it difficult to conceive of any spectacular programs. Honestly, it feels impossible. You spring this on me last minute, expecting me to elevate our school's profile with such a tight schedule. If you had informed me a month in advance, I'd have had confidence in organizing it. Teacher Chin lamented. At that moment, Vice Principal Ma, seated beside the principal, chimed in with a smile. Teacher Chin, it's not the end of the world. Just gather the best students for a few days of intensive training for the finale. I think Lin Chanqian, who recently won second place in the national dance competition, would be a splendid choice for the closing act. As a woman, Vice Principal Ma leaned towards dance, particularly in this era where aesthetics were highly valued. Having the school bell, Lin Chanxian, as the finale could yield unexpected results. After all, who could resist a talented and beautiful young lady? Absolutely not. Even Vice Principal Ma enjoys watching girls dance. It's particularly delightful and uplifting, the principal agreed, nodding in approval. Old Zhang, can you call me Principal Ma? This vice title implies you're trying to assert dominance over me. Hearing the principal's words, Vice Principal Ma grew flustered. I am the principal. And you are the vice principal. Isn't that fair? She retorted, glaring at him. The principal smiled, calm and unruffled. I am indeed the principal. And you are the vice principal. Is there any issue with that? Vice Principal Ma shot him a glare and huffed. Just wait. One day I will have you beneath me, addressing me as principal. You've overshadowed me for 15 years. Enough already. Can't you come up with something fresh? Trust me, I can take you down with ease. As the two principals bickered, the other leaders in the room were unfazed. Their arguments were a common occurrence. Meanwhile, Teacher Chun felt overwhelmed and interjected. Principal, you are putting me in an impossible position. In such a short time, where am I supposed to find individuals to arrange a program? Seeing Teacher Chun's distressed expression, the principal paused their quarrel, turning his serious gaze upon her. Teacher Chun, as a leader, you must understand. Teacher Chun cautiously looked at the principal, asking, understand what? With a gentle smile, the principal's aged face radiated warmth. You must realize that you are the one who must execute these plans, while it is not my concern as a leader. Teacher Chun. Chapter 052. Turning around to confess 99 times to alleviate the shock inside the recording studio, several individuals were diligently fine-tuning the rhythm from Suyu's previous singing session. Suyu's vocal performance posed no issues. However, the accompaniment and reverb required some adjustments. Essentially, there were no significant problems remaining. Upon exiting the recording studio, Suyu was immediately surrounded by Senior Chow and others, their expressions brimming with excitement as they exclaimed, Junior Suyu, do you plan to release this song? That's fine. We can just export it according to the previous version, Suyu nodded, smiling. In truth, this song was provided by the system solely to elevate the excitement for the upcoming freshman gala on Friday, to see how much buzz it could generate. As for other considerations, those could be pondered over time. Upon hearing Suyu's intentions, Senior Chow promptly suggested, Junior Suyu, how about we utilize Xiao Lu's account to create a buzz across the internet? When it goes live, it should spark quite a sensation. Tang Xiaolu nodded in agreement, saying, yes, Junior, shall we help create some hype? Creating hype is a common practice for every internet celebrity releasing a new song. For stars, their management companies typically purchase traffic across major platforms, coordinating profit-sharing arrangements with music platforms. Depending on the day's popularity, they would provide banner recommendations and splash screens. These are fundamental strategies that lead to the phenomenon of viral songs. Siyu responded, I would appreciate that. Please also help promote the school's live broadcast while you're at it. That would be ideal. Gathering momentum on the day of the event was crucial. Creating hype was certainly essential. Afterward, Siyu glanced at Bai Ying in the studio, who was still frowning as she adjusted to the rhythm. She was the lead singer for the Friday gala, so it was important to fine-tune the accompaniment and rhythm to suit her. As for Suyu, he would merely lend assistance. The chorus was undoubtedly beyond Bai Ying's vocal range. Attempting to reach those high notes would result in a break. If she were to sing, he could only support her with harmonies to mask any shortcomings. Upon hearing this, Tang Shilu was taken aback and exclaimed, Junior, this song is bound to be a hit. Just the copyright alone could sell for at least 10 million. Are you really willing to let it go? Everyone had heard both Suyu's and Bai Ying's versions of the song, and it was clear that this piece truly suited Suyu. The female rendition lacked the same essence. Suyu shook his head slowly and replied, No, I will perform as well. As for everything else, we shall see how it unfolds. Of course, to fulfill the task assigned by the system, I will seek additional performance opportunities. My reputation can still draw some attention. Tang Shilu nodded. Oh, fine. Since you've made up your mind, I will extract the chorus you recorded tonight and post it on Xiao Lu's account to generate traffic. Senior Chow approached, looking at Siyu earnestly. We will cover the expenses for purchasing traffic. However, we must retain the rights to commercially use or perform this song. Siyu was indifferent to the copyright matter. If he had cared, he wouldn't have given away the previous songs. Moreover, the efforts made by Senior Chow and the others to generate hype were considerable. He had no objections to them acquiring performance rights for commercial purposes, as a new song would struggle to gain traction without support. He had heard of many obscure songs that, despite their quality, failed to achieve any popularity. This was the most critical issue. Given that this song was intended by the system to elevate his profile, Suyu felt little attachment. He also harbored ideas for his original compositions, and he intended to write them down once time permitted. Then I'll leave those arrangements to you, senior. Everything else is negotiable, Suyu said with a smile. We are all like family. What is yours is mine, and vice versa. Senior Chow was momentarily taken aback by his words. What was his is yours? That was irrelevant. What truly mattered was that this song must become a hit. Tang Xiaolu excitedly leaned closer to Suyu and said, Junior, I am now eagerly anticipating the freshman gala on Friday. That will be the moment your song shines. A popular song, not merely Suyu's fame. She knew him too well. Suyu was not one to seek the limelight. Thus, she found it perplexing that he was determined to confess 99 times to alleviate his anxiety. They had previously played together, and he had stated he did not wish to stand out. Yet, here he was, turning around to confess 99 times to calm his nerves. Truly, what a display. Suyu gazed at the ever-supportive Tang Xiaolu, his smile sincere as he softly said, Then please come and witness it with me. Furthermore, I have an announcement to make. Senior Chow and the others pondered for a moment before decisively agreeing, No problem. We will finish our work early on Friday night and apply to enter the school premises. As a significant internet celebrity team, along with the school's intent to promote Jiangxing University's reputation, they will surely welcome us. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaolu's heart stirred, and she suggested, why not live stream the gala event at the school? If feasible, we could also prepare to perform the new song together. Perfectly aligned with their aim of promoting the new song, this opportunity would serve both their purposes, and the school leaders would undoubtedly be pleased to approve their request. Senior Chow slapped his thigh in excitement, exclaiming, What a brilliant idea. How did I not think of this? I'll contact the teachers right away. Originally, their main song was intended to be sung solely by Tang Xiaolu, with plans for the team to join later. However, if they performed at the freshman gala, they could all take the stage together, with Tang Xiaolu as the lead and others contributing to different sections. Upon hearing this arrangement, the members of the team became increasingly animated. I think this is a fantastic idea. Who would have thought that just a few months after leaving campus, we would return to promote the school? I can already sense the thrill of that day. It feels as though we are preparing for a concert. Their excitement was contagious, and Suyu couldn't help but smile at the enthusiasm of his peers. However, within the recording studio, Bai Ying had already sung twice, but had yet to produce any sound. Looking up, she noticed the group gathered around Suyu, animatedly discussing who knows what, each exhibiting an air of exhilaration. In that moment, Bai Ying couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Was there not a single person who noticed that there was still someone in the recording studio? Chapter 053. Senior Sister, do you have anything else to say? After a lengthy discussion, the group suddenly realized that Bai Ying had been locked inside for nearly an hour. When she was finally released, Senior Chow awkwardly chuckled, Hee hee. My apologies, Junior, I completely forgot about you. The sentiment left Bai Ying feeling quite aggrieved, as if she were merely an afterthought. Shall I take my leave then? Suyu approached with a smile, suggesting, why not discuss with the school leaders about having Senior Chow and the others perform a song on Friday? Just mention that they are internet sensations and will host a live stream to boost our school's popularity. Bai Ying, designated as the school's singing representative, was taken aback by the idea, especially since her collaboration with Suyu had not yet been reported. Moreover, she had been directly contacted by Mr. Chun from the school's arts department, indicating a significant network. Upon hearing Suyu's proposal, Bai Ying's eyes lit up with excitement. If Mr. Chun hears this news, he will surely be delighted. I'll contact him right away. She promptly took out her phone to message Mr. Chen. However, before she could send it, a message from him arrived fortuitously. Bai Ying paused momentarily, then clicked on the voice message and turned up the volume so everyone could hear. Bai Ying, have you prepared your song for Friday? If so, please report it to us so we can schedule it. Also, do you know any students who would be suitable for performances? The principal and other leaders just held a meeting to discuss this, so if you have anyone in mind, let me know, and I'll arrange it immediately. Bai Ying blinked in surprise at the serendipity of the situation. Senior Chow and the others were equally astonished before bursting into laughter. What a coincidence. It seems we're in for an exciting time. They were thrilled, not expecting such a significant development. Observing their joyful expressions, Bai Ying quickly replied, Mr. Chun, I have just the people. The recently graduated Senior Chow and his team are internet celebrities with nearly 10 million fans, and they're eager to apply for the freshman gala performance. Would you approve? Ding. Moments later, Mr. Chen responded with an enthusiastic emoji. Really? That would be a tremendous help. Please tell them to submit their performance details, and I will arrange everything for them. And what about your act? In the office of the arts department at Jiangxing University, Mr. Chen's face was alight with surprise. This was indeed a significant boost. Clearly, he had asked the right person and secured a major internet personality to elevate the event. Now, what reason could the principal and others have to belittle him? His earlier worry vanished, replaced by a radiant countenance. Mr. Chen, my theme will still be singing, but I plan to perform a new song written by Suyu. We're currently rehearsing in Senior Chow's studio. Bai Ying's message brought Mr. Chen further delight. He exclaimed, "Goodness, Bai Ying, you've really outdone yourself. You've even brought Suyu into the mix, and to perform a new song right out of the gate." Being a competent leader of the arts department, Mr. Chen was familiar with Suyu's reputation, which had only grown due to recent events and his displayed talent. He had full confidence that this performance would make quite an impression. Moreover, with Suyu's new song following the viral success of his previous 2 tracks, there was no doubt they would gain significant recognition. Perhaps he might even manage to secure a bonus for himself. If all else fails, a little extra funding from the arts department would suffice. Excellent work, Bai Ying. Your news is invaluable to me, Mr. Chen praised. In the studio, upon reading Mr. Chen's response, Bai Ying put away her phone. All right, seniors. Everyone hears me loud and clear. It's all sorted. This is fantastic. Let us get back to rehearsing without delay. Yes. We must not tarnish the reputation of our internet celebrity team. We are formidable influencers. Let us give it our all. As Bai Ying observed the excited expressions of her seniors, Suyu felt a wave of satisfaction. Yet, glancing at the time, he remarked, Senior Chow, Junior Liu. It's getting late. We should head back. Indeed, be safe on your way, Senior Chow agreed, focusing on refining their performance. However, Tang Shilu had a different sentiment. As Suyu prepared to leave, she quickly offered, Junior, let me escort you downstairs. Huh? Sure. Suyu responded, somewhat puzzled but smiling nonetheless. Tang Shilu led the way, guiding Suyu and Bai Ying out of the studio. Observing this interaction, apart from Senior Chow, everyone else exchanged knowing smiles, sensing Tang Xiaolu's growing sense of urgency. Inside the elevator, the 3 were crammed into the confined space, and an awkward silence ensued. Bai Ying noticed a peculiar emotional shift in Tang Xiaolu. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor. They stepped out, taking their time as an unusual tension hung in the air. Breaking the silence, Suyu inquired, Senior, how has your studio been progressing lately? Oh, quite well. We've been making steady improvements, Tang Shilu replied, nodding, her twin ponytail swaying gently. As they emerged onto the street, Suyu and Bai Ying waited for a taxi. Behind them, Tang Shilu observed the duo, her lips pursed in contemplation. After a brief wait, a taxi arrived. Suyu turned to wave at Tang Xiaolu, smiling, see you Friday, Xiaolu. Just as he was about to step into the car, Tang Xiaolu gathered her resolve and called out, Suyu, please wait a moment. Huh? Suyu turned, noticing her tightly clenched hands and lowered gaze approaching him, puzzled. Senior, what's on your mind? Before he could finish, Tang Xiaolu stood before him, rose on her toes, and, to the astonishment of everyone around, kissed him. In that moment, she felt as though her heart had stopped, eyes closed, savoring the stillness of the connection with the man before her. Chapter 054, The Soft Rice Man? No, I am. The master of wool gathering the sudden softness caught Suyu off guard. Instinctively, he raised his hand to push it away, but it lingered midway in the air, frozen in indecision. His hand felt stiff, betraying a certain awkwardness. This was because the person before him was Tang Shilu, no less. Gazing into her eyes, which were gently closed, and observing her face, he could clearly detect the slight tremor of her eyelashes, seemingly quivering from fear. It appeared she too harbored concerns. She feared that Suyu might push her away. Tang Xiaolu merely pressed her lips against his, refraining from any further advances. Instead, she silently absorbed the essence of this man before her, who brought her a sense of comfort. Perhaps, she wished for him to remember her scent, and to cherish this innocent first kiss. In the taxi, Bai Ying witnessed this scene, initially taken aback, but soon an unsettling sense of urgency crept into her mind. Kissing was a commonplace occurrence in modern society, yet she found herself unwilling to see the boy she liked share such an intimate moment with another girl. With a complex expression, she scrutinized them. After a prolonged silence, Bai Ying finally cleared her throat, saying, Ahem, see you, it's time to get in the car. At the sound of her voice, Tang Xiaolu opened her eyes. Upon seeing Suyu's face, which bore a hint of a smile, Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. I just wanted to experience what a kiss feels like. Don't get the wrong idea, Junior. Goodbye. Tang Xiaolu stammered, her words clumsy and awkward, before she swiftly turned and fled. Siyu remained rooted in place, his chiseled features illuminated by a glimmer in his starry eyes as he watched her retreating figure, which appeared somewhat flustered. A smile unconsciously crept across his lips, a unique smile indeed. This marked the second time he had been unexpectedly kissed by a girl, he mused internally. Retracting his gaze, Siyu climbed into the taxi. Meanwhile, after running some distance, Tang Xiaolu could not help but stop and glance back at Siyu as he entered the vehicle. Their eyes met through the window, and both shared a smile. Though the view was not entirely clear, they could sense the shared foolishness of their expressions. Look at how happy you are, Bai Ying remarked from the back seat, observing Suyu's lingering smile in the front. What do you know? He replied cheerfully. You are merely a single dog, never having experienced love. As for me, I have already been kissed by 2 campus beauties. Are you not envious, jealous, and eager to try it yourself? You are just a single dog. How could you understand the joy of kissing? Siyu's casual remark elicited a raised eyebrow from Bai Ying. Goodness, how can you be so insulting? She retorted, smiling gently. So does young Master Su wish to experience my joy? Your joy? Siyu gasped, feeling a shiver race down his spine. What do you mean? Do you have feelings for me? He coughed awkwardly. Well, I wonder if you could say to me, I will support you? Siyu felt a sense of anticipation. Since Tang Xiaolu had not explicitly stated otherwise and had simply kissed him, it did not count as a form of patronage. Therefore, he reasoned, he had not hurt her feelings. Miss Bai Ying, please maintain your dignity. I, Siyu, am not one to indulge in such trivialities, he stated, raising a fist to his mouth and clearing his throat. Would you not enjoy such trivialities? Bai Ying shot him a glance, chuckling. Don't all men like that? Are you not a man? This remark piqued the curiosity of the taxi driver, who interjected, Young man, you cannot deny that. Siyu responded earnestly. Only those with carnal inclinations relish such trivialities, and I am different. Bai Ying, taken aback by his seriousness, replied, Oh, what makes you so different? Men are indeed driven by desire. Siyu turned to her, asserting, Miss Bai Ying, I, Siyu, do not indulge in such trivialities. However, I do have a fondness for soft rice. Do you understand? Please refrain from viewing me through a mundane lens. I am a man of lofty ambitions. My aspiration is to consume all soft rice, and then I shall reject your soft rice and turn to the soft rice provided by the system. Thus, am I not a master of wool gathering? No, that title is too unseemly. I prefer to call myself the master of wool gathering. Upon hearing his declaration, Bai Ying's lips twitched slightly. Goodness, you have boldly articulated your dreams. However, it is quite peculiar that one can express such desires in front of a woman yet remain unlikable. The taxi driver burst into laughter, exclaiming, Aha, young man. You have a bright future ahead. I have faith in you. Siyu shook his head, responding, Uncle, you need not have faith in me. Just focus on the steering wheel. I have no intention of aiding you in extricating your vehicle from the greenery, unless you offer me a pack of cigarettes. I shall not lift a finger. Being offered a pack of huangulu would be generous enough, and cigarettes? I have been driving for decades. Such a scenario will never arise. The driver boasted confidently. If anything were to happen, it would either be my demise or that of the entire car. No casualties would occur. Bai Ying? Siyu? Uncle, that cold joke was hardly amusing. After conversing for a while, even amidst the peak hour traffic, the journey felt effortless, as engaging dialogue kept monotony at bay. Arriving at the school, it was already 7 p.m. Upon nearing the campus, Siyu did not accompany Bai Ying, but instead received a call from Zhao Ting, which seemed urgent. Brother, are you outside the school? Just got out of the car. What is up? Come quickly. I have something urgent to discuss with you. I'm at Uncle Yang's food stall. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Ting hung up. A grave expression settled on Siyu's face. Why the sudden urgency? Nevertheless, knowing that Zhao Ting was privy to his secret, Siyu decided to check in on him, lest he spill the beans. Honestly, can't he ever keep quiet? Every day, it's the late-night food stall. It's quite exasperating, like a trio of useless salted fish. Siyu muttered under his breath, resembling a father disappointed in his unambitious child. 10 minutes later, Siyu arrived outside Uncle Yang's food stall, and upon witnessing the scene within, he was utterly astonished. What on earth is happening? Chapter 055. A new dawn for the doggedly devoted after 99 rejections as I gazed into the bustling food stall. A group of individuals were relentlessly targeting Zhao Ting, leaving Siyu in a state of utter bewilderment. Is this truly what you deem significant? This importance has rendered me quite flustered. Zhao Ting's face was flushed, his eyes fixated on the array of empty liquor bottles strewn across the floor, clearly having indulged excessively. Burp. Zhao Ting belched, his inebriation evident as he lamented. These three rascals are determined to get me drunk, claiming I conceal myself too well. I simply refuse to accept it. What on earth am I hiding? Old Du, unusually present, raised his beer mug in a fit of righteous indignation, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Do you honor the profound bond we have forged beyond mere teacher-student relations? You went out partying, ordering 10 sets of the Divine Dragon collection for hand-washing. And yet I was excluded. Truly, this is outrageous. How could you not invite me?" Old Du was beside himself upon hearing this news. Why should you have the audacity? I deliberate for years before daring to purchase a $1,000 bottle of wine. And you, without a second thought, squander tens of thousands on hand-washing. Unbelievable. Wukong and Zhu Wen fanned the flames, nodding in agreement. Indeed, that hand-washing must be exquisite. Here, Old Du, take a whiff. Wukong extended his hand toward Old Du's nose, eager to share the lingering aroma. Yet, Old Du disdainfully swatted it away, retorting, "Get lost. You just emerged from the restroom after a bout of diarrhea. Do you expect me to inhale your foul stench?" Observing their antics, it was clear that Zhao Ting, inebriated, had been taken in. He slammed the table, rising to offer an explanation. "Damn it, that night I was merely..." However, before he could finish, Suyu, quick as lightning, pressed him back down and poured more liquor into his mouth. "Just be quiet for a moment." It suddenly dawned on Zhao Ting that he had promised not to divulge anything. Consequently, he ceased his resistance and drank heartily. After calming them down, Suyu hurriedly returned to school, leaving them to their revelry as he had pressing matters to attend to. Upon arriving at his dormitory, Suyu took a refreshing shower before retrieving a notebook and a gel pen from beneath his pillow. Sitting at his desk, he began to write earnestly. A newfound habit he had recently cultivated. Diary of the Soft-Hearted. Entry 3. The weather today is splendid. I took Bai to Senior Chow's studio to record a song. Today, Bai Ying was as enchanting as ever, captivating my senses. I mean, she was delightful. The recording session and other affairs unfolded as anticipated, progressing positively. I also reunited with long-lost friends, including Sister Xiao Lu, who remains irresistibly charming, although I often find myself wanting to pinch her cheeks for reasons unknown. On the 106th day since rejecting the soft-hearted system, I have learned much. My straight male attributes appear to have vanished entirely. Or perhaps, I simply do not deserve to walk the path of my cousin. Though I am as handsome as my cousin, the esteemed reader, the ladies do not seem to be as enamored. My cousin was pursued by a host of stunning beauties, whereas I find myself in the humble role of a devoted suitor, having confessed my feelings 99 times. Oh, the sorrow of a handsome lad. Ahem, I digress. The crux of the matter is that on my way back today, Sister Xiaolu unexpectedly kissed me, while there was no tongue involved. It does not diminish the sincerity of my feelings for her. Alas, unbeknownst to me, I have transformed into a rogue. I feel as though I am becoming more like Wukong, though perhaps not in the best way. On the 7th day of firmly rejecting the soft-hearted path, Suyu, vow never to become a rogue. I have penned a multitude of thoughts, feeling a sense of reflection as I close my notebook. This serves as a record of my metamorphosis. Perhaps it is a collection of the true musings of a rogue, or a compilation of soft-hearted anecdotes. In any case, I have adopted some unsavory habits. I am certainly not the king of fish, nor am I a silver-tongued charmer. Although I possess a soft-hearted handbook, a true gentleman would never resort to its use, unless a wealthy woman offers abundantly. After closing my notebook, Suyu resumed drafting the project white paper requested by Professor Zhou. His days were meticulously scheduled. He felt that the time he spent drinking and boasting with old Zhao and the others was dwindling. For soon he would embark on the path of a master of the soft-hearted. Meanwhile, in the school's dance studio, a graceful girl with striking beauty danced enchantingly. After more than 10 minutes, she gradually came to a stop. Applause erupted. Though only 2 claps were heard, a smile graced her alluring face. Sister Qian, your dance is truly splendid. Lin Qian, the university's celebrated beauty, adept at both dance and piano, commanded considerable popularity. Yet, she remained aloof. Even more so than the most distant flower, no male could maintain composure in her presence for over a minute. After taking a sip of water, Lin Qian turned to the girl and inquired, "Did you just say that Suyu will collaborate with Bai Ying to sing at the freshman welcome party on Friday?" The girl nodded earnestly. "Yes. The program list from Teacher Chen indicates it will be a new song." Sister Qian, How do you think Bai Ying convinced you to sing a new song with her? The girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lin Qianqian pondered for a moment before replying, perhaps. Bai Ying is simply more suited to sing the new song he composed. Beyond that, I cannot fathom any other reason. Since Su Yu's 99 rejections, he had seldom been seen active. It seemed he only emerged under the cover of night. Rumor had it he had been out with Lu Yi and her friends, though what transpired remained a mystery. What? The girl exclaimed, taken aback. Sister Qianqian, you sing beautifully too, and you play the piano. Why doesn't he approach you? Lin Qianqian retorted with irritation. Does Su Yu even know me? I have never introduced myself to him. Why would he seek me out if he doesn't know me? That would be awkward. Oh, right, the girl said, sticking out her tongue. Lin Qianqian glanced at her phone, checking the messages in the arts department group chat, which were filled with discussions about Su Yu and Bai Ying's duet. A rare smile appeared on Lin Qianqian's captivating face as she read the comments. Since they are behind me, let Su Yu witness my performance. She resolved to not only dance, but also to sing. In the days that followed, Su Yu dedicated all his time outside of classes to writing documents in his dormitory. Time flew swiftly. On this particular Friday, the freshman welcome party commenced. On Friday morning, as Su Yu awoke, his first thought was, is it finally time for my redemption? My journey to shed the label of the devoted suitor begins tonight. Chapter 056, Nonsense. You clearly have a major issue Friday. Today marks the conclusion of military training and also the day of the welcome party for freshmen at Jiangcheng University. However, unlike previous years, this time the event will be broadcasted live online. This is not only an opportunity for everyone to witness Jiangcheng University, but also serves the purpose of promoting the institution, a perfectly reasonable operation. Institutions such as Kyoto University and Huqing University do not require much promotion, as any leaked information about them can easily catapult them to the top of trending searches. Their fame is indisputable. In contrast, other 985, 211 and first-tier universities must exert considerable effort in advertising themselves. Initially, with Su Yu's grades, he could have gained admission to these top-tier schools. However, due to some unfavorable comments that surfaced, he chose to forego that opportunity. It seems he truly does not wish to study abroad. On this day, a segment of netizens was also set ablaze online. Tang Xiaolu and Senior Chao's studio had long since disseminated news that they would be performing 2 new songs during the live broadcast. One is an original song written by them, while the other is a mysterious piece performed by an unknown artist. Moreover, Senior Chao adhered to the prearranged plan. After editing Su Yu's rendition of the song and posting it on their account, it attracted countless likes within a single day. Currently, their latest video on Douyin has garnered nearly 200,000 comments and 9 million likes. I can hardly contain my excitement. This song captivated me from the very first listen. Me too, it's absolutely melodious. And I can't help but notice how closely this voice resembles that unexpected and otherworldly original sound that emerged earlier this year. Indeed, I can attest to that resemblance. Could it be that this original artist has released a new song? How exhilarating. I am eagerly anticipating tonight's live broadcast. Among the nearly 200,000 comments, nearly all are filled with praise and anticipation. Even their account has seen a surge of 3 million followers within just a few days, with total fans exceeding 15 million. In a training room of the school's arts department, Tang Xiaolu and several other seniors sat together, each displaying expressions of joy, as they engaged in casual conversation. The door to the training room abruptly swung open, and Su Yu walked in slowly. What are you discussing? Su Yu inquired, smiling as he entered. Upon seeing him, Tang Xiaolu's face flushed a deep red, emanating a blend of embarrassment and anticipation. Senior Chao rose and nodded at Su Yu, saying, Junior, come and sit with us. Without hesitation, Su Yu stepped forward, grabbed a chair, and settled down. We were just talking about whether this song will be a hit. Especially since everyone has only heard your version, Senior Chao remarked, a wry smile appearing on his face. Your song has exceeded my expectations in popularity. We initially intended to release Xiaolu's song alongside it, but we decided against it due to your song's overwhelming success. Senior Chao felt a mix of excitement and frustration. Su Yu had overshadowed them entirely. If the audience did not enjoy their song, it would be quite embarrassing. So they opted not to release it. After all, they would be performing first. And whether or not it resonated with the audience seemed inconsequential, since they would be overshadowed regardless. Hearing this, Su Yu chuckled, no worries, feel free to release it. I've heard your song, and I assure you it will be a hit. It's a fitting anthem for graduation, and it's quite good. How could it possibly fail? Senior Chow sighed. I hope so. At that moment, Siyu turned his gaze towards Tang Shilu and asked, Senior, you want tea falter today, will you? Tang Shilu's face flushed again. How could that happen? Although I may not be the best, I wouldn't make a foolish mistake at such a crucial moment. That day was merely a moment of impulse. Otherwise, how could I have dared to kiss you in front of so many people? It's all Xiaoro's fault for heightening my sense of crisis. Otherwise, I wouldn't have acted so recklessly. Suyu smiled mysteriously and remarked, just don't let any mistakes slip through tonight. Who knows if any surprises await us? Upon hearing this, Tang Shilu furrowed her brows. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting something unexpected might happen? How dare you? Wait, what am I thinking? Why am I getting angry? After Siyu spoke, he scanned the faces of the 5 individuals present, Senior Chao, Senior Xiaolu, Senior Xiaoro, Senior Zhang, and Senior Qiu. These were the people Su Yu was most familiar with, having spent the most time with them. Upon meeting Su Yu's gaze, they all directed their attention towards him. After a brief moment of eye contact, Su Yu's lips curled into a smile as he declared, here's to wishing the seniors a successful release of their new song tonight, and may your careers flourish. With that, Su Yu retrieved a bottle of mineral water from behind him and placed it on the table, along with several disposable cups. The sight left the 5 of them momentarily stunned. Su Yu explained, since we have a performance tonight, we can't drink alcohol. So, let's toast with mineral water in advance. And afterward, we can hold a celebration. Oh, what a splendid idea. Let us gather at Uncle Yang's seafood stall tonight to celebrate Junior Su Yu's new song success, as well as our own. Although it may be premature to say so, I wholeheartedly support this decision. So you poured mineral water into 6 cups? And they each took one, clinking them together. Although it was merely water, their spirits soared even higher. In the subsequent hours, Tang Shilu and the others continued to practice. Though they were careful not to overexert themselves, even though it was just one song, they needed to preserve their voices. After chatting with them for a while, Siyu chose not to linger but instead made his way to where Bai Ying was located. This was the guitar club. Bai Ying cradled the guitar, strumming the original piece in C major. She intended to perform the prelude with her guitar, while the chorus would require accompaniment. I haven't seen you for a few days. How has your practice been? Suyu called out as he entered. Bai Ying, adjusting her guitar, responded without turning her head. It feels quite good. Really? Hearing her voice, Suyu's brow furrowed suddenly as he asked, what's wrong with your voice? Just now, it seemed he detected a slight hoarseness in Bai Ying's tone, a stark contrast to her usual melodious and gentle voice. Cough. I'm a bit unwell, but it's nothing serious, Bai Ying replied, shaking her head. Nonsense. You clearly have a major issue. Bai Ying retorted. You're the one with a major problem. Chapter 057. I can't believe you. Bai Ying nearly erupted in exasperation, ready to unleash a torrent of scorn upon Suyu. Goodness, you have a serious problem. A minor issue has been blown out of proportion, and now I'm quite flustered. Do you even realize that? It's just a slight sore throat. It's hardly a significant concern since I won't be required to sing during the chorus. She rolled her eyes, exasperated. Honestly, you have no idea how to communicate. Yet, when you were pursuing Huayu, sweet and syrupy words flowed effortlessly from your lips, leaving me in awe. And now, this is what I get? Your casual comment nearly left me feeling despondent. Well, it's essential to perform flawlessly. Suyu retorted with conviction. Since that day when Senior Lu had kissed him, he had come to understand that Bai Ying harbored some feelings for him as well. Consequently, he adopted a more relaxed demeanor when conversing with her. Yet, much like the senior, she refrained from openly expressing her thoughts, unlike Lu Yi, who, when intoxicated, would brazenly make advances toward him, leaving him utterly startled. Bai Ying cast a disdainful glance in his direction. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Tonight's audio system is powerful. My raspy voice won't even be audible in the recording. Some background noise will filter out my voice. Suyu shook his head dismissively. All right then, do as you wish. He wasn't particularly concerned. After all, tonight was merely an opportunity for him to clear his name with her help. Otherwise he smirked. Suyu boldly took the stage alone. You continue to play and sing. I'll just sit back and observe. He plopped down nonchalantly, crossing his legs, adopting the air of a supervisor. Bai Ying, irritated by his lack of decorum, felt the urge to strike him. But as a lady, how could she stoop to such behavior? She could only silently curse Suyu for tripping over his own feet. Maintaining her image as a refined lady was paramount. Under the unwavering gaze of Suyu, Bai Ying awkwardly sang several times. Hey, could you please stop staring at me like that? It makes me uncomfortable, she huffed, clearly irritated. This guy was undoubtedly doing it on purpose. Siyu tilted his head slightly, feigning ignorance. When did I stare at you? I was merely admiring the guitar in your hands. Would he ever admit it? Certainly not. Amused by her flustered demeanor, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Since completing the system task, Huayu had yet to respond to his confession, leaving Siyu to enjoy a surprisingly leisurely time. Besides contemplating how to reject the notion of living off others, he found solace in the fact that there were always girls around him. I can't believe you, you old coot, Bai Ying fumed, nearly ready to hurl her guitar. But then she recalled the hefty price she paid for it and hesitated. Siyu, puzzled, asked, So are you a grandmother? Why do you ask? Bai Ying looked bewildered. Siyu regarded her seriously and replied, Because the thought of a grandmother in bed is amusing. You're not a grandma, so why label me an old coot? And even if you were, I'd keep you warm in bed. Bai Ying. What do you mean by in bed? Who's going into whose bed? The two engaged in playful banter in the guitar club's practice room. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the classroom was far less harmonious. Huayu, dressed in a fresh and youthful style, wore a frown that marred her stunning visage. Lu Tian, seated beside her, observed the dejected Huayu resting her head on the desk and hesitantly inquired, Sister Huayu, will you be attending Suyu's performance tonight? Upon hearing this, Huayu lifted her gaze momentarily before slowly closing her eyes. I want to go. Her emotions had been tumultuous over the past few days. Upon seeing the list arranged by the literary club, she had been taken aback. Yet, after careful reflection, she realized it was her own indecisiveness that had led to this predicament. If only she had entered the beef noodle shop first that day, it would have been her conversing with Suyu, and Bai Ying would have been inconsequential. She had never felt so agitated before, not due to financial concerns, but rather because of a man. This was something she had never dared to contemplate. She had initially believed Siyu would persist in his affections, as her two roommates and close friends had suggested, and she felt the need to test him. If Suyu couldn't endure and chose to give up, it would indicate he didn't truly care for her. Letting go would merely mean waiting anew. However, when Suyu truly relinquished his pursuit, she realized that things were not as she had supposed. Suyu, how could he have not liked her all along? It was she who had placed too much faith in those so-called friends, adhering to their advice. During this time of introspection, Huayu explored online discussions about relationships, only to discover how much she had overlooked. While others persevered in confessing their feelings 5 or 6 times, employing money and gestures to win over their partners, ultimately resulting in sweet unions, she had been stagnant. What had Siyu done for her? He learned to cook her favorite dishes, mastered sweet talk, devised creative romantic confessions, 99 unique ones, no less, learned to play the piano, sang for her, and embraced everything she desired. He was handsome, albeit financially challenged. Yet he embodied the essence of an ideal boyfriend. And yet, she felt compelled to test him repeatedly, only to realize that, in the eyes of others, she had become a self-indulgent woman who took Suyu's declarations for granted, even viewing him as a mere sycophant. But that wasn't her true self. Huayu deeply regretted her past decisions. Why hadn't she accepted Suyu's confession on the very first day of school? Why wait for another opportunity? As Suyu had pointed out, who could predict whether she would agree if he persisted? Rather than clinging to a flicker of hope, it would have been better to part ways, allowing them both space to navigate their 4 years as classmates, only to become strangers again after graduation. After attempting to confess to Suyu, she discovered that public declarations were excruciatingly embarrassing. Yet Suyu had stubbornly persisted through 99 attempts, undoubtedly facing ridicule along the way. She had publicly rejected the culinary gifts he had prepared for her, subjecting him to the mockery of their classmates, yet he remained undeterred. Regardless of the scorching sun or tempestuous weather, he had held steadfast. Contemplating all of this, Huayu felt a profound ache in her heart. She raised her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, murmuring to herself, I was truly too headstrong before. Could you grant me another chance? Chapter 058, Acceptable. Just barely observing the sorrowful expression on Huayu's face, Lu Tian remained silent, although she yearned to speak. It was evident that Huayu had come to realize how her past actions had been rather off-putting. Amidst the oppressive silence, Zhao Ting's voice suddenly echoed from outside the classroom. Lu Tian, are you there? Upon hearing someone approach, Huayu hastily concealed her despondent demeanor. Is he Suyu's roommate? Lu Tian felt an immediate headache at the sound of Zhao Ting's voice, but still responded, What is it? Do you need something? In the next moment, Zhao Ting entered the classroom. Upon seeing Lu Tian and her companion Huayu, he paused momentarily before saying, It's nothing much. Just wanted to see if you're free. How about coming to watch you sing tonight? As a competent second-generation rent collector, Zhao Ting was merely being himself, inviting girls to watch a performance. His motivations for asking Lu Tian were twofold: a burgeoning desire to pursue her and the curiosity to observe Hua Yu's reactions while watching Siyu perform alongside Bai Ying. The mere thought of this thrilled Zhao Ting immensely. Lu Tian, upon hearing his invitation, displayed a look of confusion on her cherubic face. Go. Upon hearing her affirmative response, Zhao Ting's grin widened. Then it's settled. I have something to discuss with you. Lu Tian, even more bewildered, retorted, why not just tell me now? No. I'll sit next to you tonight. That is final. See you at the playground later. Zhao Ting waved his hand dismissively and exited, leaving no room for Lu Tian's objections. What now? I am pursuing you, so you should be happy to let me sit beside you. I, Zhao Ting, am merely honing my skills, devoid of any ulterior motives. After Zhao Ting departed, Hua Yu set aside her book and inquired curiously, Tian, do you know him? Lu Tian, looking perplexed, replied, We've only exchanged a couple of words. I know him, but we're not familiar. Then why does he want to sit beside you? I have no idea. Yet. Zhao Ting's appearance sparked a different thought in Hua Yu's mind. Could she leverage Zhao Ting to inch closer to Siyu? What if he likes you? Hua Yu pondered aloud, suddenly breaking into laughter. Lu Tian exclaimed, absolutely not. She quickly dismissed the notion, I don't even know him. Why would he like me? That's terrifying. I certainly don't want to date such a crude person. Hua Yu stifled a giggle. Who can say for sure? I noticed the way Zhao Ting looked at you. It seemed rather joyful. Perhaps he does have feelings for you. Now that's even more unacceptable. Lu Tian shook her head vigorously, her ponytail swaying back and forth. If that's the case, I definitely cannot let him sit beside me tonight. I'm not going. Hua Yu, noticing her friend's distress, quickly urged, don't say that, Tian. Let him come. I could ask him for Suyu's contact information and gather some intel on him. This is an opportunity we cannot afford to miss. If we let it slip away, it could haunt us for a lifetime. Though they had just begun their sophomore year with 2 years ahead as classmates. Who knew if Siyu would develop feelings for someone else? It was prudent to act swiftly. Hua Yu chastised herself for being the one who was supposed to capture Suyu's affections, only to find herself back at square one. Lu Tian was taken aback and pleaded, Sister Hua Yu, please. I don't want to sit too close to that guy. Just look at how tall and imposing he is. He must be quite uncouth. Humph. I prefer fresh-faced boys, but not those who are effeminate. Lu Tian was about to continue when Hua Yu seized her hand earnestly. Tian, just do this for me as a favor. Once it's all done, I'll buy you that skincare set you've been wanting as a thank you gift. Huh? Lu Tian gazed into Hua Yu's sincere and enthusiastic eyes, feeling torn. On one hand, she was reluctant to sit next to a brute. On the other, the allure of receiving a gift from Hua Yu was enticing, and she felt a flutter of excitement. Sister Hua Yu, you're tempting me. Woe is me. The bond of sisterhood prevailed, and the resolute Hua Yu, alongside the easily swayed Lu Tian, reached a mutual agreement. Downstairs in the academic building, Zhao Ting met up with Wukong and Zhuwen. Zhuwen asked, Old Zhao, did you manage to ask her out? The trio was already aware of Zhao Ting's intentions towards Lu Tian and, as good friends, were eager to support him. Zhao Ting grinned, of course. I asked and then bolted, giving her no chance to react. Whether it works out is entirely up to me. If I don't run into her at the playground tonight, I'll simply find her and sit beside her. Clever, right? Wukong sighed enviously. I wish I could be as audacious as you. If I were, I would have the courage to invite a girl to join me for a show. What show? To witness Hua Yu's reaction when she sees Suyu and Bai Ying perform together. Zhuwen silently removed his glasses. Apologies, but I am unworthy. Though Zhuwen was quite handsome, he often struggled with conversation and would retreat into silence around girls. That night at the bar, a senior girl had even sat next to him, leaning against him, but he had withdrawn his hand. Truly, he was wearing his glasses for a reason. Let us go. We should hit the books. Starting next week, I need to buckle down and can't afford to be as listless as you two. You were always a slacker. As the trio conversed, they ambled towards their dormitory. In their eyes, Siyu was merely a source of entertainment, serving no purpose other than to provide them with excuses to skip class. Soon, evening descended. In the playground, various equipment was being installed and tested, sound systems, lighting, and stage backdrops. The freshmen had returned to their dorms, showered, and donned fresh attire. At 6 p.m. in the rehearsal room, Bai Ying struck the final chord and turned her gaze towards Suyu. How does it sound? No major issues, I hope? Suyu nodded slowly. It's acceptable, just barely. If you think it's good, then it is good. However, if you think it's not, she teased, then I'm afraid tonight will be my solo showcase. Let us go. It's time for us to head out. Chapter 059. The entrance of the exquisite Eastern Hanfu woman at 7 in the evening. The playground was filled with a throng of people, their voices rising like waves. Everyone eagerly anticipated the evening's performances. This event was unlike previous ones, featuring not only dance routines but also a performance by Suyu, a well-known figure in the school. The mere thought of Suyu taking the stage to sing had already stirred a palpable excitement among the crowd. It had been quite some time since anyone had heard him sing. I too cherished the moments when Suyu's melodious voice graced our ears. Rumor had it that he would be performing a new song this evening. A new song? Could it be the one released on Xiaolu's Douyin account? It seemed so. I could discern Suyu's distinctive voice. With this revelation, my excitement only intensified. Do you have feelings for Suyu? The discussions continued around the playground, primarily among the older students who stood at the periphery, while the newcomers congregated in the center. Meanwhile, at the foot of the stage, Senior Chao was busy adjusting his live-streaming equipment, surrounded by members of the arts department responsible for the broadcast. Various platforms of Jiangxing University were simultaneously streaming the event. Although it wasn't a grand spectacle, it was a promotional opportunity not to be missed. Teacher Chun, this spot is mine. Please find another, Chao declared to Teacher Chun, who appeared somewhat displeased. This is the school, Chun retorted. We have prepared a new song for this occasion and are broadcasting it for you, Chao replied confidently. Teacher Chun shot him a disapproving glare, stating, that is not a valid reason. We have 15 million followers across the internet. I am a professional. We have 15 million followers, Chao insisted. Let's talk about something else. Stop mentioning that. It's tiresome. Who knows if it's even real? Our videos have garnered over 9 million likes and nearly 200,000 comments. Teacher Chun was momentarily speechless and quietly relinquished his position. Fine. I can't afford to provoke you, can I? The surrounding students stifled their laughter at this exchange. Soon, after all arrangements were made, the students were in their places. Hua Yu and Lu Tian stood at the edge of the playground, gazing ahead. Let us sit over there, a voice suddenly called from behind, startling both of them. Lu Tian turned to glare at him. Could you please act like a normal person? Sneaking up on others is quite frightening. Zhao Ting, clad in casual attire and towering at nearly 6'3", flashed a goofy grin and scratched his head. I thought I shouldn't tap you on the shoulder since that's not proper between genders. He spoke in earnestness. Lu Tian wanted to retort but decided against it for the sake of Hua Yu, who had promised her a gift. I'll endure it, she thought. Hua Yu then interjected, stop chatting. Let us quickly find a seat or we'll miss the show. No worries. I've already sent my roommate to reserve a spot. Zhao Ting replied, leading them to a location close to the stage where they could see clearly. It was evident that Wukong and Zhu Wen had arrived early to secure this spot, hoping to witness the moment when Hua Yu would see Suyu and Bai Yingxing in tandem. Once the five settled down, a male and female host stepped onto the stage, dressed elegantly in a suit and gown. Welcome, everyone, to the Jiangxing University Freshman Welcome Night, the female host announced, holding up a card with scripted words. Today is a beautiful day. First, let us welcome the new students to Jiangxing University. Congratulations on passing the college entrance examination and choosing our esteemed institution. The welcome night commenced, with the hosts engaging in lengthy dialogues, though the audience remained patient initially. The first act featured members of the street dance club, who had practiced diligently. Their performance was met with thunderous applause, captivating the attention of many students. A skilled street dancer also attracted admiration. It was clear that such talents would earn them favorable attention in the realm of romance. The second act, a comedic duet by two male students, was decent, though it paled in comparison to professional acts. After each performance, the host provided comments and praise. In the live streaming rooms of Jiangxing University and on Tang Xiaolu's Douyin account, the comments were surprisingly unanimous. University life seems rather dull. These performances are quite average. I, too, am looking forward to Xiaolu's new song. I was drawn here by the new song as well. This release event, streamed from the university, is quite creative. However, the waiting time is a bit long. Most viewers were drawn to the new song and the fame of Tang Xiaolu and her peers. As the performances continued and the audience grew restless, the female host returned to the stage, smiling, having enjoyed the earlier performances. I believe many of you are eager to leave, right? Numerous students nodded in agreement, acknowledging the monotony of the latter segments. However, the host then announced, next, let us applaud and welcome Lin Xianxian from the dance club to present a traditional Chinese dance. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Traditional Chinese dance. Lin Chanqian. Both senior students and those curious newcomers gasped at the mention of her name. Those who had considered leaving now settled back down obediently. As the host stepped off the stage, the lights dimmed dramatically. Moments later, a spotlight illuminated the center of the stage. At that moment, a breathtaking figure emerged. Adorned in exquisite hanfu, crowned with a golden headpiece. The attire of red and gold exuded an indescribable beauty, embodying the essence of Eastern elegance. Her face was lightly adorned with makeup, her almond-shaped eyes gazing forward, and her lips were a striking crimson. With her hands gracefully resting on her abdomen, she epitomized perfection. Nobility and grace, truly a vision of Eastern beauty. As this enchanting Eastern woman graced the stage, the audience collectively held their breath, and a tsunami of applause erupted, echoing through the venue. Wow, this is incredible. Absolutely stunning. Chapter 060. No Farewell. A gift for everyone as the enchanting figure of the woman on stage emerged. All lights faded into darkness, leaving only a single spotlight illuminating her silhouette. She was breathtakingly beautiful. This was a far cry from the typical attire seen at certain universities. This was the epitome of traditional hanfu. At the very moment she made her entrance, the audience was left in awe, completely mesmerized by her beauty. Even standing still, the waves of applause were endless. My word, she is simply stunning. It is clear that the finale is indeed the grandest of all performances, overshadowing everything that preceded it. I now understand why the most spectacular acts are reserved for the end. It allows earlier performances to shine without pressure, while the audience is captivated by their prowess. However, this ultimately proves futile. In the presence of such magnificence, all prior performances pale into insignificance, lacking flavor. Oh, this is the hanfu beauty I envisioned in my mind. Far superior to any modern attire. Indeed, below the stage, all the new students were spellbound by this hanfu beauty. Truly, while a person's beauty may be remarkable, it often remains confined to their facial features and physique. Yet, when grace and poise are brought to the forefront, the aesthetic experience transforms entirely. Countless souls found themselves entranced. This was the culture inherited by the descendants of Yin and Huang over millennia, a testament to the wisdom of our ancestors, a culmination of their aesthetic sensibilities, now enhanced by modern interpretations, resulting in this exquisite attire. Clothing is a curious thing. One might possess striking features and an attractive figure, yet if clad in ordinary garments, they may only attract a fleeting glance. However, donning a pair of sheer stockings and a skirt can evoke astonishment. When one adorns themselves in hanfu, combined with their inherent elegance, they command the admiration of all. This was exemplified in the presence of Lin Chanqian. She wore a hanfu, custom-made at great expense, predominantly red with golden accents. Her hair was elegantly styled with a crown and jade hairpin, and her meticulously applied makeup enhanced her serene demeanor, amplifying her grace to extraordinary levels. In the wings, Suyu, who was passing the time in boredom, couldn't help but gaze at Lin Chanqian in disbelief and admiration. She was stunning. This girl truly suited hanfu. Coupled with her facial features, her grace could be described as regal and exquisite. Anyone who beheld her would be devoid of any impure thoughts. How beautiful! Suyu couldn't help but exclaim. Yet, beside him, Buying shot him a glance and, with an expressionless face, remarked, "So you have a taste for this." Suyu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I find her truly beautiful. Don't you agree?" Buying remained silent, but inwardly concurred with Suyu. She too, as a woman, appreciated the breathtaking grace of the Hanfu. Seeing her lack of response, Suyu chose not to pursue the conversation further, instead captivated by Lin Chanqian on stage. He mused, if it were Lui, with her classically beautiful Eastern features, she would undoubtedly appear even more stunning in Hanfu. The thought of Lui crossed his mind, but he quickly shook his head with a smile. Perhaps not. Lui transformed into a different person when under the influence of alcohol, often becoming overly affectionate. The last time, she nearly knocked out a few of his teeth. The mere thought of Lui made Suyu involuntarily swallow. Goodness, have I turned into a lecher? In the live broadcast of Jiangxing University, alongside Tang Xiaolu's stream, countless comments flooded in. Wow, this beauty. My apologies for my previous remarks. The freshman welcome gala at Jiangxing University is anything but dull. I am thoroughly captivated. The photographer deserves a raise. This shot has lingered for ages. I cannot tire of it. Indeed, it is mesmerizing. I have taken a screenshot. And this wallpaper is incredibly pleasing. No one can stop me. I am determined to attend Jiangxing University. Brothers, I will take the college entrance examination next year. And my top choice is Jiangxing University. In the Douyin live stream of Jiangcheng University, the viewership surged from just over 1,000 to an astounding 30,000 as Lin Qianqian graced the stage in her hanfu. Tang Xiaolu's Douyin account experienced a similar phenomenon, plummeting from 50,000 to just over 10,000 initially. Yet, with Lin Qianqian's appearance and the optimal viewing angle they occupied, their audience skyrocketed to over 300,000. It was nothing short of a miracle. After standing on stage for a minute, Lin Qianqian began her performance, a traditional dance of the Dragon Kingdom. Originally, she had planned to perform contemporary dances with 6 backup dancers. However, upon learning that Su Yu would be singing with Bai Ying, she changed her mind. She resolved to perform the traditional dance solo, adorned in the hanfu she had painstakingly saved to customize. The effect was nothing short of explosive, instantly reviving the previously dull atmosphere. As the saying goes, beholding beauty is beneficial for one's health, and this sentiment proved true. Those who had been on the verge of sleep were now fully alert. Even those seniors who had quietly slipped away returned upon hearing the cheers, standing transfixed, some regretting their decision to leave the front rows. Seated closest to the stage, Zhao Ting and his friends were utterly mesmerized by the hanfu beauty before them. "She is breathtakingly beautiful," Zhao Ting murmured. "Her grace in hanfu is simply unparalleled." Beside him, Lu Tian's cherubic face fell upon hearing this. Hey. Tone down your lecherous gaze. It's too crude," Lu Tian scolded. Zhao Ting snapped back to reality at her words, awkwardly smiling before earnestly stating, "I am merely appreciating her beauty. There are no ulterior motives. My heart is forever yours." Lu Tian, what does that have to do with me? To Lu Tian's right, why you couldn't help but chuckle at this exchange. Goodness, are they so quick to express their feelings? However, she too had experienced such emotions many times, though. Her gaze suddenly grew distant. On stage, Lin Qianqian danced for a full 10 minutes, captivating everyone with her every smile and gesture, each swish of her sleeves and profile leaving an indelible impression. As the performance concluded, Lin Qianqian gracefully bowed to the audience before stepping down from the stage. It was simply not enough to behold. Who could deny it? She was extraordinarily beautiful. Not just in an ordinary sense. Lin Qianqian belonged to Class 2. As the chatter below continued, the female host returned to the stage, smiling at the audience. The freshman welcome gala is nearing its conclusion. Next, let us welcome Senior Chao and Senior Tang Xiaolu's team to present for us. No farewell. A gift for everyone. Chapter 61. Whose youth is not confused. As the host's voice faded, the comments in the live stream began to flood in. While some students from the school were unaware, a few might have known that Tang Xiaolu was set to perform a new song. However, the majority remained oblivious, especially those who had tuned in primarily for the music. Here they come. Xiaolu and the others are on their way. What? Xiaolu is singing a new song? No way. The voice in the last video didn't sound like Lao Chao's, and the song title doesn't match the video. Who knows? Let us watch and see. With everyone eagerly anticipating, Tang Xiaolu, Senior Chao, and Senior Xiaorua made their way to the stage. Unlike the others, they each carried a musical instrument. Though Tang Xiaolu was shy and innocent in real life, she exuded confidence as she stood on stage, her adorable face adorned with a constant smile. Today, we will use our alma mater's stage to promote a song from our new album, which also serves as the theme song for the graduation season, she announced. Thank you all for your unwavering support. Let us present to you. No more goodbyes. After her words, she exchanged glances with her companions, and the 5 of them nodded in unison. Without further ado, they commenced their performance. As the upbeat accompaniment began, Senior Chao was the first to sing, closing his eyes as he delivered the lyrics. Farewell, old classmates who always annoyed each other. Farewell, the thanks that went unsaid. Farewell, the homework that will never be assigned again. Farewell, the last page I leave for you in the graduation album. The 5-member team demonstrated remarkable synergy. As Senior Chao finished his part, another senior seamlessly took over. The lyrics were catchy, compelling listeners to engage further. In the audience, many freshmen were captivated. Although they were all relatively young, averaging 18 years of age, their 3 years of high school experiences flooded back to them, recollections of foolish deeds shared with dear classmates, and love letters penned for crushes that lingered in their hearts. The song opened with a lively tempo. Farewell, old classmates who always annoyed each other. Farewell, the thanks that went unsaid. Farewell, the homework that will never be assigned again. Farewell, the last page I leave in the graduation album. Vividly evoking the bittersweet moments of graduation and parting. Listeners were transported back to the final days of their senior year, filled with both joy and sorrow. In the live stream, Many who had been in the workforce for years found themselves momentarily frozen, their phones in hand, as memories of their youth came rushing back. They recalled carefree days of laughter with friends, the childish antics they displayed to impress girls, and the escapades of skipping class to play online games in a small internet CAF, spending 5 yuan for 2 hours of gaming, immersed in games like LOL and CF. As they listened, nostalgia deepened. Back then, CF didn't boast an array of flashy weapons. They tirelessly farmed for a silver killer, eager to impress in the biochemical mode, exclaiming, "Silver for a big cannon." Though they lacked money, joy was abundant. The rigors of study were softened by the camaraderie of fun-loving classmates, transforming hardship into cherished memories. Once thrust into the workforce, contact with old classmates dwindled. Life became a series of bitter realities, filled with the pressures of business deals and social obligations, only to return home to modest living spaces, lying in bed, chuckling at old videos. Yet, the familiar avatars on their phones remained still, never sending messages again. Years into adulthood, seeing classmates announce their marriages on social media sparked envy. Witnessing the once-adored crush, now a wife with children, fill their feeds with smiles evoked a sense of melancholy. A song may be brief, yet its lyrics, steeped in reality, can evoke boundless reflections. As Tang Xiaolu's voice filled the air, listeners detected a unique resonance. The years of youthful growth, childhood promises, and the bittersweet transition from school to the uncertainties of adulthood resonated deeply. Whose youth is devoid of confusion? The chorus echoed, leaving everyone immersed in reminiscence. After the last note faded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, and gifts began to flood the live stream as viewers expressed their sentiments. Listening to this truly evokes nostalgia. Indeed, Lao Chao and Xiaolu's team is a treasure. This song rekindled my memories. I won't say more, just sending gifts to thank you for reminding me of my goddess. Even if she is now married. Haha, this song is truly wonderful. I love it and have tipped. The nostalgic vibe of school days combined with the vibrant energy of youth is simply perfect. When will it be released? I'm ready to download and loop it. Wait, everyone has overlooked something important. This song is completely different from the one on their account, meaning there is another new song. I'm looking forward to it. As Tang Xiaolu and her team concluded their performance, the female host stepped back onto the stage, her smile slightly strained. Thank you to Senior Chao and the team for this heartfelt youth anthem. As time slips away, we have reached the end of our welcome party for new students. Now, please welcome Suyu and Bai Ying to present the closing act, a song titled Just Happened to Meet You. Chapter 62, Because I Happened to Meet You. As this familiar phrase emerged, everyone momentarily broke free from their previous state. Compared to the previous performance by Tang Xiaolu and her friends, which ended without a farewell, this song, celebrating the beauty of youth, had drawn everyone into nostalgia. The song Happened to Meet You had rapidly gained popularity online, accumulating an astonishing 9 million likes and nearly 200,000 comments, each one a commendation. The audience in the live stream was also drawn here for this very song, with numerous representatives from music companies eagerly awaiting its performance. The craftsmanship behind such a composition indicated a profound lyrical talent. Finally, the song I had long anticipated was about to be performed. However, I chided myself for claiming to have awaited it for so long, as it had only been a few days since its release. I couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment at my own eagerness. Nevertheless, I shared the anticipation for this song, as it promised to be quite delightful. Yet, judging by the setup, it seemed to be a duet. Would it succeed? Regardless, I decided to simply enjoy the performance. In the live stream, the enthusiasm of the viewers reignited, each one eagerly awaiting the artist's entrance. Under the collective gaze of the audience, 2 figures ascended the stage. The man was clad in a tailored black Italian suit, a single button fastened, the fitted attire accentuating his tall, elegant figure, akin to a bamboo or pine tree. His sculpted features were striking, with chiseled lines and an unparalleled handsomeness, a gentle smile illuminating his flawless face. His eyes sparkled like stars, with brows sharp as swords. The brilliance in his gaze mirrored the twinkling stars of a night sky, captivating countless women in an instant. "How handsome!" exclaimed the audience, their eyes gleaming in admiration at Suyu. His mesmerizing allure was irresistible. My goodness, he is stunning beyond belief, even more so than an idol. It was the first time many had seen Suyu in such formal attire, and he appeared nothing short of a perfect male deity. I had always perceived Suyu as a mere admirer pursuing the campus belle, often appearing unkempt, though I had found him handsome. I had never witnessed such a striking side of him. His aura was ethereal, undeniably captivating. "Ah, Suyu," Every girl present, be she a newcomer or a senior, was left astounded by Suyu's grand appearance. Previously, when he confessed his feelings, he had always donned casual attire, neglecting his appearance. Yet today, Suyu's striking visage was simply irresistible to the ladies. Particularly, the smile that lingered on his lips made many hearts flutter, prompting spontaneous cheers. In the eyes of many seniors, although Suyu was known for his talent, the incident of his 99 confessions led most to view him as a mere sycophant chasing after a goddess. However, at this moment, their impression of him was swiftly transformed. Transcending gender distinctions, beside Suyu stood Bai Ying, equally enchanting in a white one-shoulder evening gown, her long hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a watery allure, and her lips, adorned with a subtle shade of lipstick, were irresistibly inviting. Her perfectly proportioned oval face resembled a flawlessly peeled egg, radiant and pure. Upon closer inspection, one could even catch a glimpse of the fine hair beneath her fair skin. So beautiful, it was no wonder she was one of the campus beauties. Bai Ying and Lin Qianqian, dressed in traditional attire, were equally captivating. The two, though stylistically different, drew the same level of attention, leaving the audience in awe of the stunning beauty that graced Jiangxing University. At first glance, they indeed exuded an enchanting aura of a perfect couple. Even if one were to suddenly declare that Bai Ying and Suyu were romantically involved, no one would be surprised, as the pairing of handsome men with beautiful women is a natural expectation. Suyu stood tall on stage like a sturdy pine, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he addressed the audience with a soothing voice. Thank you all for remaining here to listen to my new song. Happened to meet you. I also extend my gratitude to the university for allowing me this opportunity to perform. He glanced at Bai Ying, who nodded gently before cradling her guitar, her slender fingers plucking the strings. We cried, we laughed, we looked up at the sky, where a few stars still shone. We sang the song of time. Only then did we understand the essence of our embrace. Bai Ying's voice was slightly husky, but the echo of the sound system masked any imperfection, leaving no one the wiser. As the chorus approached, Suyu closed his eyes and began to sing. Because I happened to meet you, leaving footprints is what makes beauty. As the wind blows, tears fall like rain. For I do not wish to part. Because I happened to meet you, leaving behind a decade of wishes. If we were to meet again, I believe I would remember you. Suyu's voice was as refreshing as a spring breeze, magnetic and gentle, drawing listeners closer with every note. He infused emotion into his performance, mesmerizing the audience, including the men who found themselves captivated by his sound. Listening to Happen to Meet You, combined with Suyu's voice and Bai Ying's soft harmonies, the audience closed their eyes in appreciation. The simplicity of the lyrics, devoid of complex techniques, made it easy for anyone to hum along. Suyu seamlessly transitioned between high and low notes, conveying the song's emotions with grace. This composition lacked excessive sentimentality, instead embodying a beautiful fantasy of love, intertwined with a sense of longing and regret. Suyu's natural talent for music, paired with his extensive training, allowed him to deliver heartfelt performances that resonated with his audience. Bai Ying strummed the guitar, occasionally joining in, but Suyu ultimately carried the song due to his slightly hoarse voice, transforming it into a solo showcase. Because I happened to meet you, leaving behind a decade of wishes. If we were to meet again, I believe I would remember you. As the final notes faded, Suyu and Bai Ying did not linger, bowing slightly to the audience still entranced by the melody before departing the stage side by side. Once they had stepped away, the audience erupted into an enthusiastic applause, their excitement palpable. Bravo! That was exhilarating. As expected of Suyu. Quick, go check. The song has been released on music platforms. What? I'm downloading it now. The students in the live stream and those present were filled with exhilaration. However, among them was one individual, lost in thought, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as the surrounding noise faded into a distant hum. He was truly perfect. Chapter 063. Congratulations to the host for receiving the SSS level task gift pack. From the moment Suyu stepped onto the stage, Huayu was captivated by him. She had never gazed at him so intently before. It was as though she was seeing his perfection for the first time. Unlike in the past, where she feigned indifference, this time she found herself looking up to him. This boy, who had once pursued her so fervently, revealed his extraordinary qualities only after his transformation. How foolish she had been. As Suyu continued to shine, her own shortcomings became glaringly apparent. The moment he performed Just Happened to Meet You alongside another girl, Huayu felt a sharp pang in her heart. Observing the joy in his eyes as he exchanged glances with the girl was unbearable. She stood at the foot of the stage, the closest she could be to him, yet it was impossible to ignore the brilliance in his gaze. Especially painful was the moment she overheard the girls nearby discussing Suyu without a hint of restraint. The complexity of her emotions swirled within her. This was the perfection she had let slip through her fingers. Do you think Senior Suyu will end up dating Senior Bai Ying? One girl mused. I heard he confessed before, but it seems he has given up on her. I think he'll be in a relationship soon. Another chimed in. Goodness. What kind of girl turns down Suyu? Just this song alone proves he could be a sensation if he entered the entertainment industry. The chatter continued, each word twisting the knife in Huayu's heart. Though she had endured pain before, the regret seemed to deepen with each passing moment. Suyu had soared to new heights after ceasing his pursuit of her, while she remained stagnant, caught up in trivial matters. Meanwhile, Zhao Ting and his companions observed Huayu's turmoil, noting her fleeting expressions of regret and longing. They exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter. As Suyu's roommates, they had witnessed countless instances of his devotion to her, which they deemed utterly unworthy. Let us leave, Zhao Ting suggested, breaking the tension. He glanced at Wukong. Don't disturb her sadness. Wukong nodded in agreement. Turning to Lu Tian, Zhao Ting said softly, Tian, we're heading out. Lu Tian nodded. Okay. Once the trio departed, Lu Tian gradually regained her composure. Wait, did he just call me Tian? How dare he? She felt a surge of indignation but realized it was futile to voice her frustrations now that they were gone. Let us go, Sister Huayu, Lu Tian called out. But there was no response. Sister Huayu, what's wrong? She pressed, turning to see Huayu's eyes misty with unshed tears, filled with regret. Seeing this, Lu Tian could only place a comforting hand on Huayu's shoulder. Huayu snapped back to reality and forced a smile. What's the matter, Tian? Noting the forced smile, Lu Tian sighed inwardly but maintained her composure. Let us leave. The event is over. Huayu nodded. All right. The two stood and departed together. On stage, the host was enthusiastically reading from the cards, delivering motivational speeches. By 10:30 that evening, the event concluded. Jiangxing University's fan base surged by millions that night, while Tang Shelu and her team experienced an even more astonishing increase in followers, amassing over 2 million on Douyin alone within hours due to their hit song No More Goodbyes and Suyu's new release. Such an impressive ability to attract followers propelled Tang Shilu and her team into the realm of prominent influencers, showcasing their creative prowess, which caught the attention of numerous companies. As the event wrapped up, Suyu stepped off the stage, changed out of his suit into casual attire, and planned to join Tang Xiaolu and the others for a celebratory feast. Just then, a familiar notification echoed in his mind. Beep. Task completed. Congratulations to the host for completing this task. Task rating, SSS. This event generated a popularity score of 14.5 million. Perfectly completed. Congratulations. The host has received the following rewards. SSS level task gift pack. 1 million cash, music talent 5. What? Suyu paused in astonishment at the mention of 1 million. The thought of such an amount made his mouth water. Most people would hardly remain composed in the face of such wealth. He was not like those flawless protagonists in novels who remained unfazed by billions. He was just an ordinary person. Even with a modest 600,000 in his pocket, he felt an overwhelming excitement, almost wanting to leap and sing in joy. This was truly a classic example of striking it rich overnight. However, Suyu felt indifferent toward the music talent boost. He had confidence in his musical abilities and believed he could achieve success without the system's aid. His focus lay elsewhere, rendering this reward nearly insignificant in his eyes. Sighing, he wished for more practical rewards, like an additional million. This situation reminded him of those street interviews asking if one would prefer 7 million or a perfect score on the college entrance exam. Without hesitation, Suyu would choose the cash. After all, his family was known for their academic excellence, and he had always been a quiet achiever. Not dwelling on this matter, Suyu shifted his attention to the other system reward, the SSS level task gift pack. Remembering the benefits he had gained from previous gift packs, he anticipated an even greater reward this time. With determination, he commanded, System, open the SSS level task gift pack. Gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving. Chapter 064. Does this have anything to do with a salty fish like me? SSS level task package successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have received the following rewards. 1,000,000 cash, safely transferred to your account. 1,000 soft meal points. 1 villa valued at 20 million. And 3 chances for a system lottery. Upon seeing this reward, Suyu couldn't help but furrow his brow. To be honest, if this were all the rewards for an SSS level package, it would hardly compare to what one might receive for completing a task. The soft meal points were somewhat acceptable. But as for the villa, he had no interest. So he did not fancy the so-called luxury of a villa. To him, a house was merely a place to live. Why bother with something so extravagant? His family was small, after all. He decided to sell it off at a discount. Opening the system, Suyu thought, system loading. System, soft meal system rejected. Host, Suyu money, 7, 584, 592. 15 dragon coins, system lottery, system mall, system backpack, soft meal points, 1. 100 physical attributes, strength, 105, speed, 100, constitution, 110, charm, 150, perfect. Note, normal adult attributes are 100. Skills, perfect combat max, one-handed Ferrari max. Every time Suyu gazed at his meager attributes and paltry soft meal points, he felt a pang of discomfort. As a handsome fellow, it was disheartening to possess such scant resources. In this system, the only impressive number was the amount of money. Everything else was better left unmentioned. After pondering for a moment, he declared, use 3 lottery chances. In a flash, Suyu found himself in the system lottery space, a familiar sight. The grand wheel in his mind was adorned with all his favorite items. Alas, the items were so densely packed, and it seemed that the lottery was tiered. Whether he could draw the best items depended solely on luck. With his fortunate disposition, Suyu felt that if he were to gamble for 5 years on the lifespans of his friends, he might just land something worthwhile. Yet, that would be inhumane. What if he actually won and they ended up living shorter lives? Thus, he decided against that notion. Suyu called out in his mind, lottery. In the next moment, the gigantic wheel began to spin, accelerating before gradually slowing down. Ultimately, the pointer landed on a rather narrow reward. According to the pattern of 3 consecutive draws, the first one was bound to be the best. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 50 free attribute points, mastery of national martial arts skills, and 12 shares in Hot Show Group. Upon seeing this lottery reward, Suyu felt a sense of relief. Not bad at all. The addition of free attribute points would enhance his capabilities, while mastery of national martial arts skills was undoubtedly beneficial. The shares in Hot Show Group excited him even more. He admitted to being rather materialistic, thus, anything related to money stirred a thrill within him. Hot Show Group was a local conglomerate in Jiacheng, valued at over 20 billion. 12% of that amounted to approximately 3 billion. Just thinking about it nearly made Suyu leap with joy. And he found himself wanting to shout, I am indeed a wealthy individual. If his parents were to discover how rich he had become, they would likely faint from sheer delight. Suyu squinted his eyes and chuckled to himself. Established for over 30 years, Hot Show Group's business extended beyond real estate. It also encompassed hotels and shopping malls, undoubtedly making it even more appealing. Rumor had it that the chairman controlled only 39.91 of the shares. Yet his net worth had already surpassed 10 billion. A genuine billionaire family. And here he was, stepping into the realm of multimillionaires. After reveling in his excitement for a moment, Suyu allocated the 50 drawn free attribute points evenly, 15 for strength, 20 for constitution, and 15 for speed. Satisfied, he opened the system mall. After distributing his attribute points, Suyu entered the system mall, eager to see what items he could afford. Previously, he had refrained from entering due to his meager 100 points, fearing the disappointment that might ensue. But this time was different, with a purchasing power of 1,000. He felt bold enough to browse. Upon entering the system mall, rows of products appeared before him, exquisite and exorbitantly priced items that nearly took his breath away. He hesitated to even dream of such luxuries. However, there were also items with lower prices, which gave him the courage to explore further. Cloud Mountain Villa, 5 sets. Price, 200 soft meal points. Note, after successfully renting for 1 year or more, the host will acquire complete ownership, or upon successful sale of the villa, the host will receive 20 of the profits. Supercars Luxury Cars, 10 vehicles available for rental. Upon renting each one, the host will gain ownership of that model. Price, 100 soft meal points. Note, purchasing this item grants a driver's license and advanced driving experience. Space Carrier 1. Price, 20,000 soft meal points. This carrier is a product of the 2400 parallel universe, Blue Star, approximately 5,000 meters long, designed for close-range planetary plundering. Intelligent Robots 100. Price, 3,000 soft meal points. Produced by Su Technology from the Dragon Nation in the 2591 parallel universe, suitable for warfare, rescue, deep-sea exploration, space mining, and more, designed specifically for cosmic pirates. There were many more items, yet Suyu could hardly bear to look. Just glancing at the prices made it clear that they were beyond his reach. And seriously, a space carrier? Did they think he was part of the South Heaven Gate project? This thing was crafted for colonizing other planets. What on earth did it have to do with a lowly individual like him? Suyu felt quite vexed. If he had aspirations of world domination, perhaps he might consider saving up for such a thing, but as a mere drifter living off scraps, he had no inclination to purchase it. And what else with these pirate-designated robots? Was he a pirate? What use would such machines be to him? Unless they came with a feeding function. He would not even contemplate it. The prices were simply outrageous. Was there a trial version available? Gazing at the flashy system mall, Suyu felt an urge to exit in frustration. However, considering his current circumstances, he ultimately spent 500 soft meal points to purchase the Cloud Mountain Villa and the supercar package. After all, he didn't have a driver's license yet. Taking the time to study for it would be a waste. This product was convenient, providing both a license and a car. He was quite pleased. Beep. Soft meal points minus 500. Product purchase successful. Villa key property certificate added to system backpack. Supercar package to be delivered tomorrow. Chapter 065. Our relationship is simply one of friendship. After exchanging these items, Suyu exited the system space, having wasted a few minutes. Others were urging him. Suyu, are you done? If so, let us go. Coming back to his senses, Suyu hurriedly replied, I'm ready, let us go. Upon stepping out, he spotted Bai Ying engaged in conversation with a breathtaking girl in Hanfu, Lin Qianqian. As their eyes met, Lin Qianqian broke into a radiant smile. Suyu? Hello. In truth, Lin Qianqian harbored a fondness for Suyu, though it was more in admiration. She hardly knew him, and they had never interacted before. This moment marked their first formal meeting. Suyu offered her a gentle smile, saying, Hello, beautiful in Hanfu. You truly astonish me today. He acknowledged that Lin Qianqian's attire was indeed captivating, enchanting everyone present, including himself, who had seen countless beauties before. Perhaps this was the allure of Hanfu. Lin Qianqian giggled, her enchanting eyes sparkling with mischief. Next time, I'll wear it just for you. Suyu responded, Really? How thrilling. If you wear it just for me, then I shall not hold back. Observing Suyu's bewildered expression and his gradually unfriendly gaze, Lin Qianqian shot him a glance. What are you thinking? Don't have such impure thoughts. What impure thoughts? I was merely pondering how to take a nice photo together, Suyu retorted, rolling his eyes at her. Am I that kind of person? Clearly, it's you who is being inappropriate. Lin Qianqian exclaimed. Me? Inappropriate? Humph. You dog of a man. Watching their playful banter, Bai Ying felt slightly irked. Ahem, there are others here. Is it really appropriate for you two to flirt so openly? I'm still here. Suyu turned his head, feigning surprise. Oh, I almost didn't realize you were here. How rude. As the trio continued their conversation, they emerged from the school grounds and encountered Zhao Ting, Wukong, and Zhu Wen, who were leaning against the railing, chatting. Yuge, want to join us for some drinks? Wukong waved at Suyu. Suyu shook his head, declining. Not tonight. I have plans with Senior Chow and the others. You lazybones. You three do nothing but drink every day. As your big brother, I truly feel ashamed like one who has tea brought lemons. Senior Chow? Upon hearing this title, Zhu Wen adjusted his glasses, a knowing smile gracing his lips. You go. If you're meeting Senior Chow, does that mean Senior Xiaolu will be there too? Suyu nodded. Yes. Ah, understood. We shall take our leave then. We're off to find Lao Du for drinks. You can go now. The three departed immediately upon Suyu's affirmation. Senior Xiaolu? Lin Qianqian inquired, her curiosity piqued. Is she the one on Douyin, the internet celebrity with millions of followers? Being a diligent young person, Lin Qianqian enjoyed watching videos, particularly those of the Douyin user known as Senior Xiaolu, who sang beautifully and was quite adorable. Even girls admired her style. Before Suyu could respond, Bai Ying interjected, answering Lin Qianqian's question. Yes, and she is quite familiar with Senior Xiaolu. Bai Ying's smile was laden with meaning, her eyes glinting with depth. Suyu felt a desire to inquire about the significance of her gaze. What was it to her? He and Senior Xiaolu were merely friends. Why was she looking at him like that? What was her intention? A daunting woman indeed. Lin Qianqian, overhearing this, beamed with excitement. Really? Suyu, could you take me along to meet Senior Xiaolu? It was unclear if she discerned Bai Ying's insinuation, but she was undeniably thrilled. Suyu nodded. Of course. Then, casting a glance at Bai Ying, he added with a grin, You needn't join. You seem quite displeased. Bai Ying, in a huff, turned her head away. Humph. Just because you say I shouldn't go means nothing to me. I will go. Caught between them, Lin Chanqian observed with a sense of unease. Sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint it. Exiting the school, they found Senior Chow and the others waiting by their cars. The five had earned quite a bit, thanks to advertisements and shared revenues, making them all millionaires except for Tang Xiaolu, who was saving for her own house. Senior Chow drove a BMW 3 Series, while Senior Xiaoro had a well-regarded pink domestic car. Junior, who is this? Senior Chow inquired, noticing the new girl beside Suyu. Suyu introduced her. This is Lin Chanqian, the Hanfu girl from tonight. Oh, let us all go together. Senior Chow exclaimed, smiling warmly. Lin Chanqian cheerfully replied, thank you, Senior. I'll take a ride in Senior Xiaolu's car. She then climbed into Senior Xiaoro's vehicle, as Tang Xiaolu was there. Suyu and Bai Ying got into Senior Chow's BMW, and they drove directly to Uncle Yang's food stall nearby. As they entered, a middle-aged man approached with a warm smile. Ah, you, what will you have today? Oh, Xiao Chow, you're here too. Seeing Senior Chow, Uncle Yang expressed surprise. Senior Chow grinned. We just graduated and thought we'd come by for a meal since we want to have many chances in the future. Uncle Yang squinted with understanding. I see. I've been running this stall for 7 or 8 years and have witnessed many graduates. Uncle Yang, you must still offer us a discount. Just because we haven't visited in a while doesn't mean our bond has weakened. Ah, you're the most talkative one. Take a seat. I'll fetch you some tea. After some reminiscing, the 8 of them found a large table outside and began their usual banter. This was an unchanging aspect of their camaraderie, sitting at the food stall, engaging in lighthearted conversation. Lin Chanqian settled beside Tang Xiaolu, chatting animatedly, observing their rapid rapport. So you wondered how girls formed connections so swiftly. Tang Xiaolu sat to Suyu's right, while Bai Ying occupied his left, effectively sandwiching him between 2 stunning girls. Seeing this, Senior Chow and the others felt a pang of envy, though it was a feeling they had grown accustomed to, as they were all in relationships. After enjoying some drinks, Senior Chow suddenly asked, Junior, may I inquire something? Suyu paused momentarily before responding with a smile. Of course, Senior. Chapter 66. Although you might look down on money, it can be quite important at times. Chow, the senior, held a bottle of beer in his hand. His face flushed as he let out a burp. After tonight's live broadcast, a music company approached me to inquire if you would consider signing a contract with them. It seems they are offering a signing bonus of 10 million, along with a revenue split of 46%. Of that, 46 will certainly go to Suyu, as the company will take an additional share. This is quite normal. Upon hearing Chow mention this, the others simultaneously set down their glasses, their gazes shifting towards Suyu, eager to gauge his reaction. After all, 10 million is no trifling sum. It represents a fortune that many might toil a lifetime to earn. Of course, for someone like Suyu, $1 million could easily be within reach, given his fame and talent. Composing lyrics would undoubtedly attract the attention of top-tier singers eager to purchase his work. It would merely be a matter of overcoming some challenges. Inspiration, however, is not an inexhaustible wellspring. Should Suyu choose not to sign, should he find himself with no viable path forward, the studio would always welcome him. It is fair to say that his contributions have accounted for 60% of the team's establishment and ongoing profitability, a fact all members are keenly aware of. If Suyu were in need of funds, all he would have to do is ask, and without hesitation, Chow and the others would readily provide him with their resources. Such is their sincerity. If they were not genuine, Suyu would not have forged ties with them. He possesses a discerning eye for character. Suyu took a sip from his drink, refraining from an immediate response. Observing this, Chow continued. They mentioned that the copyright for the song Just Happened to Meet You would belong to the company, and any future creations would be divided according to the contract terms. Frankly speaking, under such conditions, many newcomers would typically nod in agreement. The value of a song's copyright pales in comparison to a company's willingness to invest resources to cultivate your talent. Even if the revenue split were 37%, many would agree without a second thought. Such is the reality. Not everyone is endowed with a system, nor does everyone lack opportunities for advancement. Love can easily bow down to the power of money over time. Initially sweet and tender, lovers may not part for financial reasons. Yet as one transitions from romance to marriage and family, love becomes tinged with the scent of money. Those without financial backing must also support their elderly parents, while those with resources can lead more comfortable lives. Expenses for children's education, formula, diapers, mortgage payments, car loans, and social obligations all contribute to the financial burden. When money enters the equation, love can seem like mere scattered sand. Unless one sets their expectations low, many people managing a monthly income of 4,000 can still raise children and maintain a happy family. However, hearts today are often restless. Money has seemingly become the standard by which all is measured. Without it, progress feels nearly impossible. Yet, is this not a reflection of reality? You may not care whether he possesses wealth, but every moment that moves you inevitably requires expenditure. 10 million truly is an extraordinary sum, not to mention the additional revenue shares. For any ordinary individual unwilling to settle for mediocrity, signing the contract would be a foregone conclusion. Consider the absurdities of certain online interviews. When asked, would you sleep a night in a graveyard for 5 million? Passers-by unanimously respond with a resounding no, citing that it is simply not worth it. Yet the truth remains that 5 million is not easily earned. Most would contend that even 10,000 would suffice. The thought of spending the night in a graveyard, fearing the possibility of ghosts dancing or sipping tea, renders that 5 million quite unstable. So you remain silent, reaching for a peanut and tossing it into his mouth. Observing this, Chow remarked, honestly, I believe this offer is rather low. If you can produce another song, I can negotiate the signing bonus up to 30 million. He was genuinely considering Su Yu's situation. Aware of his family's circumstances, his parents were ordinary factory workers, toiling daily with no home of their own, residing in rented accommodations in the city, while their rural hometown possessed only a modest single-story brick house. While this was not a dire state, it certainly was not favorable either. Securing 10 million would significantly improve their living conditions. The others chimed in with their thoughts. Indeed, Junior, I think this price is acceptable. We all come from humble backgrounds, and receiving such a sum is truly commendable. Another added, I think it's better to reconsider. Signing with an entertainment company can be exhausting. As musicians, we know this all too well. I believe you should join our studio after graduation. With you here, we are sure to thrive. You could easily earn that 10 million. And with your looks, establishing a separate account would surely garner more attention than Xiao Lu. I concur, chimed another. The female audience has the strongest purchasing power. And you certainly won't lack for female fans. The group chatted animatedly, offering various perspectives, and even suggesting his inclusion in their team met with no objections. So he was indeed worthy. It was as simple as that. Just the mention of his name silenced any further discussion. They had only just begun to see promise in their endeavors the previous year, and it was Su Yu's entry into university that had catalyzed their collaboration and future planning. The initial hit song had also been a product of Su Yu's creative contributions. Eventually, the studio was established, and all five agreed to allocate 20 of the revenue to Su Yu, an unwavering decision for each of them. Had it not been for Su Yu's stern declaration, if you pressure me to sign a revenue-sharing contract, our friendship will end here, and we shall become strangers, the matter would have been settled. His words left them in stunned silence, and the discussion inevitably fizzled. Shortly thereafter, the team flourished, raking in advertising deals and royalties, amassing 10 million in less than a year. Had he accepted that 20, so you would have earned 2 million. Yet he turned it down. This alone was enough to inspire the utmost dedication from the five. Bai Ying and Lin Chanqian sat quietly, unable to interject, their curiosity piqued as they watched Su Yu. Uncertain of his decision, they knew the rumors surrounding Su Yu's impoverished background were merely a fade, as he could easily secure wealth with a mere nod. It is worth noting that he was only a sophomore. Observing the unwavering sincerity of the five, they were genuinely astonished. While their own families did not lack for wealth, such devoted friends were a rarity. Noticing Su Yu's continued silence, Tang Xiaolu couldn't help but inquire, Junior, what are your plans? Although you may not value money, it is undeniably significant at times. Chapter 67. Like you, would you be my boyfriend? Tang Xiaolu spoke with great clarity. While you may not value money, the absence of it is indeed a significant burden. Love falters, and careers stagnate without financial stability. In contrast to the struggles of the older generation, who fought merely to stave off hunger, this generation faces its own hardships. Each individual has their own trials. Money seems to be an unyielding shackle, an inescapable reality. After Tang Xiaolu concluded her statement, all eyes turned to Su Yu, eagerly awaiting his response, yearning to discern his answer. The prospect of a multi-million transaction was undeniably substantial and enticing. However, under the collective gaze of the assembly, Su Yu set down his chopsticks, lifted the beer mug from the table, and downed the half-filled cup in one swift motion. My answer is, no contract. Su Yu slammed the beer mug onto the table, producing a resounding bang that caused the dishes to tremble. His reply elicited a mix of surprise and understanding among the onlookers. They were well aware of Su Yu's temperament. He would not bow to monetary temptations. He possessed the merit to stand firm. Even without a system, he excelled. Having caught the attention of his mentor in his freshman year and collaborated on projects that generated income, he had formed a team shortly after his arrival at the university, leading to the current accomplishments alongside Tang Xiaolu. Money may gauge many, but it cannot measure Su Yu. Upon hearing his response, Bai Ying and Lin Qianqian furrowed their brows momentarily, only to quickly relax. Their exquisite faces blossomed with a brighter smile. Perhaps they felt delighted by Su Yu's choice? Su Yu surveyed the group and earnestly stated, "Senior brothers and sisters, I recognize your concern for me. But money is something I can easily acquire. I am not fond of excessive busyness. I prefer the tranquility of reading and pursuing my passions. If I were solely motivated by money, I would have long since suggested a profit-sharing scheme for the studio." Chao, along with Tang Xiaolu and the others, nodded in agreement. This sentiment held truth. In fact, even now, they could muster 2 million for Su Yu if he desired to share. Su Yu smiled softly, expressing, "I am not overly ambitious. I simply wish to engage in endeavors that bring me joy, assist those I care for, and lead a leisurely life. Reading, gaming, and enjoying drinks with friends brings me happiness. My parents may not have encountered an abundance of wealth in their lifetime, but I could easily provide them with a grand villa and ensure their comfortable retirement. I once asked them if they wished to retire early and enjoy life. Yet they rebuked me, saying, 'We have labored throughout our lives, not merely to raise you, but to ensure our existence is not in vain. Living is about sustenance. And once we are fed, it is about maintaining relationships and gathering with friends over drinks and games. Though life may seem ostentatious today, it does not reflect our values. We cherish the stability of our lives, free from ailments, deriving satisfaction from seeing you marry and start a family.' That conversation instilled in Su Yu the understanding that he need not rush towards material success, but rather should pursue what he truly desires. And do I truly lack money? I possess over 7 million in my pocket, along with 10 properties, 5 villas, and a collection of 10 luxury sports cars. I have already ascended to the pinnacle of a life that many envy. Of course, I live to find my own purpose." Reflecting on these thoughts, Su Yu raised his chin, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his voice steady yet imbued with confidence. "I, Su Yu, will only pursue what I love in this lifetime." 10 million? 30 million? What do they truly mean? His bold proclamation left Chao and the others momentarily speechless, while Lin Qianqian and Bai Ying admired him even more. Observing the spirited Su Yu, they both silently pondered. Hua Yu must have lost his senses. How could he let go of such an exceptional young man? This was their shared sentiment at that moment. They had long harbored doubts about Hua Yu's judgment, for how could one not appreciate a boy like Su Yu? Anyone who attempts to understand him will find him far more captivating than he appears. Chao, after a prolonged pause, finally regained his composure and offered a wry smile to Su Yu. "My dear junior, it seems I have been inconsiderate. We were blinded by monetary allure, forgetting your indifference towards wealth. My apologies, junior." Tang Xiaolu also playfully stuck out her tongue, her adorable visage radiating embarrassment. Others followed suit in apologies. Su Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Today is a celebration for you, to honor the success of your new song. Why delve into such matters? Indeed, the junior is right. Let us raise a toast." Chao exclaimed, quickly lifting his glass. The 8 of them raised their cups, and Su Yu took the lead. Scanning the faces before him, he beamed a genuine smile and proclaimed, "To celebrate the success of tonight's live stream, let us drink. May your careers flourish and prosper. Congratulations to the seniors. May your team's first truly original song achieve great success." Cheers echoed from all 8 voices. Even Lin Qianqian and Bai Ying found themselves swept up in the fervor, their expressions tinged with excitement. The gathering continued at Uncle Yang's food stall, where they indulged without reservation. Even the campus beauties, Lin Qianqian and Bai Ying, let loose in their revelry. Tang Xiaolu's face flushed from the drinks, as they all succumbed to inebriation. This celebration, belonging to the 8 of them, stretched from 10:30 in the evening until after 3 in the morning, culminating in a collective drunken stupor as they checked into a hotel for the night. Only Su Yu remained sober, slightly tipsy despite the 8 having consumed 10 crates of beer. After securing their rooms, he assisted each of them into the hotel, accommodating the couples among them. As for Tang Xiaolu, Lin Qianqian, and Bai Ying, he arranged a 3-person room for them. Just as he was about to help Tang Xiaolu upstairs, she suddenly raised her hand to halt his motion at the door. "See you, my junior?" Tang Xiaolu slurred, her breath reeking of alcohol. Su Yu turned to face her. Noticing her half-closed eyes gazing at him, and smiled. What is it? Though she was undeniably charming, Siyu found himself devoid of romantic inclinations at that moment. Tang Shilu, fighting against her intoxication and fatigue, locked her gaze onto Suyu's eyes and spoke deliberately. Junior, I must tell you something. What is it? I like you. Would you be my boyfriend? Chapter 68. What is the meaning of earning this money? Tang Shilu clung to him, her gaze unwavering, filled with anticipation. She truly cherished Suyu, yet had never expressed her feelings nor exhibited any unusual behavior. However, her affection was undeniable. This time, she wished to abandon her facade. Perhaps spurred by the presence of other girls constantly surrounding Suyu, which left her feeling insecure. Tang Shilu was frightened, fearful of losing Suyu during this period. Such uncertainty, or perhaps fear would be a more accurate description. Junior, would you consider being my boyfriend? Tang Xiaolu's eyes, though weary, sparkled with hope as she awaited Suyu's nod. Suyu, observing her expression, couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. Senior, you put me in quite a predicament. I don't have much money. What is it that you seek from me? He desired to refuse the advances of others, particularly those wealthy women he found unappealing or those who merely coveted his physical form. But Tang Shilu was someone he trusted. He had no intention of hurting her. Is having money truly so crucial? Tang Shilu pouted slightly, annoyance evident. Do you see me as someone who values wealth above all else? Suyu pondered briefly before shaking his head. All right, if you say so. Yet, I distinctly remember the way you clutched your first earnings, counting them over and over. You, my little money grubber. Upon seeing him shake his head, Tang Xiaolu's adorable face immediately brightened with a smile. So, will you be my boyfriend? I can support you. Despite her declaration, her expression dimmed slightly. This left Suyu momentarily speechless. Indeed, he didn't require anyone's financial support, yet this was quite a dilemma. Although he yearned to agree to her request, he felt conflicted. How had he suddenly become a heartthrob? Just a while ago, he was the one who confessed to a girl 99 times. Now this was happening. It was all rather overwhelming. With a sigh in his heart, Siyu spoke earnestly. Senior, I'm only a sophomore. I don't wish to rush into a relationship. Let us discuss this after I graduate. If you still feel the same way then. Before he could finish, Tang Shilu eagerly nodded. Okay, I'll wait for you. I'm 22, and you're just 19. I can wait. With that, she flashed a radiant smile, albeit tinged with the effects of alcohol. Hee hee, my mom says, a woman 3 years older is like a gold brick, so I'm your gold brick. You must hold on tight to me. Suyu, isn't it you who is embracing me tightly right now? If I hadn't upgraded my attributes a bit, you would have me gasping for breath. Tang Xiaolu wrapped her arms around Suyu's waist, pressing her body against him, fearing that if she released him, he would immediately leave. Gazing at the adorably endearing Tang Shilu, a smile crept across Suyu's face as he gently patted her head. All right, I understand. If you can truly wait, then I have no objections. Tang Shilu replied earnestly, rest assured, I will wait. I am completely serious. Seeing her determination, Siyu decided not to say more. He guided her into the room and gently placed her on the bed, softly saying, now, sleep well. Tang Shilu nodded in agreement, covering herself with a comforter. And within moments, she was sound asleep, her gentle snores filling the air. As Suyu observed her, he quietly exited the room. This 3-person accommodation was an attic, with Tang Shilu sleeping above, while Lin Qianqian and Bai Ying occupied the lower level, both wrapped in their blankets, their sleeping postures rather bold. Siyu couldn't help but smile wryly at the sight of 3 campus beauties cohabiting. It was an overwhelming situation. For a normal man, the presence of even one beauty would be hard to resist, let alone 3. However, Siyu was hesitant. Engaging in something inappropriate could lead to dire consequences the next day. With a sigh, he left the room. As the door closed, Lin Qianqian and Bai Ying simultaneously opened their eyes, disappointment flickering in their gazes. Wow, 3 beautiful women here, and you remain indifferent? I'm intoxicated. And you don't want to create a memorable story with me? Are you even a man? Lin Qianqian's eyes sparkled with amusement, though fatigue soon clouded her expression. Bai Ying echoed similar sentiments. Thus, the 3 beauties drifted off to sleep, the atmosphere tranquil yet bold. Lin Qianqian, dressed in a dress, curled up under the covers, almost revealing too much. Siyu observed for a lengthy moment without any reaction. Bai Ying, at least, was more modest in her sleeping position. Stepping out of the hotel, Siyu made his way to a 24-hour convenience store nearby. Hello, could I have 2 bottles of Baijiu, please? That will be 47 yuan. With a successful payment, Siyu exited the store, 2 bottles in hand, and headed toward the university. Tomorrow was Saturday, and he needed to rise early to meet Professor Zhou, as he had promised to collaborate on a project where he could earn a tidy sum of 10,000 yuan. Why not seize the opportunity? Indeed. Even though he had accumulated a fair amount of money, his aspirations were greater. Once he amassed 10 million, he planned to transfer 5 million to his parents, bringing them joy and showing them that their son was not only capable of earning but also of earning abundantly, even in a slight stupor. The thought of his parents' astonished expressions excited him. If he didn't flaunt his success in front of his family, what was the purpose of earning all this money? Upon returning to the dormitory, the sounds of conversation from Wu Kong and the others reached his ears. Come on, will Senior Xiaolu and you go create a story tonight? What? Bet on it. A win pays 1 to 1, lose pays 1 to 100. Old Zhao, you're truly daring, betting like that. I'll bet on 1T happen. I believe in you go. I'll wager 100. Uft. I'll bet it will happen, 1,000. With alcohol involved. There is no such thing as pure friendship between men and women, especially since Senior Xiaolu had feelings for Yugo. How could he possibly resist? All right, transfer the bets. As they enthusiastically completed their transactions, Siyu chuckled. Indeed, the crowd was still cultured and reliable, choosing to believe in him. At that moment, he pushed the door open. 1 to 1 I win. Chapter 69. It seems a bit sinister as the dormitory door swung open. The three individuals were momentarily taken aback. Turning around, they were met with the sight of Siyu standing at the entrance, wearing an enigmatic smile. What the heck? You actually returned tonight, brother Yu. Impressive. Brother Yu is not a man. Siyu gazed at the three, whose excitement was palpable, and felt an urge to unleash a stream of curses. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to return? He shot a glance at Wu Kong. It's this guy who doesn't trust my noble character. Sooner or later, he'll choke on instant noodles. Wu Kong, catching the glint in Su Yu's eyes, quickly understood that Su Yu must have overheard their earlier conversation. He hurriedly got out of bed and approached Su Yu with a grin, saying, "Oh, it's all good. How could someone as pure as brother Yu be involved in anything sordid?" Su Yu continued to scrutinize him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Wu Kong finally felt the pressure and awkwardly chuckled, scratching his head and retreating to the side. Su Yu entered the dormitory, changed into slippers, placed the liquor on the table, and headed to the bathroom with his clothes. Upon finishing his shower, he emerged to find the three already indulging in drinks and barbecued food. Brother Yu, come quickly, don't dawdle. Eat up so we can sleep afterwards. Su Yu said nothing. And the four of them sat at the foldable table, consuming the now cold barbecue while sipping on 52 Baijiu. After their meal, having brushed their teeth and washed their faces, Su Yu turned his gaze towards Zhao Ting. Earlier, you bet $100 at odds of 1 to 100, which amounts to 10,000. Are you planning to treat us, or what? Zhao Ting choked, his grip on the toothbrush faltering. Siwen looked over curiously. Yeah, that's a lot of money. That has already been spent. Zhao Ting paused for a moment before replying earnestly, let's not talk about money among brothers. Tomorrow, I'll treat you all to a feast. Wukong chimed in, if that's the case, then my $1,000 should be returned to me. Zhao Ting gazed at him in confusion. Who are you? Do we know each other? Wukong was taken aback. Are you really going to pretend like that? Frustrated, he nearly tossed the toothbrush in exasperation. A late-night snack costs only a few $100 at most, yet you're using my money to treat everyone. That's excessive. By the time they finished eating and lay down to sleep, it was already 5:30 in the morning. So you had agreed to meet Professor Zhou at noon. Although the project white paper was complete, he still wanted to hear Professor Zhou's thoughts. The following day at noon, after a thorough morning routine, so you grabbed his laptop and headed out. He knocked and entered Professor Zhou's office. Professor, I'm here to submit my task, so you greeted with a smile. Professor Zhou, seated at his desk, returned the smile. Have a seat. Let me see the white paper. Nodding, so you placed his laptop in front of Professor Zhou, who adjusted his glasses and examined the text intently. After half an hour, Professor Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This is quite well done. We'll go with this version, and I'll compile it tonight for submission. Seeing his approval, Su Yu wasted no time and directly transferred the document to him. After a brief discussion, just as Su Yu was about to leave, Professor Zhou suddenly remarked, do you have any free time lately? Su Yu was intrigued. What's up, Professor? You know I'm always available when you call. Who wouldn't he make time for you, my esteemed Professor Zhou? Haha. You sure know how to flatter. Professor Zhou chuckled heartily, appreciating the compliment. Although it was evident that Su Yu was buttering him up, he was indeed a talented student and one of his favorites. A compliment from him was always pleasing. If it had been anyone else, Professor Zhou would have likely frowned and asked them to tone down the flattery. After the laughter subsided, Professor Zhou's expression turned serious as he pondered for a moment before asking. There's a representative from an entertainment company who asked me to inquire if you would consider selling the copyright to your song. Typically, a university professor like him would remain indifferent towards entertainment companies, but for him to personally approach Suyu indicated the company's reliability. Suyu inquired, "There are no other conditions, right? Just a straightforward sale of the song as copyright. If there are additional stipulations, then I'd rather not. But if it's simply selling the rights to one song, I can accept it, provided the price is reasonable." Previously, several offers had come for his two songs, but he ultimately chose a particular company, one affiliated with Wu Gao, accepting a mere symbolic sum of 100,000 for the rights, which later became a hit thanks to a singer named Shui. Professor Zhou nodded. Exactly. They mentioned they could offer 5 million for the copyright, which is a fair amount for someone new like you. So you paused upon hearing this? And who would be performing it? After a moment of thought, Professor Zhou replied, "It seems to be a nationally recognized singer with the surname Li." Without hesitation, Suyu nodded in agreement. "Forget the 5 million. I'd be fine with 500,000 for all rights." Beep. System task issued. Suyu was momentarily stunned by the system notification echoing in his mind. Just as he regained his composure, Professor Zhou earnestly added, Please don't take this the wrong way, but I must advise you to charge for the copyright. At the very least, you should demand 1 million. While you may respect Teacher Li, if you don't ask for this, you'll find many music companies trying to lowball you in the future, diminishing your worth." Suyu pondered, realizing he hadn't considered it from that angle. He simply didn't wish to ask for money from those he liked. "I understand, Professor," Suyu nodded earnestly. After acknowledging Suyu's response, Professor Zhou continued, "Additionally, I have a side job opportunity for you. Should you be interested?" Suyu looked at Professor Zhou, bewildered. A mischievous grin began to spread across the professor's stern face, seemingly a bit sinister. Chapter 070. I never thought so much at 2 in the afternoon. Within the confines of a hotel room, 3 young women simultaneously awakened, seated on the sofa, exchanging bewildered glances. "How did you all end up here?" Tang Xiaolu was the first to voice her confusion, having assumed she was alone in the room. However, to her astonishment, she discovered 2 other girls had also spent the night downstairs. The events of last night, could it be? Having indulged in excessive drinking, her memories of the latter part of the night were shrouded in fog. Bai Ying rubbed her head, her expression grim. "We drank too much. So you brought us up here." Lin Qianqian, pinching her temples, added weakly, "I've never encountered a man who could drink like that. He literally knocked me out." She was not a deity, after all, and was accustomed to drinking with her girlfriends and their boyfriends, boasting of her prowess as a female drinking champion. Typically, she was the one to outdrink others, yet today, she had been bested by a man. This was a blow to her reputation as a seasoned drinker. Tang Xiaolu stuck out her tongue, saying, "So you might have had a few as well. I watched him last semester. He managed to get Senior Chow and the others completely inebriated, and he didn't even flush." Suyu's capacity for alcohol was nothing short of terrifying. It was often impossible to discern whether he was intoxicated. While others succumbed to nausea multiple times, he remained unaffected. Upon hearing her words, Bai Ying and Lin Qianqian exchanged alarmed glances. Goodness, if he engages in any sordid escapades, his sobriety will surely work to his advantage. Which girl would be left out? Tang Xiaolu, her voice laced with trepidation, inquired, "I didn't do anything strange, did I?" She cautiously scanned the faces of her companions, fearing she might inadvertently reveal her innermost thoughts and thereby suffer social embarrassment. Bai Ying and Lin Qianqian exchanged looks before slowly shaking their heads. "We didn't see anything." In truth, although they had been intoxicated, they were not so far gone as to lose consciousness. Each harbored their own thoughts while sharing a common goal, to create a narrative with Suyu. Yet, the sight of their intact clothing and the 3 of them in the same room raised questions. Wasn't Suyu a man? Why were 3 beautiful women present? And he remained indifferent? After a prolonged silence, the trio reached a silent consensus. "Regardless, it's of little importance now. Let us go. The hotel front desk has called. And it's time to check out," Bai Ying declared, dismissing her thoughts. "Okay," came the chorus of agreement. The 3 had already completed their morning routines, gathering their phones and wallets before stepping out of the room. Upon exiting, they were met with a crowd that had gathered, the timing of which was a mystery. Senior Chow's eyes flickered with disappointment upon seeing them emerge, but he quickly masked it with a question, "Where's Suyu?" Tang Xiaolu responded vacantly, "I don't know." Observing their expressions, Senior Chow and another senior exchanged glances, silently lamenting the situation. The junior could have chosen anyone, yet here he is, too timid to take action. Truly not a man. Realizing the regret reflected in their eyes, the girls felt their cheeks flush. Come on, let us hurry back to the studio, Tang Xiaolu urged. Pulling along Senior Xiao, who could do little but comply, albeit with a whisper of curiosity. Did you confess to Suyu last night? Why were the three of you sharing a room? What a missed opportunity. It was evident that they had intentionally encouraged Tang Xiaolu and Suyu to drink, hoping to intoxicate them into a romantic entanglement. Instead, the four of them had ended up drunk, leaving their plans in shambles. Tang Xiaolu slowed her pace, a hint of discomfort crossing her face. I don't know if I said anything. I can't remember. Senior Xiao, intrigued, pressed. Didn't T. Suyu embrace you on the way to the hotel? And you let him go? You're quite something. You claim not to want to miss the opportunity. Yet you let him slip away. Tang Xiaolu scratched her head, a sheepish smile gracing her features. I may have intended to confess, but Suyu seemed to indicate he wasn't interested in a relationship. In truth, she was utterly oblivious due to the inebriation of the previous night. Barely managing to return to consciousness, Senior Xiao sighed, ruffling her hair with a grin. Then there's no harm done. Since you've already expressed your feelings, seize every opportunity to engage with Suyu. With time, affection will blossom. After all, a woman pursuing a man is but a thin veil away from success. As long as you don't give others a chance, you will eventually prevail. Moreover, Suyu is indeed a catch. If they were to become a couple, they might thrive together, contrasting sharply with the current scenario of Tang Xiaolu's unrequited affection and Suyu's ambiguous intentions. As an older sister, she felt compelled to concern herself with their affairs. Ultimately, Suyu had the freedom to choose whom he wished to be with. When he previously confessed to Huayu, the collective reaction had been one of surprise and bewilderment, yet no one had dared to criticize. Now that it was rumored he had moved on from Huayu, it seemed only natural to facilitate a union between him and Tang Xiaolu. He was a promising prospect, should he continue to progress. He would undoubtedly soar to great heights upon graduation. Tang Xiaolu, inspired by Senior Xiao's words, broke into a joyful smile. I will strive to express my feelings this time. I can't let another opportunity slip by. If Suyu suddenly brings someone else to declare his affection, I would surely be devastated. With a wistful sigh, she remarked, I truly envy Huayu for being favored by Suyu. Senior Xiao's brows furrowed in discontent. What are you saying, Xiaolu? Why envy her? She clings to your Suyu, neither accepting nor rejecting him, leaving his heart in turmoil. ISNT at you who should feel the weight of this predicament? Tang Xiaolu, taken aback, stammered, Words failed to escape her lips. Senior Xiao, exasperated, continued, women like her revel in drama. Why envy her? Look at her. Despite Suyu's numerous declarations, she never even glanced his way. Now that he has moved on, she inexplicably returns to profess her feelings? You ought to reprimand her fiercely. She is nothing but a drama queen. Upon hearing Senior Xiao's words, Tang Xiaolu's expression turned blank, her mind racing. I never considered it so deeply. Chapter 071. Suyu. I am such a mundane person at the hotel entrance. Senior Chao and the others arrived with their car. Tang Xiaolu rolled down the window, beaming as she waved at Bai Ying and Lin Chanqian, saying, Chanqian, come visit me when you have the time. After a night filled with indulgent camaraderie and the awkwardness of the morning that followed, the three of them had forged a budding friendship. Lin Chanqian reciprocated with a cheerful wave. All right, Sister Xiaolu, drive safely. With the gaze of the two girls upon them, Senior Chao and Tang Xiaolu slowly departed. The pair stood for a moment, watching, before heading in the direction of the school. On the sidewalk, Lin Chanqian glanced at the silent Bai Ying beside her and playfully teased, Bai Ying, do you fancy Suyu? She had observed Bai Ying's evident affection for Suyu. While others might remain oblivious, Lin Chanqian, being another girl who harbored feelings for him, could unmistakably perceive the gaze of her rival. Bai Ying, maintaining her focus ahead, calmly replied, what about you? Aren't you just the same? She neither confirmed nor denied the implication, instead questioning Lin Chanqian's feelings. Lin Chanqian unabashedly declared, I do like him. So what? Are you not allowed to like him too? Bai Ying shrugged nonchalantly, I never said that. But, as she spoke, Bai Ying halted, turned to face her, and smiled with an enigmatic look. Aren't you worried that your obsessive admirer might find out and cause trouble for Suyu? An obsessive admirer. Bai Ying was privy to a secret. Lin Chanqian indeed had a suitor whose obsession bordered on the pathological. Moreover, he was the scion of a wealthy family. his father being the CEO of a publicly traded company valued at over 50 billion, and he was the only heir. However, the suitor-esque character left much to be desired, which is why Lin Qianqian had consistently ignored his advances. Furthermore, her own family was well off, rendering his affections unnecessary. Yet, this obsessive admirer possessed an irksome trait. He harbored a strong disdain for any unfamiliar males approaching Lin Qianqian. Anyone who dared to come near her was swiftly dealt with through various means, leaving Lin Qianqian devoid of male companions. The mere mention of this individual caused Lin Qianqian's previously bright smile to vanish, replaced by a cold demeanor as she retorted, "And if he knows? Does he think I wouldn't dare confront him?" Lin Qianqian loathed individuals who, unable to possess something themselves, resorted to tactics that kept others at bay. She found it utterly exasperating. Bai Ying chuckled. "Well, let us see how it unfolds. As for Su Yu, may the best contender win. Whether you choose to wield wealth or whatever else, I'm ready to compete, as long as you don't resort to underhanded tactics." Lin Qianqian rolled her eyes. "Money? Am I that superficial? If throwing money around could win him over, what difference would it make if I gave him my money?" A glimmer of cunning flashed in her eyes as she spoke. Bai Ying concurred. "Indeed, Su Yu clearly isn't that kind of person. So let us explore other avenues." "Absolutely." If Su Yu were to overhear their conversation, he would surely exclaim, "I am indeed that mundane person. Throw money at me. Go ahead, throw it." He would be more than eager for them to shower him with their wealth. Were he to learn that they perceived him as anything but ordinary because of the impression he left on them the previous night, he would undoubtedly regret it, perhaps even wish to seal Senior Chao's lips with tape to prevent him from speaking. "Chao family, why do you torment me so?" Su Yu felt frustrated, grumbling about the Chao family. He was not Chao Chao. Why must they conspire against him, making him forfeit a billion-dollar opportunity? Although he had a decent rapport with old Chao, walking side by side, Bai Ying and Lin Qianqian were like a picturesque scene of summer, captivating the attention of many as they strolled. Approaching the school, Bai Ying suddenly inquired, "How do you plan to compete with Tang Xiaolu?" "Compete?" Sister Xiaolu doesn't seem adept at expressing her feelings, though I can tell she likes Su Yu. Yet it doesn't appear to be too much of a threat. With that, Lin Qianqian turned towards the piano club, waving goodbye as she left. "All right, I'm off to practice. Bye." Watching Lin Qianqian's retreating figure, Bai Ying pondered for a moment before heading back to the dormitory. She felt confident she wouldn't lose. However, the pressure was palpable. The more impressive Su Yu became, the greater her competitive anxiety grew. Bai Ying hummed a cheerful tune as she departed, dismissing any concerns about Lin Qianqian. As for Hua Yu, well, she would not pose any threat to her. Bai Ying had come to understand through her interactions with Su Yu that once he made a decision, it was irrevocable. Even divine intervention would not alter his course. Unless he were to lose his memory. "Hua Yu, I believe this might not be a good idea. What is wrong with it? I intend to cook a meal for Su Yu myself." In a well-appointed kitchen of a 3-bedroom apartment, Hua Yu donned an apron, wielding a spatula, her gaze fixed intently on the ominous black pot before her. "Whatever Su Yu can do, I can do just as well. Cooking is simple." Behind her, Lu Tian felt a headache coming on, her eyes drawn to the 3 dishes on the table. "Oh my goodness." Lu Tian wanted to scream. This was not cooking. It was akin to concocting a biochemical weapon. Yet, Hua Yu was as stubborn as a bull, heedless of the warnings about the taste. But I must proceed. It was all too perilous. "Hua Yu, pour some oil." "Oil? Oh, right. Hiss. Hua Yu, I asked you to pour a little oil. Why did you pour half a jug? Are you trying to fry an egg?" "Ah, don't pour water. Water and hot oil will cause it to explode." Cries of distress echoed from the kitchen. Meanwhile, at the university, the door to Professor Zhou's office swung open as Su Yu emerged with a grin, only for it to vanish as he closed the door. A bitter expression took its place. "Come on, Professor, just in me now. I feel like I'm working for you day in and day out." Su Yu couldn't help but complain, as Professor Zhou had just assigned him yet another project. Although the remuneration was substantial this time, "I'm really not cut out for this." Returning to his dormitory, Su Yu lay on his bed, his consciousness delving into the system. "System, what was the meaning of the task you just issued?" Chapter 072. I find this dish rather hardcore. Hidden task. The host is required to refuse soft meals 5 times within 15 days. Rewards will be based on the firmness of the soft meals. Su Yu? What the hell? This task is utterly perplexing and seems designed to make my life difficult. He felt exasperated. Such a task was nothing short of tormenting a slacker like him. In a mere 15 days, where was he supposed to find soft meals? Could he perhaps eat hers? Gazing up at the heavens, Suyu felt as though the system was subjecting him to a trial. This had nothing to do with him at all. However, now was not the time for idle thoughts. Shaking his head, he proceeded toward the teaching building. Typically, aside from mingling with Zhao Ting and the others, Suyu preferred the tranquility of solitary study. The classroom was seldom frequented on weekends, especially in his class where every student came from affluent families and had no need for part-time jobs, unlike him. His own family circumstances were rather ordinary. His parents insisted he study finance, which was incredibly vexing. What I truly cherish is the realm of science and engineering. The sciences, even in his second year. Despite his instructor's fondness for him, Suyu found no joy in the situation. His genuine passion lay in the pursuit of physical knowledge. He would seize any opportunity to delve into physics, and in his spare time, he also self-studied programming languages like Java and C to cultivate additional interests. As for finance, that was a choice made under duress, and any achievements were also a result of coercion. Upon entering the classroom, Suyu took out a book on coding and became engrossed in it. As for the finance materials beside him, he had absolutely no inclination to glance at them. They were far too simplistic. Moreover, money is only useful in moderation. Having too much only invites troubles. If one fails to implement proper safeguards, an excess could lead to a messy dispute over inheritance. Although he was not wealthy, Suyu silently absorbed the knowledge within his book, his mind simulating various concepts. "Sweetie, are you certain Suyu is here?" "Absolutely," I inquired when I arrived. At that moment, the voices of Hua Yu and Lu Tian echoed from the corridor outside the classroom. Upon hearing them, Suyu reluctantly set down his book, a flicker of fatigue crossing his eyes. Not again. Had he not made his disinterest abundantly clear? This was truly troublesome. Suyu felt a headache coming on. It was one thing to speak too harshly, yet he found it equally difficult to soften his stance. If she truly liked him, why had she rejected him so many times? Why wait until he was utterly disillusioned to confess her feelings? It was truly perplexing. Soon, two figures appeared outside the classroom. Entering the room, the three pairs of eyes met, and a hint of awkwardness washed over Lu Tian and Hua Yu's faces. Had they spoken too loudly? Suyu. What a coincidence. Hua Yu was the first to break the tension, waving and smiling at him. Suyu glanced at her and noticed the items she was carrying, responding. Indeed, quite a coincidence. After that, the atmosphere fell into silence once more. Hua Yu was at a loss for words until Lu Tian nudged her waist, prompting Hua Yu to quickly say, "Suyu, I made some food. Would you like to try it?" She had been cooking since noon, finally managing to create a batch of edible dishes after experimenting with various ingredients. Immediately, she had Lu Tian contact Zhao Ting to inquire about Suyu's whereabouts. As good friends, they were well aware of Suyu's habits. If he wasn't in the dormitory to hang out with them, he was likely at the library or in the classroom studying. I'll pass," Suyu said, gazing into her earnest eyes. His mouth slightly agape before he declined. Forget it. It was evident that it looked inedible. Besides, what would it mean if he ate her food? Seeing his rejection, Hua Yu quickly implored, "Oh, come on. Just give it a taste. I made it especially for you." "Suyu, did you really know how to cook?" He was incredulous, having never realized Hua Yu possessed such a skill, considering she was more of a delicate girl. "You can really cook?" "I think I'll pass." Suyu decisively declined. Upon hearing this, Hua Yu's eyes glistened with moisture, her expression turning sorrowful. "You used to make me so many delicious dishes that I never got to eat. Now, I want to make something for you too. Can't you give me a chance to try?" She appeared genuinely distressed. However, Suyu had already made up his mind about her. Yet, perhaps influenced by the concept of the proper approach to soft meals or the title of an emotional master, he found it difficult to witness a girl cry before him. Seeing Hua Yu on the verge of tears was quite distressing, and he quickly pinched the bridge of his nose, saying, "All right. Let me at least take a look at what you've prepared." With Suyu's concession, Hua Yu's face brightened with joy. See? Tears are indeed effective," she thought. "You say you don't have feelings for me, yet here you are, reluctant to see me cry." Without further ado, she presented her array of dishes before Suyu, laying out 5 plates in total. Moreover, they all appeared rather unappetizing. Staring at the blackened concoctions before him, Suyu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Pointing at one dish and asking, "What on earth is this?" Hua Yu followed his finger and replied, "That's scrambled eggs with tomatoes." "Scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Was that a whole tomato thrown in there? And were those black eggs? Where did she buy those?" Suyu inhaled deeply and pointed at another dish, inquiring, "And this one? This is braised beef with potatoes." "Suyu?" Upon hearing this, he couldn't resist picking up a hard lump from within. Scrutinizing it closely and discovering, lo and behold, it was indeed a potato. It appeared as though the skin had not even been removed. Good heavens! Suyu felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Why had he even asked to see? Could this be resolved just by looking? Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself for a long moment before forcing a smile. I find this dish rather hardcore. Hardcore? Where is it hardcore? Hua Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Beside them, Lu Tian was so embarrassed by Suyu's reaction that she wanted to cover her face and leave. Hua Yu, perhaps we should just go. With a gentle smile, Suyu softly remarked, I visited the doctor yesterday, and he told me I shouldn't eat hard dishes. I should consume more soft meals. Chapter 073. It is my own love. Why should others influence my decisions? Before him lay an unappetizing dish, and Suyu felt utterly devoid of appetite. Although he was somewhat hungry, could anyone truly consume this? It seemed a gross waste of food. Hua Yu gazed at him earnestly, her phoenix-like eyes sparkling with anticipation as she cheerfully said, That's all right. Just eat a little. You should at least try some. It took me a considerable amount of time to prepare this. Suyu scrutinized her, as if seeking a hint of guilt in her eyes. Yet all he saw was pure expectation. There was not a trace of remorse. It appeared she had indeed put her heart into this dish. His lips twitched in discomfort as he tactfully declined. I believe I'm not really hungry, so perhaps I shouldn't eat at all. Lately, I've been subsisting on kanji. Hua Yu responded with confusion, but you went out for a late-night snack just last night, didn't you? I saw you there on the street by the food stall, enjoying yourself and drinking quite happily. She found it perplexing that he claimed to be eating kanji when she had seen him indulging so thoroughly just the night before. Suyu's face stiffened, and he awkwardly explained, I just happened to be there, and I overindulged last night, which is why I can't eat something so heavy. Well, she had indeed seen him. Nonetheless, this did not deter him from refusing Hua Yu's offer, for he felt he was unworthy of such a meal. However, Hua Yu did not press the matter further. She merely nodded and said, All right. Suyu exhaled in relief, but in the next moment, Hua Yu produced a thermos and opened it, unleashing an indescribable aroma that wafted into Suyu's nostrils. Upon catching a whiff of the scent, he felt overwhelmed. Hua Yu cheerfully announced, Fortunately, I made century egg and lean meat kanji. You must try it. It's soft. Suyu was taken aback. Is that kanji? Are you sure it isn't just rice boiled with coal? Where are the century eggs? The lean meat? And what is this overpowering smell? It feels almost toxic. He inhaled deeply, only to succumb to a series of harsh coughs. Cough, cough, cough. Please, cover it up. If I breathe this in any longer, I fear I might be poisoned. Seeing his extreme reaction, Hua Yu was puzzled as she closed the lid. Suyu, will you eat? I made this especially for you. Yet Suyu replied earnestly, Hua Yu, I believe you need not go to such lengths. We do not share a significant relationship. There is no need for you to do such things for me. I prefer that we simply remain ordinary classmates for the remaining 2 years. After school, we will gradually drift apart. Wouldn't it be better to forget? Hua Yu's face fell. Confusion etched across her features as her movements ceased. I do not wish for it to end like this. After a moment of silence, her demeanor shifted to one of agitation. I was merely testing you. I've said it many times. Why can't you believe me this time? I genuinely do not want to be disconnected from you. Hua Yu was fervent because she perceived the distance in Suyu's eyes, along with a clear rejection. She was desperate to avoid such an abrupt conclusion. Suyu, regaining his composure, set his book down and responded earnestly, I understand, but your silence suggests otherwise. It implies that you do not harbor feelings for me. I have confessed my feelings to you 99 times, each time filled with hope. To be candid, I initially did not have strong feelings for you. But as I learned about your preferences, my affection grew. Each declaration was imbued with creativity and confidence, yet the response was your increasing coldness. I transitioned from initial admiration to love after 12 attempts, then to hope after 35, confusion after 50, and uncertainty after 49. After my 98th confession at the end of last semester, I reflected deeply. I seem to have lost my feelings for you. On the first day of this semester, I made my 99th confession. It was my final flicker of hope. However, you let me stand in the rain without uttering a word. I have since lost all anticipation, and with it, my affection. Do you not find the number 99 quite auspicious? Allow my feelings to conclude at the 99th declaration. Agreeing would be a positive omen, while refusing would signify a prolonged detachment. Do you understand? Suyu articulated this lengthy monologue in one breath, while Hua Yu attempted to interject, but was repeatedly silenced by him. Each time, he approached with hope, yet departed with regret. Who could truly comprehend such feelings? The number 99 may appear insignificant, Yet what about the efforts invested? You must grasp my sentiment. We are merely ordinary classmates. We are not even friends. So you enunciated each word with clarity. His tone was neither cold nor imbued with emotion. Rather, it conveyed a sense of detached reflection, as if recounting a mundane past. Yet to Huayu, it all felt so sudden and foreign. Her expression was blank as she murmured, I never imagined it would come to this. My friends told me that boys should be tested. Only then can you ascertain their true feelings. At this, Siyu smirked with a hint of sarcasm. Is that your love life or your friend's love life? Do they understand your heart better than you do? Friends, again. Yet, Huayu's prolonged reluctance to accept my feelings was undoubtedly influenced by her two friends. However, Siyu was unaware of other factors and had no interest in discovering them. Huayu's heart sank upon hearing his words. Indeed, it was her love. Why should others dictate her choices? Could she not take charge of her own decisions? Yet, Suyu's circumstances. Lu Tian observed silently, witnessing how Huayu would respond to Suyu's declarations. After a long moment of contemplation, Huayu finally spoke. I only fear that your family background would not meet my parents' expectations. I worry they might disapprove. Chapter 074, from now on. We are strangers. Just as Huayu was about to continue speaking, Suyu suddenly interjected, halting her words. Huayu paused, her excitement dissipating into confusion. What's wrong? Suyu asked. Are you worried that your family might disapprove? Because of my background? His gaze was unwavering, fixed upon her. Under his scrutiny, Huayu slowly nodded. Yes. In a hushed tone, she confessed, I am aware of your family's financial struggles, and thus, I have been observing you, assessing how remarkable you can be. This was a perfectly natural response from a woman. Moreover, her parents hoped that her partner would be able to provide the lifestyle she desired. She felt no remorse for her previous actions that had hurt Suyu. She was testing him, gauging his capabilities. As it turned out, her patience was not misplaced. Suyu truly was exceptional, so much so that even the most attractive and affluent girls were vying for his attention. This evoked a sense of urgency within her. Why was it that an ordinary boy like Suyu could captivate the interest of girls who were seemingly more accomplished than herself? Bai Ying and Lin Xianxian were the only two girls Huayu knew who showed interest in Suyu, both hailing from well-off families. Particularly Lin Xianxian, who had a wealthy suitor ardently pursuing her. Yet, she remained indifferent to the advances of the affluent young man. Instead, she was drawn to Suyu. Huayu was further taken aback when Bai Ying, upon her confrontation with Suyu, unexpectedly thanked her. This left her dumbfounded. Torn by these thoughts, Huayu realized after that day that she could no longer afford to wait. She had also resolved to accept Suyu. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of relief crossed Suyu's eyes. So that's how it is, he seemed to think. Observing his silence, Huayu continued, though my family isn't wealthy, they have provided me with a home, and I have saved a fair amount myself. My parents run a small business and can earn around 700,000 to 800,000 a year. Thus, my living conditions aren't poor. I used to think how wonderful it would be if you were wealthy, so I wouldn't have to worry. But you aren't. At this juncture, Huayu paused momentarily before breaking into a radiant smile. I've come to realize that whether you are rich or not, being with you brings me joy. It is paramount that we create our own happiness through our efforts. Her intent was not to embark on a frivolous romance, but rather to seek a love that would endure a lifetime. Huayu spoke earnestly. For she had high standards in love, desiring both perfection in her partner and a stable family background. Above all, she required unwavering commitment. After such an extensive period of evaluation, she had concluded that apart from his financial status, Suyu had met all her criteria. She now felt that together, they could bridge the gap in their circumstances. Suyu, smiling gently at her lengthy declaration, posed a question. Then why, upon learning about my family situation, didn't you simply reject me? I find myself perplexed. If you harbored no feelings for me initially, why not turn me down outright, instead of remaining silent? He sincerely sought to understand this conundrum. Even if she did not fancy him at first, after multiple confessions, surely she should have declined him? Taking a deep breath, he said solemnly, I don't understand why you would keep me hanging. Huayu hesitated for a moment before responding. Initially, I did consider rejecting you. But my friends advised me to test you while getting to know you better, so I chose not to speak up. In truth, she had not spoken the whole truth. Her friends had suggested, just keep him hanging. He is quite handsome. He probably won't last long anyway, just another broke playboy. They found amusement in watching him make a fool of himself. She thought it would be entertaining to witness his confessions daily. Thus, swayed by her friends' whispers, Huayu opted for silence, neither rejecting nor accepting him. Only now did she realize that her seemingly reliable friends were just two individuals brainwashed by the so-called inspirational quotes online. She had begun to distance herself from them, having recognized Suyu's true worth. Upon hearing her words, Lu Tian, standing nearby, revealed her disappointment and resignation. She had anticipated Huayu would possess some degree of emotional intelligence, yet she felt Huayu should know what to say and what not to say. The flood of her thoughts left Lu Tian disheartened. "Flower sister, you've misspoken," Lu Tian sighed internally, feeling utterly let down. She had once believed Huayu to be wise. But now, after Huayu finished speaking, she gazed intently at Suyu, sincerely stating, "Suyu, you know, I truly like you now. Could you possibly—" "Stop," Suyu coldly interrupted. He had no desire to hear more. Huayu stared at him, puzzled. What's wrong? She was bewildered by his sudden change in demeanor. If there had been only a hint of distance before, now it felt entirely alien and repugnant. Why was there a glimmer of disdain in his eyes? Suyu slowly closed his eyes, speaking softly, "Just leave it as it is. You can claim that you were testing me or observing me, or even call me foolish. But everything you've just said leaves me feeling." At a loss for words, he felt as if he had made a grave mistake in confessing. If given the choice, he would rather not have activated this system than risk confessing to Huayu. Listening to her friends, all about her friends, it was evident that they had erected a barrier against anyone entering her world. Even if she had initially rejected his advances, he would have taken it in stride. However, Suyu scrutinized the girl he had confessed to multiple times, enunciating each word carefully. "From now on, we shall be strangers." Chapter 075. Your reasons are beyond my comprehension. From this day forth, we shall be strangers. This single, succinct phrase struck Huayu like a thunderbolt, leaving her utterly stunned. She gazed blankly at Suyu and implored, "Why? Why must you do this?" She was bewildered. She believed she had elucidated her position clearly. So why was Suyu's demeanor growing increasingly frigid? She had committed no wrongdoing. So why these words? Suyu's eyes were filled with disappointment. Yet he maintained an outward calm as he replied, "I no longer wish to understand your reasons, but I have grown weary of all that you have said. Could it be that money truly held such paramount importance? Could it truly dictate the standards by which one measures love?" So you could not deny the significance of wealth in contemporary society, yet he pondered why, in the realm of romance, one must first meticulously assess the financial background of their partner. Although his confession to Huayu had been somewhat influenced by the system, even if he had succeeded in his declaration and the system had not activated, he would have still been more than willing to be with her. He was not incapable of earning money. Whenever he wished, he could easily acquire it. This was the confidence of a strong individual. However, the answer she provided was something Suyu found hard to accept and understand. Was it truly because your friend uttered such words that you chose to look upon me as a source of amusement? It was undeniable that Suyu was genuinely angry. He had never anticipated that Huayu's refusal stemmed from a desire to witness his humiliation. This was something he could neither accept nor comprehend. You could decline me outright or keep me in suspense, but such actions must originate from your own volition. Yet, to think that your decision was influenced by a friend's remarks, leading you to remain passive, only to gradually develop feelings for me through my persistent declarations, was it not simpler to have declined from the outset? Indeed, Suyu's earlier confessions were sincere, and he had held high hopes. Yet Huayu seemed unmoved from the beginning, merely because he did not meet her standards. Huayu, gazing at Suyu, stubbornly pleaded, "Suyu, are you truly unwilling to grant me this one opportunity? I genuinely like you now. I admit my previous mistakes. I should not have kept you in suspense or tested you for so long, but I have come to apologize. Why can't you forgive me and grant me a chance?" She was filled with trepidation. If Suyu truly regarded her as a stranger, what would become of her? Surely, that would be a lamentable fate. Huayu did not perceive her actions as excessively egregious. Even though she had initially heeded her friend's advice and treated Suyu's confessions as the actions of a lovesick fool, she had genuinely developed feelings for him. "I approached you personally, yet you did not directly answer my question. Now, I need to know, do you still have feelings for me?" Huayu's heart was unwilling to accept defeat. But what could she do? Disinterest was disinterest, so you would never compromise his integrity for the sake of flattery. Turning his gaze away, "So you spoke in a flat tone. I do not wish to repeat myself. From this moment on, we are strangers. Please do not trouble me any further." He would not dwell on whether Huayu was influenced by her friend's words. However, based on her recent comments, he found himself unable to accept the situation. Ultimately, it felt as though he was merely indulging in one-sided affections. He had moved heaven and earth to impress her, and yet she remained unmoved. He had exerted so much effort, only to find that her affection was contingent upon having undergone some form of trial. What kind of absurd rationale was that? Suyu could lower himself for love, but he would never degrade himself to that of a sycophant. Everyone possesses dignity, and he valued his too much to become a lovesick fool. If Huayu believed his efforts were expected, what reason did she have to seek him out now? Was it merely to prompt him to confess once more? With a sigh, Suyu asserted, "You are you, and I am I. Since you have not accepted my feelings, why must you continue to cling to me?" On that day, during his 99th confession, he had refrained from theatrics, simply articulating his feelings and the evolution of his emotions. Yet Huayu had not turned back, nor had she shown the slightest change. After he had spoken, she had simply turned and walked away. He had expressed his intentions clearly, waiting for her to provide a response. But she never came back, even as the rain poured down and the wind howled. She remained absent. What did that signify? Was he merely a lovesick fool? Had he truly devalued his own worth to such a degree? Reflecting on it, he realized with a hint of irony that he had indeed been rather pathetic. 99 confessions, how laughable that seemed upon reflection. He had never considered it before. But it became clear that the system had not only served as a tool for activation, but had also transformed him into a lovesick fool, putting on a grand performance for all to witness. Thankfully, his feelings for Huayu had long since dissipated. He no longer harbored any expectations, nor did he wish to reconcile. All that remained was the desire to conclude this chapter. Huayu stared at him, bewildered. Why must you do this? What have I done wrong? I can change. Why must you utter such callous words? Her emotions surged, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. You must understand that I, Huayu, do not lack for suitors. Even now, several wealthy heirs pursue me fervently. They possess greater wealth, superior family backgrounds, and more gentleness than you. Some have even sought me for longer than you have. I could easily choose them, yet I did not. Instead, I pursued you like a dog. Am I not sufficiently demonstrating my affection for you? So you answer me. Huayu's palm struck the table, resonating with a thunderous crash that echoed throughout the classroom. Her voice was one of desperation, witnessing Huayu's current frenzy. Siyu felt only profound disappointment and helplessness. Even Lu Tian, standing nearby, bore a mocking expression. You, Huayu. I never imagined you pursued Siyu not out of genuine affection, Lu Tian thought silently, shaking her head before turning to leave without a moment's pause. It seemed that the Huayu he had long admired had also suffered heartache. What is there to say? Siyu slowly closed his eyes, sighing. I have said all I need to say. Let us simply remain ordinary classmates, or we may as well become complete strangers. I am truly weary of this, and I wish not to listen to you any longer. Chapter 76. I, Huayu, am never lacking in admirers. Suyu genuinely wished to cease all conversation with her. He felt that her emotional intelligence was somewhat lacking, though perhaps this was merely a misperception. Nevertheless, Siyu was not relinquishing his pursuit due to any perceived lack of value on her part. Rather, he had come to a profound realization. Initially, he believed that Huayu's demeanor was simply one of aloofness, but it now appeared that he had been mistaken. She had never truly harbored feelings for him. Her interest stemmed solely from his remarkable qualities that had caught her attention, and nothing more. How could she simply declare an end to it all? Yet, in the face of Suyu's resolute stance, Huayu appeared exceedingly agitated. You have ignited my interest, and now you wish to terminate it? How can such a favorable situation exist? What will you offer to compensate for the 6 months of my youth? Suyu was utterly bewildered. 6 months of youth? What the hell? He had not done anything substantial for her. Why should he owe her anything for that time? Just because he confessed his feelings? Suyu found himself completely lost, unable to fathom the unusual direction in which events were unfolding, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Before he could respond, Huayu continued her tirade. Over the past 6 months, your pursuit has led many potential suitors to abandon their interest in me. And now you dare suggest we remain mere friends? In her eyes, Huayu could not comprehend the situation. She had waited patiently for him, only to finally perceive his sincerity. And now he spoke of giving up? How could she possibly accept that? You pursued me for 6 months, and all those wealthy suitors vanished. Now that I am prepared to accept you, you say we should just be friends? What do you mean, Siyu? I no longer care about your background. If your family is less wealthy, so be it. I like you, so what do you find objectionable? Huayu scoffed. I have truly misjudged you. Disappointment radiated from her. She had expected more from someone she thought was sincere. To her, he seemed no different from a cad, playing with her emotions after having pursued her for so long. Upon hearing this, Siyu was left in utter confusion, his mind filled with questions. Was he truly dealing with a false version of Huayu? The aloof and indifferent woman he had known seemed to have vanished. Now, she demanded compensation for 6 months of her youth? Suyu gazed up at the classroom ceiling, his expression a mix of emotions as he stammered. What are you talking about? I genuinely do not understand what you mean. Compensation? Huayu fixed her gaze upon him. Enunciating each word carefully, I said, you must compensate for my youth. You cannot simply declare that you are no longer pursuing me. I am giving you one last chance, apologize, and I may forgive you this once. You must understand that I have feelings for you now. So do not take this lightly. Suyu was taken aback. Not taking it lightly? When did I ever become someone who does not know the value of things? His expression was one of disbelief. It felt as though he were conversing with someone devoid of logic. He found himself at a loss for words. In his mind, Huayu had never been this way. She was elegant, beautiful, and exuded an air of superiority. Regardless of the suitors who approached her, she had always remained indifferent. Suyu recalled witnessing wealthy heirs approach her with lavish gifts, yet she had not spared them a glance. It was only when he began his own pursuit, displaying his talents and confessing daily, that the wealthy suitors began to fade into obscurity. Suyu's exceptional abilities had intimidated those who once sought her, leading them to withdraw in defeat. Despite his modest background, his talents promised a bright future, and the influential figures within the university recognized his potential. The wealthy heirs understood this, which is why so many had ultimately abandoned their pursuit of Huayu and chose instead to befriend Suyu. Suyu had no interest in maintaining superficial friendships. The affluent often gravitated towards those with connections or talents, while the rest faded into the background. The initial ridicule Suyu faced transformed into admiration as his brilliance became apparent. Are you truly ending this? Huayu's voice was icy, her patience wearing thin. She felt she had done enough, humbly expressing her feelings and even preparing meals for him, yet he showed no reciprocation. In the past, these were gestures you should have made. Now, as I show you the same, you respond with indifference. So you nodded earnestly, I am serious. Let us not maintain contact, or we can simply remain acquaintances. You go your way, and I shall go mine. If you desire to leave, then do so. Huayu stared at him for a long moment before erupting into laughter. Ha! I hope you, Suyu, do not come to regret this. I, Huayu, am never lacking in admirers. Chapter 077. Will you take me to experience it tomorrow, brother you? At this moment, Huayu's eyes were filled with disdain and resentment, her face devoid of anger. Yet deep within her gaze, the flames of fury surged intensely. Huayu, if I ever have any connection with you, Suyu, in this lifetime, I might as well be a dog. Don't think that just because you've ceased your pursuit, I, Huayu, am truly without admirers. I assure you, there are many who cherish me. Her family is well off, and she herself is not lacking in beauty. As a campus belle, how could she possibly be short of suitors? Your family merely works in a factory. Do you really believe your future holds promise? You are destined to be a lifelong slave to your mortgage. As for me, I was born into a realm you can only aspire to. Do you genuinely think you're exceptional? What does it matter how talented you are if it cannot sustain you? Just leave. Huayu coldly laughed, her words increasingly harsh. The calm demeanor on Suyu's face gradually faded, sinking into a deeper silence. One should not speak excessively. Excessive? You think my words are excessive? You, who pursued me halfway and then abandoned me, driving all my admirers away, aren't you the more excessive one? With that, Huayu turned and left. You will regret what you said today. Leaving behind this remark, Huayu exited the classroom. Upon stepping into the corridor, she discovered Lu Tian waiting for her. Huayu called out, Tian, let's go. Lu Tian looked up, her gaze evasive, and timidly replied, Sister Huayu, I need to grab something from the classroom. Can you wait for me a moment? Huayu merely nodded in acknowledgement. Hurry. With permission granted, Lu Tian dashed back to the classroom. Inside, she found Suyu sitting alone, absorbed in a book, his expression indifferent. Lu Tian quickly picked up a book from her desk, but as she passed by Suyu, her steps abruptly halted. In a hushed tone, she said, Classmate Suyu, Sister Huayu may have said some harsh words just now. Please don't take it to heart. She asked just. Before Lu Tian could finish, Suyu interrupted calmly. No need. I understand everything she said. You may leave. Oh, okay. Lu Tian was taken aback, nodded, and exited the classroom. Inside the classroom, Suyu continued to read, but the content eluded him. Huayu was not like this. I wish she weren't. I could have given her a chance. But this time, there is absolutely no possibility of it. Wait, what chance could I give? Am I even worthy? I am not worthy. Suyu chuckled bitterly, feeling as if he were exceptionally admirable. He was not her equal. There was no such sense of superiority. Let it be. Suyu sighed softly, It is best that Hua Yu does not engage in any excessive actions, otherwise I will truly not spare her any dignity. He is human, not a saint. Lu Tian, clutching her book, followed behind Hua Yu back to the dormitory. Hua Yu sat before her computer with a frosty expression. After a while of contemplation, she retrieved her phone and began searching through her contacts. Eventually, she found a contact noted as LickDog5. Lu Yu, don't you like me? I can offer you a chance now. If you perform well, I might consider discussing things seriously with you. After a considerable time, Lu Yu replied to her message. Really? Hua Yu, are you truly willing to give me a chance? Do I have a reason to deceive you? Rolls eyes. Rest assured, Hua Yu, I will show you the best version of myself. Putting her phone away, Hua Yu sat before her computer, lost in thought. Meanwhile, her two friends, who had felt neglected by her for days, found Lu Tian and pulled her to the corridor outside their dormitory, asking, Tian, what is wrong with Hua Yu? Yeah, didn't she say she was going to chase after Su Yu? Seeing the two chattering girls, Lu Tian felt a wave of conflict within her. She was unsure of whom to support. Sister Hua Yu. Her behavior has been profoundly disappointing, revealing everything, including the words exchanged with these two. Lu Tian's round face reflected her turmoil and sorrow. With a deep sigh, she quietly remarked, Sister Hua Yu and Su Yu have completely fallen out. Upon hearing this, the two girls were visibly shocked. No way. What happened? Exactly. We just saw Hua Yu with a thermos heading to the classroom to find Su Yu. How did it suddenly escalate to a fallout? What is going on? Tian, you must tell me. My curiosity is overwhelming. Lu Tian observed the two suddenly animated girls, feeling a mix of confusion and exasperation. Just moments ago, they were fervently supportive of Hua Yu. Now, their excitement over her fallout with Su Yu seemed almost gleeful. Despite Lu Tian sharing what she witnessed earlier, some details were omitted. Not everything was disclosed. This omission became a crucial catalyst. It was not until evening that Su Yu finally left the classroom. After grabbing a bite to eat, he returned to the dormitory. Inside the dormitory, the scene was chaotic. His three unmotivated roommates were engrossed in a game, shouting and cursing. Come on, seriously? I started the match and you guys are still fumbling? Did you eat your keys? Shut up. Just hurry and recover your status. We need to push high ground again. As Su Yu entered, he sighed at the sight of his three absurd roommates. What a disappointment. Couldn't I have one diligent study partner? Why must they all be such clowns? One is introverted, another loves wandering through alleys, and one keeps frantically pressing F to enter tank driving mode. The absurdity of them coordinating to press F together is truly bizarre. Yet, I must admit, there is a certain charm to this atmosphere. With a smile, Su Yu shook his head, settled into his seat, and began to scroll through his phone. After a day without checking it, there were quite a few messages waiting for his attention. Before long, the three clumsy players finally secured a victory. Yes, we finally won after 49 minutes. Thankfully, I managed to trade 1 for 2 in the final wave. Otherwise, you lot wouldn't even have a chance. Hey, when did brother you come back? Zhao Ting rose from behind Su Yu, clapping him on the shoulder. Brother you, what are you up to? Noticing Su Yu's dazed expression, Zhao Ting leaned in curiously. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock. Whoa, brother you. Zhao Ting was so startled he nearly exclaimed. But he quickly covered his mouth to stifle his words. Yet, the astonishment in his eyes remained unmistakable. Never seen this before? Su Yu replied without turning around. Zhao Ting nodded vigorously. Never seen. Brother you, will you take me to experience this tomorrow? Chapter 078. Where are they headed? To Hartshou Group. That is undoubtedly one of the most renowned companies in Jiacheng, and its presence can be felt in nearly every corner of the city. And now what have I just witnessed? The president of Hartshou Group has actually taken the initiative to add Yu Go as a friend and has even invited him to meet tomorrow. Anyone would desire to become acquainted with such an individual. Li Minglong, the chairman and president of Hartshou Group, is a self-made tycoon. He founded Hartshou at the age of 23, transforming a modest store into a comprehensive conglomerate that encompasses real estate, shopping malls, and hotels. With a market value exceeding 24 billion, it is remarkable that he is only 59 years old. Yet a figure of such stature is now reaching out to invite Yu Ge to dine with him. Zhao Ting's voice was loud, causing Wukong and Zhu Wen to turn around in confusion. Old Zhao, what are you shouting about? This guy is always so jumpy. Zhao Ting waved his hand dismissively. Lowering his voice casually, it's nothing. Just surprised to see a girl actively messaging Yu Ge. Oh, is that all? Why are you so shocked? They replied. Get a grip. Man, a guy who dares to take on 10 roles could get so worked up over a message. The two cast disdainful looks at Zhao Ting before returning to their own activities. Suyu squinted at the chat window on his WeChat, lost in thought. He understood. It must be the 12-stake and hot show group that he suddenly held that has astonished a big shot like Li Minglong. Fearing that he might be a rival, Li Minglong hastily sought to engage in conversation. If that were the case, there would be no need for contemplation. Li Minglong would undoubtedly leverage his influence to reclaim the 12-stake from Suyu. He could dilute his shares, but he would never allow an outsider to jeopardize the empire he had built. Having risen to become a billionaire with only a primary school education, Li Minglong could not possibly be a simple-minded individual. After pondering for a moment, Suyu replied to Li Minglong with a single word, "Okay." Before long, Li Minglong responded, "Tomorrow at 4 p.m., Hachio Hotel. I, Li, await Mr. Su's esteemed presence." Upon reading this message, Suyu put away his phone and turned to Zhao Ting, who was eagerly watching him. "Would you like to join me tomorrow to check it out?" Zhao Ting, momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in delight, "Can I go with you?" "Wow, what a sudden surprise." Suyu smiled and nodded. "Of course, I'll take you along to broaden your horizons." "Brother, you truly are an enigma." Zhao Ting gave Suyu a thumbs up, lavishly praising him. "You are my idol for life." Suyu kicked him lightly on the shin, feigning disgust. "Get lost. Who wants to be your idol?" Zhao Ting chuckled foolishly. Despite his family owning a few buildings and shops in the rental business in the vibrant city of Guangdong, he had never encountered a billionaire of such magnitude. With an opportunity now laid before him, he certainly would not refuse it. At the headquarters of Hot Show Group in Jiangcheng, within the presidential office, Li Minglong set down his phone, his aged face marked by determination, his hair slightly graying. Although he was a self-made magnate, time had undeniably left its traces. Now, at his age, he should be considering how to clear the path for his descendants, preparing for retirement, and ensuring a seamless transition of power. "Suyu?" Li Minglong pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Who exactly is this young man? Suddenly acquiring 12 of the shares through an overseas shell company? While these shares might not confer substantial rights, the power of capital should not be underestimated. Having navigated the business world for years, he had witnessed too many companies collapse due to underestimation. They either became pawns in others' schemes or faced bankruptcy after painstakingly establishing his own reputation. He could not afford to overlook this matter. Knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Li Minglong called out, "Come in." Creaking open, the door revealed a stunning beauty with cascading golden waves and clad in a sleek black professional outfit. "Director Li, we have gathered the information on the counterpart." The long-legged beauty announced with a sultry yet respectful tone. Intrigued, Li Minglong inquired, "Oh? Which capital group do they belong to?" The long-legged secretary, also a capable assistant, displayed a look of concern as she handed over the documents. Li Minglong accepted the file and opened the first page, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. "Director Li, the information on this shareholder indicates he is merely an ordinary 19-year-old sophomore Suyu, male, age 19, a second-year student at Jiangcheng University." With accolades including the more he read, the more pronounced his astonishment became. "Good heavens! Only 19? Is this real? Are you certain it's him?" Li Minglong tossed the documents onto the table, pointing at Suyu's profile. The long-legged secretary nodded vigorously. "The ID number matches perfectly." "Then I am even more intrigued." The following day, around noon, Suyu awoke from his slumber, and Zhao Ting was already up. Upon seeing Suyu rise, he eagerly brought over a delightful breakfast, beaming, "Brother, you must be hungry after your nap. Here, have something to eat." That smile, it was the epitome of a sycophant. Suyu could not help but exclaim internally, "Goodness! With such enthusiasm, what woman could possibly resist you?" The man is not lacking in charm. Pushing aside the breakfast offered, Suyu dressed and headed to the bathroom. "I haven't even brushed my teeth yet." "All right." Once he finished washing up, he sat at the folding table, enjoying his breakfast while scrolling through his phone. Wukong and Zhu were still asleep. The dormitory filled with the sounds of snoring. By the time it was around 2 in the afternoon, and Wukong and Zhu had finally roused, Suyu called out, "Brothers, let us go." Coming. Zhao Ting excitedly trailed after Suyu. As the two dashed out the door, Wukong and Zhu, still dazed from sleep, exchanged bewildered glances, both wearing expressions of confusion. Where exactly were they planning to go? Chapter 79. It's not just about dining, is it? Suyu exited the premises with Zhao Ting. As neither of them owned a vehicle, they opted for a taxi. Of course, Suyu possessed a fleet of 10 supercars and luxury vehicles, which was quite exhilarating. However, these were intended for rental, and he refrained from using them himself. If the system reclaimed them, it would pose a significant inconvenience. Upon arriving at the Hachio Hotel, Siyu pondered for a moment and inquired, "My friend, do you think it might be prudent for me to purchase a car for convenience?" He believed that even as a university student, owning a car would be beneficial, especially given the numerous matters at hand. Zhao Ting chuckled at his words. "Brother Yu, I'm not suggesting this lightly. Given your stature, you certainly ought to acquire a vehicle for personal use." In Zhao Ting's perspective, although a car serves merely as a mode of transportation, it often reflects one's status. Just imagine accompanying you to meet the chairman of the Hachio Group, and you arrived by taxi. How embarrassing. After some reflection, Siyu agreed with him. "Indeed, I shall purchase a car in due time." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ting grinned widely. "Indeed, brother, you truly embodies confidence. However, it is only natural. After all, someone who is willing to lavish such sums on a mere drink for the sake of appearances would certainly not hesitate to speak of acquiring a vehicle. Perhaps a Panamera would suffice, as it seems quite appealing." No, I personally prefer the Hongqi. The Hongqi H9 has a commendable aesthetic." The two continued their conversation as they strolled into the hotel. "Good day, sir. Are you here to check in?" Suyu approached the front desk, nodding to the attendant. "I am Suyu. Someone has invited me here." Upon hearing his name, the attendant's demeanor shifted to one of respect. "Mr. Su, welcome. Allow me to escort you upstairs." Although she had never met Suyu, she was informed by the chairman himself to guide any guest named Suyu to the hotel's VIP suite. Initially, she had anticipated a middle-aged man of considerable status. Yet she was surprised to find a youthful individual instead. Her interest piqued, as she was not without her own allure. She occasionally earned extra income. Recognizing that many patrons here were affluent, the attendant gracefully moved away from the front desk, instructing a newcomer to oversee matters while she personally guided Suyu. They arrived at the elevator, where she pressed the button for their floor. Inside, the attendant pondered whether it would be more appropriate to inquire now. "Mr. Su," she began, her voice melodious. As Siyu was engaged in quiet conversation with Zhao Ting, he responded, "Yes? Is there something you require?" "Mr. Su, considering your esteemed status as a guest of our chairman, would you mind sharing your contact information? In the future, I can arrange complimentary services for you." Such meticulous attention to detail. Indeed, much of Li Minglong's success stemmed from his exceptional interpersonal skills. Frequently, when partners visited his businesses, he would instruct his staff to waive their bills, ensuring a comfortable experience for them, thereby fostering stronger business relationships. This was a significant factor in his expanding empire, not merely due to the fact that his wife was the daughter of a former provincial leader. Absolutely not. It is certainly not solely because of that reason. Siyu contemplated, appreciating the proposal. It was a delightful opportunity for him. Although he held a 12th stake in the establishment, he preferred to maintain a low profile. He nodded, responding with a smile, "That sounds agreeable. Then, Mr. Su, please provide your WeChat ID for me to add you." The attendant beamed, swiftly retrieving her phone. "Certainly, it's 23666. Suyu relayed the number, and upon completion, the elevator reached their destination. Exiting, the attendant, understanding the unspoken cues, led him to the VIP dining room without further inquiry. Upon opening the door, she slightly bowed and said respectfully, "Mr. Su, please enter. The chairman is awaiting you." "Thank you," Siyu acknowledged with a nod, proceeding into the room alongside Zhao Ting. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind them. The suite's decor bore a distinctly traditional Chinese influence, featuring a small artificial mountain with flowing water at its center. The gentle sounds echoing within the chamber. To the right, Siyu and Zhao Ting noticed a man in his 50s seated at the dining table. The man was slightly portly, yet his countenance exuded an air of authority. Despite being a businessman, his presence rivaled that of certain leaders. His hair, graying at the temples, was meticulously slicked back, and he donned a black suit that underscored his distinguished identity. Behind him stood a strikingly voluptuous woman with golden waves, appearing to be in her mid-20s. In contrast to their imposing aura, Siyu and Zhao Ting's casual attire seemed somewhat out of place. Upon their arrival, the man, who was perusing a physical copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, looked up and smiled. "Which of you is Mr. Suyu?" Stepping forward, Suyu responded with a smile. "Chairman Li, it's a pleasure to meet you." "Likewise, please take a seat," Li Minglong replied, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. How youthful. He appeared no older than 20, yet had managed to acquire such significant funding to secure 12 of Hachio. Was he perhaps a proxy for someone else? After a moment of contemplation, Li Minglong observed as Suyu took his seat, and his expression shifted to one of warm cordiality. Mr. Su, may I offer you something to eat? Li Minglong did not immediately inquire about Su Yu's circumstances. Instead, Su accepted the menu presented by Li Minglong as secretary, glanced at it, and smiled. Let us just order a few dishes at random. Of course, his notion of random was far from ordinary. The secretary understood implicitly. For those of significant stature, random meant selecting the finest dishes and the most expensive ones. Whether or not they were palatable was secondary. What mattered was their cost. This was befitting of their status. You see, the image of frugality often portrayed by the wealthy is rarely genuine. Take the case of the affluent individual from Hong Kong. Do you truly believe he is frugal? His home is adorned with an impressive collection of Patek Philippe watches, yet he ventures out wearing a mere few hundred yuan timepiece. What he dines on is something that would appear extravagant even to the average person, yet to him, it is merely commonplace. The wealthy's concept of frugality differs vastly from common understanding. When engaging in business discussions, it is imperative to prioritize the FAAD. After placing their orders, Su turned to Li Minglong, smiling amiably, chairmanly, I presume you did not invite me here solely for a meal? Chapter 080. Chairmanly, what have you decided? Upon hearing Suyu's words, Li Minglong was momentarily taken aback. Then he let out a wry smile and shook his head, reflecting on the directness of youth. Suyu merely smiled in response, choosing not to answer. He understood that Li Minglong's invitation was not merely for a casual meal. It was undoubtedly concerning the shares in his possession. After all, it was unlikely that a man of his stature would be so leisurely otherwise. Suyu, too, wished to resolve the matter promptly, avoiding any unnecessary delays. Despite having the backing of a system, he preferred to settle issues swiftly, adhering to his principle of not postponing resolutions until circumstances demanded urgency. Zhao Ting, seated beside Suyu, felt the weight of the powerful figure next to him, becoming somewhat submissive as he lowered his gaze, curiously observing Li Minglong. A billionaire. Here was a living embodiment of wealth, yet he was treating Suyu with such courtesy. Zhao Ting resolved to cling tightly to Suyu's coattails. His assumptions from university had proven correct. Suyu was indeed playing a shrewd game, masquerading as an ordinary student while possessing immense influence. Noticing Suyu's silence, Li Minglong set aside his musings and exuded an aura of authority, stating with seriousness, I invited Mr. Su here to discuss matters concerning the 12 of shares. Have you considered selling them? The amount was substantial, although Li Minglong was a billionaire. Acquiring over 3 billion in a short span was no simple feat. Cash flow was a concern for all. 12 of shares. Zhao Ting was momentarily stunned. Did Suyu truly hold such a significant stake? Despite the pressure, Suyu remained composed, though a hint of trepidation lingered within him. Yet, he maintained a calm exterior, responding, not at the moment. While I could generate considerable cash, I value the shares as they can sometimes effectively account for unexpected funds. Li Minglong raised an eyebrow and casually inquired, does Mr. Su have other capital backing him? He, too, had capital, but he detested the idea of external forces intruding upon his domain. Suyu smiled, assuring, chairmanly, you need not worry. There is no one behind me. I acquired these shares on my own. Where would I find such capital? Moreover, Hachio Group primarily operates in Jiangxing and neighboring cities. While capital may favor billion-dollar conglomerates, they also consider their national reach. If it were merely local operations, one must contemplate the implications. Li Minglong's imposing demeanor gradually softened, settling into a more relaxed tone. Oh, given your age, you must be around 20. What is your family background? Li Minglong scrutinized Suyu, finding something vaguely familiar about his features, sparking his curiosity. Suyu chuckled, a typical family. He spoke the truth. His family was indeed modest. Though not destitute, his parents worked factory jobs, and it had been years since they had enjoyed a decent meal. Whenever he returned home, it was either vegetables or potatoes, with meat purchased only every couple of days. They had grown accustomed to this lifestyle. Typical family? Li Minglong was skeptical of this narrative. However, the information his secretary had provided indeed indicated that Suyu was an ordinary individual. Haha, it seems young Su is quite accomplished, Li Minglong remarked, gazing deeply at him. Though he found it hard to decipher Suyu's true nature, he seemed authentic. Suyu grinned, just average. Mostly, it's the system's generosity that has afforded me so much. I didn't particularly seek it. Alas, I cannot resist the system's enthusiasm, so I accept it with a bittersweet smile. After a moment of contemplation, Li Minglong lightly tapped his fingers on the table, creating a rhythmic sound that silenced the air. Eventually, he posed a question. May I ask, Mr. Su, will you be entering the company's upper echelons to hold a certain position? This was his primary concern. If Su Yu merely intended to hold shares for dividends, there would be no issue. However, should he desire to influence the company, his stake would already afford him significant leverage. Su Yu casually sipped his tea, seemingly indifferent. No, I have no interest in the company. Oh? Li Minglong was caught off guard. You do not wish to join the company? Su Yu nodded affirmatively. Correct. I simply wish to remain passive, receiving dividends deposited into my account each year. As for matters of voting rights or board meetings, I will not participate. With every word, Li Minglong grew increasingly astonished. Are you certain? Is that your only requirement? He found it hard to believe. Most individuals, including himself, would leap at the opportunity to be involved with a major company if they held such shares. Presently, he would seek to garner more shareholder support, acquiring additional stakes, and ultimately usurp control. Yet, Su Yu indicated a desire to remain uninvolved, content merely to receive dividends? This seemed an excessively simple demand. Setting down his fragrant tea, Su Yu squinted. If Chairman Li has reservations, I can draft a contract with you. What kind of contract? Li Minglong inquired without hesitation. I would delegate all my rights to you, with the exception of any actions against me. Everything else you propose, I would accept, provided I retain my shares and continue to enjoy my dividends. Of course, if you can present an irresistible offer, I may consider transferring the shares in their entirety. How does that sound? Though Su Yu was not well versed in equity operations, he understood the importance of voting rights at shareholder meetings. However, he was unbothered as long as he received his dividends, relishing the title of shareholder at Hachio. He planned to return home and surprise his parents with a few million to indulge in delicacies. Li Minglong was taken aback by Su Yu's proposal, contemplating for quite some time. This was a peculiar stance. Did he truly wish to relinquish the rights associated with a billion-dollar company for mere dividends? Noticing Li Minglong's silence, Su Yu furrowed his brow and tapped the table. Chairman Li, what have you decided? Chapter 081. It is somewhat hard to believe. If even this request seems challenging to you, I think there is no need for us to continue our discussion. Upon hearing Su Yu speak, Li Minglong regained his composure and offered a sheepish smile. Haha, my apologies. Mr. Su, your request is quite reasonable. Furthermore, how is it that you trust me so much? Willing to entrust your authority to my stewardship? Li Minglong's curiosity was piqued. He found it perplexing that Su Yu, who had what many coveted, a share in the company, appeared to merely desire dividends. It is worth noting that dividends are at the discretion of the company, and with the shares, Su Yu could easily secure a significant position in the company, reaping substantial rewards. Such maneuvering is commonplace. Even as chairman, Li Minglong understood that to keep his subordinates loyal, they must be adequately compensated. Naturally, a judicious application of pressure is also necessary. After all, some individuals are insatiable. Once they taste enough success, they may begin to covet the positions of their superiors. Su Yu chuckled. I have faith in Chairman Li's integrity. Moreover, I am not overly concerned about this 12th stake. There is no one who can bring me to ruin. At worst, we could both face mutual destruction, abandoning 2 to 3 billion. When Su Yu uttered these words, his tone was remarkably calm. However, to someone as suspicious as Li Minglong, it came across with a striking intensity. Li Minglong felt a shiver run through him, leading him to reassess his view of Su Yu. Ha ha ha, splendid, Li Minglong exclaimed. Since Mr. Su trusts my character, I shall certainly not disappoint you. After saying this, he beckoned to his beautiful secretary, instructing her to have the legal team draft a contract based on Su Yu's earlier statements. Following a few additional instructions, the secretary left, looking somewhat bewildered. Now, Mr. Su, let us dine. For the next hour, Su Yu engaged Li Minglong in conversation, drawing upon his extensive theoretical knowledge despite his lack of practical experience. Zhao Ting, seated nearby, listened in astonishment. He had anticipated that this would not be a simple meal, yet he did not expect his friend, Yu Ge, to hold such an engaging dialogue with a figure of such stature. Could it be that Yu Ge is the fabled child of destiny? Zhao Ting mused internally. He had encountered numerous online narratives and witnessed scenes where young protagonists, who were mere ordinary workers moments before, soon found themselves conversing with influential figures. Now, Su Yu was living out a similar tale, making it hard for Zhao Ting not to wonder if he too was a traveler from another realm. What a marvel! The meal extended until 7 in the evening, at which point the secretary returned to the Hachio Hotel with the contract. After Su Yu affixed his signature and seal, Li Minglong promptly signed as well, stowing the contract away with a newfound respect for Su Yu. Mr. Su is indeed a man of substance. We are now allies on the same front. After concluding the contract, Su Yu rose with a smile, saying, Chairman Li, You are too kind. Since our agreement is settled, I shall take my leave. Li Minglong nodded slightly. Very well, Mr. Su, travel safely. As he watched Su exit the private room, Li Minglong's smile faded, and he fell into deep contemplation. Su, why does his face seem so familiar? After much reflection, he could not place it. Ultimately shaking his head, I am growing old. My memory is failing me. Although there was a sense of familiarity, he could not recall where he had seen Su before. Perhaps they had crossed paths long ago. At that moment, Secretary Liu entered, bowing slightly in respect. Chairman Liu, you mentioned yesterday that you discovered Su hails from an ordinary working-class family in Jiacheng? Secretary Liu nodded in affirmation. Yes. His parents have worked at a factory for over a decade, and their combined income is around 140,000 to 150,000 a year. A yearly income of 140,000 to 150,000 is considerable, especially for two individuals. Despite the rapid development of Long Country, and even amidst current economic prosperity, the reality is that 95% of the population does not earn over 10,000 a month. Many earn between 3,000 to 6,000, which is quite normal. The illusion of wealth among many stems from years of savings being poured into home purchases, making it seem as though there are many affluent individuals. In truth, most young people consider it a success if they are not in debt and can manage to have a few thousand, or even 10,000, in their pockets. Li Minglong appeared skeptical. Is that truly the case? He found it hard to believe that an ordinary worker could suddenly acquire 12 of Hacho Group S shares. This seemed rather implausible. However, with the contract signed, he recognized that Su Yu's shareholder rights could be exercised without interference in company affairs. As long as the company's stock price did not drop over 25, the company would have to repurchase its shares. This certainly did not give the impression of someone backed by substantial capital. After contemplating for a long time in the private room, Li Minglong ultimately surrendered his thoughts. For the time being, Su posed no threat. Instead, he represented a considerable advantage. With a controlling stake of 39.91 combined with Su's 12, Li Minglong surpassed the 51 threshold. This meant that he alone could wield veto power over any future company decisions, and he could easily push through any proposals at the shareholders' meeting. This is power. At his level, he undoubtedly controlled more than one enterprise and possessed shares in other publicly listed companies. Thus, he felt invincible. Just then, Secretary Liu received a phone call. After hanging up, her expression turned grave. Chairman, the shareholders intend to appoint Hu Jun, who joined the company last year, as the general manager of the subsidiary. They request a shareholder meeting tomorrow to approve this matter. Li Minglong paused for a moment, then sneered. Hu Jun? Isn't he just the nephew of Hu Jibin? They wish to promote him? I have yet to agree. He declared, let us return to the company. Chapter 082. May I inquire, which one of you is Mr. Su? As they departed from the hotel, Zhao Ting began to feel a surge of excitement. Earlier, in the private room, he had refrained from speaking freely due to the imposing presence of the influential Li Minglong, merely bowing his head to eat. Now, however, it was a different scenario. With only his most familiar companion, Yu Ge, by his side. Yu Ge, you are truly remarkable. Managing to converse with a heavyweight like Li Minglong for such an extended period, and judging by his demeanor, it seems he was actually listening. I resolved to no longer be a mere bystander. I must align myself with you. Upon hearing Zhao Ting's remarks, Su felt a tinge of ambiguity. What do you mean by implying Li Minglong appeared to have been attentive? Is my credibility in question? Regardless, I am an academic achiever. Even professors have shown keen interest in the project white papers I prepared, requiring no amendments, merely integration for submission. This is a project of significant importance, mind you. If only you could refrain from your incessant chatter when gaming, you wouldn't need to flatter me so shamelessly. Su retorted. Your incessant prattling, even while gaming, is utterly tiresome. You are both inept and overly enthusiastic, dawdling even while playing a game like King of Glory. And to top it off, you have the audacity to feed the enemy. Zhao Ting glanced up at the gradually darkening sky and inquired, You good? Where are we headed now? Back to school? The summer was not yet over, and the sky remained bright at this hour. After a moment's contemplation, Su replied, Let us return to school. It's far more enjoyable there, relaxing while gaming and chatting with the ladies. However, there is something that vexes me. It seems I have not indulged in any soft meals. Am I to consider this a hard-earned meal? It feels as though the system's influence is rather negligible. This rejection of soft meals, is it a task? I am uncertain. All I know is that, as of now, I have not partaken in a single soft meal. Suyu sighed inwardly. I'll summon a ride, Zhao Ting declared as he pulled out his phone to order a rideshare. Just then, Suyu's phone in his pocket began to ring. Upon checking, he noticed the call was not marked as spam, so he swiped to answer. Hello, this is Suyu. Greetings. May I confirm that I am speaking with Mr. Suyu? A hearty voice resonated on the other end. Yes, that's me. Who is calling? Suyu responded. Your order of 10 supercars and luxury vehicles has arrived. Kindly proceed to the warehouse on West Suburb Road to verify. I will add you on WeChat shortly to provide the address. Realization dawned on Suyu. Oh, this must be regarding the purchase from the system's marketplace. Has it arrived so swiftly? I thought luxury vehicles typically took ages to arrive. This efficiency is somewhat astonishing. Very well, I shall head over now. You can find me using this phone number on WeChat, he affirmed. Understood. After a brief exchange, the call was terminated. Moments later, Suyu received a friend request, and upon approval, the other party promptly sent a location. Looking at the coordinates, Suyu exclaimed, Brave one. Set the navigation to West Suburb Road. Let us skip returning to school for now. Huh. All right, Zhao Ting replied. Somewhat perplexed, but opting not to ask further as he adjusted the address. After a few minutes, their rideshare arrived, and they embarked on a journey toward the warehouse over 10 kilometers away. Meanwhile, outside the school, a striking red Ferrari 488 was parked at the entrance, drawing the attention of numerous passing students. A sports car, and a Ferrari at that. It certainly captivated the eyes of many young women. A young man in a white suit emerged from the Ferrari, possessing above-average looks, making him quite handsome. He retrieved his phone and dialed a WeChat number. After a few rings, the call connected. Huayu, I've arrived at your school's entrance. Please come out. Yes, I'm coming out now. A simple 6-word response. And Huayu hung up. The young man, unfazed, smiled gently and leaned against his car. After a wait of over 10 minutes, a striking figure appeared at the school entrance, Huayu. Clad in casual attire, she had not made any deliberate effort to dress up, yet her natural beauty remained captivating. Upon her arrival, the young man's eyes brightened. He approached her, speaking softly, Huayu, it's been a while. Huayu glanced at him and replied with a soft smile, Indeed, it's been a month. A month? Quite a long time, isn't it? He remarked with a chuckle. Why did you call me out, Luyu? Huayu inquired. Luyu, the one noted as Dog Liquor now, 5 foot in Huayu's WeChat, grinned charmingly and gently said, You mentioned considering giving me a chance yesterday. I certainly wouldn't let that slip by. So I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight. Huayu contemplated rejecting the invitation but reconsidered her plans and nodded in agreement. All right. Wonderful. Let us go. I've made a reservation at Shirshin Restaurant, Liu said, elated. Liu came from a well-to-do family, far surpassing Huayu's in wealth. His parents operated a foreign trade company with assets exceeding 100 million, and he was their only child. With his status and appearance, he could easily find a girl from a similar background. However, half a year prior, when Huayu's parents brought her to visit his family, he was instantly smitten by her. Since that day, Liu had been enamored with her. Was it love at first sight? Or merely infatuation? Yet, Liu had never been in a relationship, so perhaps it could only be described as love at first sight. Nonetheless, the girl he admired had labeled him a dog licker. Is this not a form of irony? To cherish someone who takes your kindness for granted, relegating you to the status of a mere sycophant. Ah, happiness. As the two entered the car, 3 individuals holding cold drinks nearby paused to observe the scene. Old Du, in the center, adjusted his glasses and said, Isn't that Huayu? The one on the left, Zhuwen, also took a serious glance. Indeed, it truly is. Who is that man beside her? Didn't Huayu say she was pursuing Yugo? After exchanging their thoughts, the trio shared a knowing smile, their expressions hinting at some inside information. In Jiacheng, at a warehouse on West Suburb Road, the rideshare came to a gentle stop. Suyu and Zhao Ting exited the vehicle, gazing at the warehouse before them. Zhao Ting, perplexed, asked, Yugo, what are we doing here? Shouldn't we be heading back to school? Isn't it more enjoyable to return to school to study, or rather, to game? Suyu remained silent, proceeding toward the warehouse. Zhao Ting hurriedly followed suit. Upon entering the warehouse, Zhao Ting surveyed the interior, noting its dilapidated state, suggesting it had been vacant for quite some time. However, as he directed his gaze toward a particular area, he froze. Excuse me, which one of you is Mr. Suyu? Chapter 083. Once you pay, you are God. Zhao Ting gazed vacantly at the rows of supercars to his left, alongside some of the most prestigious luxury vehicles. In total, there were 10 cars, each priced no less than $5 million. Moreover, they were all the latest models, still in their unopened packaging. Surrounding the vehicles were 7 or 8 individuals, appearing to be bodyguards. Could it be that a secretive magnate had summoned his brother Yu here? Zhao Ting was astounded. While he was indeed shocked, it wasn't entirely unprecedented. After all, even the billionaire Li Minglong had managed to invite brother Yu to dine with him. A man in a suit approached the two, his face adorned with a smile, and inquired, "May I ask who Mr. Su is?" Zhao Ting turned his gaze towards Su Yu. Su Yu nodded slightly and replied, "That would be me." Upon seeing Su Yu, the suited man instantly adopted a respectful demeanor. Bowing slightly as he said, "Mr. Su, these are the 10 luxury vehicles you ordered, and they have all arrived. Please inspect them." With that, the man gestured for Su Yu to examine the cars. Su Yu nodded, bypassing the suited man to scrutinize the luxury vehicles. After circling one of the cars, he remarked, Everything seems in order." In truth, he had little knowledge of cars. However, with the skills of an experienced driver, he could discern the general condition of the vehicles at a glance. Upon hearing this, the suited man produced a receipt and a pin, presenting them to Su Yu. "Mr. Su, please sign to confirm." After signing his name on the receipt, the suited man bowed once more, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for choosing Tiancheng Logistics." Following this, the suited man and the others exited the warehouse. Once they had departed, Zhao Ting approached, disbelief etched on his face, and murmured while touching the luxury cars, "Brother Yu, are all these your cars?" Su Yu smiled and nodded, yes. Although they were a reward from the system, he could still claim them as his own. After all, once rented out, these luxury vehicles would truly belong to him. Ding. The host has confirmed the acquisition. Please ensure that all 10 luxury vehicles are rented out within 30 days. Upon completion of the rental task, ownership of the vehicles will be granted. Failure to complete the task on time will result in the system reclaiming the vehicles. Each luxury vehicle must be rented at a minimum price of 2,000 per day, and renting each vehicle for just 1 day will fulfill the task. As the system notification echoed in his mind, Su Yu snapped back to reality. Noticing Zhao Ting's eager expression, he chuckled softly, "Bro, how about renting one for a day just for fun?" "Huh?" Zhao Ting turned back, puzzled. "Why rent? Isn't this your car? Can't I touch it? We're like brothers." "What's yours is mine." Su Yu laughed heartily. "This brand new car, available for just 2,000 a day to rent. Pick anyone you like. Consider it a grand opening." 2,000 a day. Zhao Ting's eyes widened. "Aren't you just robbing me blind?" Yet, as his gaze fell upon the fiery red Ferrari LaFerrari, he felt an irresistible urge to whip out his phone and make the payment. "Damn, I really like this." Sensing Zhao Ting's inner turmoil, Su Yu leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "Think about it. You pay 2,000 to rent my car, and then you can drive it whenever you like. Isn't that enticing?" Zhao Ting exclaimed, "Wow, brother Yu, you're tempting me to commit a crime here. Give me a moment to think." With that, he stepped aside to contemplate for a while, before standing up earnestly and declaring, "All right, I'll rent it. Gotta keep up appearances. After all, last time, those girls were all driving BMW Z4S, and here I am with nothing. It's a bit embarrassing." Hearing Zhao Ting's agreement, Su Yu's face lit up with joy. He promptly retrieved his phone, opened the payment code, and presented it to Zhao Ting. "Come on, it's 2,000 to rent one." Zhao Ting, seeing how swiftly he acted, hesitated little and scanned the code to make the payment. Ding. Payment of 2,000 received. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully renting one vehicle. Current task progress, 110. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Su Yu couldn't help but smile. It worked. Now, he must not overlook Lao Du, Siwen, and Wukong. Each could be charged 2,000, allowing them all to have a thrilling experience. This was delightful. The task would be nearly halfway completed. Setting aside his thoughts, Su Yu waved grandly, declaring, "Go ahead, young man, this LaFerrari is yours for today. Just remember to return it tomorrow. If you wish to drive it again, it's just 100 a day." After all, these luxury cars were merely bonuses. How could he possibly drive all 10 himself? Renting them out was far more reliable, providing some income for living expenses. After all, even the smallest of gains is still a gain. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, the pain on Zhao Ting's face vanished, replaced by exhilaration. Although he had spent 2,000 for just a day's experience, the subsequent cost of 100 per day was indeed enticing. For him, that 2,000 wasn't an insignificant amount. Yet it didn't seem too burdensome either. After all, he only had a little over 1,000 left in his pocket money for the month. Zhao Ting bypassed Su Yu, approached the LaFerrari, opened the door, and settled into the driver's seat, running his fingers over the steering wheel, his eyes somewhat glazed over. Brother you, just to be clear, you charged me 2,000, so you're treating me to supper tonight. Suyu waved his hand dismissively. Oh, that's nothing. Once you've paid. You're my guest. What is the problem? Suyu was unconcerned. After all, he was someone with millions in cash flow. Why would he fret over a trivial supper expense? After wandering around the warehouse and snapping a few pictures of the 10 luxury vehicles, Suyu posted them to his social media. 10 brand new supercars luxury vehicles just arrived for rent at 2,000 a day. Choose any one you desire. Those interested, please contact me swiftly. Rent one within 30 days, and the second rental price is reduced by 50. After posting, Suyu picked up the warehouse keys and called out to Zhaoting, who was still lost in the euphoria of the steering wheel. Hey, hurry up and drive out. We're leaving. Coming. Zhaoting poked his head out, then gently pressed the accelerator to exit the warehouse. After Suyu locked the warehouse door and got into the car, Zhaoting excitedly asked, Brother you, should we take a spin around the city? Suyu replied, speechless, what are you trying to show off for? Chapter 084. This car is actually rented. Suyu felt quite impressed. This person seemed to spend all day playing, as if he had never considered putting in any effort. However, upon reflection, this individual owned an entire building in the first-tier city of Yaodu, generating rental income. It appeared that he could indeed continue living a leisurely life indefinitely. How envious. The thought of this poignant reality made Suyu unable to suppress his tears. That being said, shouldn't he send some money to his parents? After all, they had dedicated their lives to working in factories, never having encountered such wealth. If they were to see this, they might mistakenly believe he was engaged in some illicit activities. The thought made Suyu chuckle. Alas, what else could be expected of having such an exceptional son? Brother you, your reasoning is flawed. Zhaoting, without so much as glancing at Suyu, fixed his gaze on the road ahead and said earnestly, it's not every day we get to drive a supercar. We must flaunt it appropriately. As the saying goes, wealth should not be hidden from one's hometown, akin to donning fine garments under the cover of night. If conditions permitted, I would certainly drive this car around campus. Zhaoting's perspective was indeed quite peculiar. Regardless of the topic, he could twist any argument to his favor. Even Suyu had to concede that he possessed a certain potential for bravado, though regrettably, his looks were not particularly striking. Otherwise, he would indeed have the makings of a true showman. Convinced by Zhaoting, Suyu could only respond, then do as you wish, but drive carefully. Just a little 98k, brother you. Hold on tight. Zhaoting exclaimed. Oh, and remember to roll down the windows when we reach a crowded area. Why roll down the windows? Suyu inquired. Zhaoting replied with conviction. How can people see you if the windows are up? If we're going to show off, we must do it in style. Suyu nodded. Indeed, you make a compelling argument. Once they arrived in a populous area, Suyu followed Zhaoting's lead and rolled down the windows. Indeed, driving a LaFerrari garnered an extraordinary amount of attention. The onlookers were captivated. After all, the LaFerrari was exclusive. Only those who had purchased 5 Ferraris were eligible to acquire this vehicle. Just being able to drive it was a matter of prestige. Moreover, such a car was not available for rent. No one would suspect that this young man was merely renting. The exhilaration was palpable. Zhaoting, while waiting at a red light, beamed with excitement as pedestrians turned their heads to admire the car. Observing his naive enthusiasm, Suyu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Hey, my friend, perhaps you should tone it down a bit. There's no need to be so exuberant, he suggested mildly. Zhaoting replied earnestly, brother you, do not mind me. This moment is the only proof of my existence. I've decided that I will sleep in this car tonight. Despite being from a wealthy family, Zhaoting only had one car, the old Lexus his father had driven for over a decade. It was indestructible, which could be quite frustrating for him. As they continued their journey, Zhaoting followed the navigation towards the city. While waiting at another traffic light, a Ferrari 488 suddenly pulled up beside them. The driver, a rather handsome individual, lowered his window and inquired, Hey, where are you from, brother? I haven't seen you at the supercar club. Zhaoting glanced at him and replied with a smile, Sorry, I'm not a member of your supercar club. This car is actually rented. The driver was taken aback. This is a LaFerrari. Where did you rent it? Who would rent out such a car? As the light turned green, Zhaoting didn't respond. Instead, he pressed the accelerator and sped off. I'm a rich second generation. You're just a renter. We're on different levels. Farewell. Watching the LaFerrari rush away, the driver sighed, realizing the disparity between his wealth and that of the true elite. Although he came from a family with billions in assets, he felt a significant gap compared to the top-tier rich. A billion in assets did not equate to a billion in cash. It included properties, vehicles, and various other belongings. Having a few million in cash was already quite impressive. His own car was not like what one might see in dramas, where a character casually swipes a card for $1 million purchase. He was merely a rich second generation, not a corporate chairman, and certainly could not produce such cash on demand. After much persuasion, his parents had finally agreed to buy the car, but it was purchased through the company to offset some expenses. Hua Yu, who had been reclining in the passenger seat, furrowed her brow upon hearing his words. Is that car really that expensive? Although she recognized it as a Ferrari. Being a girl who didn't engage much with cars, she was unaware of its exact price. However, seeing Lu Yu's self-deprecating demeanor prompted her to ask. Lu Yu nodded, enviously stating, the LaFerrari comes with stringent conditions to purchase. First, you must be a traditional customer of Ferrari. Second, you need to own at least 2 limited edition Ferrari models. Finally, you should have a minimum of 25 million available. Alternatively, you must provide proof of having purchased 5 Ferraris. These requirements alone leave many aspiring buyers in the dust. Those who can buy a LaFerrari are undoubtedly worth over 100 million. Anyone beneath that threshold should not even dream of it. Upon hearing this, Hua Yu's eyes widened with surprise and admiration. They are truly wealthy. However, she recalled hearing something familiar in his voice while she was on her phone earlier. Lu Yu responded, familiar? Perhaps it's just a coincidence. Hua Yu shook her head, not elaborating further. After roaming the city for a while, Xiu grew increasingly restless in the car and suggested, my friend, why not find a place to drop me off? Driving without stopping to eat is quite uncomfortable. Is riding in a supercar really that enjoyable? The thrill lasts only a moment. After a while, it becomes quite taxing. Chapter 085, The 5 million indeed astonished my mother. What is a supercar? It is merely a tool for showing off. Regardless of whether one is inside or outside the vehicle, possessing a robust constitution is essential. After disembarking, Suyu hurried into a convenience store to purchase a bottle of mineral water. Stepping outside, he rinsed his mouth but found it insufficient. Acidity was rising within him. Meanwhile, Zhao Ting, still seated in the car, poked his head out with curiosity. Brother Yu, are you all right? You haven't even started racing yet, and you're already feeling nauseous. You really are quite the novice. However, given that Brother Yu was now the primary financier, ridicule was not an option. He needed to be carefully appeased. Suyu shot him a glare, retorting, with your driving skills, I'd trust a driving school rookie over you any day. You can't even manage a simple stop without swerving. But that is not important. Zhao Ting waved dismissively, unfazed. Get in, Brother Yu. We'll race a bit, and then head back to school. At that moment, Zhao Ting felt invincible, completely oblivious to the reality around him. Convinced he was the brightest star. However, Siyu had a different perspective and promptly declined. No, I'll take a taxi back. You can race by yourself. Siyu's refusal was not due to a lack of desire to ride in a supercar, but rather because of Zhao Ting's alarming driving skills. Zhao Ting, puzzled, asked, really? Siyu nodded emphatically. Understanding his response, Zhao Ting wasted no time. He rolled up the window and sped off, leaving Suyu in a state of bewilderment. What? He just left like that? Not even a word of persuasion? I've never encountered such brazen audacity. Aren't people from Guangdong known for their politeness? Of course. Suyu's bewilderment was fleeting. After rinsing his mouth, he finished the remaining half of the mineral water and let out a satisfied belch. He decided it was time to grab a bite. Whether he returned to school today or not was inconsequential. After all, he had no classes tomorrow. Moreover, he was quite close to Dongqing Garden. If he truly wished to avoid returning, he could easily choose to find a residence there. All the while hoping to meet the alluring Han Jingru. As Suyu strolled down the street, he couldn't help but notice how close this area was to the city center, with luxury cars zooming by at every turn. While waiting for a traffic light, he spotted 2 Rolls-Royces pass by. When he approached a restaurant named Gourmet Heaven, he paused. Gourmet Heaven. He had heard from Wukong that the food here was exceptional. He wondered if it was indeed true. After contemplating, Siyu turned and entered the establishment, thinking it was time to indulge a little now that he had money. Upon reaching the entrance, a staff member clad in the restaurant's uniform approached him with a smile. Good day, sir. Do you have a reservation? Siyu shook his head. No. We currently have a table available in the dining area. How many will be dining? The staff member continued cheerfully. Just myself. Very well. Please follow me. As Suyu followed the staff member into the dining hall of Gourmet Heaven, he was struck by the tranquil ambience. A pianist, also working part-time at the restaurant, performed live, while the patrons engaged in hushed conversations, creating an atmosphere of sophistication. After being seated at a window-side table, the staff member presented the menu to Suyu. He selected 2 of his favorite dishes and decided against ordering more, deeming it unnecessary to waste food when dining alone. After placing his order, Suyu retrieved his phone and initiated a video call to his mother. As the call connected, he saw his mother in her factory uniform, seemingly on a break in what appeared to be a stairwell. She looked slightly rushed as she asked, "Son, what's wrong? Are you running low on money?" Suyu chuckled at her concern. "Mom, how long has it been since I asked you for money?" "Since the first semester of my freshman year. I haven't needed to ask you for a whole year." Realizing this, his mother laughed. "Oh, I forgot. What else with the sudden call?" Curious, Suyu inquired, "Mom, why are you still at work this late? Where's Dad? You both usually finish by now." His mother waved her hand nonchalantly. "Oh, your father went to the restroom." "All right," Suyu nodded, accepting her response without suspicion. Suddenly, a mischievous smile crept onto Suyu's face as he leaned closer to the screen, whispering, "Mom, I have a surprise for you." "A surprise?" His mother looked puzzled. Instead of answering, Suyu minimized the video window, opened the industrial and commercial bank app on his phone, and proceeded to enter his mother's bank account number. He typed in the amount, 5,000,000. After entering the transaction password and confirming, the transfer was complete. Having previously set up online banking, he was able to transfer such a sum without needing to visit a bank counter. Following the transaction, Suyu continued chatting with his mother until he received a notification. He then casually said, "Mom, check your bank account. I just transferred some money to you." His mother, unfazed, replied, "You rascal. Now that you have some money, keep it for yourself. We're not short on cash at home. Why give me money?" However, Suyu maintained a cheerful demeanor. "Mom, I transferred 5 million to you." His mother nodded, seemingly unperturbed. Suyu's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You think I meant 500? 5 million? His mother was taken aback, processing the information. "Wait a minute. Did you just say you transferred 5 million? Where did you get so much money? You're not involved in any illegal activities, are you? If you're short on cash, just tell me. Don't do anything foolish." His mother, now anxious, began a tirade of warnings, nearly revealing something important. However, Suyu interrupted her train of thought. "Mom, what are you thinking? I merely sang a song and saved up some money. Now I have over 7 million. And I'm giving you 5 million. You and Dad can spend it as you wish. You don't need to save for me." After saying this, Suyu hung up before his mother could respond. Once the call ended, he found himself reflecting. "Ah, I truly am a dutiful son. This 5 million has indeed left my mother astounded, to the point of trembling." Chapter 086. Here I am, this useless little one. After hanging up the phone, Suyu immersed himself in a mobile game. Meanwhile, in the heart of Jiang City, within the most iconic building, stood the headquarters of Tianyu Group, a landmark established a decade ago. Founded 13 years ago, Tianyu Group had expanded its business significantly, reaching a nationwide scale, encompassing technology, trade, and manufacturing, boasting a market value in the hundreds of billions. Yet, the chairman remained a mystery to the public, with only the executive president known. Inside Tianyu Tower, in the corridor, Suyu's mother, clad in factory attire, sat bewildered on the staircase, taking some time to regain her composure. She changed out of her work clothes, revealing an expensive professional outfit. Back in her office, Yiro, Suyu's mother, sat in her chair, her phone discarded on the desk, her fingers pressed against her temples, suffering from a headache. This was becoming complicated. In her office, a young woman observed the chairman murmuring to herself. The strikingly beautiful secretary, who could make any man drool, inquired, "Chairman, what troubles you?" Yiro lifted her gaze, looking at her secretary with a pained expression. "Xiaoru, what do you think we should do? I haven't even had the chance to tell my second-year university son that his father and I are the founders of Tianyu Group. He could easily earn millions for us. As a mother, I feel utterly disheartened. Thankfully, I am still wealthier than him. Otherwise, I would be outshined by my own son." Hanjingru, "What? Chairman, are you trying to flaunt your wealth? Or perhaps you want to show off that your son is a genius who can make millions while still in college?" Hanjingru was the beautiful woman who rented a room from Suyu. She shook off her surprise, inhaling deeply, maintaining her smile. "Chairman, showing off your son isn't quite like this. Here I am, this useless little one." Yiro casually remarked, "Oh, I forgot you were still here, you little slacker." Hanjingru, "What the heck? If you weren't my chairman, I would have flipped the table and cursed you out." Yiro sighed. "Xiaoru, how is the task I assigned to you progressing?" "Task?" At the mention of the word, Hanjingru's delicate face fell. "I still need a bit more time." Yiro, exasperated, replied, Can't you put in a little more effort to ease my worries? I have high hopes for you. I even plan to groom you to become the president. Han Jingru pouted, muttering. Then why didn't you give me the 10 million I asked for to do that thing back then? Yiro's expression stiffened before she gently responded, at that time. I neglected your suggestion due to lack of research. Otherwise, we would have been partners, and you would be a millionaire by now. But it's all right. Han Jingru felt exhausted following such a boss, sometimes a strong woman, other times inexplicably whimsical. For instance, who keeps secrets about their child? Isn't it better to be open about wealth? If my parents told me we had a fortune waiting for me to inherit, would I still be here as your little secretary? All of this is because my parents hid it too well, never letting me discover it. Noticing Yiro busy with paperwork, Han Jingru curiously asked, Chairman, what is your son's name? Without looking up, Yiro replied, Siyu. The company name was derived from the character Yu in his name. A chilling silence enveloped the room. Siyu. Isn't that the name of the handsome young landlord from whom I rented a place? Could it be a coincidence? Han Jingru gasped, Chairman. Did your son just transfer you 5 million again? Yiro nodded. Yes, he said we could spend it freely. But what can I do with just 5 million? It's not enough to invest in anything substantial. Han Jingru felt increasingly overwhelmed. If this landlord and the chairman's son were indeed the same person, it was too much to fathom. Perhaps I should inquire with the landlord. If they are truly mother and son, then, Xiaoru, why are you daydreaming? Hurry up and get to work. Bring me last month's financial report from outside. In Jiang City, at the dining hall of Shishinju. So you enjoyed a bowl of rice accompanied by 2 dishes. The flavors were undeniably delightful, perhaps due to his lack of exposure to finer cuisine. After finishing his meal, Siyu opened WeChat, sipping lemon water while scrolling through comments on his moments. Many expressed interest in renting his car from a previous post. He mused. Considering the system's provisions, rounding it off, I can call myself a landlord now. The dream of living like Zhao Ting, collecting rent from an entire building, is my aspiration. Just let me be idle. Dreams, noble dreams. But alas, I am unworthy of such aspirations. Siyu sighed, compared to his cousin. He felt woefully inadequate, merely a slacker. Yet, I am content. Ding dong. At that moment, Siyu received a friend request. After accepting it, the person sent a message. Hello. I saw on the website that you have a property in Dongtingwen for rent. Is it still available? A rental inquiry. Siyu typed back. How many units do you wish to rent? Do you have that many houses? Why ask for multiple units right away? After a brief pause, the person replied, I only want to rent 1 unit. Siyu felt a tinge of disappointment. If only all 8 units could be rented out at once. That would be perfect. Regret aside, he remained professional. Sure. However, I am a streamer. Can I live stream in the house? A streamer? Siyu felt intrigued. Was there a connection between him and streamers? His senior was a well-known internet celebrity who often live streamed singing. The school's freshman gala was also streamed online. It seemed he was destined to have ties with the world of streaming. Of course, the house is quiet. Feel free to live stream without interruption. That's great. Are you available now? I'm currently near Dongtingwen. Chapter 087. After all, small people tend to have no ill intentions. After hanging up the phone, Siyu hailed a taxi and made his way to Dongting Garden. At the entrance of Dongting Garden stood a refined young woman with a small handbag, who occasionally glanced up from her phone to observe her surroundings. Her attire was casual, yet she wore a JK uniform. Beneath her shoulder-length hair was a delicate, fair oval face, adorned with a tiny beauty mark at the corner of her eye, and her lips were slightly pursed. Although not particularly tall, standing at approximately 1.56 meters, she had a pleasingly rounded figure. The girl stood outside the west gate of Dongting Garden, engrossed in her phone. Xiaoyu, I'm waiting for the landlord. A message from her best friend popped up on her phone. Xiaofei, don't be foolish and sign the contract without reading it thoroughly, all right? The girl smiled slightly and replied, Okay, I understand. I'm not a child anymore. Do you remember? Last time, that foolish landlord took advantage of you and even swallowed your rent. The girl's smile froze at the message. Please don't bring that up. She replied, a mix of embarrassment and anger flooding her face. It was due to the landlord's greed that she was now looking for a new place to rent. In a modest neighborhood, the rent was an outrageous 6,000 a month. Moreover, the deposit was 3 months' rent in advance. And there were various excuses to find fault later on. Only by being told that you learn, right? All right, I'll come over soon to help you check it out. Her friend replied smugly. Sure, she responded, then raised her head to glance at the passing cars. All was well. She had not yet arrived. Just then, a taxi stopped in front of her, and a young man stepped out. Upon seeing his handsome face, she paused in surprise. What an attractive young man. As she remained in a daze, the young man approached her, his features exuding a gentle smile. Hello, are you here to rent the apartment? His voice was warm and pleasant. Upon hearing his words, the girl blinked her large eyes in astonishment. You are Mr. Su, the landlord? So young. In a neighborhood where the average price per square meter is 50,000, anyone renting must surely be affluent, typically business owners, who are usually middle-aged. He is so young. Suyu smiled and replied, Yes, you must be Hong Xiaotutu. Hong Xiaotutu was the girl's WeChat name. However, Suyu pondered why all the cute girls had to be so cruel, even wanting to roast a rabbit. Wouldn't it be better to season it with cumin and chili and grill it? The girl blushed and nodded, yes. Extending her delicate hand, she introduced herself. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Han Yufei. Han? Suyu's mind briefly wandered to the image of a mature woman he knew. He shook hands gently with Han Yufei, smiling. I'm Suyu. After a brief introduction, Han Yufei's shock began to settle in. Suyu, you are only 20? Han Yufei was taken aback. So young? She guessed he might just be in his second year of university. Han Yufei felt a bit self-conscious. He was so young yet owned property in Dongting Garden, while she was nothing. Indeed, Xiaoyu was right. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Suyu nodded. Yes, I just started my second year. Shall we go? Miss Han, which floor do you prefer? Han Yufei, snapping out of her reverie, quickly replied. I'm fine with anything, but do you have something on the 22nd floor? She preferred higher floors for the better view and the peace it offered. So you found it curious. Why did girls with the surname Han all prefer the 22nd floor? Nevertheless, as a professional and conscientious junior landlord, he kept his curiosity to himself and smiled. Of course, I have one just ahead. I'll take you there. Coincidentally, he owned an entire floor in Building A. Unit 2 on the 22nd floor. In Dongting Garden, each floor typically had only 2 to 3 units. He had rented one to the mature woman, Han Jingru, and now had 2 remaining on that floor. It was convenient to keep all the lovely young ladies on the same level. Han Yufei nodded eagerly. They strolled along the landscaped paths, arriving at Building A, Unit 2, and entered the elevator, heading straight to the 22nd floor. Ziyu led her to a unit next to Han Jingru's, retrieved a bunch of keys, and began searching for the right one before finally unlocking the door. However, this seemingly mundane action caused Han Yufei's eyelids to flutter. Where did you get all those keys? Inside, they examined the decor, furnishings, and more. The properties Suyu acquired from the system were all exquisitely renovated, ready for immediate occupancy, with appliances and even cooking condiments provided. This particular unit featured European-style DCOR, ideal for photography and excellent sound insulation, comprising 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Such a rental would typically demand a price nearing 10,000 a month. The surrounding amenities were all complete, and it was a school district property, making it highly sought after by parents wishing to rent for their children's education. Han Yufei carefully assessed the apartment and finally nodded in satisfaction. I really like it, but I'm unsure about the price. Mentioning the price made her a bit anxious. After all, such a splendid apartment surely wouldn't come cheap. However, given Suyu's youth, he probably wouldn't overcharge, right? After all, small people tend to have no ill intentions, unlike older men, who often harbor ulterior motives. Suyu pondered briefly before responding. Well, this unit is quite nice, but considering the circumstances, the monthly rent will be 7,000. In fact, he was losing out. After all, he charged Han Jingru 7,500 for her unit. This one, being slightly better, was priced at 7,000. Sigh, as a genuinely honest person, capitalists must think of him as someone who can't get ahead. Everywhere else in Dongting Garden, the rental prices hovered around 10,000 a month. How much? Han Yufei was momentarily speechless, uncertain. 7,000 a month? In Dongting Garden? Are you sure? Seeing her reaction, Suyu thought she might find it too expensive and frowned. I must tell you, that's the absolute lowest. It's already a promotional rate. Upon hearing this, Han Yufei waved her hands repeatedly. No, I'm just surprised. I'll take it for 7,000 a month. How do we sign the contract? This was such a great deal. Let us sign the contract first and discuss the rest later. Let us go outside to print it, perhaps grab a coffee too. I didn't bring the contract with me, so you said with an awkward smile. I came over in a hurry. You don't need a deposit. The rent can be paid quarterly, semi-annually, or annually. How would you prefer to pay? Hearing that there was no deposit required made Han Yufei even more pleased. I'll pay for a year in advance. Chapter 088. No, it's to let him know that the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she becomes. Han Yufei felt a tinge of happiness. After all, everyone desires to be treated as special, and at present, this young landlord seemed quite amiable. Let me treat you to a meal, Han Yufei said, her voice laced with joy. It was a gesture to express her gratitude towards the young landlord. Han Yufei was a gaming and beauty streamer, known for her charming yet somewhat clumsy demeanor, which attracted a considerable following. Her monthly income was substantial, often exceeding 50,000, allowing her to enjoy a modestly affluent lifestyle. Upon hearing about the meal, Siyu felt a pang of regret. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known, I wouldn't have wasted money dining at Shishinju, he lamented internally. All right then, Siyu forced a smile. A late-night snack sounds good. After all, one should not squander another's kindness. Seeing him agree, Han Yufei's spirits lifted further. Then let us go? She exclaimed cheerfully. As they finished their conversation and stepped out of the house, they unexpectedly encountered Han Jingru, who had just emerged from the elevator. The three of them exchanged glances, and Han Yufei blinked in surprise. Wow, what a stunning woman. Han Jingru exuded an impressive aura. Her mature beauty captivating with a graceful oval face and a pair of slightly languid, enchanting eyes that made one tremble at a mere glance. Han Jingru scrutinized Han Yufei, then turned her attention to Su Yu, teasingly inquiring, Mr. Young Landlord, who might this be? Su Yu assessed Han Jingru seriously before responding, Sister Han, this is my tenant. She lives next door to you, so you two shall be neighbors from now on. He added, oh, and she shares your surname. Upon hearing this, Han Jingru smiled and extended her hand. Hello. Oh, hello, sister. Han Yufei stammered, quickly reaching out. After a brief handshake, Han Jingru's eyes sparkled as she inquired, Mr. Young Landlord, where are you off to? She was well aware that Siyu was the cherished son of her boss, one who cleverly concealed the truth of being a billionaire from his son, while the other had sent 500,000 to her poor mother. The disparity between them was disheartening. Moreover, she was bemused that her boss, who constantly exploited his employees, had designs on her approaching his son. What was this? Did he wish for her to work for the Su family indefinitely without pay? The thought ignited a rebellious fire within Han Jingru. I refuse to comply. I shall entice your son, making him aware of the harsh realities of society. No, rather, I shall ensure he understands that the more beautiful a woman is, the more perilous she becomes. Unbeknownst to Su Yu, who merely laughed and replied, just heading to sign a contract and, coincidentally, to enjoy a meal. Ah, I see. So this lovely young lady is treating you to a meal, is she? Han Jingru concluded, and without insisting on joining them, she continued walking ahead, smiling. I shall not intrude any further. Enjoy yourselves. A fragrant breeze wafted past, and Su Yu couldn't help but inhale deeply, a reaction mirrored by Han Yufei beside him. Delicious. He murmured, nodding, Goodbye, Sister Han. Such a lure was hard to resist. Although Su Yu prided himself on his self-control, being pursued by such a seductive and mature woman would undoubtedly be a challenging endeavor. Once Han Jingru departed, Han Yufei could no longer contain her curiosity. Mr. Su, is she also your tenant? She is stunning. Despite both women possessing comparable beauty, their styles and essences were distinctly different. One was innocent and charming, while the other radiated maturity and steadiness. Yes, Su Yu affirmed with a nod as they entered the elevator, continuing their conversation as they exited Dongjing Garden. Strolling down the street, they passed a printing shop that was still open, and Su Yu stepped in to print the contract, which came in duplicate. With Dongjing Garden situated in the city center, a myriad of shops surrounded them, making it easy to find a dining venue. However, as it was nearing 1 in the morning, many restaurants had already closed their doors. Their options were limited to hot pot and barbecue. After some exploration yielded no suitable eateries, Han Yufei led Su Yu into a 24-hour hot pot restaurant. Being from Sichuan, Han Yufei was a fervent lover of spicy food. Yet she opted for a dual-flavor pot to accommodate Su Yu's palate. Once seated, she couldn't help but inquire, Su Yu, you aren't still in school, are you? She had long wished to ask this, but felt it might be inappropriate until their conversation had warmed up during their search for a restaurant. Su Yu nodded, yes. I'm in my 2nd year of college. Wow. The confirmation of Su Yu's status as a college student left Han Yufei momentarily speechless. It was clear he was remarkably successful, already a landlord while still in university. At 24, Han Yufei was slightly older than Su Yu and had graduated 2 years prior. She had begun streaming during her college years, captivating millions with her daily life, and transitioned to a full-time streamer post-graduation. In this era where entertainment reigned supreme, being a streamer was commonplace. A hint of envy crossed Han Yufei's face. I'm so envious. It's hard not to be. To own your own little place at such a young age is quite impressive. Siyu scratched his head in response. What is there to envy? By the way, Sister Xiaofei, if you're streaming, it should be more convenient to live with your parents, right? Logically, one would assume a young woman like Han Yufei would reside with her parents to care for them. However, this question caused her expression to darken. Han Yufei's mood visibly soured as she quietly replied, I am an orphan. An orphan? Siyu was taken aback. I grew up in an orphanage. I don't even know who my parents are, Han Yufei shared softly. Hearing this, Siyu felt a wave of regret wash over him. I'm sorry, Sister Xiaofei. I didn't mean to pry. Yet, Han Yufei appeared unfazed, her demeanor calm. Oh, it's nothing. Being alone can be quite liberating, you know? She smiled brightly. I can eat whatever I want without worrying about anyone else. Her outlook was refreshingly pragmatic, devoid of any lingering sadness. As their conversation deepened, the topics flowed freely between them, ranging from various anime to everyday life and culinary delights. Time slipped away unnoticed. However, just as they were engrossed in conversation, a melodious voice filled with longing suddenly interrupted. Hey, Xiaofei, did you even notice I was here? Chapter 89. Encountering Huayu again at the school gate upon hearing that voice. Both individuals were taken aback. They looked up to see a delicate girl with a high ponytail standing nearby, her face etched with discontent. Her exquisite features clearly expressed her displeasure. Having traveled a great distance, she found herself forgotten as the two engaged in cheerful conversation with a handsome young man. Han Yufei, upon spotting her, quickly shifted aside, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Oh, Xiaoan, when did you arrive? The delicate girl seated herself next to Han Yufei and replied in a sulky voice. I've been standing here for several minutes, and you two didn't even notice me? How unfair. Han Yufei stuck out her tongue apologetically. I didn't see you. That simple admission nearly rendered the delicate girl speechless. Traitor. Traitor. You promised to remain single for life. Yet here you are flirting with this handsome guy and forgetting all about me. Realizing her oversight, Han Yufei quickly introduced, Xiaoyan, this is my landlord, Suyu. Suyu, this is my best friend, Wang Mingyun, who grew up with me. Suyu smiled and nodded at Wang Mingyun. Hello. Hello. Wang Mingyun scrutinized Suyu for a moment and then remarked, so that why Xiaofei didn't answer my calls. She was busy chatting with her handsome landlord. Suyu felt a twinge of guilt at her words, as it seemed to imply something more than mere conversation between them. Don't get the wrong idea. Our interaction is purely innocent. As they enjoyed a late-night meal together, Suyu learned that Wang Mingyun was also a streamer, though like Han Yufei, she was more of a novice who enjoyed the playful side of streaming. After finishing their late-night feast, they found it was already 2:30 in the morning. It's getting late. I need to head back to school, Suyu informed them. Han Yufei and Wang Mingyun nodded in understanding. Let us meet again next time. Sure. Suyu replied with a smile. Once Suyu departed in a taxi, the two girls made their way toward Dongting Garden. Upon entering the apartment, Wang Mingyun's eyes widened with excitement at the sight of the spacious interior. Xiaofei, this place is huge. Why don't I move in with you? Absolutely. That would be perfect, Han Yufei agreed, nodding enthusiastically. Wang Mingyun's spirits lifted. What about the rent? The rent is 7,000 a month. We can split it. Han Yufei replied. Wang Mingyun was taken aback by the price. Only 7,000 a month? This is a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room place, and it's beautifully decorated. A house this size, with renovations, must cost a fortune. How is it so affordable? Han Yufei squinted her eyes and responded, yes, it's quite a bargain. And there's no deposit required. She couldn't help but praise Suyu for being kind and handsome. Wang Mingyun exclaimed, that's incredible. I've made up my mind. I'll move in with you tomorrow. She had long wanted to share a space with Han Yufei. After all, sharing a bed as best friends was far more economical than each renting separate apartments. Taking a seat on the sofa, Wang Mingyun glanced around and teasingly asked Xiaofei, tell me honestly, have you developed feelings for this landlord? She had her suspicions, given how engrossed they were in conversation, seemingly oblivious to her presence. It was only natural. One was charmingly cute, while the other was undeniably handsome, making them quite a fitting pair. However, Han Yufei shot her a glare. What are you thinking? How do you know he doesn't have a girlfriend? Besides, I've only known Suyu for a few hours at most. It's merely a matter of not disliking him and having a slight fondness. She approached relationships with caution, believing that physical attraction alone should not dictate emotional connections. If they were to be together, it would need to be for a lifetime, not a fleeting romance. Wang Mingyun nestled beside her and whispered, but I think you two seem quite compatible. Wouldn't it be worth a try? Although we promised to stay single if you found someone suitable. I wouldn't be a selfish friend. I'd gladly support your happiness. Han Yufei playfully flicked Wang Mingyan's forehead. Stop saying such things. Perhaps due to her upbringing. Han Yufei harbored a subtle sense of inferiority regarding relationships, a fact she had yet to recognize. She overanalyzed every aspect. Even if she liked him, what about his parents? Would they accept an orphan as their son's partner? Observing Cuyu's current circumstances, being a university student with a property to rent, she knew his family background was likely quite favorable. In contrast, she was just an ordinary streamer, lacking any notable qualities that could compete with him. Wang Mingyan, bewildered, rubbed her forehead. This doesn't make sense. If you two get along so well, how could there be no chemistry? Perhaps we should invite him out for a meal next time? If you keep pushing me to date, I swear I'll strangle you. Okay, I'm sorry. The two friends engaged in lively banter in the living room. Meanwhile, Siyu was taking a taxi back to school. As he stepped out at the entrance, a Ferrari 488 suddenly pulled up. The passenger door opened, revealing a girl in casual attire, her delicate oval face adorned with a gentle smile. Lu Yu, I had a wonderful time today. Thank you, Hua Yu said softly. Seeing her smile made Lu Yu's heart race uncontrollably. He scratched his head and replied, It's nothing. I'm just glad you enjoyed yourself. It's getting late. You should head back. Tonight, Lu Yu felt elated. Not only had he shared a private meal with the girl he had admired for years, but they had also engaged in meaningful conversation. Although they hadn't progressed to anything more intimate, he was grateful for the advancement in their relationship. Unlike the typical playboys, he genuinely desired a romantic relationship. Thus, the absence of intimacy that night didn't trouble him. With a smile, Lu Yu said, All right, I'm off. Let us explore other places together next time. Hua Yu nodded softly, Then, Lu Yu drove away in his Ferrari 488, leaving the entrance of Jiangxing University. As Hua Yu turned to enter the school, a figure ahead suddenly made her stop in her tracks. Suyu? Chapter 090. You are not worth my affection. How did you end up here? Hua Yu's brows furrowed slightly, her tone rather indifferent. Yet beneath her calm words lay an unusual emotion. She was aware that her earlier descent from the car had been witnessed, but perhaps this was for the best. With so many admirers, wealthy and handsome, Suyu would surely regret it, wouldn't he? Deep down, Hua Yu harbored a flicker of anticipation, hoping that Siyu would feel remorse and confess his feelings once more. This peculiar sentiment was difficult for her to articulate. It simply felt like a refusal to concede. As for her feelings towards Siyu, she herself was uncertain. Siyu cast her a glance and smiled. I just returned from outside. Is there something you need? If not, I shall take my leave. His feelings for Hua Yu were straightforward. Initially, it was the system that compelled him to confess to her. But as he got to know her better, he gradually found himself genuinely liking her. However, after the 60th, 70th, 80th, and even 91st declarations, Hua Yu remained unmoved. Not even a single word of concern from her left him profoundly disappointed. If this was the case, why not confess for the 99th time? Yet, with each passing attempt, Suyu's disappointment deepened. Even at the 99th confession, he still hoped that this time she would agree. He did not consider himself particularly exceptional, but earning a living was certainly within his capabilities. Yet she did not respond. Even when he stood waiting for her long after she had turned to leave, she never reappeared. That day, the rain fell heavily, and he waited in vain, unwilling to give up. However, she never came out, not even to utter a simple, It's raining. You should hurry back before you catch cold. Nothing at all. Suyu concluded that it was best to let things be. Yet, she reappeared later, boldly questioning why he had not confessed again. Was this reasonable? Therefore, his feelings for her had long since faded, unwavering and resolute. This was a man's ultimate boundary. Most people would consider 10 confessions to be quite persistent. Yet here he was, confessing day after day with no response from her. Continuing down this path would only render him the most devoted of fools. Besides, Suyu was not a fool. He merely clung to a sliver of hope. He turned to leave for school, not wishing to engage further with Hua Yu. Stop right there. Her voice called from behind. Suyu halted, asking, Is there something else? Hua Yu, unable to accept his cold demeanor, swiftly approached him, locking her gaze onto his. What do you want? She demanded. As long as you agree. I can be with you right now. Suyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Did I hear you correctly, Hua Yu? You previously stated that if you had any relationship with me, you'd be akin to a dog. What about now? He had not forgotten her previous words, so openly expressing her disdain. The contempt and anger in her eyes were unmistakable. Hua Yu, no one is around. Let me reiterate, Since you made your stance so clear that day, please abide by it. My family situation is poor. My parents work in a factory, but what of it? Su Yu's gaze remained cold as he replied, regardless of my family's circumstances. I have no need to depend on a woman for sustenance. You made your position very clear. There's no need for me to repeat it. This memory was indelibly etched in his mind. The person he once admired, beneath her beautiful visage and gentle demeanor, turned out to be someone like this. In that moment, Su Yu felt a profound disappointment. The possibility of any relationship between them seemed futile. Their values and perspectives were on entirely different planes, rendering meaningful discourse impossible. Perhaps this was the very reason she had never responded to his countless confessions. Internally, Hua Yu wrestled with an inexplicable sense of vanity. Her exquisite features, a canvas of shifting emotions, bore witness to her inner turmoil. She had not forgotten her previous declarations. She merely refused to concede so easily. Her pride would not allow it. Standing before him, after contemplating many matters, Hua Yu took a deep breath and said slowly, "Su Yu, I hope you won't regret this. The entire school knows you have feelings for me." Pausing momentarily, she continued coldly, "Do you think you can find another girlfriend at school? Impossible. Soon, you will see just how exceptional those pursuing me are, without your interference. Someone like you is unworthy of my affection." With that, Hua Yu stormed past Su Yu and into the school. Left standing in place, Su Yu pondered the implications of her words, his mind drifting to many faces. "Can't find anyone." A smile crept across his lips involuntarily. How could that be? He chose not to dispute Hua Yu's assertions. After all, they were no longer connected. And arguing served him no purpose. Not dwelling too long on the matter, Su Yu returned to the school. Since it was still a holiday, his two close friends at the dormitory were engrossed in a game. Zhao was asleep, leaving only Zhu Wen and Wukong in the room. Upon entering, Su Yu was greeted by the sounds of their animated banter. "Hey, why are you stealing my blue buff?" one exclaimed. "I'm the mage here. Get lost. Your jungler is useless. Just watch me dominate with Diao Chan." These two were truly dedicated, playing until the early hours of the morning. The clock read 3:30. Yet they appeared as lively as ever. Su Yu shook his head, realizing he had forgotten to bring them their late-night snacks. A customary obligation for anyone returning after going out. Fortunately, Zhao Ting was absent. Cough, cough. "What rank are you two at now?" Su Yu announced as he stepped inside. In an instant, their bickering ceased, and both turned their attention towards him, wide-eyed. "Brother Yu, where's our late-night snack?" Chapter 91. Let us accompany the senior. Lest they encounter wolves in the haunted house upon seeing Su Yu return, the first inquiry from the two companions was about the late-night snacks. Su Yu felt a bit uncomfortable under their eager gazes. "I didn't buy any late-night snacks," he stated with a tone of defiance, causing both to crumble in dismay. "What? There are no late-night snacks." They erupted into chaos, tossing their phones aside and leaping from their beds in a frenzy. "Where has Zhuangshi gone? Weren't you both out together?" Zhuwen and Wukong dashed out of the dormitory, only to be met with the emptiness of the corridor, disappointment washing over them. How could he just vanish? Su Yu understood their proclivities but could not reveal Zhao Ting's whereabouts, so he resorted to a fib to deflect their curiosity. Zhuangshi went to the alley. This was a line he had often used. After all, Zhao Ting was genuinely fond of such escapades. Drawn not only to the allure of the alley, but also to its charming company. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, the two fell silent, their expression shifting to one of understanding. It was unavoidable. The three of them shared a common disposition. While they presented as steadfast gentlemen in romantic pursuits, the allure of the alley transformed them into something else entirely. For them, these encounters were mere performances. The alley was a practice ground for their skills, while pursuing a girlfriend was a serious endeavor. These two realms could not be conflated. Damn it, why didn't he invite us to the alley? Zhuangshi has gone too far this time, Wukong grumbled, feeling a tinge of indignation. Zhu Wen, adjusting his glasses, calmly remarked, "It's best to avoid such places. One must be cautious not to contract anything unsavory." Wukong shot him a sidelong glance and chuckled, "Only you could utter such pretentious words. Do you think I am unaware of your true nature?" With the two engaged in their banter, Su Yu chose to ignore them, setting aside his phone to retrieve a change of clothes and stepping into the bathroom. After a long day of outings, he felt quite unclean. Upon finishing his shower, he emerged to find his friends lacking the enthusiasm for gaming. After all, they had anticipated a late-night feast, which had ultimately turned into disappointment. Time for sleep. The following afternoon at 1 o'clock, the trio roused from their slumber. Upon awakening, they discovered 3 breakfast portions had magically appeared, consisting of typical Cantonese fare, rice rolls, shrimp dumplings, sticky rice chicken, and 3 cups of soy milk, just enough for the 3 of them. Suyu was the first to awaken, and glancing across the room, he saw Zhao Ting, clad in red boxer shorts, snoring beneath a small blanket. One could not deny Zhao Ting's robust physique. Suyu remained silent, careful not to disturb the others, and quietly descended from his bunk to wash up. In weather like this, he preferred a refreshing cold shower. By the time he emerged from the bathroom, the others had already awakened. Observing Wukong and Zhu when devouring their food ravenously, Suyu couldn't help but comment, "Hey, could you two perhaps brush your teeth before diving into your meal?" Zhu waved dismissively, "Brother Yu, please refrain from speaking while we are eating." They had both been starving for nearly a day, having fasted since the previous evening in anticipation of Suyu and Zhao Ting's return with snacks, only to be met with disappointment. Now their stomachs were empty. Suyu could only shake his head. "I'm not Li Jie. I nearly vomited from last night's feast." Wiping his hair with a towel, Suyu approached Zhao Ting, who was rubbing his eyes, and asked, "Did you put everything back?" "Huh?" Zhao Ting blinked, then nodded. "Yes. I returned it." He had enjoyed quite a night, cruising in a luxury car to a bar, engaging in revelry, and returning only at 6 in the morning. It was undeniably simple to charm women while driving a high-end vehicle. Suyu nodded slightly. "That's good." Hearing their conversation, Wukong, with sticky rice chicken in his mouth, interjected, "Brother Yu, what are you two discussing? It feels like old Zhu and I have been kicked out of the chat." Wukong couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. He sensed an increasing closeness between Zhao Ting and Suyu, as if they shared some secret dealings. "Just eat your food," Suyu retorted tersely. "Why are you asking so many questions?" Some matters were not suitable for disclosure. Zhao Ting, still buzzing with excitement, leaned closer to Suyu, reeking of alcohol. "Brother Yu, let me try another car next time." Zhao Ting was enamored with Suyu's impressive garage, 10 luxury vehicles. He was eager to experience them all. Suyu shot him a glance and replied, "If you can help me rent out the remaining cars, you can drive whichever you desire." He hadn't forgotten that these vehicles were not yet truly his. They were all part of a leasing system. Only by renting them all out could he claim ownership. At the mention of renting, Zhao Ting's expression immediately soured. "No way. Renting once is fine, but several times. How am I supposed to live?" Although he didn't understand Suyu's motives for renting, he accepted it without question. Soon, the 4 of them were fully awake, orderly making their way to the bathroom for their routines. By the time they had all finished bathing, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Noticing the time, they exchanged glances. "Any plans?" "None." They chorused in unison. Being university students, their schedules were not particularly packed. From Monday to Friday, they attended classes, while weekends were often spent working part-time, visiting family, or going out with girlfriends. Only they 3 had the luxury of idleness. However, with their social circles being rather limited, there weren't many plans to speak of. They all shared similar personalities, opting out of any student clubs and avoiding anything that required effort. The 4 sat on the small stools in their dormitory, staring blankly. "How about we hit up an internet CAF for some gaming?" "Sounds good. A couple of games and then we can treat ourselves to something nice to wrap up the weekend." As they deliberated on their activities for the day, suddenly, Zhao Ting's phone on the small table lit up with a notification. He grabbed the device, and upon reading the message, his handsome face lit up with excitement. Boom! Zhao Ting sprang to his feet, nearly toppling the table, prompting Zhu Wen and Wukong to exclaim, "Whoa, Zhuang Shi, are you trying to flip the table?" "Zhuang Shi, you nearly sent the table flying." Zhao Ting, trembling with the phone in hand, exclaimed, "Damn it, we were just about to play a few more games. The senior wants us to gather at the school gate at 5. They want to go to the haunted house." Wukong. Zhu Wen. "Actually, chess isn't that entertaining. Let's accompany the senior instead, to ensure they don't encounter any unsavory characters in the haunted house." Chapter 092. Is this approach perhaps a bit improper? The expressions of the other 2 quickly shifted as well. After all, what enjoyment could one derive from a game? It was merely a pastime to alleviate boredom. The senior had extended an invitation. How could one possibly decline? To refuse would be a disservice to one's conscience. Zhao Ting and the others had not forgotten how alluring those senior girls in black stockings were. They were simply captivating. Zhao Ting put away his phone and turned to Suyu, saying, "Brother Yu, are you going or not? The seniors specifically requested your presence." Upon hearing this, Wukong and Zhu Wen immediately fixed their gazes on Suyu, their eyes pleading and sincere. "Brother Yu, don't hesitate. Let's go. We're all bored anyway. Let's accompany the seniors to the haunted house for a bit of fun." Wukong approached Suyu, plopping down beside him and wrapping his arms around him tightly. Zhu Wen mirrored this reaction. Brother you, for the happiness of our dear friend, I know you wouldn't be so heartless, would you? The seniors have said that if you don't go, they won't go either. Can you bear to let that happen? Suyu was pulled in from both sides, their words incessantly bombarding his mind. All right, I'll go. He complained, you three are the most troublesome. He genuinely did not wish to attend, primarily due to the overwhelming presence of girls. Surely, there would be incessant chatter about matchmaking. Take that enchanting senior in black stockings, for instance. She would undoubtedly try to match him with Louis. Although, Louis was indeed stunning. In terms of beauty, Suyu thought she surpassed Yu by leagues. Possessing a classical Eastern beauty with an oval face, particularly captivating were her enchanting eyes. However, I truly do not wish to be a scoundrel. So you merely sought to find a quiet moment to enjoy some leisurely pursuits, as the system relied on him to sustain it. Wait a moment. Louis seems to be quite wealthy herself, doesn't she? I wonder if she would be willing to continue supporting me. Hiki. As this thought crossed his mind, so you found it hard to resist. If he were to gain some advantage, it could at least help him fulfill a system task. All right. Thank you, brother you. You truly are our wonderful family member. Wukong and Zhu Wen, the somewhat reserved bespectacled boy, erupted into joy, bouncing away to change clothes. Clearly, for the two of them, Suyu's agreement to go was the best outcome. Each had their own objective, which was to facilitate a budding romance between Suyu and the senior Louis. Wukong, the trendy lad, always insisted on taking a shower before heading out, and Zhu Wen, perhaps realizing his own reserved nature, began to emulate Wukong. Both entered the bathroom to shower. In the dormitory, upon seeing the two go in, Zhao Ting eagerly approached Suyu, rubbing his hands together and chuckling, "Ahahaha, brother you." At the sight of him, Suyu knew something was amiss. Casting a glance at his lecherous grin, Suyu retorted coldly, "Speak plainly, warrior. Brother you. You know we can't always rely on the seniors for transportation, right? How about this? Let us drive ourselves this time. After all, your garage." Zhao Ting smirked. His intent was quite apparent. He wished to take the car for a joyride. Not waiting for him to finish, Suyu interrupted, "Sure. The Rolls-Royce Phantom is perfect for you to take out. The usual fee is 2,000 a day, but this time, it has to be rented by Old Shu and Wukong. After all, they were all financially secure, and once he rented out all his cars, they would truly belong to him. After all, the only ones he could comfortably rent to were these three affluent second-generation heirs. One had a family with countless cattle and sheep, another collected rent, and the last came from a well-off family, his father having spent a lifetime building a fortune worth billions for his only son. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ting grimaced. Although 2,000 was not exorbitant, it was still a significant sum. "Brother you, we are good friends. Surely you wouldn't." Zhao Ting attempted to negotiate, but Suyu firmly rejected his plea. "Forget about discounts. Brother, think carefully before you speak. This is a brand new car that has never been driven. The first rental will be the very first time it hits the road. Do you think 2,000 is unreasonable? 2,000 for a day in a pristine new car. Where else would you find such a deal? As the owner, is it not reasonable for me to charge a small handling fee?" Suyu's voice was laced with temptation, and it was evident that Zhao Ting found it hard to resist. Upon reflection, he realized the truth in Suyu's words. Brother Yu's new car was one he had seen delivered, with the odometer reading 0 and the interior still wrapped in plastic. Spending 2,000 to experience a luxury car for a day. Truly a bargain. Absolutely. Brother Yu is right. I was too narrow-minded. I'll rent it. I'll have Monkey and Old Zhu each rent one as well. Hearing this, Suyu's smile grew wider. Excellent. Truly, you are a promising individual, filled with immense satisfaction. So you patted Zhao Ting on the shoulder, earnestly stating, "Warrior, you are the most promising person I have ever met." Soon, after Zhu Wen and Wukong finished showering, Zhao Ting shared the car rental news with them. Initially, they found the 2,000 per day steep. However, upon learning it was a brand new, unopened vehicle, they immediately agreed to rent it without a second thought. Why not? Spending 2,000 to experience a pristine new car was far more enticing than visiting an alley. Thus, Suyu, with a hint of melancholy, rented out 3 more cars. Only 6 remained to be rented out entirely. Of course, only 3 were valid rentals, as the system stipulated that one could only rent once. Since Zhao Ting had already rented, his ID was deemed invalid. At 5:30 in the afternoon, in the girls' dormitory, Louis and her friends had also changed and were ready to depart. In the dorm, Tong Huahua approached Louis and whispered, "Make sure to stick close to Suyu tonight. This is your chance. If you get startled in the haunted house, just dive into Suyu's embrace." Louis, dressed in casual attire, still radiated an outstanding aura with her perfect classical Eastern beauty. Her figure was remarkable, accentuated by dark jeans that showcased her long legs beautifully. Louis expressed her concerns. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Chapter 93. The Language of Flowers. She ran off with another man, what? Tong Hua could hardly believe her ears, her eyes widening in astonishment. What are you saying? She exclaimed. Do you not realize that boys are most fond of delicate, timid girls? It stirs their protective instincts. The more frightened you appear, the tighter Suyu will hold you. Tong Hua had diligently researched strategies for attracting boys and girls on the forum, deducing her insights from the latter. Her assertions were well-founded. Today's gathering was not solely to facilitate a connection between Lu Yi and Suyu. There were two others eagerly awaiting their chance as well. One had developed a crush on the bespectacled junior, while the other fancied the trendy male student. As for Zhao Ting, despite his tall and robust stature, Tong Hua was not particularly interested. Although Zhao Ting had demonstrated impressive prowess that day, her family was not lacking in wealth, and she found herself less enamored by his bravado. For Tong Hua, true freedom was the ultimate bliss. Zhao Ting was quite conflicted himself, torn between his feelings for Lu Tian and his desire to maintain connections with the older girls. Even the alleyways were hard for him to forsake. A quintessential scoundrel, indeed. Upon hearing Tong Hua's words, Lu Yi fell into contemplation, finally saying with a hint of shyness, well, if the junior is not interested in me, wouldn't it be terribly awkward? What if I'm left disappointed? Lu Yi felt both anticipation and anxiety about Suyu's feelings towards her. However, her worries were unfounded. Suyu had already evolved from a lovesick puppy into a charming rogue, adept at manipulating affection. Clearing his throat, Suyu felt a twinge of guilt. After all, it was hardly fair to keep someone hanging. If he was uninterested, he ought to be forthright to avoid causing hurt. Tong Hua, unabashedly, reassured her. Oh, you needn't worry. If he doesn't like you, then simply avoid him in the future. Let me tell you, opportunities come but once. If you wait too long, he might find someone else. Her words carried a tinge of urgency, compelling Lu Yi to agree wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, in Suyu's dormitory, his friends had already stepped out, having decided on their pretentious endeavor. They knew that props were essential. At a warehouse on the outskirts of the city, when the large doors swung open, revealing 10 supercars within, Zhao Ting proudly proclaimed, monkeys. Old Zhu, let me tell you, I've worked tirelessly to secure this incredible resource. Each of you owes me 2,000, not a penny less. As Wukong and Zhu entered the warehouse, their jaws dropped at the sight of the luxurious vehicles. Well, you really haven't driven any of these? Wukong exclaimed, approaching a Pagani Huayra and marveling at its pristine condition. All brand new. How did you manage such connections? Zhu, although appearing gentle, had a wild heart that could not resist the allure of such cars. Adjusting his glasses, he declared, I'll transfer you 2,000. I'm driving this Lamborghini Veneno tonight. It's the perfect chick magnet. Zhao Ting grinned widely, of course. You should know who I am. To Zhao Ting's surprise, Wukong didn't dispute him this time. Instead, he offered a nod of approval. Indeed, a man who has 10 sets of legendary skills. I admire you. Flattered. Zhao Ting felt a surge of pride, but after a moment, he cast a furtive glance at Suyu. Although all these cars belong to Yuge, it didn't prevent him from being his spokesperson. I am merely Yuge's loyal admirer. Once they had all chosen their vehicles and secured the warehouse, 3 luxury cars roared onto the highway, heading towards Jiancheng University. At that moment, Liu's Ferrari 488 sat outside the university, drawing the attention of numerous students. Among their envious gazes stood a girl in a delicate white dress, her slender figure accentuated by a beautiful oval face and cascading long hair that added to her allure. As the girl emerged from the university gates, Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration. You look stunning today, Huayu, he said, his voice soft and earnest. Huayu smiled, her heart warmed by the compliment. Every girl relishes praise, and she adored the feeling of being the center of admiration. Lu Yu, momentarily entranced by her smile, quickly recovered and invited. I've reserved a table at the Michelin-starred French restaurant downtown. Shall we go for dinner? The thought of dining at such an esteemed establishment, paired with a reservation and exquisite cuisine, promised a night of extravagance that would surely exceed 10,000. Huayu felt a flutter of excitement at his proposition. Lu Yu was indeed a good match, wealthy and handsome. Yet, having lost the feeling of being in the limelight at school, she decided to engage with her former suitors, with Lu Yu's affections being the most conspicuous. The wealthier heirs she previously encountered were often only interested in fleeting encounters, a reality she was keenly aware of. Thus, She chose to accept Lu Yu's invitation, knowing he would comply with her wishes. However, as she considered this, Hua Yu's brow furrowed slightly, her voice sweet yet firm. All right, but I'm feeling a bit down today. Lu Yu's expression shifted to concern. What's wrong? Did something happen? His immediate instinct was to protect her, fearing she had been wronged or that family troubles plagued her. Seeing Lu Yu's anxious demeanor lifted Hua Yu's spirits. The envious gazes of those around her further enhanced her satisfaction. With a gentle smile, she reassured him, it's nothing serious, just a bit of a mood. By the way, after dinner, could you take me to that new viral haunted house? To the haunted house? Lu Yu's face lit up with excitement. Absolutely. Let us get in the car and head to dinner first. As Hua Yu climbed into the car, Lu Yu drove away from Jiangxing University. Nearby, Lu Yi and Tong Hua watched them depart, pondering the unfolding scene. Tong Hua chuckled. See? Your chances are quite promising. Hua Yu has run off with another man. Chapter 094. Hoping to have the senior feed me some soft rice. Lu Yi's gaze flickered as she fixated on the rear lights of the Ferrari 488. Perhaps this truly was an opportunity? The four of them sat in the car, enjoying the air conditioning. As the clock struck 6:30 p.m. and the awaited individuals had yet to arrive, Tong Hua couldn't help but lament. Why are these guys taking so long? Just as she was about to message Zhao Ting, she lifted her head and noticed three super luxury cars slowly approaching. Upon seeing the Rolls-Royce Phantom followed by a Lamborghini Veneno and a Pagani Huayra, Tong Hua's expression transformed dramatically. Wow, where did these wealthy individuals come from? Are they here to pick someone up or to flirt? Although her family was well off, having purchased a BMW Z4 in her sophomore year, their wealth was merely in the tens of millions. The vehicles before her were astonishingly extravagant, with the cheapest, the Rolls-Royce Phantom, valued at nearly 10 million. Not to mention the limited edition models behind it. Each of those cars was worth tens of millions. This was outrageous. One car alone equaled her family's total assets. It was terrifying. Even Lu Yi couldn't help but frown. These cars were likely worth billions, if not tens of billions. And it was clear that the appearance of these three vehicles captured everyone's attention, far surpassing the earlier Ferrari 488. In fact, most people might glance at a Ferrari 488 and move on, yet here were the Lamborghini and Pagani. With the Phantom, the sight of these three supercars parking together was simply mesmerizing, especially the Veneno and Huayra, which held a devastating allure for the boys. Just then, Tong Hua's phone rang with a WeChat call. She answered and immediately asked, Zhao Ting, where are you guys? It's taking ages. I'm about to wilt here. Zhao Ting's voice came through the receiver. Hey, sorry, we got delayed by driving. Where are you, senior? Driving? Tong Hua was taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. We're in the car. Where are you? Oh, you're in the car? Just come over. My car is parked right in front of your Z4. Zhao Ting concluded before ending the call, leaving Tong Hua in astonishment. Zhao Ting's car was parked opposite mine. Looking up, she saw only the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Before she could gather her thoughts, the driver's door of the Phantom swung open, and Zhao Ting emerged. Tong Hua was utterly shocked. No way. This is Zhao Ting's car. After recovering from her astonishment, Tong Hua unfastened her seatbelt and stepped out. Approaching Zhao Ting, she stammered, Is this your car? No way. Before she could finish her thought, the doors of the Veneno and Huayra opened, and Zhu Wen and Wu Kong stepped out. Witnessing the three of them arrive at school in super luxury cars left Tong Hua dazed. Wasn't it supposed to be the humble junior? Why had they all turned into big shots? Zhao Ting grinned. Previously, we were hitching a ride with you seniors. This time, let us take the wheel. Oh, okay. Tong Hua nodded, clearly still in a state of disbelief. After all, the cars behind were worth more than her family's entire fortune. It was impossible not to be astonished. The remaining two seniors were also pulled into the cars by the enthusiastic Wu Kong and Zhu Wen. Tong Hua and Lu Yi settled into Zhao Ting's Phantom. However, upon noticing Siyu in the passenger seat, Tong Hua's eyes sparkled, and she approached him, saying, Siyu, could you sit in the back with Yi? I'd like to take the passenger seat. Understanding her intentions, Siyu chuckled. What is up, senior? Tong Hua beamed. You mind swapping places with Yi? I want the front seat. Seeing her smile, Siyu quickly discerned her plan. This was not merely about wanting to sit in the front. She wanted to arrange for him and Lu Yi to be close together. Nevertheless, this suited Siyu just fine. He was aware that Tong Hua was trying to play matchmaker for him and Lu Yi. As for him, he also wished for Lu Yi to pamper him a little. After some internal deliberation, Siyu reluctantly agreed. All right, it feels a bit odd sitting with Lu Yi. Tong Hua's smile widened. What is so odd about it? We're all good friends. Sitting close is quite normal. With that, she opened the passenger door and practically pulled Suyu out of the car. Hurry up and get in. Don't take too long. She then pushed him into the back seat before swiftly sliding into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt. Once inside, Suyu noticed Louis squeezed in the corner and offered an apologetic smile. Sorry, senior. Louis responded with a gentle smile. It's all right. Although she claimed it was fine, Suyu could sense her slight tremor. It was hard not to feel nervous in this situation. However, he chose not to address it, maintaining a slight distance while occasionally brushing against her. On the way, Tong Hua curiously asked, Is this your car, Junior? The interior still has protective film on a lot of parts. It looks brand new, and the odometer shows very few kilometers. While Zhao Ting had been showing off in front of Wukong and Zhu Wan, he didn't feel the need to boast about this, and replied candidly, No. It belongs to a friend. We borrowed it. Oh, I see. Tong Hua nodded, not pressing further. She certainly did not view borrowing a car as anything lowly, especially when it was a super luxury vehicle. All three were valued in the tens of millions. To be able to borrow such cars indicated significant connections. One had to possess a certain caliber to befriend individuals of such status. Junior, it's getting late. Let us grab a bite first. Visiting the haunted house can wait for a while, Tong Hua stated earnestly. I still owe you all for the last outing at the bar. To Tong Hua's surprise, Louis also surprisingly concurred, nodding, Indeed. So let us eat first. And I'll cover the bill. Chapter 095. Senior, you need to clarify what kind of car you're driving. Since everyone was keen on dining and then having some fun, Suyu had no objections. After all, they were not responsible for footing the bill. Their role was merely to enjoy themselves. Even the fuel for the car was already taken care of, as it had been filled up when it was delivered. On board, although Louis's delicate form was somewhat tense, she consistently leaned ever so slightly towards Suyu. Each time their shoulders brushed, he could feel her taut arms. Suyu found it puzzling. Was she truly that nervous in my presence? It shouldn't be the case. Of course, he had a vague understanding of Louis's feelings. In the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Zhao Ting and his co-pilot Tong Hua were engrossed in cheerful conversation. Zhao Ting appeared completely at ease. Unlike when he was with Lu Tian, Suyu was perplexed by Zhao Ting's intentions. Was he interested in Tong or pursuing Lu Tian? He genuinely hoped Zhao Ting would make a decision. After all, it was inappropriate to flirt with one while chasing another. Suddenly, a thought struck Suyu, causing his expression to stiffen. How could he criticize others? He himself was in a position of wanting to enjoy the benefits of a relationship while simultaneously rejecting them. At that moment, Louis, who had been discreetly observing Suyu, noticed his odd demeanor and asked with concern, Suyu, are you all right? You seem a bit off. Panic surged within her. What if he was no longer interested in her? That simply wouldn't do. Snapping back to reality, Suyu shook his head. No. I'm just thinking about some unpleasant matters. A flicker of doubt crossed Louis's eyes. Is that so? Of course, Suyu was unwilling to elaborate, and she had no reason to pry further. Let us go have Hunan cuisine later, Louis suggested. Hunan cuisine? Suyu asked, somewhat confused. Do you all eat spicy food? Louis nodded enthusiastically. Yes, we all love spicy dishes. At last, Suyu understood why their skin looked so radiant even without makeup. It was because they had grown up eating spicy food. The saying that Sichuan girls have great skin due to their affinity for spice seemed to have some truth to it. Eating spicy food truly does benefit the skin. Those who claimed otherwise were merely deceivers. Sounds good. You all decide. Wherever you want to go, we shall follow, service guaranteed. Service? Lu Yi and Tong Hua simultaneously envisioned some rather risque imagery, causing their faces to flush. Rascal. Zhao Ting, what are you two envisioning? However, with their destination decided, the three luxury cars set off towards a Hunan restaurant. The sight of three multi-million-dollar vehicles drew the attention of passers-by. As they approached a traffic light, Zhao Ting halted the Rolls-Royce Phantom at the stop line. Taking advantage of the longer red light, Zhao Ting continued chatting with Tong Hua when a voice suddenly interrupted. Hey man, good to see you again. Zhao Ting turned to see a red Ferrari 488 parked beside him. Oh, isn't that one of the folks from the supercar club that night? He thought, surprised. What's up? Though the window was down, he could only see a patterned long dress in the passenger seat, not its owner. Lu Yu leaned against the Ferrari and smiled at Zhao Ting. Would you like to join our supercar club in Jiaocheng? It would be a shame for someone like you not to be a part of it. Zhao Ting was taken aback. A young man who appeared to be around his age had transitioned from a LaFerrari to a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Clearly, this individual was a concealed heir to a fortune. Bringing someone of such stature into the supercar club could certainly enhance its prestige. However, Zhao Ting had no interest. "I'm not joining," he replied with a slight smile, after which he paid Liu no further attention. Seeing his dismissal, Liu's eyes showed a hint of regret. Such matters cannot be forced. If he was unwilling, there was little she could do. Soon, the traffic light turned green, and they all set off. As they started moving, Liu glanced at the reclining figure of Hua Yu in the passenger seat and inquired, "Xiao Yu, what's wrong?" She had been reclining since they stopped at the red light. Hua Yu's face looked a bit troubled, but she forced a smile. "I'm fine. Just wanted to lie down." Inside, she felt a tumultuous storm. The person in that Rolls-Royce was Su Yu's roommate, Zhao Ting. She had seen it clearly. They seemed so ordinary, yet here they were driving a Rolls-Royce. Hua Yu had deemed Su Yu and his friends unremarkable, as they spent most of their time gaming. Although their grades were decent, they left little impression on her. She never imagined they had such wealth. Could it be that Tian had struck gold? This thought left Hua Yu feeling a mix of emotions. Driving a multi-million-dollar luxury vehicle, their worth starting at several billion. She had not expected that the seemingly innocent, round-faced Tian could encounter such a lucky fate. Meanwhile, she had boldly confessed to Su Yu only to be rebuffed. The disparity was staggering, leaving her with feelings of jealousy and envy, an indescribable sensation. "Xiao Yu, we arrived." Liu's voice snapped her back to reality. She looked around and nodded absently. "Oh." As she stepped out of the car, the previous Rolls-Royce Phantom glided up beside Liu Yu's Ferrari 488. Seeing this, Hua Yu's heart raced. Could it be such a coincidence? The passenger door of the Phantom opened, and a pair of sleek legs emerged. Tong Hua, smiling, remarked, "Junior, I didn't expect you to drive so smoothly." Zhao Ting stepped out and grinned. "Senior, you need to clarify what kind of car you're driving." He approached the front of the car and turned around, only to find Hua Yu standing next to the Ferrari. His smile froze in place. "Hua Yu?" Zhao Ting was stunned. How could they meet here? Just then, the rear door of the Rolls-Royce swung open, and Su Yu stepped out. When their eyes met, an air of silence enveloped them. Su Yu. Chapter 096. Senior Sister, I am not as fragile as you think. At this moment, the atmosphere became thick with tension. Hua Yu felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, not merely due to the situation at hand, but because she had just shared a significant conversation with Su Yu that very night. Now, she found herself in the passenger seat beside another young man. After a brief moment of surprise, Su Yu smiled and nodded, choosing to remain silent as he exited the vehicle. In the back seat on the left, Liu Yi also alighted. Upon noticing Hua Yu, she momentarily froze, but quickly offered a polite smile and nod. After all, she felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Hua Yu for allowing Su Yu the freedom he sought. Or perhaps, for letting him go? At Jiansheng University, many were enamored with Su Yu, each having had some form of interaction with him. Some were captivated by his appearance, while others were drawn in by his intellect. As for Hua Yu, her affections perplexed many. It was indeed astonishing that Su Yu, who had garnered the attention of numerous admirers, including wealthy and beautiful schoolmates, had professed his feelings to her and persistently declared his love a staggering 99 times. Yet, in a curious turn of events, he ceased his pursuit, and she began to chase him instead. This was undeniably peculiar. Zhao Ting and Tong Hua exchanged glances. Observing that Su Yu and Liu Yi were ignoring Hua Yu, they followed their own path, heading towards a Hunan restaurant, while Hua Yu made her way to a Michelin 3-star Western restaurant. Watching their retreating figures, Hua Yu's expression grew complex. Was it possible that after I laid everything bare, his life had taken a turn for the better? Moments later, 2 luxury sports cars pulled into the designated parking spaces reserved for high-end vehicles. 2 men and 2 women emerged from the cars. Hua Yu was once again taken aback upon spotting Zhu Wen and Wu Kong. Were they all this affluent, each outing in a sports car? Zhu Wen and Wu Kong, with their arms draped around each other, were also momentarily stunned upon seeing Hua Yu. But they soon quickened their pace. What a coincidence to run into Hua Yu here. Zhu Wen whispered, "Is it strange? Hua Yu is the campus belle. It's only natural for exceptional young men to pursue her." Upon hearing this, Wukong chuckled. "It seems our brother Yu doesn't quite catch her fancy. Unfortunately, our brother is not wealthy." Haha. The duo's hushed conversation was anything but discreet, and Hua Yu overheard them all too clearly. The more she listened, the more it grated on her nerves. Liu Yu glanced over, perplexed. It appears that Jiangxing harbors many hidden affluent individuals, he mused. The sight of these $3 million luxury cars revealed that the truly wealthy remain concealed, while those lacking influence flaunt their riches. Hua Yu, upon hearing his musing, felt speechless. Let us go eat, she declared, eager to leave the scene. It wasn't the heat. Rather, the weather was quite pleasant due to the overcast skies. Li withdrew his gaze and nodded. Yes, let us go, Huayu. Inside the private room of the Hunan restaurant, Wukong and Zhuan burst in, exclaiming, Brother Yu, did you see Huayu when you got out of the car? Her expression was quite poor. The two wasted no time in sharing their thoughts. Unbothered by decorum, for they had long harbored disdain for Huayu. In the past, when Xi was fond of her, they felt powerless to speak up, merely offering silent support. But now that everything was out in the open, they felt free to voice their opinions. Rejecting Brother Yu? Who does she think she is? One day, he will achieve great things. Her disdain will only be her loss. If she doesn't like him, why not just say so? Instead, she made him confess repeatedly. What a manipulative green TBTCH. Using our brother to boost her popularity? In the private room, the eyes of the other four fixed intently on them, with expressions that left no room for doubt. Tong Huahua leaned towards Suyu and asked, Junior, what would you like to eat? Acknowledging the circumstances, she knew who needed special attention, Suyu. He must be feeling particularly awkward at this moment. As she handed the menu to Suyu, she discreetly signaled Lu Yi beside her. You got this. Don't just sit there doing nothing. Now is your chance to shine. Suyu casually selected a dish of stir-fried beef and passed the menu to Lu Yi. After ordering a few simple dishes, the group began to chat. The Hunan restaurant boasted delightful cuisine and quick service, so their food arrived promptly as they conversed. After enjoying a hearty meal and taking a moment to rest, at 10 o'clock in the evening, Tong Huahua, being the leader among the girls, glanced at the time and announced, It's getting late. Let us head to the haunted house for some fun. Suyu nodded in agreement. All right, let us go. After settling the bill, the group exited the Hunan restaurant. Back in the car, Lu Yi turned to Suyu and asked, Junior, you seem a bit down. Is it because of Huayu? Since their encounter with Huayu, Suyu had barely spoken, and his demeanor suggested he was not in good spirits. Suyu shot a glance at Lu Yi but remained silent, pondering. I simply cannot insert myself into your discussions. And, did you not notice? In the private room, while you all chatted about makeup, skincare, and clothing, Zhao Ting, Zhuan, and I hardly spoke. It was Wukong, that scoundrel. Who was the one engaging with you? We were merely background characters. Seeing Suyu's silence, Lu Yi made her own conclusions. It was clear that he was affected by Huayu's actions. Witnessing her in the passenger seat of another man's car must have dealt a blow to his spirits. His downcast demeanor suggested he had yet to recover from his emotional wounds. Feeling a pang of sympathy for the silent Suyu, Lu Yi leaned closer and gently embraced him, offering comfort. It's all right. Everything will be okay. Suyu was momentarily taken aback by the embrace. Wait, is this my first time being comforted by a woman? And she seems even more nervous than I am. Inhaling Lu Yi's fragrance, he found himself unexpectedly enjoying the moment. Senior sister, I am not as fragile as you might think, he whispered softly. Shoo, Junior, don't speak. Chapter 97. The goal is modest, just seeking a soft life. Lu Yi gently embraced Suyu, her voice melodious and vibrant, softly saying, Junior, I understand that you are still in sorrow. However, do not dwell on it too much. Her perspective was quite rational. If she could be with someone else, it indicated that she had never truly harbored feelings for him, not even a shred. So you had been tirelessly giving, while Huayu shamelessly accepted without offering any reciprocation, merely keeping him in suspense. Ultimately, when the junior refrained from confessing, Huayu had the audacity to confront him about why he didn't continue. This alone left Lu Yi with a poor impression of Huayu. No matter how attractive a person might be, a malicious heart renders it meaningless. Gently patting Suyu's back, Lu Yi comforted him. Junior, don't be sad. Being embraced and consoled by a campus belle left Suyu momentarily at a loss for words. Regardless, it was rather exhilarating. Zhuang Shi, observing from the rearview mirror, felt a pang of jealousy. All right, enough with the public display of affection. I'm nearly full from all this dog food. He glanced at the duo, wrapped in each other's warmth, oblivious to the feelings of the singletons. Tong Huahua nodded in agreement. Exactly. You can comfort each other privately, but we are still here in the car. I aim to play matchmaker for you too. But not this quickly. I don't recall teaching you this trick. How did you master it so swiftly? Upon hearing their playful banter, Lu Yi's cheeks flushed, and she released Suyu, straightening her posture. Not at all. I merely saw that the junior was upset and wanted to offer some comfort. What are you two thinking? Leaving behind her gentle embrace, Suyu couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. The warmth of a senior's hug was indeed delightful. Yet he knew he must decline the notion of a soft life, unless the senior could offer him in abundance. Changing the subject, he inquired, "Senior, it seems you're also nearing your internship soon, right?" Louis, being a year ahead of Suyu, confirmed that her internship was imminent. She took a moment to gather herself, the flush on her face fading, and nodded gently, "Yes. The company for this internship is the only trillion-yuan enterprise in Jiangqing, Tianyu Group." Speaking of Tianyu Group, Louis's face lit up with aspiration. Securing an internship there would undoubtedly provide invaluable experience. For the vast majority, such an opportunity was rare, especially with a thriving trillion-yuan corporation. Tianyu. So you murmured, the name striking a familiar chord. Wait. ISNT, that where my parents work? Realization dawned, and he chuckled. That's wonderful. Tianyu Group has a stellar reputation. They provide comprehensive social security for my parents. And their salaries are quite decent. It's rather commendable. Louis nodded in agreement. Indeed, that's why we are all vying for this opportunity. At that moment, Tong Huahua interjected. However, E is practically guaranteed a spot due to her excellent academic performance and her mentor's recommendation. As for me, I might be in a bit of a precarious position. She sighed with a hint of regret. Despite their affluent backgrounds, managing the family business still required professional expertise, such as observing operations at Tianyu Group. Noticing the conversation had grown somewhat somber, so you lightened the mood with a jest. How could it be precarious? Sometimes, participating without expectations yields the best results. After all, you want to be nervous. The two girls exchanged eye rolls at his remark. Tong Huahua retorted, "Are you talking about yourself? Junior? Your doctorate in financial engineering is practically a certainty. If you wanted, the school could even arrange for you to study abroad." Whenever Suyu was mentioned, envy flickered across Tong Huahua's alluring face. "If I possessed even half of your abilities, I wouldn't just be driving a BMW Z4. The mention of Suyu rendered the three in the car silent. It was rather surprising. He was a remarkable scholar, yet here he was mingling with them. Even the professors in Jiangcheng University's financial engineering department had publicly expressed admiration for his accomplishments, truly an all-around talent. Feeling slightly embarrassed by the attention, Suyu scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. How embarrassing. I prefer to keep a low profile. Earning money for him was a matter of how much. And if it were a modest gain, he could easily achieve it, contingent on his interest. Currently, Suyu found joy in letting everyone partake in a soft life, then refusing, only to reap the rewards. Well, my aspirations are modest. I merely wish for a soft life. The three rolled their eyes in unison. Despite the pleasant atmosphere, the moment Suyu was brought into the conversation, the mood soured. The impact of his presence was more disheartening than any defeat. Soon, the Rolls-Royce Phantom arrived near the newly opened haunted house. Before they even arrived, they could see a long queue of people waiting to enter. Observing the crowd, Louis and Tong Huahua couldn't help but voice their frustrations. Why are there so many people? We thought it would be less crowded. Seeing the throng, Louis glanced at Suyu, contemplating the evening's intended progression. With this many people, it would be akin to navigating a bustling marketplace rather than an intimate outing. After parking, the group convened to discuss their plans. Wukong, eyeing the long line at the haunted house, suggested, "How about we try the scariest package? Though I've never been here, I've done some research. As a trendy guy, it's common for me to receive invitations from girls. So I remember all the places where I could potentially impress." He knew this haunted house offered a regular version and a hidden terrifying version. But entry required signing a waiver. After all, the owners feared potential fright-induced mishaps. The mention of the most frightening experience piqued the interest of the group. However, some were hesitant about its appropriateness. Suyu chose to remain neutral, thinking that as a mere companion, he would go along with whatever they decided. With little time left before he needed to focus on his studies, he suggested, "Perhaps we should skip it. I worry it might give someone a fright." Just as they were about to accept reality and queue for the standard version, Louis unexpectedly declared, "Suyu, I want to try the hidden version of the haunted house. Will you accompany me?" "Suyu? Senior, are you sure?" Chapter 098. How? "Hello, Junior. You seem quite excited." Suyu paused for a moment, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Logically speaking, such a hidden haunted house route would require a signed agreement, indicating a certain level of risk. For instance, it could frighten young children. How could someone who merely whimpers and gets nervous from a simple hug insist on embarking on such a terrifying route? Could it be true? Once again, Suyu inquired, "Senior, are you really going?" Though he was indifferent towards such frivolous matters, he was concerned about the possibility of her being frightened. Louis nodded earnestly. "Indeed, I want to give it a try. After all, I can't always be timid, can I?" She playfully winked at Suyu. Although she felt a bit apprehensive, she rationalized that she could simply hide behind him when the moment came. What was there to fear? The other three girls immediately grasped her hands, urging, why not reconsider? We've heard this haunted house has terrified many. Let us just stick to the regular area for now. It's really unnecessary. What if you get scared? Their concern was genuine. They wanted to dissuade her before both ended up terrified. However, Lu Yi remained resolute, declaring, I want to try. Witnessing her determination, Tong Huahua and the others were at a loss for words. Wukong, Zhao Ting, and Zhu and couldn't bear to watch any longer. Inching closer to Su Yu and whispering, Brother Yu, perhaps you should persuade the senior? It wouldn't end well if something goes wrong. While they enjoyed a bit of mischief, they were cautious about engaging in activities with clear risks. Wukong glanced at the four girls and continued. The regular version is just as good. No need for such drastic measures. Brother Yu, hurry and take her to buy tickets. With a gentle smile, Su Yu responded softly. All right. He possessed an outstanding appearance. Even without grooming, he exuded charm. With an impressive height of around 6 feet and a well-proportioned physique. He stood tall like a sturdy pine. His chiseled features were flawless, always graced by a subtle smile. His brows were sharp, and his eyes sparkled like stars. Those captivating eyes drew attention, making it difficult for anyone to look away once they had gazed into them. His smile left everyone momentarily dazed. Truly handsome. He resembled the most charming character from a novel. The men quickly snapped back to reality, shaking their heads. We mustn't look. Brother Yu's face is intoxicating. Prolonged gazing induced an impulsive flutter in their hearts. Thankfully, Zhao Ting, who was engrossed in a discussion about life in the alleyways, regained his composure and smiled. That's the spirit. Tong Senior and I will go buy tickets. Brother Yu, why don't you two head in first? Before Zhao Ting could finish his sentence, Su Yu's magnetic voice interrupted. Senior Lu, let us try the horror version. The words hit Zhao Ting like a brick. What? No matter how we advise, it's all in vain? Brother Yu, you usually don't seem the type to seek out danger. Why now? The three brothers became anxious. Urgently protesting, Brother Yu, don't. The regular version is perfectly fine. Yes, don't act impulsively. Their pleas had no effect. It was as if Lu Yi and Su Yu were impervious to their words. Seeing Su Yu's agreement, Lu Yi beamed with delight, cheerfully saying, All right then, let us go. With their minds made up, they disregarded their friends and headed straight for the queue-less entrance of the terrifying route, watching their departing figures. The others opened their mouths to speak but found no words. Tong Huahua furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before sighing, Let them go. We'll enjoy ourselves. Zhao Ting and the others, glancing at Su Yu and Lu Yi's retreating forms, dejectedly nodded in agreement. Fine. Let us go. Brother Yu. It's not that we fear any mishaps. We just truly don't want to see you cry. Imagining the possibility of the two emerging in tears caused a flicker of anticipation in Zhao Ting and the others. Let us hurry, Senior. We must line up quickly. The crowd is overwhelming. Each of them had their sights set on their own senior, no more than one for each. Whether or not they could win over their respective seniors depended entirely on their abilities. Conversely, Zhao Ting, despite his fondness for Lu Tian, found himself growing closer to Tong Huahua instead. At the ticket booth for the horror route, Su Yu approached. Hello, I'd like 2 tickets, please. The board attendant, previously engrossed in a novel, looked up upon hearing Su Yu's voice. Frowning slightly, she replied, Sir, this is the horror route. With a smile, Su Yu interjected, I'm aware, which is precisely why I'm here to purchase tickets. Sensing his confidence, the attendant reiterated, If it's just the 2 of you, you might get quite a fright. Are you sure you wish to proceed? Absolutely, Su Yu affirmed with a nod. The attendant continued, Then please sign this agreement. Regardless of what frightens you inside, it won't be our responsibility once you exit. She handed over 2 copies of the agreement. Without hesitation, Su Yu and Lu Yi signed their names. Though Lu Yi hesitated momentarily, she ultimately decided to overcome her fears. Perhaps it was the presence of Su Yu that emboldened her. After completing the transaction, staff members arrived to escort them to the haunted house's terrifying route. Lu Yi trailed behind Su Yu, whispering, Junior. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Yu turned and smiled, Senior, just stay behind me. You can even close your eyes if you like. The haunted house, requiring a signed agreement, clearly indicating a highly realistic setup. This piqued Su Yu's interest. As someone with a bold heart, he often appeared calm, yet beneath that tranquil exterior lay a yearning for excitement. Lu Yi tilted her head, intrigued. Her junior seemed quite self-assured. Upon reaching the entrance of the horror route, they noticed the lack of visitors attempting the experience. Just as they approached the doorway, they witnessed two staff members escorting a boy who was visibly crying. Both Louis and Siyu could see his trembling legs, unable to support him. Just moments ago, Louis had felt brave. Witnessing this scene sent a shiver down her spine. Was he truly scared to tears? All right, it's your turn. A staff member suddenly called out. Siyu turned to Louis, beaming, Senior, let us go in together. At the sight of his smile, Louis felt momentarily lost. How could it be that her junior appeared so thrilled? Chapter 99. The Forbidden Melody and the Terrifying Secrets of the Haunted House. The two followed the staff's footsteps into the haunted house. Upon reaching the entrance, the staff provided some instructions and handed them an emergency call device before departing. This device was specifically designed to prevent them from getting lost inside and lingering too long. It was said that the interior was arranged in an exceedingly oppressive, bloody, and terrifying manner. Typically, if one failed to exit within an hour, it was advisable to press the emergency device, prompting the staff to retrieve them. Furthermore, if they found themselves unable to endure the subsequent challenges, they were encouraged to abandon the experience early for their own safety, considering the ticket price was a hefty 2,000 yuan. It would be unwise to let any misfortune befall them. As they stepped into the haunted house, the door creaked ominously shut behind them. The interior resembled a dilapidated European castle, complete with cobwebs spun by large spiders. As they ventured further, the castle grew increasingly dark. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, igniting a pair of white candles. The flickering light danced in the breeze, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Just as they prepared to ascend to the second floor, a bandaged corpse tumbled down from the staircase corner. The abrupt spectacle elicited a piercing scream from Louis. What? What is that? She exclaimed, clutching Siyu's clothing, her body trembling uncontrollably. Calm down, it's merely a prop, Siyu replied, bemused by her fright. With such a timid disposition, how could she possibly endure this place? Yet, he couldn't help but acknowledge the effectiveness of the setup. It had indeed startled the girl into seeking refuge in his embrace. If it had been a braver man, he might have relished the opportunity to bring women here for his own amusement. No. It was the women who were seizing the advantage. I know it's a prop, but it's still terrifying. Louis, having heard Suyu's voice, slowly opened her eyes and cautiously surveyed the faux corpse on the ground. Although she understood that everything here was staged by staff, one could never be too certain of what might be real in such a frightful setting. With a shrug, Siyu suggested, let us move on and exit this place quickly. Not waiting for Louis to regain her composure, he took her small hand and led her toward the second floor. The objective was to find a key. Without it, they could not progress. As they ascended, Louis noticed the increasingly macabre decor, including blood handprints adorning the staircase walls. She clutched Suyu's hand tightly as they climbed. Upon reaching the second floor, Suyu pushed open a large door to find the interior was unexpectedly well lit. A green glow illuminated the room, providing a semblance of normalcy. Louis, relieved by the absence of immediate danger, began to explore her surroundings, noting it was not as terrifying as she had anticipated. However, her relief was short-lived, as a peculiar chime echoed through the living room, accompanied by the laughter of children. Hee. The sudden sound sent Louis into a panic, and she quickly grasped Suyu's hand, seeking shelter behind him, trembling with fear. Don't worry, Suyu reassured her. It's just the sound of a gramophone. There's a scientific explanation for it. He was an atheist, at least under normal circumstances. Generally speaking, when faced with adversity, he might find himself praying to various deities, such as the god of love or the god of wealth. If none of that worked, well, then it was simply superstition. Louise shook her head vigorously, whispering, Junior, let us leave. I'm starting to regret this. I shouldn't have chosen this terrifying route. Seeing her distress, Suyu nodded in agreement. All right, if there's nothing unusual on this floor, then the first eerie event we encounter will be crucial for obtaining the key to the next challenge. With that, he moved toward the source of the unsettling music. Soon enough, beside a sofa stained with dark brown blood, Suyu indeed discovered a gramophone, its records spinning ominously. Yet, the melody was merely unsettling, accompanied by the laughter of children, whom Suyu mused, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. This sounds like a forbidden melody? He was referring to the globally recognized top 10 forbidden songs, notorious for driving listeners to suicide or inducing hallucinations. However, he quickly realized it had been altered. Listening closely, he discerned that this version lacked the profound sorrow typically associated with forbidden melodies. Instead, it amplified the listener's innate fears. No wonder this place is dubbed the horror route. No one dares to try it out, Suyu remarked. impressed by the audacity of the haunted house to employ such a fear-inducing tune. It was a clever tactic. The initial stage lulled visitors into a false sense of security, while the subsequent introduction of this melody heightened their dread for what lay ahead. A smirk crept onto Suyu's lips as he pieced it together. The laughter of the little girl he needed to search for something belonging to her in the living room. The clues were scant, relying solely on his own deductions and observations. Otherwise, they would never pass the second challenge. Junior, are you ready yet? Louise's anxious voice broke through his thoughts as she squeezed his hand. I feel like the lights are changing color. The eerie green illumination seemed to be shifting toward a blood-red hue. She was genuinely frightened, having acknowledged her timid nature. She couldn't fathom why she had chosen such a terrifying venue. Don't worry, it's merely a gradient light effect, Suyu reassured her, attempting to allay her fears. Gradient light? Louis blinked, momentarily bewildered. Is that even possible? But why aren't you at all anxious? Slightly calming her, Suyu began to explore the living room. He soon found himself drawn to a bare corpse with a significant gash, exposing ribs and bloody entrails. Well done, indeed, he mused, examining the gruesome scene. His gaze fell upon a doll clutched in the bear's paw. The doll wore an unsettling smile, its lips curving in a disconcerting manner. Yet, in its grasp, dangled a key. This must be it, Suyu exclaimed, swiftly prying the doll from the bear's grip. Louis, witnessing his boldness, couldn't he help but commend him. Junior, you're truly brave. You dared to grab something so gruesome. Chapter 100. I just want to be with you, good Junior. Where are we headed now? Louis clutched Suyu's hand tightly, her palm slick with sweat. She was reluctant to let go, fearing that if she did, Suyu might vanish. The terror of the haunted house was unbearable for her. Suyu strode directly towards the entrance of the next chamber. However, after the two had departed, the bloodied bear corpse slumped on the ground suddenly stirred. It rose to its feet, its massive form swaying as it followed them. Hurry up, Junior. I can't shake the feeling that something is trailing us. Upon reaching the entrance of the secret chamber, Louis felt compelled to urge him on. She dared not glance back, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sensation that something behind her was watching. Suyu released her hand, fiddling with the switch, and calmly reassured her. Don't panic. It's merely a trivial matter. Upon hearing his words, Louis managed to calm her nerves slightly. For you, it might be trivial. For me, this is a significant problem. The girl trembled slightly. Junior, do you think I? Just as Louis attempted to lighten the tense, oppressive atmosphere, she felt a weight drop onto her shoulder, causing her to shiver. In the next moment, a voice full of confusion echoed from behind her. Sister, have you seen my doll? Sister? A child? Louise's mind went blank as she turned to see that the bare corpse, which had been slumped on the ground, was now standing ominously behind her. In an instant, her thoughts cleared. Ah, Louise shrieked, her face turning as pale as a ghost. Junior, save me. She shook off the bear's paw and ran forward, colliding into Suyu, who had just turned around. Whoa. Suyu was taken aback as he stumbled into the chamber. The sudden impact left him momentarily dazed. Senior, what are you so excited about? It's just an NPC. Boom. The two tumbled at the entrance of the secret chamber. As they entered, the great door slowly closed behind them, while the bear corpse staggered toward them. Brother, sister, please don't go. Stay and play with me. The child's voice was now devoid of its previous cheer, replaced by the mournful tone of a child who had lost a toy. However, Suyu chose to ignore it. Just an NPC, he thought. Even those in costume must adhere to the rules. So, he quietly watched as the door closed, the little girl's voice outside transforming into an enraged and vengeful wail. Once the door was completely shut, Suyu shifted his gaze. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Suyu felt a soft, trembling weight pressing against him. As his vision lowered, he was startled to discover that his left hand was propping up Louis. Suyu thought, the sensation is quite pleasant. After a minute, he cleared his throat softly. Ahem. Senior, it didn't come in. Although he was enjoying the moment, and Louis exuded a faint, alluring fragrance, Suyu was certainly not the type to let such a situation affect his demeanor. Louis, her arms wrapped around Suyu's neck, paused her fear upon hearing his words, slowly lifting her head. Really? Her voice trembled, revealing her lingering fright. She gazed into Suyu's eyes, her beautiful orbs blinking in surprise and confusion. Wait, my body seems to be. Lowering her gaze, she noticed Suyu's hand resting on her waist, and her face flushed a bright red. Louis's previously pale complexion instantly turned rosy. She scrambled to her feet, distancing herself from Suyu, feeling immensely awkward. Junior, I didn't mean to. Suyu raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't that be my line? Nevertheless, he dismissed the awkwardness with a calm demeanor. The senior has gone. Let us proceed to the next challenge. With that, he brushed off the dust from his clothes and prepared to move forward. Louis, momentarily taken aback by the scene, hesitated. But before she could catch up, Siyu suddenly stopped and extended his right hand behind him. Shall we go? At this gesture, a radiant smile blossomed on Louis's classically beautiful face. Indeed, she reached out her delicate hand, intertwining her fingers with Suyu's. With his hand in hers, the tension in her heart dissipated. It seemed this feeling was quite delightful. Meanwhile, outside the haunted house, among the crowd waiting in the ordinary area, Zhao Ting and others were huddled together, chatting and teasing each other about their personalities. No way. Really? Tong Huahua exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Did Lin Qianqian Bai Ying and Senior Tang really confess to Suyu? The three girls were visibly shocked and incredulous. It was hard to believe that someone as handsome and seemingly privileged as Suyu would garner such affection. Moreover, they were the ones pursuing him. It was utterly astonishing. Zhuang Shi chuckled silently, while Zhu Wen adjusted his glasses, calmly explaining to the three girls, "You can't possibly think that Yu Gu is just a pretty face, right? If he wished, he could effortlessly earn the equivalent of several luxury cars in no time. All of them came from well-off families. So why didn't they flaunt their wealth in school? It was entirely due to Suyu serving as an exemplary role model. Otherwise, why would those with affluent backgrounds choose to follow a commoner?" Tong Huahua and the others fell into contemplation. Is it really that easy to make money? Among the six, only Zhao Ting was aware of Suyu's extraordinary status, but he kept it to himself. After all, revealing it would diminish the thrill of the deception. Seeing the three seniors fall silent, Zhao Ting grinned and said, "Come on, don't think too poorly of Hugo. He is devoted, resolute, and exceptionally talented. If he ends up with Senior Liu, it won't be a disappointment." After saying that, Zhao Ting inwardly added, "I, too, wish to be with Hugo." Just the thought of having witnessed Suyu's wealth made him envious. When would he also be so affluent? Chapter 101. Goodness, could this be considered a showdown? Zhao Ting and his 5 companions were engaged in light-hearted conversation. Although their chatter was casual, their camaraderie with Tong Huahua and her 2 friends had noticeably improved compared to before. As they stood in line, a familiar voice suddenly pierced the air. "Shall you wait for me here while I go buy tickets?" The voice was remarkably gentle and gentlemanly, and familiar. The group turned in unison to see Huayu, dressed in a white dress, holding a handbag. Her exquisitely recognizable oval face bore a soft smile. She appeared remarkably serene, standing out in the crowd, easily noticeable. Beside her, Lu Yu smiled tenderly, saying, "Wait for me here, don't wander off." Huayu smiled slightly and nodded, "MHM." As she watched Lu Yu head towards the ticket counter, Huayu began to glance around. This was the place she had requested to visit. After being rejected by Su Yu and subsequently mocked, she felt quite disheartened and wanted Lu Yu to take her here to unwind. While she viewed this as a means of relaxation for the boys, it signaled something entirely different. A girl's willingness to invite you to a haunted house implied a burgeoning affection. In such a dark and eerie place, engaging in intimate actions seemed perfectly natural. Therefore, when Huayu suggested visiting this venue, Liu did not hesitate to agree, even feeling a hint of surprise. After all, this was a swift progression. While Huayu was preoccupied with her surroundings, Zhao Ting, Wukong, and Zhu Wen exchanged glances, each reflecting a complex gaze of sympathy. How unfortunate. Pulling their attention back from Huayu, Wukong remarked, "Goodness, could this be considered a showdown?" "Perhaps." Zhao Ting scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Encountering each other during a meal was one thing, a casual affair among friends. But now, though Zhu Wen was somewhat reserved, he possessed a refined demeanor. After a brief silence, he finally managed to utter, "Brother Yu is quite unfortunate." "A simp?" Zhao Ting exclaimed, baffled. Wukong gasped in astonishment. Upon hearing Zhu Wen utter those 2 words, they both hurriedly covered his mouth, admonishing, such words must not be spoken recklessly. Although, it was indeed accurate. With that, Zhao Ting and Wukong exchanged a knowing smile. They were all quite candid, speaking their minds openly. The intent behind their words and actions was unmistakable. While they genuinely wished for Su Yu's well-being, they would not hesitate to tease him when faced with such situations. Observing Zhao Ting and his companions sharing a mischievous laugh, Tong Huahua and her friends were bewildered. What has prompted such sudden laughter? Why do they smile upon seeing Huayu? Tong Huahua could not contain her curiosity and asked, "Zhao Ting, what are you 3 snickering about? You seem excessively lewd." Meanwhile, on the horror-themed path. The third phase was reminiscent of an escape room. Suyu held Lu Yi's hand as they ventured deeper. Junior, how many phases are there? Though comforted by Suyu's grasp, Lu Yi still felt a twinge of apprehension. Haunted houses create an oppressive atmosphere through music and ambience. Some high-end attractions even utilize soundproof materials to enhance the eerie effect, allowing visitors to feel their heartbeats quicken. Suyu surveyed his surroundings and replied, "There are 5 phases in total. We are currently in the 3rd phase. However, the first 2 were merely for show. The real terror should begin here." His mind was brimming with possibilities. Perhaps NPCs would chase them, or disturbingly realistic bloody props would appear, or terrifying costume figures would suddenly materialize to frighten them. Yet, no matter the scenario, Suyu felt no fear. Instead, he experienced a sense of anticipation. As Lu Yi heard there were only 5 phases, she quietly sighed in relief. Concluding that it was not overly terrifying, perhaps just the music would be bothersome. Suddenly, the lights in the corridor extinguished, plunging them into darkness. "Ah!" Lu Yi screamed again. Though it was merely the lights turning off, she found it quite distressing, unable to see ahead, only vague shadows in her line of sight. "Hee. The power system has been sabotaged. Let's see how you escape my laboratory," echoed a voice that belonged to a formidable opponent who had devoured countless adversaries from the Yulan sect. Upon hearing the announcement, Suyu felt a tinge of confusion. Seriously? This hint is so lackluster, blatantly indicating that I need to turn the lights back on? Where's the challenge in that? And I still have to sign a waiver? Absurd. Despite his complaints, Suyu remained considerate of Lu Yi's feelings. "Sister, why did the lights go out?" Lu Yi attempted to mask her fear, though her voice trembled slightly. It appeared that even when aware of the artificial nature of the environment, she remained frightened. Suyu reassured her, "Don't worry, someone merely turned off the lights. We just need to turn them back on." "All right," Lu Yi nodded, suppressing her fright. Her fear stemmed from the darkness. Suyu led her back to a room they had previously traversed, relying on his remarkable memory. He possessed a unique ability to retain every detail he observed, allowing him to recall and navigate his surroundings flawlessly. Even without illumination, he could retrace his steps without hesitation. Soon, they arrived at the power room from his recollection. Suyu gently released Lu Yi's hand and softly said, "Sister, wait for me here while I turn on the lights." "Huh?" Suddenly released, Lu Yi felt anxious. Nevertheless, to demonstrate her independence, she feigned composure and nodded, "Okay, go ahead." With Lu Yi's consent, Suyu smiled and entered. He felt no panic from the darkness, confidently extending his hand to feel the walls as he proceeded. In such a stationary structure, he could visualize everything at a glance, able to navigate even with his eyes closed. The number of steps and distances were easily calculable. After a short while, Lu Yi stood alone in the pitch-black corridor, compounded by the soundproofing materials, amplifying her sense of dread. "Junior, are you done?" she bravely inquired. However, before receiving a response from Suyu, a swaying figure emerged from the shadows, advancing towards her. Chapter 102, What the Hell? The Pig-Headed Man in the Depths of Darkness. A robust figure swayed as it approached Lu Yi. The moment she opened her mouth, a hand suddenly reached out to grasp hers. Feeling the icy touch, a jolt ran through Lu Yi. Had the junior prepared everything? Yet, why did this hand feel so different, both in temperature and sensation? Lu Yi was bewildered. Previously, when she held Suyu's hand, it radiated warmth, with a broad palm capable of enveloping her delicate fingers entirely. But now, this hand felt distinctly different. Cold to the touch. There was even moisture. Moreover, why did it feel somewhat off, resembling a hoof? It seemed that the direction from which it came was still beside her. For a moment, Lu Yi's mind faltered, struggling to comprehend whether the owner of this hand was indeed her junior, Suyu. With a beep, the lights in the corridor and all the rooms flickered to life. Suyu's voice soon followed. "Senior, I've finished." Hearing the voice emanating from within the room, Lu Yi's mind went blank. Her junior was still inside. So whose hand was this? Ah! In the next instant, Lu Yi let out a horrified scream. Turning her head, she was met with a terrifying visage before her. It was a person, a grotesque creature standing a towering 2 meters and 3 centimeters tall. Its face was hideously contorted, with distinct stitching marks running through the center, the lines never having been undone. One half was a human face, while the other half was that of a pig. Its abdomen was split open, revealing a pulsating heart and intestines within. Witnessing this gruesome sight, Lu Yi fainted from sheer terror. Hearing the commotion, Suyu rushed out only to find a half-human, half-pig NPC standing beside Lu Yi, seemingly attempting to rouse her. eager for her to awaken to this horrifying scene. However, to Suyu's astonishment, the pig-headed man's intentions seemed to be something altogether different. The creature's hand appeared to reach for another area. Realizing this, Suyu's expression turned icy. Yet, he refrained from acting impulsively. What the hell? Get away from me. The lighting, dim and tinged with a bloody hue, set the tone. With a scream, Suyu charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the pig-headed man's waist. The pain from the kick caused the pig-headed man to cry out in agony. As it fell, a fleeting cold smirk crossed Suyu's lips as he scooped up the unconscious Lui and dashed away. His strength surpassed that of an average adult. With an impressive strength of 120 points, even in pure strength comparisons, he was 1/5 stronger than an ordinary person. His earlier kick had been restrained, otherwise, it would have been enough to fracture the ribs of the lecherous pig-headed man. What the hell, pig-headed man? Suyu shouted in a panic, sprinting away while carrying Lui. The seemingly intricate and challenging haunted house was, in Suyu's eyes, rather mundane. The NPCs here appeared to be seasoned in their lecherous antics. They feigted one person only to seek to terrify another. While this issue wasn't particularly grave, the method of awakening was certainly intolerable to Suyu, who in their right mind would attempt CPR on the chest. If it were a female NPC, it might have been acceptable, but the problem was, this was a man. The nature of the situation was entirely different. As the pig-headed man lay in the corridor, watching Suyu flee with Lui, he cursed inwardly. Damn, did he really kick that hard? Observing Suyu disappear, the pig-headed man retrieved his walkie-talkie, preparing to summon reinforcements. The target was likely to enter the next stage. They needed to be ready. The girl he brought along was undoubtedly a catch. With a crackle, the response came through the walkie-talkie. Received. I saw it on the monitor. She is indeed a stunner. If only I could get a touch. That would definitely be worth it. Just watch me. Once he reaches the 4th stage, my 2 companions here will be more than enough to separate them. With her unconscious, we can have our way. The vile voices echoed, causing the pig-headed man to chuckle. Damn, how dare he kick me? In truth, the NPCs in the haunted house were akin to lifeguards at water parks, ready to take advantage. Just a moment of inattention, and they would seize the opportunity. While a girl slid down the slide, they would catch her safely before she even touched the water. In contrast, if it were a man, they would leave him to plummet. Soon, Suyu dashed forward, swiftly assembling the puzzle pieces to unlock the safe and retrieve the key. Ugh, such a hassle. After solving the puzzle, he gently placed Lui down and hoisted her back up. Shaking his head, he pondered the impending entanglement with these NPCs. Such NPCs typically operated in groups, and the final 2 stages would undoubtedly pose significant challenges. After a moment's thought, Suyu called out in his mind, Open personal panel. System, refusal of dependency system. Host, Suyu, money, 7, 582, 192. 15 dragon coins, system lottery, system mall, system backpack, dependency points, 600. Physical attributes, strength, 120, speed, 115. Constitution, 130, charm, 150, perfect. Note, normal adult attributes are 100. Skills, perfect combat max, one-handed Ferrari max. Gazing at his dwindling 600 dependency points, a flicker of regret crossed Suyu's eyes. System, how do I exchange attribute points? Replying to the host, the conversion rate for attribute points is 10:1, meaning 10 dependency points can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. Upon hearing this, Suyu sighed in relief. Thankfully, it wasn't excessively costly. Exchange for 20 points in strength and 10 points in speed. Exchange successful, dependency points minus 300. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, Suyu felt an immediate surge of power coursing through him. This could serve as a tank on the battlefield. Empowered by the newfound strength, he felt a wave of confidence. Having completed these tasks, Suyu grasped the key and proceeded to open the door to the secret chamber, entering the next level. Boom. The sound effect resonated. In the 4th stage, Monster Crisis, 2 hidden monster NPCs grew excited upon seeing the door slowly open. Damn, here we go. Exchanging glances, they stepped out to block the passage. Boom. As the door swung open, just as they prepared to rush forward and scare Suyu, they were met with the panicked cries. So terrifying. In the next instant, a figure charged in their direction, racing toward them. NPC, is this person foolish enough to run towards us? Chapter 103. I am not taking advantage. The 2 NPCs clad in monstrous costumes, their outfits custom-made at exorbitant prices, resembled the grotesque hybrids of humans and beasts often seen in films. Upon spotting Suyu carrying the unconscious Lu Yi, they were initially taken aback, but quickly erupted into laughter. Look at this fool making it this far. Let us go scare him to death. One of the dog-headed figures nudged his companion, donned his mask, and leaped into action. They were not known for their amiability. Their sole purpose was to frighten, and if someone became terrified or even succumbed to fear, that was the responsibility of their employer, not theirs. The duo conspired and stepped out from the side, blocking the passage. They pretended to roar menacingly. Awoo. The moment Siyu laid eyes on the monstrous NPCs, he screamed in terror. Ah, what in the world? There are monsters too. With that, he shut his eyes tightly and accelerated towards them. Seeing his reckless approach, the two monsters nearly burst into uncontrollable laughter, thinking, what a fool. They positioned themselves firmly in the middle of the corridor, ready to intercept him. They were quite accustomed to such scenarios. This level was akin to a labyrinth. Most individuals would instinctively seek alternative routes upon encountering monsters lurking about. However, such antics were easily observed by NPCs. They could navigate through hidden passages to reach the front, where the ambience of lights and music would serve to amplify the frightful experience. As the two stood poised to block Suyu, a glimmer of surprise flickered in their eyes upon seeing Lu Yi slumped unconscious on his back. Quite the catch, they thought. However, as they prepared to scare Suyu, they realized he had no intention of opening his eyes. Instead, he charged straight at them. Stop him, the crocodile man exclaimed, suddenly feeling flustered. His frail physique could hardly withstand the impact of Suyu's well-proportioned form. The dog-headed figure remained composed, asserting, watch my technique, you'll have to catch her later. If she gets hurt, we'll be in trouble too. They were rather content with their jobs, which involved minimal workload but offered a monthly salary of 9,000 yuan. Being dismissed would leave them without prospects. The crocodile man nodded and shifted aside. Catching the girl is my forte. Once positioned, the dog-headed man observed Suyu's rapid approach, inhaled deeply, and prepared to deliver a hefty embrace. As Suyu drew nearer, the dog-headed man felt a surge of excitement. Here we go, he thought, arms outstretched. However, before he could complete his internal cheer, Suyu increased his speed. With a resounding thud, he collided with the dog-headed man, sending him sprawling to the ground. In the instant of his fall, Suyu even managed to step on him. Ah! The dog-headed man yelped in pain. The crocodile man, waiting to catch Louis, was taken aback. Is he really that strong? Just a mere bump. And he is down? Before he could gather his thoughts, Suyu had already vanished from sight, darting away through the maze. Finding a corner devoid of cameras, he carefully laid Louis down and concealed her with some cover. Only then did he regain his composure. Now, the time for the hunt has arrived, he mused. He had not anticipated an easy escape. Since they were all of dubious intent, he might as well play along before departing. Glancing at the nearby camera, he pondered the predicament. The presence of cameras meant that the staff monitoring them would likely alert others. However, this was not a challenge for Suyu. Each camera had a blind spot, and the layout prevented a comprehensive view from climbing. Thus, there had to be a concealed area, which would provide him with the room to maneuver. After some contemplation, Suyu scratched his head, realizing it indeed posed quite the conundrum. A counterattack was feasible, but going overboard could lead to accusations of intentional harm. He shook his head, deciding against it. What a farce this so-called haunted house is. They even require a contract. With such shoddy setup, the chances for a clever counter are slim. It simply wouldn't feel natural. However, upon reflecting, he returned to Lu Yi, gazing at the girl who appeared both frightened and unconscious. My apologies, senior. I'll have to carry you for a while. He diverted his gaze from her considerable weight. This is definitely not exploiting the situation. It's merely a quest for vengeance against those lecherous scoundrels who deserve a lesson, representing us decent folks. Meanwhile, in a corner of the haunted house, the dog-headed man and crocodile man were too weary to remove their masks. Leaning against the wall, the dog-headed man observed a prop coffin nearby, grumbling, "Damn it, this fool has some serious strength. And it's not just that. I was all set to give him a fright with a bear hug, but he dodged and crashed into my arm instead. It still hurts." Rubbing his sore arm, he grimaced, "That kid can't possibly escape. After a few minutes of rest, we'll intercept him at the exit." The crocodile man scratched his head, puzzled. How do we do that? I don't understand. Previously, everyone who arrived here, if in pairs, would hide in the shadows, lurking in coffins or props to scare the guests. Those people were always spot on with their scares. When startled, men typically abandoned women to flee, with only a rare few choosing to escape together. Some even had the audacity to kick their partners, using them as a diversion. The dog-headed man snorted. We'll just push the coffin to block the way. The crocodile man gasped in surprise. Isn't that a bit too frightening? Before he could finish his thought, their walkie-talkie crackled to life. Attention, the guest has lost their way and is heading your direction. The dog-headed man exclaimed, What? Here we go again. Chapter 104. He ran away? Yes. Laughing while he did so. Is this for real? Is that kid back again? The gnoll sprang to his feet. Bewilderment evident in his tone. Did he install a GPS tracker on me? How else could he find me so accurately? I had barely just sat down. Seeing this, the crocodile man hastily stepped forward and suggested, Brother, there's a coffin right here. Why not lie down inside and wait for him to open it? After all, there's a key inside. Let us turn the tables on him. Scare him. Indeed, there lay a coffin, accompanied by hints of a key. To proceed to the next level, one must open the coffin and retrieve the key from the skeleton's grasp. Without opening the coffin, no alternative path existed. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the gnoll pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, I'll go in. I refuse to believe I can't scare a foolish boy. There was a hint of indignation in his voice. It was supposed to be him doing the scaring, yet he found himself on the receiving end of the fright. He could not tolerate this indignity. With that thought in mind, the gnoll and the crocodile man together pushed open the coffin, revealing a fake skeleton. The gnoll was unfazed. As a worker in a haunted house, such props held no terror for him. Climbing into the coffin, the gnoll instructed his crocodile subordinate, Leave a small gap for me. Then go hide nearby. When you see him push open the coffin, sneak around and scare him from behind. Together, we shall frighten him. He can't possibly withstand our combined efforts. The crocodile man nodded vigorously. Don't worry, brother, I know what to do. Okay, close the coffin lid. The gnoll gestured, then laid down with the skeleton prop inside. The crocodile man closed the coffin and hid in the shadows. After a brief wait, a voice of confusion suddenly pierced the air. Why is there a coffin here? Soon after, Suyu entered the room, carrying Lu Yi on his back. He surveyed the surroundings and glanced toward the darkened desk. Are they hiding here? Suyu's lips curled into a slight smile. That coffin is quite the perfect hiding spot. With that thought, Suyu gently set Lu Yi down before entering the secret room. He feigned confusion and a hint of fear. What is this? I need to open the coffin to get the key from the count to proceed? It can't possibly be. Gulping audibly, Suyu placed his hands on the coffin. Inside, the gnoll's eyes lit up upon hearing the commotion. Yes, open it. Don't hesitate, push it right away. I can hardly contain myself. Suyu lightly tapped the coffin, gauging its weight. A wooden coffin, not too heavy. He circled around and approached the side of the coffin. Creak. The coffin slowly creaked open. In the shadows, the crocodile man, crouching beside the desk, rose quietly, intent on sneaking up behind Suyu. As Suyu pushed the coffin halfway open, he caught sight of the gnoll lying inside, with a skeleton head beside him. First, let us grab that key. Not hesitating, Suyu reached for the silver key hanging from the skeleton's neck and swiftly yanked it off. The gnoll, lying next to the skeleton, felt the warmth of Suyu's touch and was pleasantly surprised. What audacity! He dares to reach for the key while I'm lying here? Roar. Have you seen my? The gnoll opened his eyes and let out a fierce roar, his claws reaching out to grab Suyu. However, as he caught Suyu's wrist, he felt an immense force pulling away. Wait, what? The gnoll's roar was cut short as he saw Suyu's terrified expression. Oh no, the gnoll is alive. Hearing this, the gnoll attempted to rise and scare Suyu. But just as he got halfway up, Suyu slammed the coffin shut. The gnoll's head collided painfully with the lid. Damn it, my head hurts. The gnoll's mind was filled with a torrent of curses. He had never encountered someone so bizarre who could close the coffin in an instant. What kind of strength did this kid possess? Unbeknownst to him, Suyu had used one hand to grab the key while the other pressed against the coffin lid. Waiting for the moment his hand released the key to exert force and shut the coffin completely. After sealing the coffin, Suyu turned around only to find the crocodile man attempting to sneak around him. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily stunned. Why are you so fast? The crocodile man stammered as he attempted to tiptoe behind Suyu. Suyu blinked in surprise. Your speed is rather slow. I thought you'd have caught on by now. In reality, there remained a distance of at least 2 meters between them. Crocodile man. How terrifying. Help. To feign his fear, Suyu let out a couple of exaggerated cries before sprinting away. Witnessing this, the crocodile man was utterly bewildered. With such acting skills, you wouldn't even qualify for a minor role. Yet, Suyu didn't give him a chance to express his thoughts as he dashed towards the crocodile man. Stop. Don't come any closer. Panic gripped the crocodile man as he backed away. This can't be real. We both know we're acting here. However, he couldn't escape the exaggeratedly terrified Suyu, who barreled into him with a solid thud. The crocodile man fell onto his backside, staring dumbfounded as Suyu continued to shriek and leisurely made his way to the door, carrying Lu Yi on his back. What was most infuriating was that as Suyu walked away, he shouted, "Ah, so scary. Whoa, what is this place? Why are there so many monsters?" The crocodile man thought, "Please, stop acting. Your performance is truly lacking." Bang, bang. Quick, someone help me. This kid has sealed the coffin shut. It's too stuffy in here. While he was lost in thought, the coffin nearby was being pounded on frantically. Coming. The crocodile man scrambled to his feet and rushed to push the coffin open. Boom. The coffin flew open, and the gnoll sat up immediately. Damn it, that hurt. Once he regained his composure, the gnoll turned to his dazed crocodile subordinate with a fierce glare. Where did that kid go? He ran away. Ran away? Yes, and he was laughing while he did. Chapter 105. After Suyu departed from the fourth challenge, he swiftly opened the door to the fifth. As soon as the door creaked ajar, he dashed outside with uncontainable eagerness, showing no intention of lingering. The atmosphere was too dreary. More importantly, the key figure had dozed off, rendering this challenge utterly pointless. There was no benefit to be gained. With his sharp observational skills, Suyu quickly surged ahead, reaching the final obstacle. This last phase was merely a ghostly apparition, adorned in white, devoid of any purpose. It failed to evoke even a flicker of emotion within him. Quite disappointing, indeed. This segment took merely 10 minutes, and Suyu passed it effortlessly. Nonetheless, it did possess a hint of terror, employing blood packets and some exclusive supernatural effects that were rare to witness. Overall, it merited only a rating of 3.5 stars, not nearly as frightening as the rumors suggested. If there was any genuine fright, it emanated from the top 10 forbidden songs of the second challenge, along with the coffins and the haunting melody of the Red Bride in the third and fourth challenges. All of these were deeply melancholic tunes. To be candid, the mere act of playing these forbidden tracks made Suyu feel that this trendy haunted house was rather lackluster. Stepping out of the castle and gazing upon the neon-lit night, Suyu exhaled a sigh of relief. At last, he was free. After his moment of reflection, he cast a glance at Lu Yi, whom he was carrying, and murmured, "Senior, you sure can sleep. How long have you been out?" Still not awake. Although he jested, he felt a sense of responsibility. If he hadn't insisted on entering, Lu Yi would have been unable to navigate the experience alone. With a bemused shake of his head, Suyu decided, never mind, let us head back. Thus, he carried Lu Yi towards the ordinary area. Lu Yi lay against Suyu's broad back, her small head resting comfortably, her eyelids fluttering softly. How vexing. How could I have fainted? Lu Yi felt a fiery flush on her cheeks, despite her resolute determination to persevere. Yet, she had succumbed to fright. A rosy hue crept across her flawless, classically beautiful face as she tightly shut her eyes, too embarrassed to wake. "Oh, this is mortifying," Lu Yi mentally screamed. In truth, she had regained consciousness after exiting the terrifying rout of the castle, but had chosen to remain silent. After all, with Suyu carrying her, waking up would mean losing this privilege. Awaiting in the rest area, Suyu messaged Zhuang Shi and Wukong, but received no replies. They were likely too busy shrieking and embracing the other seniors in the haunted house. This thought made Suyu chuckle. After purchasing 2 bottles of drinks, he found a place to sit and wait. Ding dong. Just as he settled down, his phone vibrated twice in his pocket. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Lin Chanxian. "Suyu, are you going to Senior Lu's studio tomorrow? I have a new song and would like to record it with you." A new song? Suyu was bemused by the message. Hadn't they merely sung a duet at the freshman gala? Why was she so eager to collaborate? Could it be she intended to treat him? This thought piqued Suyu's interest. He certainly wouldn't refuse money. He had many items yet to purchase, and the cash he had was insufficient. After pondering, he replied, "I'll come by tomorrow." What time? It was just one song. Once he finished singing, he wouldn't bother with adjustments, and it would hardly take up much time, essentially, a quick profit. By the way, when would the Mentor S project finally pay out? Before long, Bai responded. "Tomorrow afternoon should work. I can afford to miss an elective class." Suyu had no objections to this arrangement. For him, skipping class occasionally was no issue. After all, with the counselor Lao Du around, he could count on support if needed. "Sounds good. See you at the school gate tomorrow afternoon." Okay. After a brief conversation with Bai, Suyu tucked his phone back into his pocket. He glanced at Louis, still leaning against him, and let out a resigned sigh. Opening a bottle of soda, He took a long, refreshing drink. Though the temperature had dipped below 25 degrees, he remained clad in short sleeves. Such was the resilience of a single man. After finishing his soda, Suyu gently nudged Lu Yi and called out tentatively, "Senior, senior? Still not awake?" In response to his gentle prodding, Lu Yi remained undisturbed. "I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping. Don't wake me. Even if you try, it's futile." Her expression was calm and serene, devoid of any reaction. This is akin to a pig. How can she sleep so soundly? Suyu couldn't help but scoff. Certainly, she must be a pig. If she weren't, how could she possibly sleep so deeply? Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's eyelids fluttered slightly. "Huh? Suyu, have you grown a tad bolder? Taking advantage of the absence of others, you dare to call me a pig?" Before she could fully process this, Suyu suddenly placed his hand atop her head, vigorously ruffling her hair. This is truly alarming. Just a simple pig-headed person can scare you to tears. How pathetic. I wonder if such a naive person would be easy to deceive. Suyu mused aloud. Perhaps I should sell you one day. Who knows? I might fetch $200. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's brows twitched repeatedly. I'll endure. I'll endure. I want to argue with you just yet. However, Suyu became increasingly audacious. Having finished ruffling her hair, he shifted his focus to Lu Yi's face. He pinched her cheek, teasingly commenting on the softness of her delicate features. This little face feels exquisite. I could easily imagine $5 worth of foundation coming off with just a pinch. Lu Yi. You're the one with a thick layer of makeup on. This time, Lu Yi could no longer tolerate it. She allowed Suyu to jest, but she wouldn't permit him to insult her makeup. The facade of the senior crumbled, and she shot upright, lunging at Suyu. I'll get you for that. How dare you say I wear thick makeup? Go ahead, pinch me, and see if $5 worth of foundation falls off. As Lu Yi lunged at Suyu, he was taken aback by her reaction. Whoa, senior, that is a bit much. I only said one little thing. Lu Yi seized Suyu's hand and placed it against her face, declaring, Go ahead, feel for yourself, and see if you can find $5 worth. Before she could finish her sentence, a noise of something falling to the ground interrupted them. Lu Yi turned her head swiftly, only to find her roommate and Suyu's roommates, 6 individuals, staring at her in shock. Well, you all carry on. We'll pretend we didn't see anything. Chapter 106. Misunderstood Words. The junior won't resist Tong Huahua, and her companions covered their eyes in embarrassment. The moment they stepped out, they were greeted by a scene that was quite shocking. You all carry on. We'll wander around a bit more. I'm feeling a bit parched. Let us grab a drink. Upon witnessing their reaction, Lu Yi's expression stiffened. It's not what you think. Please listen to my explanation. Lu Yi hastily stood up and approached Tong Huahua, grabbing her arm. Listen to me, it's really not the way you perceive it. Desperately, she attempted to clarify, striving to dispel their misconceptions. However, as she sought to explain, Tong Huahua kept casting her furtive glances, yet Lu Yi remained oblivious. After 10 minutes of parched explanations, Tong Huahua and the other 2 finally nodded in exasperation. Oh, I get it now. You don't need to elaborate further. Seeing her roommates no longer misunderstand, Lu Yi finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, there was no misunderstanding. Even Zhao Ting and his companions nearby nodded calmly. Well, after assessment, it's confirmed. Lu Xuejie is simply a straight girl, and Yu Guo is a straight guy too. Nothing has changed. They complement each other well. With the misunderstanding resolved, Lu Yi and her friends lingered together. Noticing the time was getting late, she inquired, Where else do you all want to go? Suyu and his 3 companions exchanged confused glances. Where to? They replied in unison, shaking their heads. We've eaten, visited the haunted house, and taken advantage of everything. Does it really matter where we go now? If we must go somewhere, perhaps to our hearts? Seeing this, Tong Huahua stepped forward, resignedly stating, Let us just head back. Day after day, why is it so challenging to bring 2 people together? The group had no objections to this, as they had learned quite enough for the day. Those who could develop further would surely do so. If not, they would simply remain ordinary friends, which wouldn't affect anything. Once they decided to return to the school, they rose to leave. Suddenly, a burst of cheerful laughter reached their ears. Xiaoyu, did you enjoy today? A gentle, soft voice inquired. Immediately, a melodious, sprightly voice responded, Yes, today was quite nice. Thank you. The group turned in unison to see Huayu in a lovely dress, accompanied by Lu Yu, who wore a warm smile. The 2 strolled out from the corridor, chatting merrily. With her hand behind her back, Huayu's joyful demeanor was apparent. However, as they laughed and raised their heads to look ahead, They suddenly found themselves facing the 8 individuals. The group collectively thought, Hua Yu and Lu Yu were taken aback. Why do we keep running into them? Zhao Ting and Tong Huahua exchanged exasperated glances. Initially, while waiting in line, they hadn't spoken loudly enough for Hua Yu to notice. Yet now they had inadvertently crossed paths. This time, however, the group shared an unspoken understanding, remaining silent as they exchanged glances before continuing to walk forward with smiles. By the way, where are we going to play next weekend? Next weekend won't work for me. I need to return home. My parents have been calling for me. Well then, let us arrange for another time? That works. You good? Do you have any plans for tomorrow? Want to play some games? Let us invite Lao Du along for a 5-person seat at the internet CAF. Hua Yu stood still, watching them walk past with laughter. Her once radiant smile gradually dimming until it settled into a calm expression. Lu Yu, witnessing this scene, felt a tinge of melancholy. He recognized that they had a certain connection with these affluent individuals, yet he wished he could get to know them better. He knew Hua Yu had been pursued before. Someone had been trying to confess to her. However, he remained unaware of who that person was and had no desire to find out. He firmly believed that what is meant to be will always be, and Hua Yu's prolonged silence indicated that the suitor lacked the qualities to catch her attention. Unlike himself. Therefore, he paid no mind to it. Upon hearing Li Yu's musings, a flicker of impatience crossed Hua Yu's eyes. What affluent individuals are they? It's evident they aren't. Yet, she felt she had no right to critique them, so she merely said in a subdued tone, "Let us head back. It's getting late." At this moment, Hua Yu was determined not to lose, nor could she afford to. Having boasted in front of Su Yu that she would show him how well she could thrive without his entanglements, she resolved to see this through to the end. However, Lu Yu would certainly not suffice. In Hua Yu's circle, she was acquainted with numerous wealthy heirs from Jiangxing, some worth billions. All were her suitors. Nevertheless, she had never accepted any of their advances. Coupled with her persistent disregard for Su Yu's affections, Hua Yu had naturally become the aloof campus beauty at Jiangxing University. With such illustrious peers around her, she radiated an even more pristine elegance. Upon hearing Hua Yu's words, Liu nodded. "All right, I'll accompany you back." Hua Yu gently replied, "Thank you. Why are you thanking me?" In the parking lot, inside a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Zhao Ting, seated in the driver's seat, teased, "You good? Was the haunted version of the Ghost Fortress enjoyable?" "It was just mediocre, nothing special," so you half-heartedly responded. For him, nothing was particularly terrifying. The only time he felt a twinge of fear was when he discovered his balance was insufficient while attempting to buy a bottle of water. As they leisurely chatted back to the school, Zhao Ting and the others found a nearby parking space to stop the car. They walked a short distance back to the campus. "Junior, see you next time." After exchanging farewells, the 8 of them headed to their respective dorms. On the tree-lined path leading to the girls' dormitory, did you not notice us signaling you? Why did you feel the need to explain yourself?" Lu Yi was conversing with Tong Huahua and the others. Initially, the conversation had been pleasant, but when the topic of the haunted ghost fortress arose, Tong Huahua and her companions fell silent. "You all truly frightened me earlier. I assure you, there's nothing between me and Su Yu." Lu Yi shot a glance at the 3, seemingly blaming them for clinging to the misunderstanding. Tong Huahua and the 2 girls exchanged glances, and after a lengthy pause, one finally managed to utter, "It's better that we all misunderstood, isn't it?" Lu Yi was taken aback. Why say that? If it's a misunderstanding, then At that moment, a spark of realization flashed in Lu Yi's mind, leaving her momentarily speechless. If misunderstood, then the junior won't resist. Doesn't that mean I'm the junior's girlfriend? Chapter 107. Indeed, Su Yu is quite fragile. Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Yu and his companions found themselves devoid of their usual enthusiasm for gaming. After taking a shower, they each retired to their beds. Su Yu felt a tinge of regret. After all, he had invested considerable effort that evening, only to end up with absolutely nothing. This was rather vexing. Su Yu had anticipated that after bringing Senior Lu out, he would again receive a heartfelt confession from her. Who would have thought that just as things were beginning to unfold, 6 unexpected individuals would intrude? It was utterly absurd beyond belief. After drying his hair, Su Yu lay in bed, pulling out his phone to locate the contact Senior Lu. He pondered for a considerable time before finally sending her a message. "I truly apologize for tonight." Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Lu Yi, also freshly showered, received this message. Upon reading Su Yu's words, she found herself engulfed in confusion. "Apologize? What does he mean?" she mused. bewildered by the implication behind his statement. Why would he say that? Louis hurriedly replied, seeking clarification. Shortly after, Siyu responded, Senior. I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding that arose with Tong and the others. I'll clarify with them another day. We are not involved in that manner. In the dormitory, Siyu decided to play the role of a charming tease. Are you upset, Senior? Please don't ignore me. I will explain things to them. It's not what they perceived. The thought made him chuckle, followed by a moment of self-contempt. When did he become so calculating? Was it a requirement of the game? Surely not. Lu Yi, upon reading Su Yu's reply, was momentarily stunned. Did she inadvertently give him the impression that she was eager to distance herself? Or was it that she was so concerned about others' misunderstandings that she felt compelled to clarify? The situation was perplexing, and Lu Yi felt a surge of frustration. Their plan to cultivate feelings and close the gap between her and Su Yu seemed to have backfired, leading to misunderstandings instead. After a flurry of thoughts, Lu Yi quickly crafted a response to Su Yu. No, Junior, please don't overthink it. I truly didn't mean it that way. I merely wished to clarify with them. Yu Haven T agreed to be my partner, and their misconceptions are definitely not beneficial. After sending that, Lu Yi reconsidered and added a postscript. Of course, if you don't mind, I would be willing to be your girlfriend. With her long hair casually tied back with a rubber band and her feet playfully kicking the covers, a satisfied smile spread across her face. She felt that her emotional intelligence had earned a solid score of 66. Surely, with such an overt hint, Siyu would understand her intentions. In the boys' dormitory, Siyu was deep in thought, particularly fixated on Lu Yi's supplemental line. If you don't mind. How should he interpret this? He merely wished for some light-hearted companionship, without the burdens of deeper emotions. As for matters of the heart, he preferred to let them unfold naturally, as he was hesitant to plunge into the depths of romance without certainty of its worth. If their feelings were genuine, he didn't want to lead them on unnecessarily. It was crucial for him to convey that he was not ready for a romantic relationship, at least not while still uncertain about its viability. He was not the type to play the heartbreaker. If he were to embrace such a role, it should be with mutual consent. Having clarified his thoughts, Siyu replied, Senior, there are a few things I must clarify. At this time, I do not wish to embark on what one might call a romantic relationship. Love feels like a luxury I can scarcely afford, to the point where it becomes overwhelming. You know I wish to avoid that exhaustion, if possible. I would prefer never to endure it again. In this message, beyond addressing Lu Yi, Siyu was expressing his genuine sentiments. He was weary, truly. He had traversed the tumultuous journey from playful flirtation to profound affection, and ultimately to self-mockery and resignation. The idea of diving into another whirlwind of infatuation was simply out of the question. As Suyu's expression shifted from indifference to tranquility, he cast aside his phone. Staring intently at the ceiling, his gaze deep and contemplative, as if pondering profound matters. Suddenly, the light switched off. What the hell? Who turned off the lights and disrupted my contemplative mood? Suyu erupted in frustration. Come on. Is it not reasonable for me to turn off the lights when everyone is trying to sleep? Retorted Wu Kong, the notorious troublemaker, from below, justifying his actions. However, seeing Wu Kong's audacity ignited Suyu's ire further. He swiftly descended and retaliated with a flurry of punches and kicks. Such behavior could not be tolerated. He had been patient long enough. Today, he would not refrain from teaching Wu Kong a lesson. No, I was wrong. Wu Kong yelped, sensing the situation escalating. Meanwhile, clad in her Pikachu pajamas, Lu Yi had finished reading Suyu's message. She set down her phone, lost in thought. No wonder she had felt a subtle distance from him. Suyu, her junior, was indeed quite fragile. Her heart ached for him, and she found herself genuinely concerned for this big boy. From now on, let me be the one to comfort you, Junior. Lu Yi vowed softly, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. No matter how deeply you have been hurt, I will help you emerge from the shadow. Chapter 108. The cold and distant school bell seems to have disappeared overnight. The morning's courses consisted of major classes, so after enduring the relentless onslaught of their alarm clocks, the four reluctantly rose from their slumber. After hastily consuming a modest breakfast at the school cafeteria, they hurried towards the lecture hall. As they were studying financial engineering, the venues for their studies were numerous. Upon entering the classroom and securing seats in the back row, the four promptly laid their heads down on their desks for a brief respite. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. They had promised not to play video games the previous night. Yet they succumbed to temptation and played until the early hours, well past 3 o'clock. As he rested his head on the desk, Su Yu silently vowed to himself that he would never touch video games again. He had not forgotten the daunting task that lay before him, to refuse the advances of 5 individuals in 15 days. This challenge was not insurmountable. Yet due to Senior Chao's indiscreet remarks, Lin Chanqian, Bai Ying, and Senior Lu had all lost interest in him. They no longer engaged in frivolous talk of supporting him. It was utterly exasperating. The Chao family was clearly conspiring against him. Before long, class commenced, and the first professional course of the day was taught by Professor Zhou. Known for his strict demeanor, Professor Zhou was particularly lenient towards Su Yu, to the point where it could almost be described as indulgence. As Professor Zhou entered the classroom and called the roll, he noticed that only Su Yu and his 3 roommates were dozing off. His expression immediately soured. He hurried down from the podium and approached the back row. With a series of loud knocks on Su Yu's desk, he exclaimed, "What on earth do you think you are doing? Can you not be a bit more considerate and refrain from disturbing my sleep?" Su Yu lifted his head, his eyes opening wide, and upon seeing Professor Zhou's face, he lamented, "We are, after all, in this together, Professor. You cannot play me like this. If you wish to establish authority, it will cost you." Professor Zhou replied sternly, "Haven't you had enough sleep? If you're still tired, go back to your dormitory and continue sleeping." His voice was laden with authority as he produced a set of keys from his pocket. Slamming them down in front of Su Yu, he commanded, "Leave." "Ah?" Su Yu blinked in surprise, then nodded, "Okay." He rose, taking the keys from the desk, and stumbled towards the exit. Seeing this, his 3 friends stood up to follow. However, as they began to rise, Professor Zhou coldly remarked, "You 3 are quite aware of your situation. You will stand at the door as punishment." The trio was taken aback. Punishment? For what? Why? Zhao Ting, ready to protest, realized he was facing Professor Zhou and promptly deflated. "Yes, yes," they nodded repeatedly, then hastily exited. Just as the students in the classroom thought the interruption had ended, a cool voice unexpectedly rang out. "Professor, isn't your action somewhat contrary to school regulations?" Everyone turned in unison to see the usually silent and aloof school beauty, Hua Yu, standing up for the first time. Professor Zhou paused, glancing at Hua Yu, and replied with a faint smile, "Oh, how is it against regulations?" He was intrigued by this girl, who had received declarations of love from his favorite student 99 times yet had remained silent until now. Hua Yu, adorned with subtle makeup, possessed a flawless, golden-proportioned face. She wore a simple white long-sleeve shirt paired with black jeans, her hair cascading naturally over her shoulders, radiating an effortless elegance. She addressed Professor Zhou earnestly, "Professor, by allowing one student to return to sleep while imposing punishment on others who are equally asleep, is that not a form of biased treatment?" Having fully relinquished any hope of reconciling with Su Yu, she felt she had compromised enough. In her view, she had lowered herself too much. She had even endeavored to cook for him and adapt to his preferences, all to win him back. However, Su Yu had spurned her overtures, even socializing with other girls in her presence, leaving her utterly indifferent to him. Hua Yu paused, then continued, "I do not believe Su Yu deserves such treatment, especially since this is a professional class." She felt a need to target Su Yu, believing it would bolster her own image. Yet, her self-righteous notions of fairness fell on deaf ears among her classmates. Is Hua Yu foolish?" They mused. Did she not recall the circumstances surrounding Su Yu's pursuit of her? The classroom fell into a hushed silence. However, it was understandable. Hua Yu's academic performance was average, neither outstanding nor poor. She typically secluded herself in the library or her dormitory, only emerging after Su Yu's confession. It was not surprising that she was unaware. Professor Zhou was taken aback by her words. "Hua Yu, are you perhaps mistaken?" He chuckled lightly, adopting a condescending stance as he gazed down at her. "First, allow me to clarify why I permitted Su Yu to return to sleep." Hua Yu listened intently. She recognized Su Yu's excellence, but what did it matter? He was still a pitiful soul who could not win her affection. She never sought to understand the circumstances of a suitor. She only needed a general idea. Su Yu was impressive and well-known, yet his family background was modest. That was sufficient for her. Especially after the previous night, when Su Yu and his friends ignored her, Hua Yu felt utterly shattered. Professor Zhou regarded her and stated, "First and foremost, I find it perplexing that, despite being classmates, you are utterly unaware of Su Yu's circumstances. Allow me to enlighten you. Su Yu has completed all his graduation credits as of this past semester. His project white papers have received commendations from official media. Furthermore, as long as he does not misbehave, the school administration will not interfere with him, and I consider him both a student and a friend. Does this response satisfy you?" Hua Yu, Professor Zhou emphasized her name with a hint of reproach. As Huayu absorbed this information, her expression gradually soured. Although she had anticipated this outcome, she still sought to assert her presence. Ever since Suyu ceased his confessions, she had noticed her own reputation seemed to have diminished. The once cold school beauty appeared to have vanished overnight. This reality was one she could not bear to accept. Chapter 109. His family was never worthy of him. Professor Zhou was engulfed in questions. He could not fathom why Huayu would pose such a foolish inquiry. Had she never genuinely sought to understand Suyu? A mere cursory glance would reveal that Suyu's achievements at school were far more than a simple confession to her. Her 99 attempts at affection were nothing more than a fleeting pastime for him. What she failed to grasp was that he, adorned with an undeniable brilliance, had openly declared his feelings, only to be turned down, thus earning the moniker of the aloof campus beauty. Was she truly oblivious? Top-tier universities abroad were vying for Suyu, offering not only full tuition waivers but also annual stipends of 100,000. Moreover, leading financial and tech companies were keen to sponsor his education, with the only stipulation being that he would work for them post-graduation. At that point, an annual salary in the millions would be effortlessly attainable. Did she truly believe that his striking looks were his only merit? What did her 99 rejections signify? Suppressing his internal turmoil, Professor Zhou coldly remarked, "And what if I scold him for show?" He then surveyed the classroom, smiling as he inquired, "Dear students, can you loudly tell me, do you feel balanced about my leniency towards Suyu's absence from specialized classes? Do you have any objections?" At the moment Professor Zhou's words concluded, the entire class, save for Huayu, responded with exuberance. "No, we have no issues at all." Following this, all eyes turned to Huayu, whose face was a canvas of fluctuating emotions, mockery, disdain, confusion, and sheer bafflement. Had she truly failed to notice Suyu's privileges? They had been evident for quite some time. Aside from the newly arrived freshman, who among the students contested the privileges he enjoyed? Very few. His accomplishments were easily accessible online. Did she not browse the internet? Meanwhile, the two roommates beside Huayu remained silent. As for Lu Tian, she had long since given up the fight. It was simply futile. Observing the class's reaction, Huayu's exquisitely delicate face was overshadowed by a look of bewilderment. She then glanced at her two friends, only to find them with their heads bowed in silence. For them, it was enjoyable to witness a devoted admirer, yet they despised the idea of such an exceptional individual being attached to Huayu. Had it not been for their constant indoctrination of ideas, Huayu might have consented long ago. Therefore, the phrase "guard against fire, theft, and close friends" was not merely a saying, it was a reality. For such individuals, if I cannot have you, then neither shall you possess me. If you cannot have him, then I shall claim him. Professor Zhou cast a sidelong glance at Huayu and then spoke in a neutral tone. "Huayu, if you have no further questions, please take your seat and continue with the lesson." His earlier good mood had dissipated. However, witnessing Huayu's disdainful stance towards Suyu provided a small measure of gratification in reclaiming the honor of his prized student. At least it allowed his student to avoid an obstacle. Judging by her current demeanor, Huayu, who had previously performed well academically, had suddenly plummeted in Professor Zhou's estimation. She was unworthy, truly unworthy to be associated with his most exceptional student. Her rejection was perhaps a blessing in disguise. Huayu glanced at Professor Zhou and then took her seat. She held no further dissent. Even if she did, she could only suppress it. She understood well the high standing of Professor Zhou, whose reputation was renowned throughout Jiang City. Today, however, she had been momentarily deranged, seeking to undermine Suyu. Perhaps it was that she could not bear to see Suyu surpass her, outshine her. Once seated, her two roommates immediately approached, whispering, "Sister Huayu, what were you thinking? How could you dare to report Suyu in Professor Zhou's class?" Another chimed in, "Indeed. Are you not aware that Suyu is the most favored student of Professor Zhou and the entire faculty?" Both were incredulous at her audacity. Huayu's expression remained calm, but her eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as her tone turned somewhat detached. "Then why did you not inform me earlier? Why did you not mention Suyu's standing at school?" Seeing Huayu begin to interrogate them, the two friends exchanged awkward smiles. "We were merely concerned he might be a typical arrogant scholar, and we didn't want you to get hurt. Did you not make an effort to understand?" They hastily shifted the topic. "Sister Huayu, did you not notice? So you confessed 99 times, and yet he did not continue. Do you truly believe a person lacking perseverance is dependable?" They continued to sow discord between Huayu and Suyu, yet Huayu, now somewhat rational, chose to disregard their provocations. She began to reflect and assess. Why had she not sought to learn earlier? Oh, yes. It was her two seemingly well-meaning friends who had ensnared her in their web. They would always drag her into study sessions or gaming chats right after class. Alternatively, they would head to the library for hours or return to the dormitory, only to wait until late, after Suyu's daily confessions had concluded, before inviting her out. When had this pattern begun? After a moment of contemplation, Huayu suddenly realized that this phenomenon had commenced the moment she expressed her desire to accept Suyu's confession, specifically, during the 18th attempt. Their expressions had grown increasingly unnatural then. Following that, they had created an image of late-night studying, reading in the classroom, and poring over extracurricular materials in the library. Subsequently, they instilled in her the belief that one should never readily accept a boy's confession. Thus, she had transformed into the aloof campus beauty, successfully dismissing the genius, Suyu, who was gradually revealing his brilliance before her. And what had she become? A complete fool, a cold joke. To the extent that when she saw Suyu refrain from confessing to her, she had even rushed over to demand an explanation for his silence. Throughout this ordeal, her so-called friends had been manipulating her from the shadows. Realizing this, Huayu's gaze gradually turned icy. She had been misled all along. In that moment, the seeds of regret sown in her heart began to surface. How foolish. It felt as if she had been toyed with like a puppet. Yet, this fleeting regret quickly dissipated as Huayu murmured to herself, even if Suyu is exceptional, I am not lacking. His family was never worthy of me. Chapter 110. Wouldn't this leave one in a 3-day slump? Huayu has never regretted anything, nor has she sought to amend past decisions. Since she has made bold claims, she is determined to demonstrate to everyone that even without Suyu's pursuit, she is still deserving of the title of campus beauty. Moreover, she can thrive even better. She is acquainted with wealthy second-generation heirs worth millions, billions, and even hundreds of billions. They, too, are among her admirers. What could she possibly lack? Nothing, it seems. Although a hint of regret lingers, Huayu has no intention of lowering herself to win back Suyu. Even though she has seen through the schemes of her so-called best friend, she finds it difficult to escape the mindset they have instilled in her, maintain an aloof demeanor, and avoid being deceived. Perhaps, this very notion is a veil over her inner regret. During this professional class, Huayu found it impossible to concentrate. Her thoughts were consumed by how to achieve a better life and what kind of suitor could overshadow Suyu. After leaving the classroom behind, Suyu did not head straight to his dorm to sleep. Strolling around the campus, he cradled his head with his hands, gazing at the clear blue sky, and suddenly fell into deep contemplation. It seemed there were still many tasks left unattended. A startling realization hit him. He had been languishing in idleness for quite some time. The system had assigned him tasks, and he still had 10 villas that had yet to be rented out. This was indeed crucial for his ability to maintain a leisurely lifestyle. Entering the system space, Suyu found the property deeds and keys for the 10 villas stored in his backpack, prompting an uncontrollable smile. How delightful. Just as Suyu was lost in dreams of sudden wealth, his phone rang. Emerging from the system space, he glanced at his phone and saw that it was a call from Han Jingru. Ah, the alluring lady. A flash of her image from their last encounter crossed his mind. Indeed, she was unforgettable. Hello, Hanjie, he greeted as the call connected. Mr. Little Landlord. Are you free today? Her voice was sultry and slightly languid, as if she had just awakened. Han Jingru was truly a master of flirtation. Even her voice could be irresistible. However, Suyu regarded her merely as a typical client, devoid of any inappropriate thoughts. As he shook off any dubious notions, Suyu firmly reminded himself of his persona as a genius scholar and an earnest young man. How could he entertain such unwholesome thoughts? Well, except when it came to soft living. Regaining his composure, he replied with a smile, I am free, Hanjie. Is it about renting a house? A serious individual must not indulge in frivolous thoughts. In a certain apartment in Dongging Garden, Han Jingru lay on the large bed in the master bedroom, her hair tousled. Dressed in pajamas, she turned over, adopting a comfortable posture while speaking on the phone. With her eyes half closed, a playful smile graced her alluring face as she said, yes, I have a friend looking to rent a house. I wonder if our little landlord is free to come over now? She remembered all too well how she had been squeezed by this little landlord's wealthy mother. Since both mother and son liked to feign poverty, she thought, if you're going to exploit me, I'll just tease your son and see how you react. Imagining the scenario where she won Suyu over and then revealed it to her formidable employer made her smile even brighter. Would the boss be shocked? Perhaps she would be so furious that she wouldn't be able to eat for 3 days? Mr. Little Landlord, Why don't you suggest a meeting place? Hearing her words, Suyu's eyes brightened with appreciation. Sounds good. Hanjia, I wouldn't want to trouble you. I'll come over. You're at Daunting Garden, right? I'll be there in an hour. Engaging in such profitable ventures was not beneath him. He would gladly make 10 trips if it meant renting out the villas. Encouraged by Suyu's enthusiasm, Han Jingru beamed even more brightly. Great. I'll wait for you at the CAF downstairs. After hanging up, Han Jingru leisurely got out of bed, changing out of her pajamas into formal attire. As she brushed her teeth in the bathroom, her phone rang again. Upon glancing at the screen, she chuckled. Speak of the devil. Hello, Rojia, what's up? Xiaoru, you little slacker. Where have you been? Why aren't you at the office yet? The voice on the other end belonged to Suyu's mother, Yi Ro, filled with a mix of reproach and drowsiness. Hurry over. You need to handle this morning's work while I catch a few more Zs. Han Jingru felt a flicker of irritation. The formidable boss. You refuse to raise my salary and just want to squeeze me dry. No way. I'm going to try dating today, and I'll come to work later. Dating? Yi Ro perked up immediately, bombarding her with questions. When did you decide to date? Who is this person? What is their family like? What is their character like? Han Jingru was taken aback by the barrage of inquiries. I'll tell you later, but for now, I'm just having fun with your son. Wait, what? You're just playing? Relax, Rojia. I'm just seeing how it goes. I know my limits. Don't worry, his surname is Su. The full name I'll let you know once it's confirmed, she teased. Yi Ro sighed heavily on the other end. Fine, I'll give you a half day off. But you better come back and tell me everything this afternoon. Sure, bye. With a playful kiss sound, Han Jingru hung up, thinking. Just wait until I win your son over. Then it will be your turn to train him, formidable capitalist. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of Tianyu Group, Yi Ro, dressed impeccably in professional attire and exuding an air of authority, set her phone down with a heavy sigh. Xiaoru is dating now. I had hoped to match her with Xiaoyu, but it seems he has missed his chance. Chapter 111. Just a mere 100 billion enterprise. Perhaps after completing her morning routine, Han Jingru donned her attire, slipped into her shoes, and spritzed a hint of perfume. Gazing into the full-length mirror, she beheld her own reflection, a perfect oval face exuding allure and maturity, radiating satisfaction. With a figure that was nothing short of captivating and a face that was far from mediocre, she found it hard to believe that the son of that unscrupulous capitalist, Sister Ro, could withstand such temptation. A smirk crossed her lips. After all, who could resist the allure of a mature woman like herself? After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, Han Jingru glanced at the time and gathered her belongings before stepping out. Outside Daunting Garden, a taxi came to a halt at the northern gate, and Suyu emerged from the back seat. Shielding his eyes from the sun, he surveyed Daunting Garden. 8 units remained available for rent. A sense of satisfaction washed over him as he surveyed his property, though a hint of concern lingered. These houses only became truly his once they were leased. Calculating in his mind, it appeared he wouldn't be able to reside in them for at least a year. Frustrating. Yet, having a bit of money was still a consolation. He hoped that today would see at least 2 units rented out. With thoughts of Han Jingru's generous care, he assumed it must be a promising venture. Per their arrangement, Suyu arrived at the CAF, selected a table by the window, and after messaging Han Jingru, he opened a game on his phone. With no one yet present, indulging in a game felt entirely reasonable. Indeed, it was. After about 2 rounds, approximately 40 minutes had passed when a voice of surprise caught his attention. Jingru, is this the small landlord you mentioned? Upon hearing the voice, Suyu set his phone down and looked up to find Han Jingru, clad in a sleek black office outfit, her long legs elegantly encased in black stockings, exuding undeniable charm. Her softly curled, flaxen hair draped casually over her shoulders. Perfect. Suyu silently praised her. The combination of maturity and striking beauty in a professional woman was utterly irresistible. Accompanying Han Jingru was a woman holding a Chanel handbag. While this woman did not possess the same mature intellect as Han Jingru, she exuded the charm of an accomplished career woman, standing tall and proud. This too was a distinct allure. At the very least, this woman, similarly dressed in professional attire, was undeniably beautiful. Perhaps she was a secretary? As Han Jingru and her companion approached, Suyu greeted them with a smile. Sister Han. Han Jingru appraised Suyu from head to toe, then broke into an enchanting smile. Mr. Small Landlord, you look quite dapper today. Suyu, caught off guard, scratched his head. Dapper? He glanced down at his casual trousers and shoes. This was rather embarrassing. Noticing his silence, Han Jingru chuckled softly before introducing her friend. This is my friend, Lin Miao Miao. Hello, Mr. Small Landlord, Lin Miao Miao said, raising her slender, fair hand in a gentle wave. Her smile was subtle yet imbued with a hint of allure. Siyu blinked at this impressively voluptuous woman and replied, "Hello, sister." His harmless demeanor, combined with a touch of charm, made Lin Miao Miao's heart flutter unexpectedly. This was quite delightful. As a devoted admirer of handsome men, she found herself utterly defenseless against Su Yu's appeal. After a brief exchange, Han Jingru and Lin Miao Miao took a seat. Observing the undeniably alluring and sophisticated beauty before him, Siyu sipped his coffee and inquired, "Sister Han, you mentioned someone was interested in renting a place. Could it be Sister Miao Miao?" The matter of renting was trivial, yet Suyu was puzzled. Why were all the tenants of his properties such stunning women? This was quite an adjustment for him. After encountering so many beautiful faces, he realized his resistance to the opposite sex had somehow strengthened. Previously, he had felt a certain attraction, but now, it seemed to be fading. Was he truly destined to wander further down the path of singleness? Han Jingru smiled gently, her mature visage softening with a hint of amusement. Indeed, her reason for bringing her friend along was not solely for the purpose of securing a rental. She also sought to uncover Suyu's background. Han Jingru was now quite certain that Suyu was indeed the son of her unscrupulous employer. This family was certainly peculiar. While possessing wealth was one thing, the need for secrecy to surprise their son was another. What kind of surprise amounted to 100 billion? Imagining the moment of revelation, Han Jingru envisioned her employer saying, "Son, your mother has managed to secure a modest inheritance for you. Just a mere 100 billion enterprise." She was absolutely convinced such a scene would unfold. However, she had not anticipated that Suyu could amass such wealth independently, without familial support. 10 properties, and in Dawning Garden, no less. This was rather disheartening. Thus, Han Jingru speculated that Suyu must possess other ventures. He could not be so straightforward. Today, she intended to probe deeper. With this thought, Han Jingru exchanged a glance with Lin Miao Miao and continued, "Miao Miao is seeking a good place to rent for work purposes, ideally one that can accommodate a studio." Lin Miao Miao chimed in, "If the space is ample, we can negotiate the price, Mr. Small Landlord." As she spoke, she cast a flirtatious glance at Suyu. Witnessing her subtle gesture, Han Jingru's hand suddenly found its way to Lin Miao Miao's thigh, giving it a firm squeeze. The two seemingly amiable friends were, in secret, engaged in a playful rivalry. Suyu, lost in thought, contemplated the situation. However, the available units in Dongting Garden were predominantly 3-bedroom apartments, with the largest being 4 bedrooms. Space was limited. Upon hearing this, Han Jingru's expression shifted to one of disappointment. "Oh, it appears you may not have the right accommodations," she mused. Contemplating how to suggest they still explore the options in Dongting Garden. Before she could speak, Lin Miao Miao interjected, "No worries. We'll just move our things in first and rent a couple of units later. Mr. Small Landlord, it's nearly lunchtime. Why not join us for a stroll? Perhaps we could dine together?" Suyu, gazing at the beaming Lin Miao Miao, hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Sure, I do enjoy a good treat." Chapter 112, the frightening allure of a heavy aesthetic admirer. Seeing the two reach an agreement with such ease, Han Jingru looked on in bewilderment. When Siyu stood up to settle the bill, Han Jingru pulled her smiling best friend Lin Miao Miao aside and whispered, "Miao Miao, what are you doing? You promised to accompany me for the act. I can't help but feel that you seem to be trying to flirt with Suyu. Isn't that a bit strange?" Lin Miao Miao wrapped her arm around Han Jingru's, playfully pouting. "Oh, Jingru, you know I'm a devoted aesthetic admirer. This little landlord is truly to my taste. I'm utterly captivated by his looks." As a fervent admirer of beauty, Suyu's visage had ensnared her heart to an unprecedented degree. She had never been so enchanted by anyone's appearance before. Not even the polished idols of the real world or those crafted online could elicit such feelings. But Suyu's charm was undeniably captivating. Lin Miao Miao gazed at Suyu's profile, her heart racing with every glance. Embracing Han Jingru, she exclaimed, "Look, he is incredibly handsome. I admit, I am a beauty enthusiast, but he is absolutely my type. Jingru, allow me to test the waters for you, don't worry." Upon hearing her best friend's words, Han Jingru felt an urge to thank her. "Ha, I invited you here not to indulge in aesthetic appreciation, but to serve as my wingwoman." With a sigh, Han Jingru remarked, "He is still a young man, and you're in your mid-20s. What business do you have pursuing him? Siyu was merely a sophomore, likely not even 20 years old. How could a woman of her age dare to entertain such notions?" Lin Miao Miao laughed. "Oh, today's young men often prefer older women. Don't worry, I'm confident I can win him over. If all else fails, I'll support him." At the mention of supporting him, Han Jingru's mind filled with countless question marks. "Are you sure you can afford that? Though you have some money, Your net worth is only in the millions. No. Unless you have 1,000 little goals, you shouldn't speak of supporting him. Han Jingru chose not to dampen her spirits further. After all, the apartment Siyu owned at Daunting Garden was worth 10 times her own value. With a dismissive wave, she replied, "Fine, do as you wish. But I have little faith in your intentions." Siyu certainly didn't strike her as someone easily won over. Upon receiving Han Jingru's agreement, Lin Miao Miao beamed with joy and planted a kiss on her cheek, exclaiming, "Jingru, you're the best. Now, it's up to me to win this young man over." Having the wisdom of an older sister, she felt she understood the heartaches of young men quite well. After settling the bill, Siyu approached the two charming ladies with a smile, asking, "So, where to next?" As both ladies were his clients, he needed to nurture their emotions for potential future developments, perhaps even enticing them to purchase his property. This time, Han Jingru remained silent while Lin Miao Miao fluttered her eyelashes and sweetly suggested, "Mr. Little Landlord, let us head to my previous residence first. I still have some belongings to retrieve, and then we can move on to sign the contract." "How does that sound?" Her voice softened, laced with a hint of allure. "This way, you won't have to worry about me disappearing." He was momentarily taken aback by her boldness. How forward of her. "But remember, you're the one who insisted on renting my place. Don't blame me for this." The thought of securing a steady client brought a grin to his face. "Sure, I'm strong enough to help you move your boxes." "Wonderful. Let us go." Lin Miao Miao replied, her excitement palpable. It was delightful. Young men were indeed easier to manage. As Suyu observed Lin Miao Miao striding ahead, he felt a sense of glee at his own cleverness. This was far superior to hiring celebrities for advertisements. He could persuade Lin Miao Miao to pose for a few photos, which he would then upload to the rental website. With a captivating tagline, "Elegant lady residing in the same building. Prime location, attractive price," he envisioned a quick rental. Of course, he would carefully screen potential tenants for such upscale properties. However, those who could afford to rent in such a prestigious community would likely possess commendable qualities. Meanwhile, Han Jingru, who had been walking alongside Lin Miao Miao, suddenly found herself trailing behind. Observing the two sharing hushed laughter, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her. "Where am I? Do they seem rather excited?" Could it be that she had unwittingly facilitated a budding romance? This was unexpected. Upon exiting the CAF, Lin Miao Miao led Suyu to the parking area. Revealing a pink-wrapped Panamera, she slid into the driver's seat, and once all three were inside, Lin Miao Miao glanced at Suyu through the rearview mirror, softly stating, "Mr. Little Landlord, let us set off." Suyu nodded gently, placing his messenger bag on the seat beside him, settling in quietly. Throughout the journey, Lin Miao Miao fully embraced her role, engaging Suyu in lively conversation. However, in the front passenger seat, Han Jingru bore an expression of disillusionment. This is so frustrating. I was supposed to be flirting with Sister Ro's son, but instead aesthetic admirers are truly terrifying." Han Jingru felt her joy from earlier slipping away. This was not at all how she had envisioned this outing. Before long, after nearly an hour of driving, the Panamera approached a hillside, an exclusive villa district. After passing through security, Lin Miao Miao drove them into the neighborhood. Observing the rows of luxurious villas, she lamented, "Living here is quite lovely. But my previous landlord sold the property, and I didn't renew the lease when it expired." Sigh. She had always enjoyed living in a villa, given their spaciousness and elegance. Each villa came with a small garden, exuding sophistication, and the monthly rent was reasonable, around 30,000, affordable for Lin Miao Miao. Curious about the area, Siyu inquired, "What is the name of this villa district?" "Yushan Villas," Lin Miao Miao replied. "This is considered a high-end neighborhood. Each villa costs at least 30 million. Siyu fell into contemplation, then cautiously asked, "Miao Miao, are you planning to rent a place here?" Lin Miao Miao chuckled. "Of course I want to rent. Wait a minute, are you suggesting I rent here?" Both were momentarily stunned. "Don't tell me you also have a property here?" Chapter 113. If you don't want to move, then don't move suddenly. Lin Miao Miao hit the brakes, turning to exchange a bewildered glance with Han Jingru in the passenger seat. Both were taken aback. "What on earth? Surely, you can't be telling me you actually own a house here, right? This is rather exhilarating, isn't it? Just how affluent could your family be?" Contrary to Lin Miao Miao's thoughts, Han Jingru was utterly perplexed. Wait, didn't that unscrupulous capitalist, Sister Ro, refrain from spending money on Suyu? Where did that money come from? Could it be that he earned it himself? The mere thought sent a wave of panic through Han Jingru. Suyu was barely 20, and while his family boasted a billion-dollar enterprise, his heartless capitalist guardian had never divulged the truth, nor had she provided him with any funds. How on earth had he managed to purchase a property in the Yinshan villas and even lease it out? Suppressing her mounting curiosity, Han Jingru turned to Suyu and asked, "Little brother, you don't also have a villa here, do you?" Her gaze was a mix of hope and skepticism, a profound inner conflict. After all, she was much older than Suyu and had yet to acquire a place of her own. But Suyu, still a university student, had learned to earn money on his own, even sending several million back to his mother. And now he claimed he owned 10 properties in the educational district, along with a villa. The Yinshan villas were renowned across several nearby cities, nestled against the mountains with a river flowing at their base, offering breathtaking views. Each villa was valued at no less than 30 million. The catch was that there were only 99 units available, making them exceedingly rare. Lin Miaomiao's fervent gaze fixated on Suyu, as if she could decipher some hint of hesitation from his expression. However, under their increasingly dazed stares, Suyu gently nodded. "Yes, I have one here. I purchased it from the System Mall but haven't listed it for rent yet." Of course, he had initially intended to flip it for profit. But upon further reflection, he realized it wouldn't be worthwhile to sell it now. If he sold the villa, he would only receive 20%, which was hardly advantageous. It was better to lease it out for now and wait a year until the ownership fully transferred to him before selling. Upon hearing Suyu's affirmation, the two girls were momentarily stunned. After a long pause, they gasped in shock, their eyes filled with astonishment. This is beyond extravagant. Han Jingru was thoroughly demoralized. Her mind reeling, she stared at Suyu's youthful yet strikingly handsome face, feeling an overwhelming sense of envy. Here she was, trapped under the thumb of the unscrupulous capitalist Sister Ro, unable to escape the influence of her naive yet wealthy son. Was it true? Was her existence solely to serve as a means for this mother-son duo to exploit? Han Jingru sighed in resignation. Lin Miaomiao, recovering from her initial shock, gazed at Suyu with an exuberant light in her eyes. "Wow, you truly are a golden boy, a charming little darling. I wouldn't even need to care for you. You could support me instead." Yet, she was acutely aware that entering the world of the wealthy was no simple feat. This thought prompted her to inquire, "Mr. Landlord, with so many properties, what does your family do for a living?" If his family background was exceedingly affluent, she would refrain from pursuing this further. After all, she understood her place as a working-class entrepreneur, and wealthy heirs typically preferred partners of equal standing. Suyu scratched his head and replied candidly, "My parents are ordinary factory workers, but they recently received a raise. I heard they're earning around 8,000 a month now. They've been contributing to Social Security for nearly a decade, so when they retire, they'll receive a few thousand each month." He spoke without a hint of embarrassment about his parents' jobs. Regardless of their professions, they had raised him. Moreover, he took pride in earning his own money through hard work, and he felt no shame in sharing that truth. Most of his classmates were aware of Suyu's situation, yet none dared to speak ill of him. After all, his mere presence overshadowed many families of millionaires. In everyone's eyes, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Suyu was destined to become a self-made millionaire. Ordinary factory workers? Lin Miaomiao's lips curled slightly in disbelief. If all this were indeed true, then he was nothing short of a rare gem. As a self-proclaimed admirer of beauty, she felt herself captivated. After processing her astonishment, Lin Miaomiao beamed brightly. "Ah, let us take a closer look. If it suits us, we can sign the contract right away. If we can stay here, who knows? Maybe the charming little darling lives here too? Wouldn't that mean I could bask in Suyu's good looks every day?" Suyu nodded with a smile. "Sure. Let us first gather your belongings, and then we'll explore. There's bound to be a place that suits us. They all look quite similar anyway. All right then, once we finish, I'll treat you to a meal and buy you a bubble tea as a reward." Lin Miaomiao said cheerfully. Though she had a bit of money, she was not particularly vain. Dining out and enjoying bubble tea were her true delights, with no aspirations for high-end restaurant experiences. Suyu's eyes sparkled at her words. "That sounds great. I've been craving roast goose from Cantonese cuisine lately, especially with the tangy plum sauce. Wow. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water." Life had been quite indulgent lately. Previously, he had relied heavily on the school cafeteria. But this first semester of his second year felt luxurious. Had he managed to mooch off enough meals since the semester began? Life had been delightfully simple. Suddenly, Suyu felt he should tone down his overt displays of wealth. If he continued to flaunt it so brazenly, he might lose the chance to enjoy the finer things in life. After all, his own financial situation surpassed what they could offer him. How could they possibly make such claims? Before long, Lin Miaomiao's Palamara turned left at an intersection, stopping in front of a European-style villa. The villa sprawled over approximately 700 square meters with a 300 square meter garden, totaling a grand 1,000 square meters. As she stepped out of the car, Lin Miao Miao gazed at the villa she had called home for the past 2 years, feeling a pang of reluctance. It's so comfortable here. I really don't want to leave. She had invested considerable effort into this place, and it was where her entrepreneurial journey had begun. Now, facing the prospect of moving, she felt a tad unaccustomed. Stepping out of the car, Suyu glanced up and admired the villa's charm. However, as his eyes caught sight of the house number on the door, he froze momentarily. A009? Meow Meow. If you don't want to move, then perhaps you shouldn't. Lin Miao Miao chuckled softly at his words. I wish I could, but the house was sold a while ago. She paused mid-sentence, suddenly at a loss for words. Chapter 114. If you go, I assure you the fish pond will collapse. Don't tell me you are the wealthy buyer who quietly purchased the house not long ago. In this moment, Lin Miao Miao and Han Jingru fixed their gazes intensely upon Suyu, sensing that if he nodded, both would be utterly devastated. This was truly quite difficult to accept. Suyu nodded vigorously. If it is Villa A009 in Yushan, then that is indeed correct. The rewards from the system are all contiguous houses. From A001 to A010, all 10 of these properties belong solely to Suyu. Naturally, they need to be rented out to be truly his. Alternatively, acquiring them at half price would make them his rightful possessions. For now, however, they still belong to the system. The two women gasped again in disbelief. This was insane. The wealthy buyer was confirmed. Before they could fully process this information, Suyu retrieved the villa keys extracted from the system from his messenger bag. Approaching the entrance, he input the access code and verified his fingerprint. Beep. Welcome home, master. The voice of the system chimed as the door swung open. Witnessing this scene, the two women were utterly stunned, rendered speechless. Goodness. As Suyu pushed the door open, he flashed a shy smile. I didn't realize this was your residence, Meow Meow. Therefore, all you need to pay me is 100,000 yuan, and the next year will be yours, with a rental price no less than 5,000 a month. The system would automatically register it as a successful rental. Considering this was a villa district, collecting around 8,000 to 9,000 a month seemed reasonable, right? It appeared quite excessive indeed. After all, Han Jingru was paying 7,500 a month for a unit in Donking Garden. The fact that this villa could be rented for merely 8,000 a month would undoubtedly break her defenses. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Lin Miao Miao was initially taken aback. But her face soon lit up with elation. Really? Goodness, Mr. Landlord, you are indeed a wonderful person. With that, Lin Miao Miao quickly approached and embraced Suyu, exclaiming, I'm so happy, I don't have to move now. This sudden embrace left Suyu momentarily stunned. Hey, Meow Meow, please don't be so forward. I am still just a child. Observing their intimate interaction, Han Jingru felt a twinge of discomfort. Hey, I'm right here. She interjected, her expression turning sour. Little brother, you charged me 7,500 a month for my unit in Donking Garden, and yet you only asked for 8,000 for this 1,000 square meter villa? That's a bit much. Although she felt a hint of jealousy, it was not something she dwelled upon. She didn't really belong in a villa. Living alone felt too isolating. It was far better at Donking Garden, where she could feel the vibrancy of life during her daily commutes. Moreover, if she truly desired a villa, Suyu's mother had already offered her one, which she had declined. Suyu grinned. Then, Han Jia, would you like to move here as well? I could charge you just 7,500. Han Jingru rolled her eyes. No thanks, I'm good. I don't want to relocate. It's so far from the office. I would have to wake up much earlier to get here. Unlike Meow Meow, who is an entrepreneur, I am merely a little crayon exploited by two unscrupulous capitalists. Lin Miao Miao gazed at Suyu with growing interest, her eyes sparkling. He was handsome, his background unclear yet presumably affluent, and his character was quite charming. These qualities captivated her, leading her to become infatuated with his looks. She sighed, feeling vexed. I originally thought of creating some story with Mr. Landlord. But now it seems impossible. How frustrating. I thought there was still a glimmer of hope, but it appears to be quite bleak. However, my looks aren't too shabby. Perhaps there's still a tiny bit of hope? Hearing this, Suyu felt a spark of curiosity and asked, Meow Meow, what did you just say? Lin Miao Miao looked up, glancing at Suyu, and replied with confusion, I said I wanted to support you. Honestly, when I mentioned creating a story, you didn't hear me. So, let me just say I want to support you. Please give me some face. And in return, let me mock you. Upon hearing this, Siyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. If one day I come to my senses, I will surely seek Meow Meow out for some soft living. Siyu chuckled. As for now, I think I will stick to something a bit more solid. Lin Meow Meow rolled her eyes in response. Oh, thank you for that. Refusing me while leaving me with some dignity. I was feeling fine until you said that. Now I'm even more perplexed. You own so many houses. How could there possibly be a day when you come to your senses? That seems utterly impossible. Lin Meow Meow's discontent only served to amplify Siyu's joy. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully refusing soft living X1, task progress 3. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining 800 soft living points. Siyu inhaled sharply upon hearing the system notification in his mind. Goodness, a direct reward of 800 soft living points? Incredible! In Siyu's view, anyone who could grant 800 soft living points was undoubtedly wealthy. One was elated while the other felt melancholy. Caught in between. The alluring Han Jingru oscillated between laughter and tears as she observed the two. Could you possibly refrain from discussing such trivial matters? Han Jingru remarked with a sigh. I am quite hungry. Isn't it time to eat? You two carry on with your banter. But, could you kindly allow me to leave? I simply wish to relax and be a sloth. Oh, how I miss you, Ro. At this moment, I feel that being exploited at work isn't so bad. At least I don't have to worry about romantic entanglements. Dog food truly does not taste good. With the housing matter resolved, the remaining two were quite pleased, leaving Han Jingru, the strikingly attractive woman, feeling somewhat discontent. Thus, when they arrived at the dining place, Siyu and Lin Meow Meow engaged in delightful conversation, inadvertently neglecting the one whose intentions had never been pure. After finishing their meal, the group visited a tea shop for a cup of milk tea and continued their lengthy conversation. At 4 in the afternoon, Siyu's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Bai Ying. Siyu, are you ready? I'm about to set off. Realizing he had promised Bai Ying to record a song, Siyu sprang to his feet and apologized to Lin Meow Meow and Han Jingru. Meow Meow, Han Jia, I have something to attend to. I must take my leave. Huh? Little brother, where are you off to? Do you need me to escort you? Lin Meow Meow inquired, her expression one of eagerness. Siyu, noticing her hopeful demeanor, politely declined. No need, just a personal matter. If you go, I assure you the fish pond will collapse. Chapter 115, this song. I find inappropriate having parted ways with Han Jingru and Lin Meow Meow. Siyu hailed a taxi, making his way to the studio of Tang Xiaolu and Senior Chow. Throughout the journey, an array of thoughts occupied his mind. In truth, he had accomplished little of significance lately. He had mostly been idling away his time, unable to earn a living, and was merely relying on his family as support. This situation vexed him greatly. Despite possessing a system, he felt incapable of harnessing its potential to the fullest. It was evident that had others been in his position, they would have already made remarkable strides. Regardless of the nature of their systems, those favored by fortune would likely be well on their way to achieving greatness, while he remained stagnant. Such a predicament was untenable. Pretending to be a fool did not align with his identity. It was impossible for him to achieve nothing at all. So he pondered deeply in the cab. He could not afford to succumb to despondency. He could not simply rely on the system without making any effort himself. If he were to combine his own endeavors with the system's assistance, he could undoubtedly forge a successful path. It was high time for a change, he murmured to himself. Soon, he arrived at the studio where his senior colleagues were working. Upon entering, he immediately caught snippets of conversation between Chow and the others. I believe this song's lyrics need to be revised in this way. How shall I put it? I think the lyrics should cater more towards a youthful audience. Guiding them would be more beneficial, wouldn't it? Guiding? Siyu's curiosity was piqued. He was intrigued to know what lyrics had sparked such fervent discussion. It seemed to be an anthem of sorts. Pushing open the glass door, he stepped inside and inquired, "What lyrics are you discussing?" Siyu had nearly maxed out his skill tree. Apart from a few niche skills, he had dabbled in nearly every useful area. His acquaintance with Tang Xiaolu and the others stemmed from his singing ability and his talent for lyric writing, which earned their admiration. His charismatic personality and manner of handling situations made it impossible for them to critique him. And even those unfamiliar with him would eventually regard him as a close friend upon getting to know him. Ah, Siyu, you're here. Upon hearing his voice, the group turned their attention toward him. Senior Chow approached with enthusiasm, saying, "Come over quickly, take a look at this song, and see how we can revise it appropriately." We're unable to proceed with the arrangement without settling the lyrics. Seeing Siyu arrive, Bai Ying and Tang Xiaolu both cast their gazes in his direction. Both had previously expressed their feelings towards him, yet they were met with indifference. One was his senior, while the other was a relatively new acquaintance. so you viewed them merely as friends. However, it was exasperating that despite treating them as equals, they harbored aspirations of starting a family with him. After acknowledging the two with a nod, Suyu asked, "What song have you written that warrants such intense discussion?" Tang Xiaolu stepped aside to make room for him and explained, "Bai Ying has penned some lyrics, but we are struggling to strike the right balance. Writing a song is akin to navigating life. One must be mindful of the nuances, especially with a song, as it can wield significant influence. If negative emotions emerge, criticism is inevitable, whether it be accusations of being overly westernized or derogatory, among others." Bai Ying nodded slightly, stating yes. With October fast approaching, a significant month, it would be the perfect time to release a song. October? Suyu quickly understood. As a patriotic young man, he recognized the significance of that month. "Are you implying," he inquired, "that this song pertains to our motherland?" Bai Ying gently affirmed with a nod. "Ah, in that case, we must exercise the utmost care. There can be no room for negligence." Senior Chow, looking troubled, remarked, "That is precisely why we are uncertain, and we wanted you to take a look. Since you are the performer and possess substantial expertise, your input is invaluable." Tang Xiaolu encouraged, "Junior, I have a feeling that if this song comes together, it will undoubtedly become a hit. Will you take a look?" Their studio naturally aspired for further success, but this song held great importance for all of them. Observing the unwavering determination in their eyes, Siyu found himself at a loss for words and simply stated, "Let me have a look." He began to adopt a serious demeanor. Taking a notebook in hand, Siyu reviewed the lyrics and immediately grasped their concerns. The content was indeed somewhat sensitive. "Dragon Country Say" was the title Bai Ying had chosen for the song. It had a powerful ring to it. However, mishandling it could lead to unforeseen repercussions and backlash from the online community. After perusing the lyrics, Suyu pinched the bridge of his nose and leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. The trio, noticing his demeanor, anxiously asked, "What do you think?" After a moment of contemplation, Suyu slowly replied, "I find it rather inappropriate." Inappropriate? Bai Ying and Tang Xiaolu were momentarily taken aback. They had made numerous adjustments and additions to the lyrics, believing there should not be any major issues. To have Suyu declare them inappropriate was unexpected. Senior Chow leaned closer to Suyu, asking, "Then how should we revise it?" Suyu's prowess in lyric writing was well known. He had crafted multiple chart-topping hits that were anything but trivial. If he deemed the lyrics unsuitable, he certainly had his reasons. Bai Ying and Tang Xiaolu turned their gazes towards Suyu, eager to hear his insights. With his arms crossed over his chest, he pondered for a moment before his expression shifted to one of depth and clarity. "Since you all claim this song is dedicated to Dragon Country, it cannot merely recount its historical development." The trio exchanged glances, and Bai Ying furrowed her brow, questioning, "Then how should we write it?" Given that the title was Dragon Country Say, it was impossible to avoid the subject of Dragon Country itself. Moreover, the nation's history could indeed be woven into song, potentially stirring patriotic sentiments. Yet, Suyu felt it was insufficient. His gaze swept across the puzzled faces of the three, and a slight smile crept upon his lips. Placing his hands on the keyboard, he began to type. As the sounds of keystrokes filled the air, Suyu's hands came to a halt. Bai Ying and the others leaned in with curiosity, witnessing the addition of two new characters to the title on the first page, Youth. With the lyrics celebrating history established, they would now take this path to extol the youth. Youth Dragon Country Say. The resonance of Suyu's words stirred within them, akin to a stone dropped in placid waters. Indeed, while numerous odes to Dragon Country exist, each remarkable in its own right, the challenge of forging a distinct style is formidable. However, as youths, we possess the capacity to compose a paean celebrating the vigor of the young. Ballad of the Young Dragon Country. Chow, in fervent agreement with Suyu's concept, promptly inquired, "But wouldn't that necessitate a complete lyrical overhaul? Our existing verses are rooted in Dragon Country's history. Their meticulously crafted lyrics revolved around Dragon Country's historical tapestry, demanding more than a mere addition of words." Dragon Country speaks. The Young Dragon Country speaks. Though separated by a mere 2 words, their connotations diverge profoundly. Bai, stepping forward, furrowed her brow and voiced, "While the concept is brilliant, where do we even begin?" While she conceived the idea and penned the lyrics, Bai harbored no resentment towards their rejection, acknowledging their aptness. Suyu, gazing upon them, offered a gentle smile. "It's quite simple. We shall commence with history." Bewilderment washed over the trio. "Having just discarded the historical approach, you now propose we begin with it?" Su, noticing their perplexity, elucidated with a smile, the ballad of the young dragon country was conceived by the esteemed elder Liang a century ago. How do we, the modern generation, compare to those of a century past? A century ago? Bai, Tang, and Xiao found themselves immersed in contemplation, an era marred by backwardness, subjugation, and a spirit broken by foreign guns and cannons. How starkly did that era contrast with the present? Vitality. Xiao's eyes glimmered with newfound inspiration as he declared, vitality. The vitality of youth. With a resolute nod, Su Yu affirmed, precisely. Our generation surpasses those of a century ago in hope, vitality, and unwavering confidence in nation building. We possess the capacity to excel, reflect, progress, and learn. We are imbued with the vitality of progress, free from the need to idolize. Youth should be characterized by vigor, devoid of despair, and brimming with hope and aspirations for the future. With his hands poised over the laptop keyboard, Su commenced typing, transcribing his thoughts onto the screen. How shall we engage in dialogue with Elder Liang from a century past, engaging in a conversation across time? The trio held their breath, refraining from interruption. Su Yu, equally focused, poured his thoughts onto the keyboard, capturing every nuance. Youthful wisdom begets national wisdom. Youthful wealth begets national wealth. Youthful strength begets national strength. Youthful freedom begets national freedom. These lines, centered around youth and nationhood, encapsulate the bond between the two. Su Yu, pausing his typing, elucidated. This opening serves as a testament to Elder Liang's assertion of the inextricable link between youth and national destiny. A century of educational endeavors shall not falter, disengage, but rather flourish. As youth attain wisdom, so too shall the nation. When these youths mature into adults, they shall harness their knowledge to build Dragon Country, propelling it towards unprecedented heights. An impassioned fervor illuminated Su Yu's countenance as his voice grew in strength, brimming with anticipation for the future. Youthful erudition begets national wealth, which in turn enriches the populace, liberating us from destitution. Youthful freedom begets national freedom. Each utterance reverberated through the trio, eliciting a palpable tremor. This truly is. By employing such an opening, even if the youth of today fail to grasp its full import, a seed shall be sown within their hearts. As the opportune moment arrives, it shall germinate and flourish. Su Yu, with a smile, declared, this is the aspiration of Elder Liang from a century past, his very words. Let us respond with the circumstances of the youth of today. Once again, Su Yu's fingers danced across the keyboard. As the sun rises, its path radiates with brilliance. As the river bursts forth, it cascades in boundless torrents. As the hidden dragon ascends from the depths, its scales and claws take flight. As the young tiger roars in the valley, all beasts tremble in awe. Youth possesses its own unique exuberance, its frame resembling a mountain river, its spine unyielding, daring to measure the